As a child, my childhood sweetheart, in order to test the saying spare the rod and spoil the child, would grab hold of me every day and find ways to bully me. From then on, my every birthday wish was for her to stay far away from me. On the contrary, her birthday wish was always to hold my hand and say she wanted to be my wife when she grew up. I thought it was just childish talk, until one day, I received shocking news. Our families had arranged for us to marry. I found her in a private room at the bar, where Gu Qinghan was drinking with her girlfriends. I went over and pinched her cheek, asking angrily, "Did you say something you shouldn't have? Otherwise, why would our families arrange for us to marry?" Her two girlfriends, as if shipping us, started laughing. One said, "Young Master Fong, you're getting hands-on right away, don't hurt your fiancé." The other chimed in, "Can't you see how happy she is? Clearly, it's a case of willing to hit and willing to be hit, they're both enjoying it." Gu Qinghan took the opportunity to wrap her arms around my waist, giggling, "Brother Fong, calm down, there are so many people here." Without hesitation, I retorted angrily, "I'll still hit you, no matter how many people are around." To my surprise, she tightened her grip and looked at me with drunken eyes, saying coyly, "Brother Fong, you're not gentle at all. It seems only I can handle your fiery temper." Shaking my head in disgust, I pushed her away and said, "I won't marry you, just give up." Gu Qinghan thought for a moment, then smirked mischievously, "Then go cancel the engagement tomorrow. If you won't marry me, I'll marry you instead." Then, shamelessly leaning closer to my ear again, she said, "We're a perfect match, you'll never escape my grasp." I was startled and replied, "I don't want to be with a little devil like you. Even if we marry, you'll only have my body, not my heart. Are you planning to worship me or something?" Gu Qinghan seemed to only hear the latter part and said, "Worship you? Fine by me. Guess I'm just unlucky to have grown up with you." Then, lowering her head and blushing, she added, "Besides, I'm making a huge sacrifice, I'll even give you 8 chubby babies." I glared at her in disgust. "Get lost, do you think you're a pig or something?" Her best friend nearby started giggling and teasing, "Are we even supposed to hear this? Should we give you some privacy?" Gu Qinghan smiled at her friend and said, "You guys head back first. Fong Yuan and I need some alone time. Don't forget to come for the wedding in a few days." Gu Qinghan saw them out of the private room and locked the door. Sensing danger, I instinctively stepped back. She leisurely turned on the light and said, "This wasn't my idea. Your parents told me your grandfather's health is failing, and they want us to marry quickly to bring him some luck." I rolled my eyes in disbelief. What era is this? Superstitious nonsense like this still exists? I'd rather believe my parents were impressed by Gu Qinghan's business acumen than such an absurd reason. I looked at Gu Qinghan with a serious expression. "Is marriage really the only option? What else do you have besides a pretty face?" Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow. "I have a great figure too." I rolled my eyes dismissively and waved my hand. "Joking. Hidden in your pants, how would I know if it's good or not?" To my surprise, Gu Qinghan grabbed my wrist and pressed my hand against his thigh, saying, "It's simple, let you inspect the goods first. I guarantee you'll be eager to marry me." I froze, this wasn't what I expected. I had to admit, Gu Qinghan was indeed well built. My face flushed instantly, and I pushed him away. "Gu Qinghan, you're going too far. Who wants to take advantage of you?" A flicker of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "If you don't inspect now, once we're married and you're unsatisfied, there'll be no turning back." I feigned extreme disgust. "I feel like you've dirted my hand. Since you won't call off the engagement, I will." Gu Qinghan smirked, staring at me. "Brother Fong, who else would Uncle and Aunt Fong agree to let you marry besides me? Sooner or later, you'll fall into my hands." I sighed helplessly and sat on the sofa in the private room, thinking, what kind of spell did you cast on my parents? I said, "Gu Qinghan, I really envy you for fulfilling your childhood wish, getting to marry me as you always wanted." Gu Qinghan leaned in close, whispering near my ear, "Come on, let's kiss first to build some chemistry." I raised my hand to cover her lips and pushed her head back. "If you dare kiss me, you're done." In the end, the kiss landed on my palm. Gu Qinghan muttered under her breath, "We even kissed mouth to mouth when we were kids, and now you hate me." I frantically wiped my hand. That was childhood. Now we're adults. Gu Qinghan seemed thrilled, as if hearing great news. "Thanks for the reminder, Brother Fong. We're adults now, we can do things adults do. Besides, we're engaged with our parents' approval." Gu Qinghan's figure pressed towards me with an overwhelming presence. As I looked at him, my heart couldn't help but race. I thought to myself, this jerk is drunk right now, he wouldn't actually try anything with me. Would he? Before I could finish the thought, darkness enveloped my vision as Gu Qinghan's warm lips pressed against mine, the strong scent of alcohol mingling with her intoxicating natural fragrance. Just like that, my first kiss was gone. My brain froze, leaving me powerless as Gu Qinghan's lips lingered and moved against mine. When I realized he intended to deepen the kiss, I snapped out of my daze and weakly pushed against his shoulders. Gu Qinghan cradled my head, drunkenly whining, "Let's go do that right now. I was utterly exasperated and snapped, "Stay away from me." With that, I stood up and fled the scene. Watching my retreating figure, Gu Qinghan muttered under her breath, "My fiancé, just wait obediently for me to marry you." Then she lightly slapped her own cheek, confirming the sting meant this wasn't a dream, she really was going to marry Fang Yuan. Back home, I tried convincing my mother to call off the wedding. I didn't want to marry Gu Qinghan, I was only 22 and had no intention of settling down. I argued, "Mom, Gu Qinghan isn't the same as she was when we were kids. I don't want to marry her." My mother gave me a puzzled look. "Not the same? I see her all the time, she's stunning. Even prettier than I was in my youth. Your future children together will definitely be gorgeous." I couldn't understand what kind of spell Gu Qinghan had cast on them to earn such unwavering trust. I pouted and said aggrievely, "Gu Qinghan dared to forcefully kiss me today, what terrible character." My mother had a fangirling expression. "Oh Xiaofang, you've lost your first kiss. My, our Xiaofang has really grown up. Your marriage is set in stone, the announcement has already gone out. And the invitations will be sent tomorrow." My mother checked the time and shooed me off to bed. At my bedroom door, I clung to one last sliver of hope. Is there really no changing it? Is it really just to bring Grandpa good luck? Mother replied, "How could it only be for that? Grandpa's health isn't great, he wants to see you settled in his lifetime." Restless and irritated, I bid her goodnight and slumped lazily against the headboard. I saw Gu Qinghan's avatar spamming in memes on the screen, and I thought to myself, "Gu Qinghan, you're really something." I tossed my phone to the foot of the bed, covered myself with the blanket, and went to sleep. The next day, I was woken up by my mom, who told me to get up and go work out, saying girls all like guys with 8-pack abs. I pulled the blanket over my head. Why should I have to please that Gu Qinghan? Before I could finish complaining, my mom dragged me out of bed to the gym, and then to the hospital to visit Grandpa. As soon as I walked in, I saw Gu Qinghan being all attentive by the hospital bed. I waved my hand dismissively. "Gu Qinghan, shouldn't you be in meetings or seeing clients on a weekday? Instead, you're just lounging around in a hospital room. Is Gu Corporation about to go under?" Gu Qinghan played along, looking at me with a pitiful expression. "Yeah, it's about to collapse. So, future CEO husband, care to invest a little money? I'm broke as hell, just waiting to marry you and collect wedding gifts," Gu Qinghan said with a mischievous grin. I asked, "How much can we really get from wedding gifts?" Ignoring Gu Qinghan, I walked to the hospital bed and felt my eyes well up instantly. Grandpa had lost so much weight since being hospitalized. He used to be such a lively old man, yet now he was still worrying about my future. I asked, "Grandpa, when will you get better?" He replied, "I don't know. Even if Grandpa can't recover, I'll always be watching over our Fang Yuan from heaven." Then, with a pale face, he struggled to sit up. "My greatest wish is to see you settled down." Gu Qinghan looked at Grandpa solemnly. "Grandpa, don't worry, Fang Yuan and I will be fine." I scoffed lightly at the doorway of the ward. Not marrying me would be the greatest kindness you could do me. I hadn't expected that even in his final moments, Grandpa's thoughts were all about me. I sighed helplessly. Gu Qinghan and I went to the lounge next to the ward. He stepped close, almost pressing his face against mine. "Let's talk about our marriage." His breath was right there. I frowned slightly and leaned away. "This is a business arrangement, so there's no affection between us. In the future, I won't." Gu Qinghan, hearing this, planted his hands on his hips angrily. "Fang Yuan, are you dreaming? This is my first marriage too. Aren't you even going to give me the chance to experience love after marriage?" I tried to negotiate. "Then once a week." Gu Qinghan snorted dismissively. "Once? Who do you think you're looking down on? If anything, the more likely scenario is you drooling over my figure and throwing yourself at me." I shot back, equally annoyed. "Drooling over you and pouncing on you? That'll never happen in this lifetime." I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Gu Qinghan patted her chest, comforting herself. "We'll discuss this issue later. Let's talk about how much bride price I should prepare for you." Seeing my serious expression, Gu Qinghan laughed. "No need to give it to me. Keep it for yourself." Watching her skip away, I thought, this woman must be love-struck. The next day, I came downstairs to find my living room filled with all kinds of boxes. My parents and Gu Qinghan's parents were chatting in the hall. Gu Qinghan stood up and walked toward me. "How can you look so handsome just after waking up, my dear fiancé?" Seeing her setup, it seemed she was planning to forego the bride price and even bring a dowry instead. I looked at the antique jades, rare calligraphy and paintings, gold and silver jewelry, crystal diamonds, and even a heart-shaped gold star engraved with both our names. Gu Qinghan held my hand. "What do you think, my handsome fiancé? Many men dream of finding a girlfriend who doesn't ask for a bride price. I'll just take the loss and reluctantly marry you." Honestly, I was almost moved. I instinctively tried to pull my hand away, but seeing both sets of parents so happy, I let her keep holding it. I said, "Mom, Dad, Uncle, Auntie, Please continue chatting. I'll take Fong Yuan out for breakfast. As soon as we reached the restaurant, I yanked my hand away. Gu Qinghan, be honest, have you been planning this marriage for a long time? Gu Qinghan propped her chin on her hand and looked at me. Just about a week. Why? I felt deceived. As if I was the only one unaware that today was the day both families would discuss it. I said, how can I, as a man, not give a bride price? After a moment of thought, Gu Qinghan smirked at me. Fine. The marriage certificate costs 9 yuan, just give me 4.5. I stared at her speechlessly. You wouldn't even bother picking up 4.5 yuan if it fell on the ground. Before I could finish, Gu Qinghan shoved a boiled egg into my mouth. I glared at her. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You know I hate boiled eggs. I sighed. We're already having conflicts before marriage, won't it be a complete mess after? Yunhuan's worried eyebrows knit slightly. Let's separate after marriage. Separation? You are dreaming. I'm physically and mentally healthy. I didn't marry a wife and go home as a poseur. I have to watch even if you don't like it. I'll shake in front of you every day. Shake until you fall in love with me. Bo-sun has always known that she is a delicate young lady's temperament. Difficult to serve. She is good. The opportunity to serve do not want to give him. No self-awareness at all. Yin Huan wiped her mouth indignantly. You're dreaming. I'm not going to fall in love with you. He'd had that dream a long time ago. He didn't even know how things had turned out between them. Obviously. A few years ago they were childhood friends with a great relationship, and Yin Huan would seek him out for anything. Yun Huan was a freshman in high school and he was a senior in high school, and that's when the relationship between the two of them started to change. Adolescent girls. He was totally confused, inexplicably angry and rolling his eyes when he looks at him. The two of them returned to the lobby, where her aunt and uncle enthusiastically pulled her to sign some kind of contract. Yin Huan took a look at the shares of a company under Bo Sure. 30%. Give her that much. The Bo family has numerous companies under their name, and this is just one of them, but there are too many to mention. Not only that, but some stores, real estate, foreign estates, farms, plots of land. Yin Huan can't help but move her body towards Bo-sun at her side, even coming up to his ear, her voice soft and gentle. Is it too much to give? I can't have it. Thin Seeker was tickled. Not much, take it if it's for you. Thin Seeker. Yin Huan heart is too much. Aunt and uncle watched her grow up. They belong to a strong combination. The marriage itself can bring great benefits to both sides. They also gave her so many things. Sign it. Mom and dad are waiting. Bo-sun wraps his arm around her waist and says to the elders. She's embarrassed. These are just a little bit of our thoughts. Huanhuan's willingness to marry our brat is his good fortune. Give Huanhuan a little bit more for the dowry. And in the future, don't you abandon our brat. Mother Bo speaks. It's really his good fortune that he's able to marry you. Bo-sun, treat Huanhuan well from now on. If you dare to bully her, none of us can spare you. Do you hear me? Mother Bo is imposing. Bo-sun's narrow Rui Feng eyes glance towards Yin Huan and hangs back to speak. How many times have I said that only she bullies me? How dare I bully her? Missy will divorce me in minutes. It's not easy for me to marry a daughter-in-law. I can't let her abandon me. Yin Huan, what is this man talking about? Chapter 5. Huanhuan tries on wedding dresses. He is the one who has ruined her reputation everywhere in the capital. I can't believe I have the nerve to say I didn't bully her. Yin Huan signed stiffly. LOL. She's riding a tiger now. Eating people's mouths is short. Taking people's hands is soft. This marriage is a pit. She can only jump. Mom, Dad, Uncle and Auntie, you guys chat while I take Huanhuan to try on the wedding dress. Bo-sun holds her hand and gets up. We won't be back for lunch. Just as she walked out the door, Yin Huan shook off Bo-sun's hand. The sun is blazing outside. Bo-sun can't help but squint his eyes, his handsome face sticking to the side of her face. Wilting with a smile. Giving you a bride price and still angry? I'm much more generous than the $5 and $2 you gave me. You're just being overly generous. Why are you giving me so much? Even if aunt and uncle want to give it, you can still stop it. Yin Huanbi really couldn't figure it out. Annoyed and restless inside, she tilted her head to avoid his proximity. They're afraid you'll abandon me. Bo-sun smiled evilly. I gave you so much. That wasn't to make you feel secure. It wasn't to give you a chance to get a divorce. It's so hard to marry home. Even if you have to offer it up like an ancestor for the rest of your life. Yin Huan is his future wife. Yin Huan is the Yin family's only pearl in the palm of his hand. From a young age, brocade clothes, pampered, the whole family's regimental favor. Not to give her more things. How can he be good enough to marry her into the door? Isn't it normal to abandon you? Just your line of character personality. Yin Huan slanted him a glance and arrogantly got into the car. It had been a long time since she had shared a car with Bo-sun. It's been about 6 or 7 years. Suddenly sitting in his car, Yin Huan subconsciously moves away from Bo-sun's body, but he was sitting in the middle, his legs splayed, his knees slowly and leisurely coming over to meet hers. The moment they touched, It was as if a tingle of electricity passed between them and went straight to their hearts. In-hwan pressed her legs together and favored the car door to avoid his touch. Finn Seeker hated to put his leg over her. Hated him that much? She used to be good and gentle, calling him Brother Seeker in a sweet and sticky manner. Bosun changed his posture, crossed his legs and leaned lazily. We're getting married in a few days. Little Huan, you need to get used to my touch, otherwise how are we going to live as a couple? The internet says the best way to maintain a couple's relationship is to live more sexually happy lives. In-hwan frowned. We don't have a relationship. We don't need to maintain it. Bosun's line of sight falls on her beautiful side face. Missy is right. That is the best way to enhance a couple's relationship is to live more as a couple. In-hwan, did he write that online phrase? Say change. In-hwan raised her hand to his face and pushed back. You're right. I don't care how many confidants you had before. After we get married, you'll cut me off and be clean. Otherwise, you'll never get into my bed. Then I'm set on your bed. You're the only confidant I have. Bosun smiles in a bad way and tries to sidle up to kiss her palm. Yoon-hwan's hand smells good. In-hwan subconsciously dodges and prepares to retract her hand, but Bosun takes hold of her white and tender wrist. What for? Let go. No release. What's wrong with holding your fiancé's hand for a bit? Bosun fingered the back of her hand. So tender. Pervert. In-hwan was furious. Mom and dad are so hard to think of. Picking who is not good but picking Bosun. This cheap bastard. It's hard for him not to be a for a day. She knew with her toes that aside from the fact that the two families were on good terms, this was bound to be a win-win business marriage. Bosun laughed evilly. I'm afraid you're not used to my touch. How is it perverted to adapt in advance? If you don't like it, I'll let you touch it back. In-hwan looked at a hand in front of her that was white and slender, with well-defined knuckles and rounded, neatly trimmed nails. He moved his fingers as if he were a puppy dog rolling on the floor begging his master to pet him. In-hwan wasn't interested and turned her head to ignore him. Bosun sighed. She was loving now. This hand was going to give her happiness later, touching her and hugging her and nuzzling her, making her want to be entangled with her. As soon as they entered the bridal store, the store manager came over to serve them personally. Bosun had prepared 5 wedding dresses for her, and her body measurements had been asked of Yin's mother in advance. In-hwan followed the clerk to change into her wedding dress. Each wedding dress is a high-luxury limited edition designed by top international designers and is the only one of its kind in the world. There is no girl who doesn't like a beautiful wedding dress, but not every girl is willing to step into marriage. In-hwan picked out a wedding dress and went to change. Finn Seeker sat outside on the couch, sipping his coffee. Though growing up his mom and dad had taught him that girls had to wait as long as it took to put on their makeup, but he was restless inside and couldn't wait. He wanted to see In-hwan in a wedding dress so badly. Finn Seeker couldn't sit down any longer, got up and started walking around. It shook the eyes of the staff next to me. Young Master Bo, it's ready inside. Bosun rushed to the opposite side of the sofa in an arrow step, dangling his legs, picked up the coffee in front of him, and raised his head seemingly without thinking. It was as if the man who had just waited anxiously, looking left and right, was not him. Store manager, Sigma, run really fast. One look at the physical strength. Miss Yoon is so lucky. The heavy curtains on both sides were drawn back, and white lights hid In-hwan's body. She was wearing a white strapless wedding gown, standing upright on the circular stage. Her beautiful and delicate face had little expression. Suddenly next to the music, In-hwan sidelong look over. Actually someone is playing the piano next to. This wedding store is very good at taking the sense of atmosphere now. She's just trying on a wedding dress, not having a wedding. That asshole, Bosun, was leisurely leaning on the sofa drinking coffee with an expression that had nothing to do with him. Yeah, the wedding. The groom is the tool. It's okay, it barely fits. In-hwan was about to get ready to go change out of it when she finished speaking. Bosun puts down his coffee cup and strides over. Little Huan, what's your hurry? I haven't even looked at your fiancé yet. He had always known that In-hwan had a slinky, beautiful skin, and at the moment, dressed in a white diamond wedding gown that glistened in the light. Her posture was high and proud like a bright flamingo. In-hwan stood graciously for him to see. I have such a beautiful face and such a perfect body. I am gorgeous in anything I wear. The wedding dress is just a matter of taking it in minutes. In-hwan was indeed a fan of 10,000 people. And even though it was rumored in the capital circle that she had an arrogant personality and was difficult to serve, she still had quite a few followers, with Bosun circling around her. In-hwan feels like an exhibit and Bosun is the foppish nobleman ready to spend a fortune to buy her home. Seen enough? No. Bosun suddenly came on stage. Missy is so beautiful, you can't get enough of her in a lifetime. He moves closer to In-hwan, and accidentally his shiny black leather shoes step on the hem of In-hwan's wedding dress. In-hwan's body fell and leaned towards Bosun. Chapter 6, Bosun, you're such a In Hwan leaned her body against Bo Sun's arms. She had not only changed her wedding dress, but also put on exquisite makeup. Her eyes were bright around her eyes, like the bright stars in the sky, streaming light, beautiful and eye-catching. Bo Sun wraps his arms around her soft waist, his eyes lowered, and as far as the eye can see, there is a large expanse of snow-white skin, and her proud breasts rise and fall with her somewhat rapid breathing. He swallowed a little bit with love, but when he opened his mouth, his tone was light and provocative. Little Hwan, so impatient to throw yourself in the ring? Sending you hell. You stepped on my skirt. In Hwan braced herself against his arm and glanced up to meet him on all fours. How can I describe the look in Bo Sun's eyes? The pair of black eyes that had always been light and careless were deep and hot, with indescribable emotions welling up in the bottom of their eyes. His long and narrow roue foam eyes are really good at seducing people, and the corners of his mouth hold a faint smile, like a flower peacock ready to open its screen at any time. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that my damn feet were trying too hard to get to Hwan. Finn Seeker smiled badly against her ear. Faint hot air drilled into In Hwan's ears, and the tingling sensation was like swarms of ants burrowing down the cochlea into her body. Just talk. Why do you have to get so close? In Hwan shuddered. Cold? Bo Sun whispered. Do you want me to hold you tighter? Get out. In Hwan pushed him away and looked down at the hem of her skirt. Though the soles of Bo Sun's shoes weren't very dirty, the white wedding dress was still stepped on a little bit. Missy, we're going to take wedding photos. Where are you going? Bo Sun grabs her white wrist. The wedding is just around the corner. But the wedding photos needed to welcome the guests can't be missing. Wedding photos? In Hwan frowned lightly. Shoot it. Instead of tossing and turning, it's better to get it over with. The photographer carries the camera to them and directs Bo Sun and In Hwan's poses. In Hwan is being held by Bo Sun around her waist. She is holding a bouquet of delicate red roses and looking at the camera with a smile on her face. The standard smile she had practiced since she was a child was so generous and gentle and elegant that she couldn't pick fault with it. Well, that's good. Photographers have shot a lot of blockbusters, and even a lot of celebrities, but like Thin searching Hwan this top god face of the divine couple or the first time, the bride is too beautiful, the groom is too handsome, only the lack of love between the couple of the love of the four fire splashes. Change positions and look at each other. The clerk at the bridal store helps In Hwan organize her wedding dress, and In Hwan faces off with Bo Sun, that demonic face showing a smile, so underpowered. Bo Sun's face gets closer and closer, and In Hwan subconsciously tilts her head back. Don't hide, cooperate with the photographer. In order to quickly finish shooting, Bo Sun raised his eyebrows cheaply, and then his breath sank slightly as he moved over, his high nose close to her. The two of them touched nose to nose, and In Hwan subconsciously closed her eyes. Bo Sun stared at her lightly fluttering eyelashes, curly and arched, very long, slender as a crow's feather, bright around the eyes, girls' cosmetics and whatnot. He never understood. He only thought it was very pretty, very suitable for In Hwan. She had always been the most dazzling, bright and dainty young lady in the capital, and he can have her. In Hwan only felt that Bo Sun was so close that the air around her was sucked out by him, suffocating her. Although his eyes were closed, the tip of Thin Seeker's wilting nose twitched slightly as if he was about to kiss. Don't! In Hwan's red lips slightly opened, and Bo Sun took the opportunity to occupy her lips and kiss the soft lips of her heart. In Hwan's eyes widened. She hadn't heard the photographer tell them to kiss. This action of Bo Sun is totally his nature, nasty asshole, trying to take advantage of her. In Hwan's small hand hits him and is easily held by Bo Sun. Where's the photo? Hwan, taking pictures and you kissed me? Didn't hold back. Hwan is so beautiful. Hooligans, how many people have you kissed with your stinking mouth and still dare to kiss me? He's got a big mouth? This In Hwan really has the ability to piss him off. Thin Seeker squeezed her waist. Not many, just you. In Hwan's beautiful eyes glared at him. Ghost words. She didn't believe in punctuation, and she dared to pinch her waist. The photographer wanted them to change poses for another picture, and In Hwan got impatient. As long as the picture works, you don't need that much. She went down carrying the hem of her wedding dress. The shopkeepers on either side follow, and Bo Sun casually waves his hand, striding after In Hwan as the shopkeepers on either side consciously step back. It always felt as if the newlyweds didn't feel too good about each other, even a little tit for tat. In Hwan walked into the bright fitting room and stood in front of a wall of mirrors, and with one side of her head, she saw Bo Sun's figure in the mirror. Why you? Why can't it be me? Bo Sun stands behind her. Hwan, I'll help you take it off. In Hwan turns sideways, the large hem of her wedding dress messing up on the floor. Bo Sun, we're not married yet. You want to take advantage of me? No way. That's a shame. Won't Hwan even let me inspect the goods? Inspection? In Hwan's right hand blocked the spring light on her chest. Bo Sun, whether you can do it or not is the key to affecting the couple's life. You'll know if I'm good after the wedding. Bo Sun carefully picked up her beautiful veil, rubbing his fingers tenderly as if he were touching her. Cheerful skin should be much softer than this veil. Won't let me help you? No, thanks. In-hwan smiled and gave a tug, the veil slipping through Thin Seeker's fingers. A faint sense of despondency swept over him. In-hwan actually said thank you to him. It's too unaccustomed to be so polite. Will you please get out? In-hwan didn't have the heart to kick out. Bo-sun's long body stood at her side, his deep eyes dark and heavy. Seeing that he didn't move, In-hwan snapped, get out. I'll wait for you outside. Thin Seeker smiled and left. Thin Seeker, you're such a, politely asking him out and not leaving, yelling at him to get out and being and obeying. Bo-sun heard this and was not angry or annoyed. I'm a cheap bone. Missy, you're a cute little puppy dog that specializes in chewing on my cheap bone. She's not a dog, asshole Thin Seeker. In-hwan changed her clothes and went out, and the bright light suddenly dimmed. Power outage? As soon as she spoke, a beam of light lit up in front of her, and the upright Bo-sun walked towards her with red roses in his hands. In-hwan, aha, what does this guy want? A proposal? No need. They don't have any feelings. It's just a business union. Marriage is just a process. No need to engage in these rituals. She doesn't. In-hwan stepped back. Don't you come any closer. Missy, give some face. Bo-sun tilts his head and strides towards her. Someone's watching. Isn't he embarrassed at all? Proposing at a bridal store was only his idea. In-hwan stood stiffly in place, although she didn't want to be married by Bo-sik, but being able to see Bo-sik on one knee seemed acceptable. Thin Seeker nervously handed out the roses, his face proud and wantonly containing a smile, his demeanor self-conscious. Inside, but kept roaring, give a face, take it, please Missy. He was at least a young master of the top mansion in the capital, and it would be a shame to be rejected. Chapter 7. On your knees. In-hwan's voice was soft and supple, and those beautiful love-interested eyes revealed a smile. Nothing meaningful, simply want to see Bo-sun kneel to her. Bo-sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Take the flowers. In-hwan hugged the red rose, and in a gracious tone, you may kneel. Bo-sun had a bad smile in his heart. Do this to him now, and then clean her up after the wedding. How he's made to kneel now. Double that and make her kneel back when she's married, and he would only let her kneel on the bed, on the couch, on the wool rug, never on the cold floor. Girls love ceremony, and even though they got married in a hurry, Bo-sun doesn't want In-hwan to have regrets. It's just a marriage proposal. He kneels. Bo-sun took out the ring and got down on one knee. Missy, will you marry me? Let's see. In-hwan just stares at him. Bo-sun has been taller than her since she was a child. It's always been her looking up at him. Only this time can he look up at him. The only thing around them is the cold white light shining above their heads. The light shines on Bo-sun's face without any dead angle in 360 degrees. His face is so handsome. Why is he so cheap? Where would Bo-sun not know her little mind? And did not care. Let her think slowly. In-hwan will say yes in the end anyway. Bang. The man in the darkness wondered if he had hit something and made a noise. Bo-sun smoothly asked once more. Hwan, will you marry me? At the beginning of puberty, Bo-sun dreamed of In-hwan at night. From that time on he wanted to call In-hwan his wife. Wants to marry her, but In-hwan started to hate him. He is also a haughty one. In-hwan is against him, and Bo-sun is spoiled and pampered while also messing with her. He is relying on the good relationship between the two families. If he can't handle In-hwan, can he still handle her parents and grandpa? Roundabout tactics. In-hwan doesn't like to play with him and doesn't even give him a chance to show off, so that's the way it has to be. Marriage before love is not bad. He believes he has enough capital to attract In-hwan. In-hwan was not even willing to reply with a yes, and with a grudging he extended his left hand with grace. In-hwan's hands were as white as jade, her knuckles were long and white, and her manicure was a beautiful clear cherry blossom pink. Such a beautiful hand suddenly gave back the other fingers, leaving only the middle finger. Thin Seeker? He looked up at her. Missy, are you playing me? Doesn't engagement mean wearing the middle finger? In-hwan smiled lightly, her red lips rising slightly. The end was bright and delicate, wanton and casual. Don't you mean that as a scolding? You're good at sign language. In-hwan spread her hands. Hurry up. I still have a dinner date with Flossie. Thin searched left hand holding her wrist. How her wrist is so thin. Touch so fragile. He slightly use a little force can break her wrist, right? The skin of the fingers is also soft and supple to the touch, and there is a faint fragrance. The exquisitely maintained In-hwan will take good care of her hands even in summer. Applying hand cream, Thin Seeker eased the ring on, finally snapping her into place. He got up. Missy, I can propose successfully. You are now officially my fiancé. Beautiful. Bo-sun contains a smile. Being able to marry In-hwan is indeed beautiful to him. I could wake up laughing in my sleep tonight. The lights in the bridal store came back on and those working snapped their hands. Congratulations to Xiao Bo, and congratulations to MS. Congratulations to both of you. I wish you 100 years of happiness and an early birth. Bosun wraps his arm around In Hwan's slender waist and slightly lowers his head, his thin lips pressing next to her ear. Fiancé, cooperate. The In family and the Bo family were both top-tier, prestigious families in the capital. Both of them, as representatives of this generation, the thing called honor must not fall to the ground. In Hwan didn't avoid Bosun's touch, and with a smile on her face, she thanked him and just let him walk out of the bridal store with her arm around her. That's enough, don't let go? The sun was blazing outside, and In Hwan subconsciously held the flower to block the sun. Bosun opens the car door. Missy, please get in. I'll take you to dinner. In Hwan has always been the type who knows how to enjoy himself. With a driver. Cootie. I don't need one. In Hwan braced himself against his hand and leaned over to get into the car. When she got in the car she left the roses at her feet. Bosun leisurely leaned against the back of the chair. In Hwan finger wearing a ring how to see how beautiful. Bosun is right next to her as In Hwan frantically spits on her cell phone with her best sister. Tokiwa. Yoon Hwan, who proposes in a bridal store. And give him a one-man light. I'm speechless. Flossy damsel. Pfft. Fin Young is still so different. Congratulations. A childhood sweetheart and a childhood friend. In Hwan, damn it. My life script shouldn't be like this. Why didn't there come a heavenly fall to defeat this bamboo horse? Bosun. This bamboo horse is too cheap. Flossy damsel, baby, there are a lot of elite men around you, and you haven't looked at any of them. God destined you and Bosun to be together. Booking for bridesmaid. God forbid. What's wrong with God? Let her be such a beautiful woman and marry a Thai, smelly man like Bosun. When they arrived at the door of the agreed-upon restaurant, Bosun was the first to get out of the car. He opened the door politely and gentlemanly. Get out. In Hwan looked at him oddly. You want to follow? Aha. Bosun admits cheerfully. We're getting married. Isn't it only right that I come to meet your friends? Meh, it's not like you don't know her. The sun was too big for In Hwan's delicate white skin to withstand the scorching sun. Her willow brows knitted and she lifted her feet. Thin Seeker immediately followed. Su sat in the box selfie. Just cut a jellyfish head. Left shot and shot. Shot and saw the door. In Hwan and Bosun came in one after the other. Congratulations to both of you. You can do it. Bosun. You've just gotten engaged and you're a woman's man. Annoying bastard. In Hwan squinted at Thin Seeker. He's just a dabbler. What dilly-dallying. What a nasty thing to say. My treat. Bosun sits on In Hwan's side. Make yourselves at home. That's a must. Mr. Bo is here. How can there still be a reason for us to pay for our own food? Then I'll order hairy crabs, Australian lobster, 82-year-old red wine, and Wellington steak. Su ordered on her cell phone. After ordering, he looked at them with a smile under his eyes. Don't say. You two sitting together like this. You still match quite well. You're very discerning. Thin Search raises an eyebrow. You're welcome to be Hwanwan's maid of honor. No problem. The two men sing in unison. Yoon Hwan, on the other hand, stared at Tokiwa's hairstyle. That's an interesting new haircut you've got going on. Right, I think so too. Hundreds of variations. Tokiwa was immediately distracted and showed off her hair. Then Tokiwa spots the large diamond ring on In Hwan's finger. The one he just proposed with. Not bad for a thin young man. Out of the blue is bravado. The main focus is to have money. The two of them started talking about diamond rings again. Thin Seeker simply doesn't know anything about girl stuff. And the diamond ring he picked was expensive. Don't buy the right one, only the expensive one. Expensive surely can't be wrong. To have something in common with Yoon Hoon after marriage, does he have to find out anything about manicure and hair care, jewelry and necklaces, clothes and bags and shoes? He's only responsible for paying for it, okay? He can't really understand those things. Thin Seek is worried to death. Chapter 8, Male Models? The food is soon served, and Sua raises an eyebrow towards Bosun and raises her jaw. Don't just stand there, Bo Shao. Peel it for our family Hwan. No need. In Hwan refused coldly. I have my own hands. Timothy said excitedly. Missy, don't be polite with him. Your precious nails were done for hours. The last time we went to dinner, or invited the handsome male model stripped. You so will enjoy the Missy, ready-made future husband, with male model? Bosun's head was full of question marks, and his volume rose at once, staring at her incredulously. You're still looking for a male model? Is there a problem? I'm spending money to buy enjoyment, just like you men need a beautiful woman beside you when you drink is the same reason. In Hwan was unimpressed. Besides, I'm doing good things for good people. You're looking for a male model to do a good deed. Thin Seeker snapped off the crab legs. He hated that it was the male model's legs that he was breaking at the moment. He knew that In Hwan had grown up pampered, clothed and pampered, a dainty, reserved young lady, but she was so good at playing, and going to a male model's service. How come he didn't know that? In Hwan elegantly sipped a mouthful of red wine. The taste was good. She leisurely opened her mouth. Of course, they are only 18 or 19 years old. The family either has a sick grandparents, disabled mother and father, or have younger siblings who are still in school. It's very miserable. I'm helping people to help people to be happy. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Mumbles, mumbles, delta, mumbles. In Huan. Those are all tricks used to deceive people. Fake. Are you stupid? You believe it too. Bosun fiercely puts the crab meat from the crab legs into her bowl. You are really a beautiful person with a good heart. Goodness. The 10 outstanding good people is none other than you. I'll give you an award tomorrow. Male model. If she dares to go to a male model in the future. Hill, lean. There's nothing you can do about her. It'll just have to keep her out of bed. He believed he had that stamina. Just not very confident in my life. After all, it hasn't been used yet. Bo-sun, you're the one who's stupid. You're the one who's stupid. Can't you hear me when I'm joking? In Huan blankly glances at him. Don't give me the yin and yang. I'm the top 10 good people. You're the top 10 evil people. I'll give you the award now. I'm just kidding. But it's definitely true that Yun Huan is looking for a male model to play with her. How good can the quality of those men be? It was hard for Bo-sun to understand that she had grown up looking at such a handsome face as his and actually went for a male model. So angry. Can't take it anymore. Huan, give me the award. So looking forward to it. You give me the award. Bo-sun smiles and peels shrimp for her again. To be honest, in the 25 years he had lived, he had served one person before and after, and that was Yin Huan. Yun Huan as a child was also troublesome and used to misbehave when they ate together and made him feed them. It's just that they haven't been that close since puberty. Yin Huan ate a piece of ribs unhurriedly and put the bone in front of him. Take it. Your prize. Put it away. You can dig a pit and bury it if you can't finish eating it. Bo-sun gritted his teeth. This meant to call him a dog. He tossed the lobster in his hand. Peel what peel? It's not like she doesn't have long hands. The opposite side of the Shursua silently peeled his own crab legs. This hairy crab is really delicious. This tens of thousands of dollars a bottle of red wine is really good. The gossip in front of him is really nice. It's a full meal and she'll be exercising for 2 hours tonight. Yin Huan's beautiful eyes swept him a glance. Eat if you want to. Get lost if you don't. Who are you playing with your temper for? Who wants to spoil you? I'm not leaving. Bo-sun furiously picked up the lobster again and continued peeling it. If he left, Yin Huan would find an 18-year-old college boy model to peel her shrimp in minutes. That's not good. Yin Huan is his fiancé and will be married soon. From now on she has to eat what he peels for her food. No one else is allowed to eat what they peel. He came to spoil her and pamper her so no one else would have a chance. Right. That's it. Bo-sun puts the shrimp into Yin Huan's bowl. Who's having a temper tantrum? I'm not. I just think that this thing of looking for you to find a male model is not something you can do in the future. What if you get wrapped up in it? Yun Huan is beautiful and generous in gold. If he is a poor boy with no money he will surely find a way to rely on her. Just listen to Tokiwa's nonsense. Yun Huan was helpless. Bo-sun swept a cold eye over. He. Timothy laughed awkwardly. Not to mention the male model thing. Anyway, our family Huan is going to marry you in the future. You have to take good care of her. No need for you to say. The seeds of doubt had been planted in Thin Search's mind. There's no way this male model thing is empty. He'll have to keep an eye out for it later. Maybe it's a time floss point. Huan didn't volunteer to have a male model serve her. After a good meal, Yin Huan and Shursua are going to visit some newly opened high-end women's clothing brand store. He was actually rejected when he said he was going to be an ATM. You go to work? You're idle? You're not really going bankrupt, are you? Yin Huan certainly didn't feel that Thin World Group was going bankrupt. Otherwise it's impossible to give her back that much dowry. It was simply that he didn't want Thin Seeker to follow. Very idle. I'm the boss of a company. I'm almost married, and I don't have a few days of wedding vacation. Bo-sun opens the car door. Get in. Everywhere is full of girls. When you show up, whose attention are you trying to attract? Yin Huan's white hand poked his chest through his white shirt, her eyebrows smiling. You're my fiancé now. Pay attention. Don't let other women miss you. Although Yin Huan's fingertips were through his clothes, he felt as if an electric current passed through the part of his chest she touched. It's crunchy and itchy. The knot in Thin Seeker's throat slid uncontrollably. In the hidden place of the big tree by the roadside, Yin Huan's red lips were slightly raised. Her smile was shallow and faint, but it was exceptionally seductive. Just drop you guys off and I'll leave, okay? I'm not getting off. Bo-sun retreated. I don't know why I want to spend more and more time with her now. It was common for them not to see each other for 10 days, half a month, or even a month or two in the past few years. But when they thought about them getting married soon, Bo-sun suddenly wanted to stick to her. When I couldn't see Yin Huan for a while, my heart felt empty, scratching my heart. Honestly, he hadn't slept well in the last few days. Dreams are all about Yin Huan. Are you bored? There will be plenty of time for you to be the chauffeur in the future. Hwan turns around and walks away with Shersu on her arm. Getting married soon. She's going to enjoy one of the few single lives she has while she can. I don't want to spend the whole day looking at Bo-sun's face. Hwan's driver opened the car door and escorted the two young ladies to the car. Bo-sun stares at the driver dead on. How come Hwan's driver is so young? Is that all she likes? Fresh meat? He's not old either. He was young, strong, and crunchy. In the car, Shersu stared meaningfully at Hwan's side face and suddenly came closer. Gossip. Hwan, do you have feelings for Bo-sun or not? Chapter 9, I have a good back and kidneys. There is. Hwan smiled brightly and delicately. Oh what I hate him. Hwan lightly grunted. He knew about the marriage union for a long time. He actually didn't even tell me. Do you think he's a? Timothy, might want to surprise you. What surprise? It's called a shock. Hwan's entire body was bad after hearing that news, but that was Grandpa's wish, and Grandpa is so sick now that it can basically be considered his last wish. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys fall in love with each other. No, there is only killing each other, not loving each other. Hwan has already categorized Bo-sun in her mind as a tool person in the scope of a business marriage. They're both tool people. Then do not mention him. We have a good shopping, play, men, just a tool for entertainment. Timothy put his arm around her. Hwan want to open up a little. Aha, I don't care about Thin Seeker. We'll go to the clubhouse tonight after shopping for male models. I thought you weren't interested? I'm interested now. Isn't Thin Seeker angry? Doesn't he mind a lot? I'm going to go against him and piss him off. Hwan hums lightly. When we piss him off after we get our license, I'll be the heir to the Bo family. Be ambitious, and then you'll be able to bag me. I'll go back to bagging little puppies. Little wolf dogs. You're a middleman. I'll go straight to bagging little puppies. Don't little wolf dogs smell good? Hwan was arrogant. I'll share one with you at that time. I want to. You have to not be afraid of breaking your back. Hwan meaningfully swept her tender little waist. I have a good back and kidneys, so I'm not afraid. Tokiwa was already looking forward to that image. Just a little bit sorry for Thin Seeker. Whatever. It's not like it's her husband. Night falls. The streets of the capital is still busy. Many tall office buildings are still lit. The grievances from the beat workers will be the building cover like a layer of light fog. Bo-sun sat in the office of the president of Thin World Group. The large floor-to-ceiling windows printed out the bustling night scene outside the window. Scattered stars, a not-so-bright round of curved moon hanging. Bo-sun's large black desk is decorated with photos of those famous male models from major famous clubs in the capital. Thin Seeker rubbed his nose. His narrow phoenix eyes narrowed. Picking up this one to look at it. Picking up that one to look at it. Are these guys as handsome as I am? Assistant Jofu stood on the opposite side and shook his head. President, you're the most handsome under the sun in my eyes. What the hell is the use of being number one handsome in your eyes? Thin Seeker angrily crumpled those photos into a ball and kicked them out. Hwan actually went to play with a male model without even playing with him. He can be more fun than a male model. Jofu silently went to pick it up and threw it into the trash. He went back to his desk. President, maybe Ms. Prefers younger than her. Other than being young, there are half a dozen other advantages. Bo-sun coldly grunts. I'm sure she's just playing around. Ms. seems to be playing in the clubhouse right now. Jofu silently shows Bo-sun the photo on his cell phone screen. This is a friend circle posted by Bo-sun's best friend. C2. Thin Seeker stared at his assistant's cell phone as it rang. Sito's phone. Seek, guess who I saw under the moon? Your reserved wild rose, the pretty little green plum, the fiancé who was about to enter the marriage hall. Situ laughed with a sneaky smile. Yo, there are 3 or 4 men next to her. Want to come and catch her? Be right there. Thin Seeker's back teeth were gnawing. Hwan, you're awesome. The male model was mentioned at noon and shopped in the afternoon. Inside the lobby of the clubhouse under the moon, Tokiwa and Hwan were sitting in a card table. In this aspect of male color, Shersu always enjoyed it more than Hwan. She called her sister left and right, one after the other. Hwan never liked it. She was more interested in clothes, bags and jewelry, and antique painting collections. 2-year-old tweens who looked 19 or 20 years old sat beside her, poured her wine, and, following the posture of the opposite side, peeled a grape and brought it to Hwan's mouth. Hwan is chatting with her mom, who is sending her the dowry she prepared on her phone. Hwan realized that it was good to be married, and that her wealth had multiplied several times over at once. From the Thin family, from mom and dad. Sis, the little puppy called to her tenderly, her eyes shining. Hwan smelled grapes. She quite liked eating grapes, but the grape was in the hands of a strange man. The juice fell on his fingers and ran down his fingers. Hwan suddenly felt a little nauseous. You eat it. She has no appetite. Sister won't let us do anything. We are so unsettled in our hearts with the money. The little puppy ate the grape and went to get another piece of watermelon. Sister, eat watermelon. Inhwan was looking at a phoenix crown her mom had sent her, her fingers zooming in to check the details. This crown must be worth a few $1,000,000. Did mom go to the museum to get it? I can't believe there's such a thing. Can I wear this on my head? But the collector's value is very high. Sister. The little puppy brought the watermelon to Inhwan's lips, and she lifted her eyelids with some impatience. Her red lips pursed slightly. Bosun saw this scene from a distance when he came in. Yunhwan, you're really a golden lady who dresses and eats, and you have to have a watermelon delivered to your mouth. You're really getting good at enjoying yourself, my beautiful fiancé. What a coincidence. You're here to play too. Thin Seeker's dangling voice came out. Inhwan lazily raised his eyes. Bosun wearing a black shirt, chest buttons unbuttoned 3, revealing a cut. Bosun sparsely dressed, but his face is handsome. Upright posture. Once appeared around the other people are eclipsed, but Inhwan has seen a lot of Thin search. Just calmly and continue to be on the phone and the mother and father of the pampering. Straight up I love you mom. That's it? Thin Seeker couldn't believe that she was so calm when she got a male model to play with her and was caught red-handed by her fiancé. What's the difference between that and being caught in bed? What's the difference? Sister, is this man your fiancé? He looks so fierce. He's not going to commit domestic violence, is he? The little puppy next to her played out the essence of the tea ceremony. Thin Seeker wanted to vomit at the sound of the deliberately softened clip sound. How can Inhwan stand it? What is it about this kind of person that attracts her? Just for being 18 or 19? Young? Knowing that I'm her fiancé, why don't you quickly roll? Bosun's dark eyes contain anger, slowly and methodically pulling up the cuffs of his shirt. Or should I help you guys get out? Sister, brother, he's so mean. Don't marry him. This kind of person will really get domestic violence. The little milk dog is not afraid to die and continues to say, even physically moving closer to Inhwan. Inhwan subconsciously moved her body, and Bosun grabbed the little puppy's collar, yanked it toward the ground, and kicked it over. Inhwan, good lord, what a violent streak. Don't be long-eyed. I've said it's my fiancé. You still dare to go up and stick it. Bosun nonchalantly stepped on his calf with his leather shoes, coldly and hostilely leaned down. Look at her face clearly. Before you look at my face clearly, Bosun, your grandpa, give me a roll. Chapter 10, Huan is so sweet. Timothy was stunned. Thin young Marshall, the sharp pose, the 1-2 punch, the air crushing, the coolness. The little puppy on the ground begged for mercy, and not only did he roll away, but the others were also scared away by Bosun. Bosun finishes cleaning up those people and sits down on Inhwan's side, her expression clear and cold, as if she didn't even watch the action just now. Keep staring at the phone. What? The guy on the cell phone is more attractive to her? Inhwan. Bosun picks up the watermelon on the table and brings it to her mouth. Eat the watermelon. Timothy. She couldn't read it. He stared straight at Inhwan's glistening and red lips. The male model had just pressed the watermelon against her lips. He was also a man and naturally knew the nasty disgusting thoughts in a man's heart. Inhwan gently took a small bite. It was quite sweet. She had eaten the watermelon, and Bosun didn't mind, opening his mouth and eating it. Inhwan looked on, a touch of strangeness rising in her heart. Do you do domestic violence? She didn't listen to half of what he said, and she took other smelly men's casual remarks to heart. As long as you behave, I promise no domestic violence. Me, a good boy? Are you dreaming, Bosun? Inhwan is disdainful. If you dare to domestically abuse me, divorce in minutes. No discussion. What about your domestic violence against me? Bosun picked up another piece of watermelon. How so? I'm so gentle and ladylike, delicate and weak. Can I domestically assault you? Inhwan casually pinched the line of his bulging arm. The muscle bulged a big bag. Look at it. You have hard muscles. I hit you? I think my hands hurt. Although she only pinched a little and withdrew her hand, Bosun felt that area of his arm was tingly and itchy, as if he was suffering from skin hunger, frantically wanting Inhwan to continue to pinch, rub, and touch, even if it was to use her little hand to beat it up a little. Thin Seeker felt a little blazing mad inside. He picked up a cocktail on ice from the table to ease the heat. Inhwan's beautiful eyes turned with the movement of his arm as she waited for him to finish his drink before she spoke slowly. That's what I drank. I don't mind. I've had all your spit. Bosun puts down his empty glass. Like the drink. Order a few more. Point. Inhwan didn't mind. Now that I'm here, I don't plan on going home so early. Timothy sat across the table hesitating to leave. Go quietly, or stay and watch the fun. Hey, better go. Timothy picked up his bag and even bent over as he left, afraid of being noticed. But Inhwan still saw Tokiwa's back. The traitor. You, sit over there. Inhwan nonchalantly instructs Bosun. Me, refuse. Thin Seeker then tried to get next to her. Inhwan got up and sat down himself. The clubhouse is dimly lit, but Inhwan still notices that Bosun's face darkens. Black is black. She's not afraid of Thin Seeker. In Hwan, have some self-consciousness, okay? You're about to get married and you still run out to play with a male model and let him feed you. Your hand is ruined. Bo-sun is furious. Lungs are going to explode. It's because you're getting married that you're coming out to play coming out to play after you get married. Wouldn't you be even more angry then? In Hwan's smile brimmed without a trace. You're planning to come out to play after marriage? I play. You after marriage. Just play with her. 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 It must have been a beautiful picture to see her high and mighty delicate young lady messy and broken in front of him, daintily begging for mercy. Just thinking about Bo-sun made his blood boil and his lower abdomen heat up. It just so happened that the waiter brought a couple more glasses of wine. He picked up his drink and drank. In Hwan, on the thin Sikh playful bad smile. He sipped his wine. The raised throat knot on the neck grunted and rolled. He drank in a hurry. The corner of the mouth out of a few drops of wine stains. Along the lingering jawline rolled down the neck, sliding down to the knot of the throat. The light is dense card seat. The painting is extraordinarily sexy and provocative. In Hwan looked dazed and didn't remove her eyes for a moment. Bo-sun noticed her line of sight, his slender fingers touching the rim of the glass, smiling with a thieving smile. Little Hwan, it's okay for you to play with me. If Hwan has some boudoir fun, I wouldn't mind cooperating. Thin Search puts down his wine glass, gets up and walks over. Every cell in his body was screaming like crazy, not wanting to just face In Hwan across the table, wanting to be next to her. Thin Seeker was late to the party, but he had a few drinks as soon as he arrived, just sitting down. In Hwan smelled the faint odor of alcohol. Fiancé. Bo-sun stared straight at her white and pretty side face, her small ears with silver earrings, the pendants of tiny stars half in the air and half hidden in her black hair, hidden and tantalizingly tight. Thin Seeker wanted to kiss her. Ever since he'd held her down on the couch and kissed her that night, he'd fallen in love with the feeling of eating his way to the top. He couldn't help but come closer, and all that hostility from before had long since dissipated without a trace. What male model? All are just clouds and smoke passing by. Only he is In Hwan's final destination. Hwan. Bo-sun couldn't hold back, lifting his hand to clamp down on In Hwan's jaw and wrenching her face. In Hwan's beautiful eyes knit slightly. What are you doing? Bo-sun, let go. No release. Bo-sun's voice carries a bit of hoarseness after drinking, and I don't know if it's because of the light, but In Hwan feels that at this moment Bo-sun's eyes are a bit mesmerized, and there's even a bit of frenzied infatuation. How? Hwan is so cute when he's gawking too. Want to kiss. Hwan is his fiancé. It's okay to give him a kiss, right? Thin Seek was afraid that she would hide, and his strong arm held down the back of her neck, and his thin lips pressed down. In Hwan couldn't break free and was forced to kiss him. With the experience of the previous kiss, Bo-sun quickly pried open her teeth and kissed her in a sticky, lingering manner. In Hwan had only had a sip or two of wine tonight, but at the moment her mouth was flooded with a mixed flavor of wine that was a bit bitter. Thin Seeker's feelings were the opposite of hers. He felt that Hwan was sweet everywhere. The lips are sweet, the teeth are sweet, and the tongue is sweet. Despite the surrounding noise and clamor, in the secluded card seat against the wall, In Hwan seemed to only be able to hear the ambiguous watery sound of the two kissing, like the extraordinarily obvious dubbing of couples kissing in TV dramas. Feeling like she can barely breathe, In Hwan braces her hands on Bo-sun's waist and tries to push him back. Her strength was already small, and it was even more insignificant in front of Bo-sun. She blushed, had trouble breathing, and bit him with her teeth. Bo-sun was bitten before he came to his senses from his infatuation and intoxication. His lips were flooded with pain, and he couldn't get enough of releasing In Hwan's delicate lips. It's so red from his kisses, even a little swollen. Done. In Hwan is absolutely furious. In Hwan slapped him across the face. Thin Seeker rubbed his face. Last time he was kicked. This time he was beaten. But he surprisingly felt it was super worth it. It's simply a great deal of money. You're shameless. In Hwan scolded him. Bo-sun readily admitted. I'm shameless, I'm nasty. I kissed my own fiancé and got beaten up, and I'm still guilty. In Hwan, is Bo-sun's brain broken? Chapter 11, Falling in with Hwan's car. In Hwan really doesn't have half a clue how to deal with a cheap bastard like Bo-sun. In Hwan picked up the wine on the table and took a small sip. After finishing her drink, she took out her lipstick and very nonchalantly put her cell phone in camera mode for Bo-sun to hold. Lipstick all for me to eat. It's dark here. So Thin Seeker took his cell phone out as well and turned on the flashlight function to illuminate it. His dark eyes burned as he stared at her kissed lips, which were already flushed, and now with the magnificent red color applied, those lips were even more moist and clear. The already restlessness in his body was getting excited again, and wanted to kiss In Hwan on the lips. It's not enough to eat. Thin Seeker laughed evilly. Then he got a big blank stare from In Hwan in return. His fiancée, who rolls her eyes so nicely, Go! Upstairs in the box. Inhwan had just finished touching up her lipstick when C2, who had been watching, came down. Going to play? Thin Seeker asked her. You can go if you want. Inhwan gathers her lipstick phone, not caring what Bo Sun is going to do. What about you? I'm going home for my beauty sleep. Inhwan got up and was about to leave. Sito, I won't be there. I have to see off my beautiful fiancé. Bo Sun hangs back with his hands in his pockets. The kiss just now wasn't enough, and sending her home might get her another one. Sito came here for nothing and inexplicably ate a meal of dog food. Gotta. When he asked Bo Sun to catch Inhwan, he should have thought that, on the surface, this man is unrestrained and loves freedom, and Inhwan has been in love with him for many years, but none of the brothers could not see Bo Sun's thoughts about Inhwan. That's something you can't hide from the start of school. Now that they're engaged and joined in marriage, there's no telling when Bo Sun will actually capture Miss Yin's heart. After all, that was the capital's first lady. How many people wanted to marry Inhwan? Even if it was to become a member of the family, they would be willing to do so, not only because of Inhwan, but also because of the Yin family's position in the capital, the Yin family's immense wealth. Any one of these alone is enough to make countless men swoon. Inhwan stepped on her high heels and walked ahead, and the people she met on the road bowed politely in greeting when they saw her. Good evening, Ms. Yoon. Ms. Yoon, welcome to your next visit. Ms. Yoon, take care on the road. Take care, Ms. Yoon. Bo Sun walks behind her, the bottom of his eyes darkening a few points. So many people know her. It seems like Inhwan doesn't usually come to this kind of place. He had truly underestimated Inhwan. Not only does she enjoy it, she's good at it. Inhwan's driver hadn't left yet, and they had just gone out when the driver pulled up to the front entrance of Infinity and got out of the car. Missy. Inhwan was just about to get into the car when her white wrist was suddenly yanked. She turned back and met Bo Sun's handsome face, raised her eyebrows and didn't say anything, but her meaning was already clear, telling him to let go. Fiancé, I just drove here myself. So? Inhwan twisted her wrist. Even if Bo Sun came in a wheelchair, it had nothing to do with her. I've been drinking and can't drive, so I'll just have to trouble Hwan. Bo Sun surprisingly let go of her hand, then took the lead in the car. Bo Sun, you're really not polite. Treating my family's driver as your family's driver. Inhwan gets into the car and slams the door. Thin Seeker leaned back lazily. Inhwan's car smelling as good as the air as her person. The driver, Chen Rue, went around the front of the car and got in. He saw Bo Sun's face through the car's rearview mirror, smiling yuppie style, his tall body crooked toward Inhwan, obviously seeking some physical touch. He put on his seatbelt and held the steering wheel with both hands. Miss, do you want to send young Master Bo first? He is Inhwan's driver and serves only Inhwan. Yoon said. Hey, where are you going back to? Bo Sun closed his eyes to fake sleep and feign drunkenness as he murmured. How about going to Hwan's house? Nice try. Inhwan directly gave the driver the address of Bo's house. The corners of Bo Sun's mouth rise slightly. Hwan, how long has it been since you've gotten to know me? I haven't lived in the old mansion for a long time. Why should I get to know you? I don't care where you live. I'll be able to live up to our union if I haven't thrown you out on the road. Although Inhwan can't beat Bo Sun, she never spares him with her mouth. It's just that Thin Seeker's mouth can blah 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 too. Thin Seeker sat in her car with a big grin, his legs splayed out like he had unconsciously touched his knee to her leg when he left the house in the morning. It was through her skirt and suit pants, but she'd never had much physical contact with anyone, let alone a man, and that silky electric touch traveled from her knees to her heart. Inhwan spread her legs and slapped Bo Sun's leg. Can't you sit more elegantly? She had never been so stifled in her own car with only a corner. Thin Seeker raised his eyelids lazily and saw her legs together, knees toward the car door. He stretched out his leg, his leather shoe lightly touching her heels. It's called bravado. Ha! Inhwan snorted disdainfully. It's not like you have anything to offer, and you're still digressing so much. Here we go again, right? You didn't inspect the goods when I asked you to, so you know how to wrong me. Bo Sun retracts his leg and tilts towards Inhwan. He just wanted to touch her, but it seemed to be hated. Not only did Thin Search move a little to the side, he even retracted his long legs. Even if the space left for Inhwan was wider, Inhwan didn't buy it, still settling down and playing with his cell phone, not giving him a single glance. But the words to dislike him came out of his red lips. Are you in a hurry? Can't live to see your wedding night? Bo Sun's chest depresses with anger. His breathing is ragged, and he grits his teeth and says, Inhwan, but whenever you get out of bed on the second day of your wedding, it's my incompetence. Oh, Inhwan was not amused, but anyone who lets him have his way on their wedding night is sorry to have fought him for so many years. Oh, that's her reaction? The careless tone drove Thin Seeker crazy. Pissed off, Inhwan ignores Bo Sun's raging anger and instead pleases her heart by making him angry. The driver quickly parked the car in front of the Bo family's old mansion. Bo Sun sits in the car, and in order to see In Hwan's face, he turns on the lights with a lift of his hand. Cheerful. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Pick me up? In Hwan was puzzled. To do what? Before Bo Sun could answer, the driver had already opened the door next to him. Young Master Bo, it's here. Chen Rui stood respectfully at the side of the car, transferring all the sweltering summer air outside into the car. Bo Sun was disturbed and upset. This driver was too unseeing. We're getting married. It's natural for us to live together after marriage. I'll take you on a tour of our matrimonial home tomorrow, and if you're not satisfied, you can change to something else. Bo Sun's right hand reaches out and rests on the backrest. His long fingers twisted a strand of In Hwan's black hair and kneaded it between his fingers. I'll listen to you. Good. In Hwan lifted her hand and with a single finger she ruffled the hair from Bo Sun's hand. It's time for you to get out of the car. Treadmill. He didn't want to get out of the car and wanted to follow Joy to her house. But the next car door was open and the door handle was in the driver's hand. Fin Search got out of the car with a sullen face. This driver, sooner or later to drive him. Chapter 12, Hwan Hwan's beautiful color. Yoon Hwan went to take a shower when she got home. By the time she got out of the shower and sat down at her dresser to take care of her skin, her cell phone lit up several times, and she didn't care. It wasn't until bedtime that she saw Thin Seeker's reply to her. He replied with all sorts of rascal, asshole, beat him to death and other emoticons she had sent him the other day. Is he too idle? You didn't return in the first place, but now you're returning. Lake reply then grass. In Hwan didn't even want to look at it. Fin Dogs, are you asleep? Also posted an emoji of a good dog waiting for a reply. It didn't fit Bo Sun's image in her mind at all, but In Hwan wasn't going to reply to him. Thin Seeker could ignore her messages, and so could she. It's better to make him scratch and claw and not be able to sleep for the rest of the night. But In Hwan laughed to herself after she put down her cell phone. Bo Sun is not that kind of man. The cell phone side of the Thin Search to In Hwan sent a number of messages did not reply. Their own comfort. The girl Sleep Beauty Sleep certainly did not see the message, so did not reply. The next day, Joy went to the Yin family to pick them up. Yin's father and mother have always favored In Hwan. Even though she is already 22 years old and In Hwan has a lot of properties in her name, she usually lives in the Yin family, unless she drinks too much outside and comes home late. Then she will live in her big villa. Seeing Bo Sun come so early, Yin's mother warmly greets him for breakfast. Bo Sun wasn't polite. He would change his name to Mom and Dad later anyway. It's just that this breakfast he's eating absent-mindedly, always glancing toward the dining room door. Is In Hwan still awake? Yin's father and mother take his little expression in their eyes and after breakfast, they let Bo Sun send the breakfast prepared by the maid to In Hwan to leave the room. The pampered young lady sometimes didn't want to go downstairs for breakfast, and the maid would respectfully bring it to her room. It's just basic enjoyment. Bo Sun is happy to bring his future wife breakfast, and he quickly finds In Hwan's room based on In mother's instructions. The room with the best light in the entire villa. The door to the room was open. In Hwan was wearing a simple pill head, sitting on a yoga mat in a black sports tank top and shorts. The white Bluetooth headphones next to her were playing soothing piano music. The humidifier was constantly releasing water vapor, and the central air conditioner was blowing out whistling cold air. Under the black undershirt, In Hwan's already white glowing skin became more and more white and translucent. Her spine was single and thin. As she moved, the butterfly bone of that back was obvious, and her white and slender neck was beautiful and elegant. Is this In Hwan's morning? Doing the same exercises as him, but exercising differently. Thin Seeker watched in fascination and began to look forward to the morning after the wedding. The two of them doing exercises together could be much more exciting than doing exercises alone. In Hwan finished her exercise before she noticed Bo Sun behind her. Put it there. Her tone was as calm as if she were directing the household servants. Thin Seeker listened but was not angry or annoyed and placed it on the white table. What time did you go to bed last night? Yo, is this an attempt to question why she returned the message? In Hwan sat lazily across from him, deliberately didn't return. Thin Seeker was dumbfounded. In Hwan took a small sip of milk. Bo Sun stared straight at her, from her delicate face to her neck and finally landed on her sexy collarbone, which had a tiny black mole on the left side, adding 1,000 flavors to her. His eyes were hot from watching, and his heart was beating fast. The raised knot in his throat rolled a few times. Who let you be my fiancé? Anyway, with me spoiling you and spoiling you, you can continue to be unbridled, wanton, and do whatever you want. I'll give you a pocket. Who cares? I have Mom and Dad. In Hwan didn't even bother to raise her eyelids. Bo Sun saved all that anger in his chest and waited. Come back and clean her up on your wedding night. Pack it in hard. In Hwan finished her breakfast, wiped her mouth and went to change her clothes. It takes time for a girl to put on her makeup and freshen up, so Bo Sun cleared the table and went downstairs to wait. It was more than an hour later that In Hwan came downstairs wearing a white lace-trimmed hip-hugging dress. Her original long hair was now slightly curled at the end, with a diamond hair clip on the right side, earring necklace, and delicate makeup on her face. She was exquisite and delicate in every way. Keep your mouth shut, it's going to drool. Yoon Hwan teased him. Bo-sun's eyes instantly light up. It's not like it's the first time she's exquisitely beautiful in front of him. She's always been this beautiful. That must be because Hwan is so showy. Thin Seeker touched the non-existent drool at the corner of his mouth. He's being lied to. Bo-sun and In Hwan go out. Just outside, a man came over under the blazing sun and held an umbrella above In Hwan's head, shielding him from the blazing sunlight. Thin Seek took a look. Yo, isn't that the driver? He's here. What need is there for anyone else? Bo-sun took the umbrella from Chen Rui's hand. Hwan is riding in my car today. You're on vacation. Miss. Chen Rui's hand was empty, and he sighted on In Hwan. Take a vacation. In Hwan is a character who is afraid of trouble, so she doesn't want to be bothered with this kind of small matter. And it's the same for riding in her own car and Bo-sun's car. Bo-sun held up an umbrella to block the sun above In Hwan's head. His fiancée's skin is white and beautiful, and she has been delicate since she was a child, so she can't be in the sun. He remembered to give her an umbrella next time. Chen Rui stood in place, his hands clenched, the bottom of his eyes flooded with gloomy coldness, murmuring in a low voice, Missy, my Missy. In Hwan smells a scent when she gets into Bo-sun's car. The air conditioner has a cartoonish aroma on the vents, lightly scented with jasmine. Bo-sun is really flirty. A big man still make himself smell good. The car also makes smell good. The car was sweltering in the sun for a while, and even though the air conditioning was on, the temperature hadn't come down. In Hwan felt hot and fanned herself manually. Bo-sun, either park the car in the garage or under a tree or turn on the air conditioner ahead of time before getting in the car. Who do you want to heat up? Missy, you've been messing around with your makeup for over an hour. How am I supposed to know when you're coming down? Bo-sun finishes, cranking up the wind. I'll remember next time. Humph, if I had known it was so hot in your car, I wouldn't have sat in it. Thin Seeker clicked the car lock in one go, then handed her the drink. Have some water. In Hwan sipped her lemonade and unconsciously bit the straw. Still not driving? Thin Seeker stared at the straw she'd bitten into, flattened and stained with a bit of her lipstick. Go, leave now. Bo-sun has always been fast at driving himself, but with In Hwan in the car, he's even in the mood to enjoy the scenery along the road. Where shall we look first? Missy, where do you live now? Yoon Hwan asked casually. I didn't expect you to be so curious about where I live. Okay, I'll satisfy you and take you to where I live now. Bo-sun's excitement rises, and with a foot of gas, the car speeds up significantly. Making a fool of yourself. Who's interested? In Hwan gave him a blank look. You, In Hwan. Chapter 13, Seeking and Holding Happiness. Thin Seek lives in a high-class condominium near the company. A large 400 square feet flat, with black, white and gray decorations. In Hwan saw a boxing sandbag next to the floor-to-ceiling window, a treadmill, and a dumbbell next to the treadmill as soon as she entered. Thin Seeker's tendon flesh really didn't grow up for nothing. Bo-sun didn't have female slippers at home, so he took a pair of male slippers and placed them by In Hwan's feet, holding her white ankles with a hot head. Startled, In Hwan braced her right hand against the wall and looked down at him. What are you doing? Help you change your shoes. No, Bo-sun, I don't want to wear your stinky shoes. In Hwan can't break free, and the spot on her ankle where he's holding her is hot and particularly uncomfortable. Why do my shoes stink? Thin Seeking fingers greedily rubbed her white skin. The line of sight could not help but follow her calves upwards. White and slender legs, without a single body hair, so delicate that one would love to pinch them. He even smelled the faint scent of In Hwan's body. Just stinky shoes. The soles of my shoes aren't dirty. I won't go in if you have to make me change them. In Hwan grabs his hair. Take your stinky hands off. Row, row, row. Bo-sun got up. I'm the only one who has a good temper and spoils a delicate young lady like you. Poof. In Hwan snorted condescendingly. You can withdraw from the marriage if you don't want to. I don't care about you. I rare you okay my big lady. Thin searched to her shoulder to lean. In Hwan lifted his foot and walked away. He almost physically hitched up unguarded, but luckily reacted quickly. In Hwan walked straight toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, and there were skyscrapers all over the place outside. The Iron Forest? In Hwan can't get enough of this black and white and gray decor, and the floor-to-ceiling windows are all filled with Bo-sun's exercise equipment. His home was filled with masculinity everywhere, with no semblance of a female presence. There's nothing to see here. Want to check out my bedroom? In Hwan swept a faint glance at him. Not going. Missy, home is for rest. Rest is sleeping. Bedroom is the most important place. Come all the way. You don't go to see? Thin Search had lowered to the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Here son Missy, your delicate skin. Don't get sunburned. In Hwan always felt that Bo-sun's eyes carried an impish smile. Ah, the bedroom, the place to sleep. Not even married yet and this guy is explicitly and implicitly trying to abduct her to bed. It's just so bad. In-hwan favors not wanting Bo-sun to have his way. No need to look. I don't want to live here after the wedding. It's better to live in a big villa. Yoon-hwan was pampered and had decided to listen to her on where to live after the wedding. But since she was at his house, and standing in the hall in her heels, with all those rooms, wasn't she the least bit curious about his life? The bedroom doesn't even look the same, where he usually sleeps, where he lay pining for her. She was half interested. Thin Seeker was frustrated. He gave a soft bad laugh, and In-hwan had just turned to walk out the door when her body was lightened and she was picked up by Bo-sun. Bo-sun is strong and his hold is strange. In-hwan feels like she's sitting on his arm. She can even feel the muscle lines of her arm bulging below her buttocks. Does he think he's holding a baby? Everyone else is princess hugged. He's hugged like this? Missy, you're so thin. Bo-sun likes this position, and if In-hwan doesn't refuse, they can kiss like this. But In-hwan's eyes were very disgusted. I'm skinny, but I'm very material. Unlike you, big tree hanging chilly. In-hwan, you misunderstand me too much. I damn well want you to touch it. In-hwan said with a sickening chill. Thin Seeker quickened his pace. Finished. The dog didn't really want to be allowed to strip his pants so she could inspect them. Did he? In-hwan was in a hurry. She doesn't want to get a pinprick. Let go of me. She grabbed his shirt nonchalantly, her red lips snapping. Bo-sun, what are you doing? Take you on a tour. Thin Search deliberately bumped her up. In-hwan is a little afraid of heights. The body bumps, even if it is not high now do not dare to look down. Slender lotus root arms around the neck of Bo-sun. The two small thin legs swayed. The tip of the high heels inadvertently poked Bo-sun's suit pants. Don't be upside down. Is he a dog? So excited. Thin Seek, not upside down, casually opened the door to a room and walked in with her in his arms. This is his study. Thin Seeker really wants In-hwan to get to know him and snoop around his life. In-hwan hadn't treated him well in the past few years and was halfway interested in his private life. In-hwan sat on his arm and gave a cursory glance around. Okay, next room. That fast? What's there to visit? It's not like you're going to live here later. In-hwan disliked this position. This feeling of being led around was not good, so she wanted to visit as soon as possible. Thin Seeker then carried her to visit the other rooms, finally stopping at the bedroom. In-hwan saw the 2-meter-2 dark gray king-sized bed and a faint touch of fear rose in her heart. If Bo-sun dared to use force on her here, he would never be spared. Hey, I'm so tired. Lay down and rest for a while. Thin Search laid her down on the bed when he finished. In-hwan wore a white dress. Her black hair was spread out like a waterfall, and the black high heels under her feet were not yet off. Bo-sun did not mind In-hwan dirtying his bed. It's beautiful. His fiancé. In-hwan tried to get up. Her upper body just braced. Bo-sun laid down. One arm pressed down on her slender waist. Her arm tightened. Her bony fingers pressed down on her waist, not allowing her to move. Bo-sun's head moved closer towards In-hwan, sniffing deeply at her scent that haunted him. The two of them were closer by the way. In-hwan faces Bo-sun's handsome face that is close at hand, and he even closes his eyes with an exhausted look. She couldn't control herself and started to taunt him. Yo, I'm so light. Young Master Bo only hugged me for a few minutes and he's tired like this. It seems that you really are a paper tigers on the outside. You look fit and healthy, but you actually don't have much physical strength. Bo-sun suddenly opened his eyes. The moment In-hwan confronted her, she actually saw possessiveness in Bo-sun's dark and deep pupils. She swallowed nervously, having made a move on Bo-sun before on the assumption that Bo-sun wouldn't really bother with her. But it was different now. They were an unmarried couple, and Bo-sun could make her cry for mercy in other ways. Sure enough, the next second Bo-sun rolled over and pinned her down. The ambiguous position made the two of them breathe in unison. Bo-sun stared at her nervous expression. Her long raven-feathered eyelashes kept fluttering. The central air conditioner was blowing out the wind, but Bo-sun's ears could only hear their interlocking heartbeats. Thumping, powerful and panicked. Hwan-hwan's lips are so pretty. Bo-sun traces her delicate red lips with his rolling eyes. But how come the words coming out of these lips are so unappealing? Chapter 14, Hwan-hwan blushes. How dare you say to his face that he can't, and not for the first time. Do you wish so much that you married a sexually impotent husband? Seeing her raise her hand to strike it down, Bo-sun reacted quickly and tackled her wrist. In-hwan stretched out her other hand, and in an instant both wrists were held by Bo-sun, raising her hands above her head. Hwan-hwan, I may have to disappoint you. Not only is your future husband not sexually impotent, he's very strong. Bo-sun's head lowers to her fragrant shoulder. Ha, after only hugging me for a few minutes, you're telling me you're strong? Hardware is fine, software is not, and that's incompetence. Do you just have to provoke me now? Bo-sun's thin lips were almost to her neck, and as he spoke, his faint hot breath fell as if he were kissing. No more. In Hwan went down the steps. It's almost noon. You're so bad. We're talking about business. How can you change the subject? Bo-sun holds In Hwan's ear, the tip of his tongue toppling and licking slowly along her tiny ear. In Hwan stiffens. The itch coming from her ears reaches her heart. Her hands are clamped down and she can't move. She wants to lift her foot to kick him, but her legs are also suppressed by Bo-sun. She was like a fish on Bo-sun's chopping board at the moment, at his mercy. She, In Hwan, hadn't been wronged like this since she was a child. She was indignant, but Thin Seeker's breath was too close, and his lips moved from the crook of his ear to the nape of his neck, his breath falling as his thin lips pressed down. In Hwan looked at the ceiling, naturally unable to see the incomparable obsessive fervor in Bo-sun's eyes. He murmured hoarsely, Hwan smells so good, don't you go too far, we're not married. In Hwan inclined her head to avoid it. He chased after it. Does Hwan mean you can do whatever you want to you once you're married? Bo-sun finally let go of her white neck and raised his head to meet her eyes. Yoon Hwan's face is so red. The ears were also red, as was the neck that had just been kissed. So cute. Scram. In Hwan cursed angrily. Bo-sun, you wait for me. I will definitely clean you up. What are you going to do to clean me up? Kiss me back? Thin Seeker turned his head sideways, exposing his neck to her. Ah! In Hwan was furious. This guy is definitely challenging her. So Hwan likes the front. Thin Search tilted his head again. Like the throat line? Shameless. Nasty. Pervert. Who the hell likes the knot in your throat? In Hwan was furious. Thin Seeker's bulging throat was right in front of her, and she opened her mouth and bit down hard. Hiss. Thin Seeker ate the pain and gasped as he buried himself in her shoulder. Yoon Hwan really bites. It hurts. You don't have to look to know that her teeth marks were definitely left on the neck. In Hwan got her hands free and pushed his shoulders. Bo-sun, get up off me. Can't get up. My neck hurts. Serves you right. Thin Seeker took a bite out of her shoulder. After biting it, he gave a wicked grin and sat up. Come on. In Hwan sits up as well and kneels behind Bo-sun, her hands clawing and scratching into his hair. Bo-sun was helpless. His arm pressed back to hold down her thighs. You like my hair that much? Glean bald again. A warm touch came from her bare thighs, and In Hwan's entire body froze as she inserted Thin Seek's pitch-black hair between her white fingers. With a push from his hands, In Hwan's legs gave out and she fell onto his broad back. Her breasts pressed against his back through the thin material of her shirt. Her hands fell from his hair and rested on Thin Seeker's shoulders before she hammered. Badass. Thin Seeker, hiss. Why do you have such hard shoulders? Man. In Hwan's hand hurts. Bo-sun turned back, held her wrist in his hands and coaxed a small child to blow on her hand. Husband will not hurt if he blows on it. Husband claimed to be on it before he was even married. In Hwan huffed and wrenched her hands away, stepped on her heels and got off the bed, heading out without looking back. She had just been held down by Bo-sun on her thighs, and she had been kissed on the ear and licked on the neck, as if her body had been taken over by his scent. Bummer. Thin-seeking nuisance. Thin Seeker gave chase. In the silver elevator, Bo-sun slightly lowered his head to level with her. Why are you still angry? You're a little. In Hwan bit her red lip and ignored him. When are you going to get a license? Bo-sun teases her. After the license, you're my wife. I want to be a slag girl. All wedding and no license. You can be kicked out anytime. Missy is so ambitious. Even if I agree, will my aunt and uncle agree? They won't look at the marriage license of the two of us? Grandpa won't look at it? Bo-sun is indifferent. It's okay to have a wedding before getting a license. Of course the license is mandatory just to be sure. With a license, their marriage is protected by state law. Okay, claim it, and claim it on the first day of the wedding. She would never give Bo-sun the chance to bully her earlier. Okay, Bo-sun doesn't stand against her anymore, and stands sideways beside her, unable to hide the joy inside, his mouth rising madly. After the two of them go out, Bo-sun takes her to a restaurant to eat, and then after the meal, they go to the wedding villa that Bo-sun has prepared. The car drove into the villa, although it was a dry summer heat, but the villa was planted with trees next to it. Inside turquoise lawn, brightly colored flowers, open-air swimming pool, and there was a fountain at the entrance. The villa's exterior design is modern, blue and white, and the Reggie character has already been pasted on the exterior wall. He's pretty active. The two of them got out of the car, and the servants who were busy at the villa stopped what they were doing. Young master, young lady, In Hwan blankly eyed Thin Seeker. Sooner or later, call it first, get used to it. Bo-sun strides in. In a moment you can tell your maid that your things can start moving this way. The environment is not bad, quite secluded, but also very beautiful, wide. Villa interior is not Thin Search apartment kind of black and white gray decoration style, bias warm colors. It's her favorite. In Hwan looked up as the 4-story high crystal lamp hung down, which was also quite pretty. Change your shoes and I'll show you around. Bo-sun takes a pair of women's slippers, emphasizing, new, clean, not smelly, not dirty. Bosun squatted down at her side, his eyes swept from her white legs, thinking of the feeling of the previous touch. His palms were so hot that he wanted to touch it again, but he's going to hold back until after the wedding. In name only. Inhwan didn't squirm anymore and cooperated by taking off her shoes and then putting on those pink and tender bunny slippers. Bosun also changes into a pair of slippers before attempting to hold Inhwan's hand. Inhwan slapped him straight away. Not allowed to hold. Thin Dog's eyes were lost. He continued to endure. After marriage slowly hold. After marriage holding Inhwan's small hand will not let go. After marriage work also hold her to the company. She has to hold her hand in bed even after marriage, and she has to wrap her legs around her. Inhwan, who was walking in front of him, felt a resentful look behind him. Not letting him hold his hand was so big fire. If we don't let him touch us after marriage, we'll be on fire in no time. Well, she's excited. Chapter 15, Huan visits the wedding room prepared by Mr. Bo. She wanted so much to see Thin Seeker's lustful expression, but with the way he'd just behaved in the apartment, this guy would never commit himself. It wasn't like she was strong enough to fight him. She had to take it easy. Inhwan visits the villa and Bosun follows behind. The image that used to only appear in fantasy became a reality. Inhwan had a slim back, looked around, and then went up the stairs. What she cares most about is whether she has an oversized check room, a jacuzzi, and a comfortable sleeping environment. The check room was white through and through. The walls were royal colored. The oversized mirror was lit on both sides, and the closet already had a number of new clothes hanging in it. Her favorite brands, even bags, shoes, jewelry, and more. These are what my mom prepared for you, Thin Seeker casually explains when he sees her gaze lingering. You girls have a lot of stuff. This check room is super big. You can fit as much stuff as you want. Bosun stands to her side and points. There's also a door over here that goes over and connects to our bedroom. Inhwan pushed away his head that came over. Her delicate soft and scented palm pressed against his face. I'll visit myself. Shut up. You won't let me kiss or talk. So what's the point of having this mouth of mine? You can go downstairs and get high. Or, Inhwan sidled up and smiled wanly. I'll stitch you up with a needle. Inhwan smiled too beautiful, delicate and bright. Bosun suspected that this woman is the reincarnation of the vixen. Clearly a simple action. She sat up extraordinarily provocative. Hooked his heart itchy. How else can I kiss you if I'm sewn up? Thin Search's fingers touched his lips. Kiss kiss kiss. Day by day. I know how to kiss. It's annoying. Inhwan walks in the direction Bosun pointed. And the more she walks, the more she feels that the check room Bosun prepared for her is so big. And there are a lot of things prepared. Entering the bedroom one sees a red bed. How urgent is Thin Seeker? This wedding bed is all ready. A red red heart charm hangs in front of the white curtains. She didn't make much of a stop and went back to the bathroom. A large white tub with a window next to it that opened for a night view. Not bad, pretty happy with it. Well, the tour is over. Inhwan breezed past him. Take me back. It's over? There are 2 more layers. His study, her study, and the rec room. The villa also has a basement, recreational area. Take your time with the rest. It's not like you can't live. Thin Seeker was black-faced. He felt deeply that if he died young, not only would Inhwan not be sad, she would hoof it and remarry with his cubs and inheritance. He must live well. Inhwan's arrogant and smelly temper will suffer in the future without him pampering and spoiling her. Bosun sends her home on the way. Inhwan changes her mind about going to the hospital to see her grandfather. Thin Seeker then turned around and drove her to the hospital again. Inside the hospital room, when the frail old man saw the 2 of them come in holding hands, there was suddenly a luster in his godless eyes. I knew it. You guys are perfect for each other. The old man's voice was weak. Ah, Seek, you must love my precious granddaughter well. Grandpa, don't worry. I will be good to her for the rest of my life and never leave her. Bosun can't help but hold Inhwan's hand tightly. It felt good, even though it was at the door of the hospital room that he insisted on holding. Inhwan looked down. Bosun, this bastard, holding hands on holding hands. He actually used his fingers to rub the back of her hand. A warm and gentle action that made her skin itchy. Too bad. Inhwan felt that his grandfather's health was getting worse and he was thinner than before again. Going out from the hospital, Inhwan's mood was visibly low. Inside the car, Bosun tilts his head sideways to look at her. Missy, do you want to go somewhere to play? I'll accompany you. Drink up. Inhwan snapped. Thin Search, _ It's really hard to coax Missy when she's angry. How can a noble and beautiful young lady be so foul-mouthed? No drinking tonight, no eating after 8 p.m. Come to the hospital tomorrow for a premarital checkup. Inhwan gripped her seatbelt. Don't go yet. If you don't want to drive me, I'll have the driver pick me up. At the mention of a chauffeur, Bosun was bored. That unintelligent, unseeing driver, he really didn't like. I just swore in front of Grandpa to take care of you for the rest of my life, so how could I not be willing to give you a ride? After Bo-sun finished speaking, he drove the car out. In-hwan didn't say anything all the way, and when she got off the bus, she even left without looking back. As a starry night falls, In-hwan sits in the downstairs hall waiting for her father. Still not resting, Missy? Chen Rui is a live-in chauffeur who specializes in In-hwan's travels. He walked over to In-hwan with the water. It's late. As far as he knew, In-hwan had always gone to bed early because of her love of beauty, and for her, going to bed late was a natural enemy. Couldn't sleep. In-hwan leaned back lazily. Does Dad come home this late every day? And isn't Mom worried at all? I can't believe I went to bed so long ago. Because of the marriage union? Chen Rui pushed the glass of water down in front of her. If Missy doesn't want to marry, I think Master and Madam dote on Missy so much that they will definitely follow your wishes. Yeah, Mom and Dad wouldn't have forced her if she had forcefully voiced her objections, but she didn't. Although she said that she would marry whoever she wanted. But Thin Seeker was different from others after all. She was more comfortable in front of Bo-sun, and if she didn't like him, she beat him up and gripped his hair, and Bo-sun didn't get angry, and he wilted and smiled at her. Bo-sun spoiled her and indulged her. As for love, she didn't know if there was any. In-hwan yawned. I'm not drinking, I'm going for a marriage test tomorrow, and I'm fasting from food and water. The word marriage check drilled into his ears. Chen Rui's eyes darkened. Missy still decided to marry him? Marry. Grandpa wants me to marry. In-hwan was really sleepy. Dad's not back yet. She's not waiting. In-hwan got up and went upstairs to bed. Chen Rui stared out at the glimpse of the sinister back. The next day, when Bo-sun came to pick up In-hwan, she had already washed up, but she just didn't look very energetic and depressed, and she was yawning as she sat in the car. In order to have more contact with In-hwan, I let the driver drive today. At this moment, In-hwan was snoozing, his little head cute little by little. He lowered his shoulders and raised his head to press In-hwan's head down to rest on his shoulder. Did In-hwan lose sleep last night from excitement too? Women are just mouthy. He says he hates him and won't marry, but behind his back he's so excited he tosses and turns and can't sleep. The sleepy Hwan becomes more and more adorable the more you look at her. Worthy of being a well-behaved baby who grew up eating kawaii, and it's as if the missing piece inside Bo-sun's heart has been filled by her. When they arrive at the hospital, Bo-sun hesitates and decides to wake her up. Cheerful. Here it is. Cheerful. His voice was low, not daring to be too loud, and In-hwan showed no signs of wanting to wake up. Bo-sun reached out a hand and pinched In-hwan's nose, preventing her from breathing. Chapter 16, Seeking Pleasure in Going for a Marriage Test Together. Well, In-hwan opened her mouth and jerked awake. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Bo-sun's withdrawn hand. She looked sideways in bewilderment and pushed him with both hands. Bo-sun, take it easy. This is a hospital. Don't scream so loud. Doesn't your throat hurt? Bo-sun is still smiling after being hit. You're like a pig. You slept all the way. You're the pig. Your whole family are pigs. Don't forget you're going to marry me soon. You are what I am. Thin Search was overjoyed. In-hwan whacked him a couple times. That's domestic violence tendencies you have. Missy, who can prove that I'm domestically abusing you? We're clearly having a love affair. In-hwan whacked him again. I can't believe I pinched her nose and called her a pig. The fight. Thin Seeker tackled her hands and pulled her violently into his arms. In the narrow interior space of the car, the two of them were close to each other. In-hwan's breathing was heavy because of her excitement, and her beautiful light brown eyes were staring at him indignantly. Bo-sun wrapped her into his arms. The aroma of her body was all over his nostrils. He whispered, Missy, I'll accompany you to make a mess after the medical checkup, okay? You let go of me. It's kinda hard to let go. Bo-sun comforts himself that there will be a long time to come and that he should not be in a hurry before releasing In-hwan. When she got out of the car, Missy huffed and puffed and didn't look back. In-hwan made an appointment online yesterday, and when she went there, she took the medical examination form, handed Bo-sun's one to her, and went alone to have her blood drawn. Bo-sun followed behind her, watching as the nurse inserted the sharp needle into In-hwan's arm. In-hwan didn't dare to look, and when she inclined her head, she saw Bo-sun. Lean into my arms if you're scared. Bo-sun steps forward. Come on, bury yourself over here. Hubby's bosom is always open for you. Only the zap hurt, and now In-hwan had no feeling. In-hwan is arrogant. Che, it's just a blood draw. It doesn't, at all, hurt. My Hwan is awesome. She's not even afraid of drawing blood. Bo-sun smiles and praises her. In-hwan inwardly spat madly, treating her like a 3-year-old. After In-hwan draws blood, it's Bo-sun's turn. In-hwan didn't wait for him and just walked away to check up on other items. After 2 hours, In-hwan finished her final gynecological examination and her whole face was red. She sent a message to Bo-sun, asking him if he had finished his medical checkup. Thin Seeker sent her a floor and room number to go over. In Hwan had wanted to just walk away, but on second thought, Bo-sun wouldn't have any health problems, would he? Yoon Hwan went in a hurry. She pushed open the door and Bo-sun was sitting in the empty white room with a few magazines in front of her, and judging from the dress of the girl on the cover of the magazine, that magazine should not be simple, and Bo-sun had a small transparent cup in his hand. She had just had a gynecological examination, so she naturally understood what Bo-sun was trying to do at this moment. The marriage test for men. To check that area, In Hwan walks up to Bo-sun, her arms wrapped around her chest, towering over her and bowing her head. TSK, can't get it out? Well, Missy's help is needed. Okay. In Hwan picked up a magazine and flipped through it, spread it out and put it in front of him. I'll hold it for you. Okay. There aren't many wives as smart and virtuous as her. How generous of her. Bo-sun just couldn't get interested in reading these magazines at all. That's why he asked her to come. Instead, In Hwan flipped him over. Doesn't he have any hands of his own? Bo-sun snatched the magazine from her hand and threw it far away. What's the madness? In Hwan was shocked. I want to look at you. Bo-sun's voice was hoarse, but his dark, deep eyes were staring straight at her with a hot gaze. In Hwan avoids his gaze and shifts her eyes downward, but she sees Bo-sun's belt unbuckled and can still see the English letters on his black boxer shorts. Her ears instantly popped red. You don't know how to be shy. Won't let me see it? What then? No inspection? Thin Search shrugged his shoulders helplessly. No, it has to be checked. In Hwan's heart crossed and she said slowly. So, is it okay if I turn around then? Is it okay to have my back turned? Okay, as long as In Hwan doesn't leave. As long as she's here. Bo-sun thinks he can do it. In Hwan turns around with fire, her back facing Bo-sun, and even takes a few steps to put distance between them. The empty room fell into an eerie silence, the white curtains blocking out the view of the outside world and the hot light. She heard Thin Seeker's panting behind her getting heavier, and just the thought of what Thin Seeker was doing at the moment made her shy and her ears burst red. For the first time, she found Thin Seeker's panting so sexy. She couldn't help but fantasize in her mind about Thin Seeker's actions at the moment, and the more she thought about it, the more shy she became, shaking her head as she couldn't stop thinking about it. Bo-sun stared dead on at the slender back in front of him, already trying his best to hold back, low gasps still spilling out from the corners of his mouth. Aha! Hearing a muffled grunt from behind her, In Hwan's taut heart broke with a thud. Why did she feel as if only a few minutes had passed? That fast? Hello, I'm going out then. In Hwan blushed and trotted out. Bo-sun looked at her back. He was too excited, as if he had been misunderstood. It doesn't matter. He'll prove himself after marriage. After the marriage test, Bo-sun takes In Hwan to dinner. As soon as In Hwan sees Bo-sun's face, she thinks of what he did to her back in the hospital and starts blushing again. Oops, can't forget. Is it hot? Thin Search glanced at the air conditioning in the box. Cold wind at 23 degrees Celsius. Kind of. In Hwan blushed. Thin Seeker turned the air conditioner down another 3 degrees. In Hwan didn't feel any difference between the temperature in the box and just now. Bo-sun knew that she was shy because of what happened at the hospital, and he couldn't help it. He couldn't be interested in another woman's body. But In Hwan is different. Even a backdrop would be enough. That was an accident. I'm sure it was more than a few minutes. Thin Search was impatient to prove himself, but they haven't gotten a license yet. Who cares about a few minutes? In Hwan didn't even lift her eyelids, biting the straw and drinking freshly squeezed watermelon juice. You're my wife. In Hwan rolled her eyes at him. Bo-sun, you haven't fantasized about me doing that kind of thing much, have you? Discovered. The always thick-skinned Bo-sun also reddened his ears as he poured himself 3 glasses of wine in a row. Dare to do it. Dare not admit it. Recognize. Thin Seeker cupped his glass and met her snickering eyes. I'm about to have my dream come true. In Hwan gritted her teeth in anger. You're disgusting. So, sorry? What's the point of saying I'm sorry unless you don't think of me when you do things like that in the future? Missy, you're so generous. We're about to get married. I don't think about you. You want me to think about someone else to you? Do you think you're taking some kind of white moonlight stand-in script? The corners of Bo-sun's mouth rise. We're taking the childhood sweetheart script. Yoon Hwan milked it and said, if you dare to think of anyone else to me, you'll die even worse. Isn't that what possessiveness is all about? Bo-sun was in an instantly happy mood. I promise to think of you and only you with all my heart. That's more like it. No cheating mentally or physically or I'll divorce you in a heartbeat. What about you? Thin Search asked rhetorically. Chapter 17, gnawing on the old man as a child, now on the husband, and later on the son. I wouldn't either. In Hwan lazily propped up her cheeks. Although I don't like you, I'm a very contractual person. She touched her ear and it burned. Blame it on Thin Seeker. The momentary pleasure disappeared when Bo-sun heard that dislike in her mouth. The two were silent for the rest of the meal. After the meal, Bosun sends her back to Yin's house and leaves. In-hwan went home and lay down on his bed for a lunch break. After a couple hours of sleep, she lazily made her way downstairs. Everyone in the Yin family villa was busy. They're starting to set up. 2. The windows are decorated with red she characters. Baby. Yoon's mother saw her awake and brought a glass of water over. Thanks, Mom. In-hwan took a small sip of water. How was your day with Seeker? The image of what happened at the hospital instantly comes to In-hwan's mind. Her back turned in Bosun sitting behind her panting in a low, husky, restrained voice. Ahem. Slow down, slow down. Why are you choking on water? In mother patted her back. What happened? Mom is so sharp. She can spot that. No la. The two of us get along quite well. In-hwan smiles sweetly. Get a few mates to follow me upstairs and pack a little something to send to the new house. Go go go. Mother In was relieved to hear that they were getting along well. A few maids followed In-hwan upstairs. The maids are packing and In-hwan receives a message from Bosun on her phone. How come the domineering president in love is also like those pushing men on the internet? Eaton, did you sleep? What are you doing? Is he that idle? In-hwan only returned a sentence to send the luggage to the villa later. Thin Seeker quickly returned a good word. After Bosun finished the meeting, he anxiously went to the villa and waited. It turned out that a few cars from the In family came, but In-hwan herself didn't come at all. Bosun let out a bitter laugh. What's the rush? Hwan didn't say she would be coming over today. Meanwhile, Yoon-hwan is confronting his father in the study. You're going into the company? Inli looked at her baby girl in shock. Spoiled from a young age, never worked a day in her life. The petite young lady got married right away and said she was going to work. Baby, you're going to work for Thin World Group? You're going to work for Bosun as a secretary and supervise him? It's too much to ask for baby. Baby, you don't have to work. Daddy will hire a few more private detectives for you. Inli's heart aches for her. You, just keep eating, drinking and enjoying life. Daddy will support you. Dad, I'm talking about going to work for our family's company. I'm not going to work as a secretary for Bosun. In-hwan doesn't have that masochistic tendency. It's enough to see Bosun's face at home at night after marriage, and to go to the company to see him. Even the most handsome face will be aesthetically fatigued. Are we going to have a good time? Baby, why do you want to come to work? Inli got up. He walked around the desk to In-hwan. The old father painfully touched the forehead of his pearl in the palm of his hand. There's no fever. Why did you start talking nonsense? Dad. In-hwan pushed his hand away. I'm trying to keep our family company from falling into Bosun's hands in the future. I have to learn. Or what will I do when you guys are 100 years old? Baby, you now nibble the old. Nibble husband, when we are old and gone, you can nibble the little nibble your son. The bottom of In-li's eyes is thick with doting. To be honest with you, we are long ago discussed with the Bo family. In the future, you and Bosun's first son, with our surname In-hwan. May I ask if she was ever asked for her opinion on such matters? Even if you don't ask her to get married, she didn't choose the marriage partner. She didn't pick the wedding day. And she didn't even decide whose last name the child would take? Is this pampering or treating her like a tool person? Bosun can agree? In-hwan was more shocked by this. Inli smiled and said, he agrees. No matter what it's called, it's your child. The country has opened up to 3 children. You two are young, and you have more than one, right? In-hwan's worldview nearly collapsed. Are you out of your mind? Both of them are only children and they can actually agree to something like this? And his parents agree? Agreed. Daughter, don't you agree? Inli looked at her. I just feel as if my life is all set up by you guys. In-hwan lazily took 2 steps. She sat down on the sofa and angrily pounded the light gray pillow. You don't discuss marriage matters with me. You even decide what your future son will be called. What if I give birth to a daughter? In-hwan pouted unhappily. Inli walked over and squatted in front of her. Boys and girls are all the same. The point is, baby, you need to be happy. Then I'm going to work. Alright, if you're willing and Bosun is willing, Dad will arrange a position for you. Inli has always responded to her requests. Not to mention this small request. Given In-hwan's nature, her interest in going to work shouldn't last long. Daddy, you're the best. You sure wouldn't lie to me. In-hwan finally smiled. Love you, yo. Daddy loves you too. In-hwan happily left In-li's study. She went back to her room and lazily made a trip to the bed, staring at the ceiling light and fuming, with Bosun's low, suppressed gasps in her head again. Sounding good as hell. Stinky Thin Seeker. Bad Thin Seeker. It's not even around anymore and it's still going into her head. When she thought of the countless times Bosun had fantasized about her doing something so disgusting, In-hwan shivered with anger. She whacked the stuffed rabbit on the bed and fantasized into Thin Seeker's beaten face. Ah, to die for. How can I control myself from thinking about him? Yoon sat up with a flourish, changed into her bathing suit, and went for a swim in the indoor pool. In-hwan swam a few laps and stopped. She stood at the edge of the pool, her body hidden in the clear water. No way, this is too much to swallow. but I'm already tired today, so I'll think about it tonight and go back to Thin Seek tomorrow. The next day, a lot of relatives came to the house because her wedding to Bo-sun was near. In-hwan has to socialize at home, and is busy until the day before the wedding. In-hwan received the account book from her dad first thing in the morning. Go ahead, get the license and wish my baby girl a happy wedding. Oh, happy. In-hwan went downstairs with her account book and ID card. Thin Seeker walked towards her with his umbrella. Every day of the summer in July is hot and dry. Even at this moment it's only 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun is already high in the sky, the hot rays of light shining down. The ground is already baked hot. The air is stuffy. The car is parked in front of the door. Even if it's only a little distance away, Bo-sun is dedicated to holding the umbrella to keep her out of the sun. In the distance, Chen Rui wiped the car with a towel, but his afterglow stared at the figure that got into the car together. His missy is getting a license from someone else today. Will you take his car again? In-hwan is not just the In family's first lady from today, but also the Bo family's young grandmother. The air temperature in the car was cool and just right. In-hwan was content to lean in. Bo-sun's handsome face steeply came closer. Hwan, guess what I prepared? Chapter 18, Seeking Happiness to Get a License. Couple's clothes. In-hwan had seen the white shirt sitting on his side. Plus at the moment he's changed. With XH embroidered in red on the chest of his white shirt. The phonetic initials of Seek and Hwan. In front of the letters is the word she in red. I just said it wrong. This is what my mom prepared. Bo-sun handed her the women's shirt. I can't change it. Why? What do you think? Yoon-hwan asked him with a smile. In-hwan is wearing a dress, so you can't change your white shirt. Go back and change or buy a pair of pants on the way? Thin Seek seeks In-hwan's opinion. I'm not changing. You wear it yourself. She was so dressed up today. He got one of those customized couple shirts from online just to try and get her to change. Ugly rejects. I'll wear more alone. Thin Seeker spread out his women's shirt. Missy, just wear it for a little while. Just a little while. It's too ugly. Ugly? Bo-sun looked away. Was his aesthetics that bad? It's not ugly. With his and In-hwan's high face value in this white shirt, they are definitely the brightest couple in the Civil Affairs Bureau. Hey, Bo-sun sighs. Then how am I going to explain to mom that I'm the only one wearing mom's hand-embroidered shirt in the couple's photo on the marriage license? In-hwan took a handful of the white shirt. Bo-sun, acting pathetic doesn't suit you. It doesn't matter if it fits. It's fine if In-hwan eats it. They stopped at the mall and the two got out. In-hwan quickly bought a pair of jean shorts and went to change inside the bathroom. Thin Seeker stood outside and waited. Wait for the wife. Happy. Two girls come out of the women's bathroom and see Bo-sun by the wall. So handsome. Big handsome then. Want contact info? Don't dare. He's a man standing here. He should be waiting for his girlfriend, right? Don't be too obvious with that shirt on him. Haven't you heard? A handsome man's friend is also a handsome man, and even though he has a date, he always has a friend who doesn't. Punch, the two whispered, with no expression on Thin Seeker's face. How come Hwan is not out yet? Handsome guy, can I add your VX? The girl took out her cell phone and looked at him with a smile. Behind the two of them, In-hwan walked out in a white shirt and jean shorts, bag in hand, and smiled at him when she saw it. Doesn't add up. Bo-sun crossed over to them and went to take In-hwan's hand. Yo, young Master Bo has a good ticker. You can meet Peach Blossoms at the door of the women's restroom. In-hwan hands him the bag in her hand. Used to always pinch her Peach Blossoms, throw her love letters, and teach her in a big brotherly tone not to fall in love early. That boy papers are assholes and bad, and to stay away from men. He seems to have forgotten that he's a man too. So cheerful you can hold on to me a little longer. Che, In-hwan disdained. As long as Bo-sun didn't cheat on her, she didn't car eat all. The two of them go back to the car, and Bo-sun shows her the hospital's marriage test report, and the two of them exchange it. In-hwan saw this report and remembered Bo-sun's sexy gasps again. How on earth can that image disappear from her mind? Thin Seeker is in good health and has no problems. In-hwan just stopped looking. When the two of them arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, there were quite a lot of cars and people at the entrance. Finished. There seemed to be a lot of people getting licenses today. July 7th. Thin Seek. Bo-sun holds In-hwan's hand and goes in. There is a side of the hall with people already lined up outside. This side is less crowded. Let's go over here. In-hwan has never been to the Civil Affairs Bureau either, so she follows Bo-sun up. The two ended up going into the divorce registration window. Grayed out. In-hwan shrugged off his hand. Excellent. Before you get a marriage license you're here to get a divorce license. Prejudging is it? I didn't mean that. Didn't react. Bo-sun lowers his head to meet her eyes. Angry? Hit me. I'll let you. He hadn't been to the Civil Affairs Bureau either, and he was so excited that his brain didn't respond for a moment. Just think there are fewer people over here. Who knew that more people get married than divorced on a day like today? Oni-chan. Thin Seeker's face was sent to her for her to punch. How could In Hwan be in that mood right now? She pushed Bo Sun away without a smile. Why don't you go get in line? It's time to use the privilege. Thin Seeker took out his cell phone to make a call. In Hwan didn't stop her. She didn't want to stand in line either. There are too many people. The person in charge of the Civil Affairs Bureau soon came over, respectfully calling out to young Master Bo and Miss In, bowing his back and leading them to go through the formalities. After completing the formalities, Bo Sun holds the red marriage license, the corners of his mouth rising on both sides. In Hwan, on the other hand, took a picture and sent it to the In family's group, and left after completing the task. Thin Seeker immediately followed her, blearily changing his tune. Hey, wife, wait for me. The sun was high outside, and when he came out in a hurry without an umbrella, Bo Sun used the marriage license to block In Hwan's head. When she didn't respond, Bo Sun idly continued to call, "Shade your wife." When he reaches the car, Bo Sun opens the door. "Wife, get in." In Hwan stared at Bo Sun as he rounded the front of the car and quickly got in from the other side. "Wifey, wifey, you open your mouth to wifey." No screaming. Bo Sun proudly shook the marriage certificate. "It's going to be called the certificate issued by the state. Our marriage relationship is protected by the marriage law. You, In Hwan, are my Bo Sun's wife." Seeing him so pleased with himself, In Hwan kicked him over. The roots of the high heels were so thin that it kinda hurt to kick the root of Bo Sun's leg. "Just got the license. You domesticated me, and you asked me not to domesticate you. When have I ever laid a hand on you?" Bo Sun holds the marriage license. "Now it's cheap for you. With this marriage license, you can bully me any way you want. It's just an emotional conflict. So I'm the one who took the benefit of this marriage license?" Yoon Hwan laughed softly. Thin Seek got the better of it. "Right, the benefits are all yours." Bo Sun holds her hand. "Come on, take a picture for the official announcement. I've already sent it." Hwan, you're even more eager than me." Bo Sun laughed meaningfully, saying you don't like me on your lips is all a lie, right? In Hwan didn't bother to explain to him. Bo Sun held her white and slender hand, and his heart, which had begun to beat wildly with excitement from the time he received the license from the Civil Affairs Bureau, had not calmed down even now. The two of them had their hands interlocked with their fingers, the red marriage license pressed underneath, and clicked several pictures. "I'm happy with every one of them." He sent it to his friends, and then to the Thin family group. They are married and licensed and have entered each other's family groups. Yoon Hwan's cell phone keeps ringing at her, congratulating her on her new marriage. She just stared, but the group started sending out bridal bonuses. She decisively withdrew her hand, happily collected the red envelope, and then frantically typed, "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Auntie." Uncle and Auntie refer to Bo Sun's mom and dad. There's no wedding yet, so she hasn't changed her mind. Thin Seeker, empty in his hand, turned over the marriage license to look at it. He and In Hwan were simply a handsome man and a beautiful woman. A match made in heaven. A natural pair. A perfect match. Yoon Hwan is his wife now. Bo Sun really can't hold back his restless mind and closes his head sideways to In Hwan. "Honey, can I have a kiss to celebrate?" Chapter 19, To Seduce Hwan. In Hwan inclined her head and met his deep black eyes. "No, are you sure? Just don't give you a kiss." "Oh, In Hwan's hot lips pressed down as he clasped the back of her head. Bo Sun's mouth has a faint fragrance of fresh tea. This guy ate breakfast today, also brushed his teeth. He attacked hard, all the way against her teeth, sweeping her mouth, sucking the oxygen out of her. He's bad. Why is he still kissing? Bo Sun's kissing skills were average. He shouldn't have kissed anyone else before, and he didn't even let her have a chance to catch her breath. In Hwan punched him with his small hand, but it was held back. Woo! Thin. The cold wind was blowing in the car, but In Hwan felt hot, especially Bo Sun's body. "It feels so hot." Thin Seeker kissed her lips and rolled over to kiss her face. In Hwan grabbed his hair. "No, I'm wearing makeup." Thin Seeker was in lust at the moment, eager to stick it to her. Being denied a kiss on the face, Thin Seeker went to press against her slender neck. "Ooh!" In Hwan tilted her neck, a delicate gasp spilling from her red lips. "Crazy, it's on your neck too." Gently, "Do you want to bite through my neck?" Bo Sun was buried in the nest of her shoulder. Her lips were surrounded by her white and delicate skin, fragrant and soft, so like it. He's so in love. In Hwan's body was soft, and the sound she screamed out when she was kissed was also nice and silky, drilling into his heart. He just didn't understand why there was makeup on his neck too. "Thin Seeker, get up." Bo Sun rubbed her soft neck, then pinched her waist with both hands and lifted her hands. In Hwan sat diagonally on Bo Sun's lap, her lips, which had just been kissed fiercely, glistening and flushed, and because of her shyness, her fair cheeks also flushed with a faint blush, a delicate rose budding, bright and seductive. "What are you doing?" In Hwan propped up his shoulder. "You can't even sit in the car honestly now. Can you? Let's see if she'll ride in his car again. I want to hug you. Bo-sun circled her waist. Can you stop being so resistant? We're licensed. So, you have to get used to my touching you. There's no way we can be less intimate. I'm not that kind of sexually frigid man. Even though there was a driver in the car, Bo-sun was not shy and spoke frankly about what he wanted from her. I am. Are you frigid? Fin Search narrowed his eyes suspiciously. It should be. In-hwan didn't know, but she knew she didn't want to sit on Fin Seeker's lap like that. The hands around his waist were clasped tightly, the lines of his arms bulging under his white shirt, his body pressed against Bo-sun's chest, his arms falling lightly and sheepishly on his broad shoulders. Such a posture overly intimate. Try it after marriage and you'll see. Bo-sun was not discouraged at all. In-hwan didn't know that meant she hadn't been more intimate with other men before, including the man she had a crush on back in the day. Neither did the man who could make In-hwan, a reserved and beautiful red rose, write a love letter. In-hwan, you promised me. Seeing her silence, Bo-sun reminds her. Yoon-hwan gave a perfunctory You want to back out? There's no door. Bo-sun coldly hums in triumph. Tomorrow night, the night of the wedding. You can't get away. Oh, continue to be perfunctory. This lazy and unconcerned attitude of In-hwan drives Bo-sun crazy. Couples, that's how she reacts to something that important. Finished. Yoon-hwan isn't really sexually frigid, is he? Woo. The hand that falls on her waist squeezes, and In-hwan slaps onto the back of Bo-sun's hand. What are you squeezing? Yoon-hwan just had a great humming session. In-hwan's beating didn't hurt, so Bo-sun, who is itchy when he doesn't commit a crime for a day, pinched again. Yoon-hwan landed another slap. Aha. In-hwan jammed her hands around his neck. Let go. Bo-sun pinches her waist. In-hwan pinches her neck, and the two confront each other in the car. A chokehold probably won't kill you. A neck not so much. But Bo-sun knew In-hwan wouldn't. Plus In-hwan's force wasn't that great. He laughed instead of anger, his whole body relaxing against the back of the chair, the soft touch on his neck tickling him. You pinch. Husband's body is for his wife to play with. Why did In-hwan feel that pinching him even made him happy? That's not good. Can't make Fin Seek feel happy. In-hwan let go. I seriously doubt you're an M. That wife is my S. In-hwan's beautiful eyelashes flutter lightly. I didn't see it. Bo-sun, a domineering president, actually even understands this. In death? Nope. And where did you get that from? In-hwan questioned. Fin Search, this guy wouldn't have gone behind her back and gotten into some mess, would he? Honey, I haven't seen it. Haven't I heard of it yet? Bo-sun replies faintly. What's wrong with being knowledgeable? That knowledge is not for you to know. Then wife, you guide me. What position should I understand? Bo-sun wilted and smiled under his eyes. No guidance. In-hwan struggles, hitting and pushing at his arm before she breaks free from Bo-sun's arms. His own hand was red from hitting Fin Seek. Can you stop bulging out those muscles all over your body all the time? Yoon-hwan disliked. Isn't this to seduce you? Bo-sun grabbed her wrist and blew on her reddened fingers. The hot air exhaled met the cold air inside the car and had turned into cold air by the time it landed on In-hwan's hands. Seduce me? You have to take it off. Now. Fin Seeker ran his left hand over his shirt buttons. How many does my wife want me to undo? Still in the car and you're starting to be a hooligan. Fin Seeker, take it easy. In-hwan slanted him a look of contempt. Not interested, not interested. Don't look away. But barring that, she really wanted to change out of these clothes on both of them. It's so childish. When the two of them arrived at the hospital, In-hwan went to the bathroom to change first, leaving Fin Seeker alone again. Fin Seeker was accosted again. Wasn't it obvious enough what he was wearing? The word she is so big. It's 9 years of compulsory education, so you don't have to be illiterate, do you? Bo-sun directly flashed his marriage license. Married. So, when In-hwan came out, she saw Bo-sun standing long and tall in the bright hallway, manually fanning himself with the red marriage license, drawing sideways glances from people passing by. Throw Chuck. It's too embarrassing. Move it. In-hwan pretends not to see him and heads straight for her grandfather's hospital room. Bo-sun catches up with In-hwan in big strides. Why didn't you call me when you came out? Aren't you standing there as a male model? In-hwan, don't mention the word male model to me. Just that kind of quality of male model. How can you look at it? I just don't understand. We grew up together, and you actually downgraded your aesthetic so much when you look at my heavenly godlike face. Bo-sun can't wait to drive out all the male models in the capital. But that kind of stuff is springing up, and as long as there's a need for it, someone's doing it. It's impossible to rush. He could only manage to keep In-hwan from going. A face like a heavenly god? In-hwan laughed softly. Ever read Journey to the West? Aren't all the male gods in it bearded? How many of them are handsome? Chapter 20. Bo-sun, your kissing skills suck. That threw Fin Seeker for a loop. He ordered in a low voice. Anyway, you're not allowed to mention male models. In-hwan guffawed. deliberately antagonizing him. I'll just mention it. Male model, male model, male model, male model. Male. Thin Seeker covered her red lips and fiercely prevented her from speaking. Pissed him off to death. In Hwan's beautiful eyes flowed as she exhaled towards Bosun's palm. All he could do was cover her mouth. What else could he do? The man in front of her suddenly leaned in and stuck to her ear. 2 lips contained her ear. Murmuring darkly, "Missy, all licensed, still dare to provoke me." After saying that, Bosun loosened his grip, wilted and stole a fragrant kiss on her lips, smiling triumphantly. "Asshole." In Hwan cursed and turned around. Her heart was beating extremely fast and she didn't know why. How could she be compelled by Thin Seeker? That's all it took. In Hwan touched her ear, as if Bosun's breath, his saliva, still lingered on it. It wasn't enough for her to touch it. She gently rubbed it a few more times before giving up. Entering the hospital room, Bosun looks like a good boy who knows what he's doing and holds out the marriage certificate to the old man. The old man's spirits looked good today, and there was a gleam in his eyes. "Be happy, Joy. Grandpa, I will be happy." In Hwan spread a smile. She will be happy. As for whether Bosun is happy or not has nothing to do with her. The two of them stayed with their grandfather in the hospital room for 2 hours, served him lunch, and he took his medicine and went to bed before the young couple went out. In the elevator, Bosun silently approaches In Hwan. "Honey, what are we going to eat?" "I'm going home. Sito had to make me throw some kind of pre-wedding party tonight." "What time do I pick you up?" "Wife, you go play by yourself. I'm not interested." In Hwan rubbed her neck. "I have to get up early tomorrow morning to do my makeup for photography." "You don't need to do makeup. Wearing a suit that you normally wear is enough. Feel free to play as long as you don't delay the auspicious time of coming to pick me up tomorrow." Letting him go out and have fun, and before the wedding at that, she's halfway okay with that. In Hwan really didn't have him in her heart. That's why she wasn't half possessive and gave him enough freedom. In Yoon Hwan's eyes, he can do anything as long as he doesn't commit a crime of principle, right? The black luxury car drove into the In family's villa. Bosun sidled his head, his tone relaxed. "Missy, are you really not coming out to play tonight? Do you really want me to go out and play?" Yoon Hwan's eyes were slightly red and she spoke in a soft voice. There is a bright delicacy that comes through unobtrusively. She was red-eyed because she was sad in the hospital room and had tears in her eyes, forcing herself not to cry out in front of her grandfather. "Get some rest. I'll pick you up tomorrow." Bosun's body is close to her, and his slender arm opens the car door on her side. In Hwan is speechless to death. "Bosun, what about saying you're a gentleman? You didn't get out of the car. And what about saying you're not a gentleman? You opened the car door for me. Does she have no hands? Do you still need him to open the door for her like this?" The car door was wide open, and Bosun held her slender waist with both hands, not letting her leave, his jaw resting against her shoulder. "Because I'm torn between letting you out of the car or not." He doesn't want to be separated from his wife. They just got their license today. He doesn't know what it's like for other newlyweds who just got a license, but he just doesn't want to be separated from In Hwan. The pre-wedding party doesn't matter. It's just one more excuse to see her. Let go. The servants in the house saw it, and several looked toward them and shyly away again. Yoon Hwan had never been this close to a man in front of her family. The golden young lady, who is as high and mighty as a holy goddess, turns out to have worldly desires and will be trapped by the love of her male master. Inside the car, Bosun's handsome face was buried in her shoulder and rubbed lightly. "Wife, have a kiss goodbye. A French kind of wet kiss. Do you have that skill? You just learn others' French passionate kiss?" In Hwan opened her mouth to dislike him. "Let go. It's hot. Skill." Bosun was so angry that his speech and broken. "I kiss skill is not good? It's bad. It sucks. I don't feel good at all." In Hwan pushed away the fuming Bosun and got out of the car. Thin Seeker viciously went down the other side. His deep gaze locked onto In Hwan's back, and he subconsciously touched his lips, his mind recalling the previous kiss between the two of them. Was it because the kissing skills were so bad that it made her uncomfortable to kiss? So In Hwan bit him? How does he elevate that kind of stuff alone? Practice in the mirror? How sick is that? So it's all Yoon Hwan's fault. Waiting to marry her tomorrow, to hold her and kiss her tomorrow, morning, noon, and night, without letting her go. The two of them enter the cool hall one after the other, and Bosun nonchalantly greets In mother before going into the dining room to eat with In Hwan. In Hwan looked calm on the surface, but she kept muttering in her heart, he just despised Bosun's kissing skills in the car, and he's still cheeky enough to follow him here. So he's not trying to kiss again, is he? It's annoying. Bosun doesn't have much of an appetite. All she can think about is In Hwan's delicate face, her red lips slightly open, saying that his kissing skills are so bad that it sucks, and she doesn't feel good at all. He's a good kisser, this is a big one. Bosun sipped his water, his slender fingers pinching the glass. You obviously enjoyed yourself today as well, saying that I'm not a good kisser. Missy, Do you have the ability to teach me what it means to be a good kisser? Sure enough, the asshole was still obsessing over her words. Okay, come on then. Thin Seeker pushed the glass of water away, looking like he was at her mercy. Come on, kiss me, tomorrow. What? Thin Seeker was agitated. I'll teach you at the wedding tomorrow. In Hwan rose, her white fingers tracing over his chest slowly. Bosun feels a faint aroma, and when he tries to grab her hand, In Hwan has already turned away in style. There's no rush. Tomorrow's wedding has the groom kissing the bride. He would prove to In Hwan, and all the guests, that he was a good kisser. After saying goodbye to Yin's mother, Bosun leaves Yin's house. When he got in the car, he always felt as if a line of sight was watching him again. The car he was sitting in looked over to In Hwan's room. The curtains were open when they came back and now they were drawn. So she should have gone to her room for a lunch break. So was it Yoon Hwan who just peeked at him from the window? If you can't bear to see him go, send him a message and he'll stay. Hwan is still thin-skinned. I don't realize that night is falling. In Hwan went out of her room when a 5-year-old boy rushed at her with a model airplane, the sharp wing hitting her leg through her skirt. In Hwan sizzled in pain as she cooled her face and snapped, Hwa Duan, who allowed you to run here? She didn't like kids. It was because her cousin's brat was so naughty that she didn't feel half as good about them. When he was born, he said he hoped that his future son would be upright and called Xiao Duan. They seem to have forgotten that their last name is Hua. The little brat didn't live up to his name at all. There was no peace where he was concerned. Yoon Hwan's head gets big and goddamned annoying when she sees him. Hwan, you're awake. Cousin's sister-in-law Lin Ye walked over unhurriedly. Son, run slower, you almost hurt your little aunt. Your little aunt is a beautiful bride tomorrow. Come here, apologize to your little aunt. I don't. The little kid made a piercing sound as he slammed the airplane against the wall. Chapter 21, Honey, you care about me. Little children don't know any better. Hwan, you sympathize. Seeing that her son was not coming over, Lin Yu did not force herself. Instead she stared meaningfully at In Hwan. Lin Yu took out the posture of an elder and lectured her. Hwan, you're in your own home now. It doesn't matter how late you sleep. Tomorrow you'll be the Bo family's young lady. When you get to the Bo family, don't sleep in until now, or else other people will still think that our In family's $1,000 young lady is lazy and doesn't have the slightest bit of upbringing. In Hwan ruffles her long hair nonchalantly, her eyes still a little misty from just waking up. First of all, you have nothing to do with the In family. Secondly, I'll sleep as long as I like. Bo soon, he'll spoil me. And lastly, my upbringing is 1,000 times better than yours. It wasn't because the In family was rich, so all those young masters and ladies in the capital spoiled her. Tomorrow In Hwan gets married. A family business as large as the Yoon family's would fall into the hands of someone else, like her husband. Lin Yu face coaxed her. It's sister-in-law's fault. Bosun, he likes you so much, he will surely spoil you. Sister-in-law wishes you 3 years to hold too. Husband and wife love. In the future, we can bring the kids together to play. Sister-in-law. In Hwan pointed. Your son tried to enter my study. Didn't you stop him? Over there. Hua Duan dropped the toy airplane and wrenched his hands down to the metal door handle. Xiao Duan. That's Auntie's study. You can't go in there. Lin Yu ran over and grabbed Hua Duan's hand. Little Aunt's study has hidden treasures. You can't go in. I want it. I want it. What baby? Auntie, give it to me. Baby, give it to me. Hua Duan's limbs swayed frantically. Auntie. In Hwan closed the bedroom door and stood condescendingly in front of Hua Duan with her arms around her chest. She smiled lightly. Just don't give it to you. It's Auntie's. It's my stuff. Auntie's is mine. Hua Duan yelled loudly. Lin Ye hurriedly covered his mouth. What are you babbling about? That's Auntie's. In Hwan's face instantly changed. It seems that her cousin and sister-in-law hadn't said behind her back in front of the little brat's face that in the future, the In family's things would be their things. Kids may seem to be mouthy, and that's all a result of what they're usually exposed to. What to do? I kinda mind. In Hwan's cool gaze fell on Lin Yu's face. Cousin's wife, it seems like I need to remind you that everything in the In family is mine, and what's mine will only go to my son, not anyone else's, so I advise you to die while you still can. Yes. Everything in the In family is yours. Lin Yu picked up the crying Hua Duan and left. In Hwan rolled her eyes. I should have known to let Thin Seek join the family, but that high-minded and proud guy, the words of joining the family must be just words in front of her. Really let him join the family will definitely not do it. Mom and Dad were early adopters, knowing that there were people with bad intentions, so get her a backer ahead of time. Bo Sun, that man looks hangdog, the capital city who knows he is not to be messed with. In Hwan was thinking about it when her cell phone rang. The words thin doggy appeared brightly on the screen. She picked up the phone and headed downstairs. In play? Honey, did you just wake up? Aha. In Hwan was a bit surprised. You can hear that? Wife, I know you better than you think yet. Bosun stood on the balcony outside the box blowing the hot night air. Inside, his friends were buzzing with celebration and wine, and he, the man in question, just wanted to hear his wife's voice. My dad said you promised him that our firstborn would take my last name. Ian? Aha! Promise, it's all trivial. Bosun's left hand touches the wine glass, and as far as the eye can see is the bustling and lively night scene of the capital. There was a huge LED screen on the facade of the building across the street with a picture of an actress celebrating her happy birthday. The picture was finally retouched and many people were taking pictures of it below. He thought the actress wasn't 1% as good looking as Ian Hwan. He never got tired of seeing Ian Hwan's face when he grew up, and Ian Hwan was also beautiful from childhood. In this modern era where plastic surgery is very advanced, Ian Hwan is a natural great beauty. Drink less. Don't delay tomorrow's auspicious time. I'm going to dinner. Ian Hwan is starving. Finn Seeker was about to say something else when a beeping sound came from his cell phone. He smiled and brought his glass to his mouth. Cheerful just cared about me. Finn Seeker stared at the slightly sloshing liquor, flicked his wrist, and collapsed to the floor. Nothing is more important than him picking up Hwan tomorrow. Bo Sun returned to the box. You guys drink. I'll withdraw first. Brother Bo, leaving already? It's just started. My wife just called to tell me to drink less. Bo Sun shakes his cell phone, smugness in his eyes. Married men. You don't understand. There was an uproar in the box. Finn Seeker didn't mind. The lights were on over at Yin's house. Some people were chatting. Some were playing mahjong. Some were watching TV. And some were eating. Forever those men are at the table eating and drinking and talking for hours without stopping. Ian Hwan walked over and deliberately sat on Hua Han's side. Her uncle was the only one who had failed to start his own business and was not much good at managing the company. Now it's good that you're actually thinking about her family's stuff. Hwan is here. Our beautiful Miss Ian. She's getting married tomorrow. Hua Han had drunk too much, and her entire face exploded red, even her neck. He's the type that drinks and gets in his face. Come on, brother toasts you. Hua Han pours a cup of white and hands it to her. Brother first. Hua Han finished his glass of wine and poured himself another one. How much did he drink? He reeked of booze. It was awful. Hwan, why don't you drink it? Don't give your brother face. Hua Han sees her not moving and looks at her sideways. Cousin Hwan, don't worry. In the future, I will do my filial piety for you in front of your aunt and uncle. As for you, just go and be your luxurious young granny at ease. In the future, the Ian family's matters will be my matters. Ian Lee, who was at the same table, also frowned at the words. Brother, I'm getting married, not becoming a nun and transcending the red world. Ian Hwan pushed away the white wine he poured with one finger. So what? My Ian family's affairs don't need you to worry about them. Hua Han drunkenly says. That's not good. You have the Bo family to worry about in the future. Brother, even though I married out, my parents are still my parents. My parents won't become your parents. I can go home when I want to. Even if I stay at Yin's house for 10 days and half a month. Bo Sun, he won't have a problem with it. Ian Hwan thinks Bo Sun will definitely have an opinion. But that's a good problem to solve. Just bring him back to live with us. Hua Han was obviously drunk and couldn't hear Ian Hwan's meaning. Sister, they'll have a problem with you always minding your mother's family's business after you've married out. Ian Hwan's hands were stupidly moving, and she couldn't keep the smile off her face. He's capable of saying another word. Brother will help you manage, not only the home, but also the Ian family's company in the future. You can rest assured that you will leave it to brother. Snap. Ian Hwan slapped him across the face. Chapter 22 Miss. I'm strong. Everyone at the table was instantly silenced, staring at them in amazement. The beaten party, Hua Han, was also confused, and his drunkenness woke up most of the time. What did he just say? Jesus, accidentally said what was on my mind. Ian Hwan wiped her palms in disgust. I'm married, not dead. I'm still alive, cousin, and you're starting to think about my stuff. Or not. How can there be people who are even more than Finn Seek? Finn Seeker isn't even a compared to him. I drank too much. Drank too much. Hua Han slapped his face violently. He fanned himself a few times. Drunk, nonsense. Sister Xiaohuan don't mind. Brother didn't mean that. Ian Hwan's expression was faint. Having just eaten so much, why doesn't brother use some energy? Hua Han's face is hot and painful, and Ian Hwan still says he hit him lightly. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to torment him? Drink too much. Drink too much. Hua Han patted his head. I want to help you and help my aunt. I really don't have any other ideas. Cousin, don't be angry if I'm honest. Ian Hwan smiles sweetly. You can't think straight. My dad probably doesn't need your help yet for fear of going bankrupt like the Hua family's company. Right. Hua Han said drunkenly, and when he opened his mouth, the stench of cigarettes and alcohol came through. Disgusted to the core, Ian Hwan got up and left. Then she had someone go to Lin Yu and ask her to lead the people away. Yoon-hwan escapes from this side of the house and is again pulled to the couch by the other elders of the family to talk about some post-wedding matters. Come on, it's not like she's a pure little white flower who doesn't know anything. I'll scare you to death if I tell you. But she had a shy look on her face, as if she knew nothing about men and women. In-hwan was bored and leaning on the sofa playing with her cell phone when she suddenly heard some female elder calling her. She lazily looked up but saw Bosun, who was standing long and tall beside her aunt. What brings you here? Is this the end of the pre-wedding party? It's only 9:30. Thin Seeker grabbed her and headed upstairs. Thin Seeker, what are you doing? You go home now. Bo's family should be very busy tonight as well. He's a businessman and needs to maintain his connections more than anything else. Bosun has a sullen face. He received the gossip on the way. In-hwan got angry tonight and hit someone in front of so many people. Thin Seeker pulled her into her bedroom and looked down to examine her white palms. Who did you hit? Are you here to control me? In-hwan drew back her hand and walked inside with disdain. Don't think that just because we're licensed, you can control me and I can hit whoever I want. Missy, your husband, I'm strong. I'm also good at fighting. You can call me whoever you want to fight. You do it yourself. I'll be heartbroken if your hand hurts. In-hwan was sitting on the sofa. The bedroom was covered with small, round, red she characters. None of it signaled that tomorrow would be a day of celebration. Bosun leaned down in front of her, and he could see that In-hwan was not happy. Usually she was the one who made her unhappy, and others actually dared to make her unhappy. Bosun moves gently to pull the broken hair on both of her cheeks behind her ears. Tell me if you meet this kind of thing in the future. The two of us will be one from now on, and I will be responsible for all your joys and sorrows. Hwahan, that man. I just got married, not dead. He actually coveted my family's company in front of so many people. Slapping him was light, and none of the elders present had the decency to open their mouths to educate me. In-hwan is still angry and breathing heavily. If there weren't others, she would have lifted the table for Hwahan. In fact, Thin Seeker knew it on the way here. After all, it is impossible to tell only half of the story in a snitch. I guess by now, the surprise package he had arranged had already been delivered. Tomorrow was his and In-hwan's big day, and he didn't want In-hwan to see that nasty, disgusting, smelly man. Thin Seeker moved over to kiss her. A kiss fell steeply on In-hwan's face and she touched her face. Thin Seeker, kiss you and take the edge off. What do you think you are? I'll get over it if you give me a kiss? I'll get angry later. You kiss me and I'll get over it. But Bosun felt that chance was very slim. The odds are that In-hwan will not be happy to coax him. Get lost. In-hwan kicked out in a bad mood. I'm going to take a bath and go to sleep. Well, go ahead. Don't bother. Thin Seeker stepped aside and headed out. Tomorrow night he would be able to take a bath with In-hwan in his arms. And he should also go back to bed early to get enough sleep. There was a good fight waiting for him tomorrow night. Whether he can or not, In-hwan will know tomorrow night. Thin Seeker was walking fast just to come over and give her a kiss? Inexplicable. In-hwan took a shower and came out, looking at her phone with a mask on, and someone in the group was saying that Hwahan had actually been beaten up in front of her house and was now being sent to the hospital. It can't be Bosun's fault, can it? Behind his back, Thin Seek can do it. Whatever. Serves him right. In-hwan continued to apply the mask. She was going to be the most beautiful bride in the capital tomorrow. The next day, In-hwan was woken up by his alarm clock. Don't want to get up. In-hwan pressed the alarm clock and rolled over to go back to sleep. It rang again a few minutes later. She continued to press it off in a daze, forgetting how many alarms she had set for herself last night. Several alarm clocks later, In-hwan hadn't woken up when there was a knock at the door. In-hwan's head sank softly into the pillow, her hands covering it as an ostrich. The cell phone rang again in the bedroom. In-hwan's white arm touched over and picked up the phone. Mom, baby, wake up. The makeup artist, photographer, and your bridesmaids are here. Yoon-hwan, still awake, grunted a few milky grunts as her cell phone slid off and she got out of bed to answer the door. Yin's mother came in with breakfast for fear that she would be hungry. The others are downstairs, so clean up before you call them. Yin's mother fed her with kanji. In-hwan lazily opened her mouth. Mama is so nice. I want to be a mama's girl and never leave my mom for the rest of my life. Honey, you were right last night. You're just married. You can come back anytime you want. Mom and dad are always welcome. In-mother actually didn't want In-hwan to get married so early, but the old man's health is really worrying, and the only thing he can't let go of is In-hwan, the precious pearl. All they could do now, when they were the younger generation, was to be filial to them. I really will go back to my mom's house anytime. Yoon-hwan's eyes lit up. Good. After In-hwan quickly cleaned up, In-mother let the others come up. They took bathrobe photos first, and after that In-hwan went to change into her cape. Fongwan Shapi is more gorgeous and dignified than Shoha dress. Graceful atmosphere. Shursua and In-nyamya stood behind In-hwan as the makeup artist was coiffuring her hair. Miss Yoon is so beautiful. Beauty shark me. Sister, I can. The two of them sang in unison. Bosun is really lucky to have married our family's Huan Big Beauty. Chapter 23, Seeking Happiness Chinese Wedding. Huan looked at herself in the mirror. Her skin was like condensed fat, immortal posture, beads and emerald embellishments. A phoenix crown worth millions of dollars was pressed on her head. Her spine was straight, and the step rock on her hairpin regulated her posture. It's a good thing she learned classical dance as a child. And the temperament piece is taken to death. Pavilion of heavenly beauty. It's not even a minute to take Mr. Finn. Mesmerize him. They do have a wedding group. And Timothy looks at the messages in this group. Mr. Bo is asking what progress we're making. They're coming, and they want me to take pictures. No shots for him. Huan picked up the red fan on the table to shield her face. Take some other shots to seduce him and stimulate Mr. Bo. Sure Sua smiles evilly. She patted the phoenix crown, the hem of the skirt, the beaded hairpin, the earrings, but not Huan's face. Huan laughed when she looked at Bosun's scratchy face in the group. Finn Seeker sent her a private selfie. Bosun was also wearing a red groom suit. They were planning to wear the suit at home to honor the elders and simply do a one-world worship before going to the hotel to change into their wedding dresses and have a Western-style wedding. Huan has finished her makeup, and by Hong's bedside, with the words "Have a happy child" behind her, she is fanning herself manually with a fan and chatting with her friends. The sound of firecrackers came from downstairs in the villa, and Myamya saw the wedding car come in at the window, and other cars parked in front of the villa. Here comes the groom. You can look forward to it. Mr. Bo is so handsome today. Super handsome. Huan blocked the fan in her hand from her face and sat demurely. Before the wedding, it was said that the civilized reception of the marriage, so it was greatly opened Huan's bedroom door, and C2 was responsible for handing out the red envelopes. The photographer went in first, and Finn Seeker, breathing heavily and nervously, stepped inside. When that little girl in the white princess tutu chased after him and said she wanted to marry him as a bride. Yesterday they got a license, today they held a wedding, and from now on they will be husband and wife as one. Huan will never be able to escape from him again. Bosun was a nervous deer in the headlights, but on his face he pretended to be calm and walked over, handing over the red silk in his hand to Huan, while the MC next to him read some vintage words. Huan, I've come to marry you. Huan slowly lowered her fan, revealing a face that was as beautiful as her country, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Bosun's breath caught at her bright and delicate gaze, and he unconsciously swallowed. It turns out that Huan is so beautiful in cape, and the red color suits Huan very well. The two of them went down holding the red silk. The two families' elders sat in the center of the lobby with the word "she" in gold on a red background, and their parents' generation sat on either side of them. The officiant stood by and began to say, "The wedding will begin." The whole solemnization of the stand. All gentlemen sit down in order to wait for the proper rites. Huan and Bosun stood in the center of the lobby holding the red silk, and Huan held a red fan in her right hand to block her cheeks. Classical music played in the lobby and the host's voice was high. 1 Worship, give good fortune. 2nd Worship, joyful union. 3 Worships, 1 Heart. Holding the red silk, the two of them faced the doorway of the hall and bowed their heads slightly to pay their respects 3 times. Moderator, worship with the high priest. The two faced the elders and bowed their heads in worship as they listened to the host. 1 Bow, know the grace of spring. 2nd Worship, send Ange. 3 Worships, to repay the spring sunshine. After paying her respects, Huan looked up to see her grandfather sitting up with a strong, sickly body, his sickly, wrinkled face showing a kind smile. Her nose was sore, her eyes were heavy, and her eyes became blurry for a moment as she raised her fan to shield her face. Moderator, husband and wife worship each other. Bosun and Huan turned sideways to face each other. 1 Worship, tie the knot. 2nd Worship, everlastingly concentric. 3 Worships, honor as one. They worshiped 3 more times. The host beamed. The ceremony of 3 worships is complete, and the newlyweds are respectfully invited to take their seats. Bosun leads Huan to the prepared seat and sits down. He inclined his head at her, his voice lowered. Honey, you're crying. Nope. Huan ignored him and blocked it with his fan. Bosun sighed in his heart. Holding a wedding. How can he still be so petty not to show him awe? Behind them 2 employees of the wedding company wrapped 2 tiny red scented pouches for them and handed them each. The host's voice rings out from the side again. By the work of heaven, by the union of the earth, by the will of the parents, from the wish of the new couple, groom Bosun, bride Huan, today perform the marriage ceremony. Married, together as a family, hold his hand and grow old with his son. The sky is long, only the best. The Chinese wedding ceremony ends here. Huan was fanning herself with a fan when Bosun's face suddenly came over. How is this different from what I see? What's different? There was no rehearsal because they were in a hurry for their wedding. These were PPTs that were sent out to them to look at and just follow the host's instructions for the day. There's one more sentence sent to the cave that wasn't said. Thin Seeker laughed evilly. Thin Seeker, you. The fan in In Hwan's hand slapped him on the shoulder. Shy or not, so many elders are there. What to send to the cave? And he had the nerve to say it. Laughed. You finally laughed. Bo-sun was still cheerful after being beaten. Don't cry. I promise to be good to you. Humph. Miss Yoon sidled her head arrogantly. Ha! Bo sought to imitate her. Why are you so cute? Cute enough to want to eat. It was a busy day on the schedule, so they sat and just rested for a few minutes before going to take pictures. After the photo shoot, Bo-sun carries her out. Walk faster. This dress is a little chalky. The embroidery, the pearls, they're all real. Hearing his wife's words, Bo-sun immediately quickened his pace and carried her to the car. The one who is the chauffeur today is Bo-sun's assistant Jo-fu. After getting into the car, In Hwan touched the phoenix crown on her head. Finished. It should have been taken down. Not only is this thing worth a lot of money as a relic, it's also heavy. In Hwan looked at Bo-sun several times. Honey, you seem to have something to say. Will you take the phoenix crown? Bo-sun began to study up. In Hwan hair stuff a bit, step rocker, bead hairpin, and finally the phoenix crown. In Hwan is worried about his rough hands. Be careful. This is a cultural relic. Several $1 million. Thin Seeker's movements steeped in caution. Wife for the collection. Aha! Save it to pass on to my daughter for her wedding. Future daughter. Daddy will be careful. Thin Seeker held the phoenix crown after taking it off. When they arrived at the hotel, the others opened the doors to see a bride who got out of the car with a fan, relaxed, and a groom who got out of the car holding a phoenix crown with a serious expression. Bo-sun wasn't short of those millions, but this thing was precious and had existed for 100 years. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Bo-sun held the phoenix crown through the crowd. In Hwan, on the other hand, was picked up by two bridesmaids. She has to change her wedding dress. Marriage is such a pain in the ass. It's exhausting. If there's a next time, she thinks a license will do. The wedding won't be necessary. Chapter 24, Bo-sun is drunk. Because of the rush, the people in charge of the wedding surrounded In Hwan when she went in, undressing without even having to do it herself. Then change into your wedding dress and get your hair done. 12 o'clock at noon, In Hwan stood at the main entrance of the banquet, listening to the host's voice inside. The doors on both sides opened, and white light fell on In Hwan's body. The wedding march plays and In Hwan walks in wearing a white wedding dress. After a few steps, In Lee held her hand and led her to the Arch of Roses. Bo-sun walked over to pick her up, and with the crowd watching, the two held hands as they walked towards the wedding stage. The wedding was going well. In Hwan just felt the wedding dress was cumbersome and the veil was long. She just wanted to get it over with. The opposite side of the table, Bo-sun is always excited, and when he puts the ring on In Hwan, those knuckle-dragging hands are even shaking. After the wedding ceremony, In Hwan went to change into a red toasting dress again. The hair that had just been coiled up was put down. The end of the hair was slightly curled, and with a pearl necklace, the whole person looked gentle and elegant, generous, and overwhelmingly beautiful. Today not only the big names from the political, business and military circles in the capital came to the scene, but also from other places, as well as foreign celebrities, and even the prince and princess of a certain country, the president and first lady of another country. 200 tables of wine. Bo-sun and In Hwan toasted for 2 hours before they finished, until finally, she felt like her legs were going to give out. In Hwan took a drink and as soon as the glass was put down, she started ordering Bo-sun. I'm so tired. Hold me. Missy never condescends. Not to mention that Bo-sun is now her husband, and it's his responsibility to take care of her. Bo-sun smiled and picked her up, now wearing a pair of red high heels with a thin heel, about 7 centimeters high. After walking for so long, it was time to get tired. Bo-sun carried her towards the main table, accompanied by their dinner were just toasted together. Bo-sun had just been holding back the wine for In Hwan and had already drank a lot. Even with his cold white skin, his cheeks were now flushed. Just as they sat down, the best men started pouring drinks on Bo-sun again. In Hwan was hungry, so she picked up her chopsticks and ate. In is having a big day today. It won't do for her not to have a drop of wine. Situ pours In Hwan a glass of wine. Bo-sun, you can't hold back for her now. Look at you. Your face is red. Thin Seeker is a good drinker, and it's rare to see him red in the face when he goes out to play. I did drink a lot at lunch today. My wife can drink if she wants to. I'll drink for her if she doesn't. Bo-sun looks at In Hwan. In Hwan took the glass, drank, and put it down. Not a word was said the whole time. Miss Yoon is still as bold as ever. Sita laughed. Thin Seeker came up to the side of her face. Wife, I'm tired and hungry. I just want to eat and go rest. Do whatever you like. In Hwan didn't care about him. At least the whole union thing was halfway done for her. This marriage is done. As for married life, that's in your own hands. She didn't care about Thin Seeker, and Thin Seeker had better leave her alone. As for the harsh words put in front of Lin Ye, they were all used to scare people. Thin Seeker is sad. He can do what he likes? What's the point of the marriage if the wife doesn't care about him? In Hwan had just been gentle and dainty enough to let him hug her. Ha, woman. In Hwan finishes her meal, gives Shirsu and In Nyamya the big red packets she prepared for them, and gets up. She gently patted Bosun's shoulder. Drink slowly, husband. I'm going to my room to take a nap. Too tired. These heels she didn't want to wear for a minute. Bosun never expected that the first time In Hwan called him her husband would actually be under such circumstances. He subconsciously pulled In Hwan's wrist, and his lips with the smell of alcohol kissed the back of her white hand. Wife, go ahead. In Hwan drew back and sniffed. That's a punchy flavor. Bosun, you're not going to get drunk on your wedding night tonight, are you? That would be great. Saves a lot of trouble then. In Hwan is too tired. Back in my hotel room, I took off my shoes, undressed, flopped down on the big white bed, and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took, but the door to the hotel was opened. The man who smelled of alcohol walked in. He went to the restroom before waddling towards the bed, undressing as he went. Black suits, white blouses and red tuxedos lay staggered and intertwined on the floor. Wife, Bosun landed heavily on the bed, and through the covers, hugged the raised mass on the bed, rubbed his wife's head, and kissed on In Hwan's hair in a daze. A long, long kiss, then sleep beautifully. In Hwan meets a man-eating monster in her dream. She runs frantically, but she can't run fast enough. Suddenly a huge boulder fell from the sky and came crashing down on her. In Hwan awoke with a start. Breath that smelled of alcohol came from the back of his head, heavy, and a bare arm fell across his waist through the covers, and a bare thigh pressed against his leg. Alcoholic, In Hwan cursed, pushing his arm and kicking Bosun's leg away. She got out of the covers, put the thin quilt over Thin Seeker's body, and got out of bed. Because there were many guests who came from far away and did not leave after the noon wedding reception, there was still a reception in the evening. In Hwan appeared in the dinner hall in a red dress, bright and delicate, attracting a lot of side glances. In Hwan sat down alone at the main table, gently and lightly chatting with her friends as they ate. Where's Mr. Bo? Timothy looked left and right. Drunk, not sober. Pa, that's too light a reaction. Timothy came to the side of her face. If he keeps sleeping, what about the wedding night? Leave you out to dry? He's too much. Bosun drank too much at noon, and it's normal for him not to be able to sleep. In Hwan elegantly sipped her white wine, her eyebrows slightly raised. Do I look like I care? You are the sister. You don't care. What about Mr. Bo? If he wakes up and realizes that he slept himself to death on his wedding night, he must not make up for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. 3 days and 3 nights. 3 nights in the middle of the night. Shursua said and sang. He dares. She would never allow something that indulgent to happen. He. Shirsu grabbed In Hwan's thin arm. Bow. The arm can't twist the thigh. It's hard to say with regard to you and Mr. Bo's poor body type and physical strength. Are you still my friend? In Hwan asked faintly. Yes. That's why I'm concerned about your sexual life after marriage. In Hwan grunted lightly. You'd better care about yourself. Being chased by several men at the same time. Little Wushu, you want to start a harem. Even if I marry them all at the same time, but don't get a license. That's not illegal. Just immoral. Besides, Timothy ruffled his hair. I didn't promise any of them. See, Queen, be careful. Don't roll over. Sisters, they're just courting me. I'm just their goddess, not their girlfriend. So what's the point of flipping? Timothy's creed in life was to have fun in time. Male sex is just the spice of life. It's okay to have fun, not to get emotional. Chapter 25, Mr. Bo overslept on his wedding night. On this side, In Hwan was eating and chatting, and on that side, Bo's father came to his wife's ear. Our son drank too much and didn't even get up to eat dinner. So can we still have a wedding night tonight? Bo's mother pinched his thigh. Why do you care so much? People's little couple. When can't they have a wedding night? I say you men's brain is not only that kind of thing. Bo's father rubbed his thighs. Wife, you can't say that. I'm afraid that my son won't perform well on his wedding night, so that his daughter will be aggrieved and won't want him in the future. Your son is so thick-skinned and like a candy bar. How can he easily run away when he's stuck? Bo's mother glanced at him. He's no good. Don't set a bad example for your son. How is that a bad example? How he loved his wife. Spoil your wife more physically. My son grew up watching. Not learning at 10%. Should be 99%. It's logical to go back to your homes after the dinner. But Bosun is still awake. In Hwan went back to his hotel room and turned on the light. The quilt that had covered Thin Seeker before she left had been pushed to the side, and he was lying on his side with long arms and legs, wearing only a pair of black boxer shorts all over his body. Bosun drank and went to sleep, not showering all over the unpleasant stench of alcohol. In Hwan pinched her nose in disgust. Bo Soon, just sleep. You can't die of sleep. On your wedding night, in your cave, dream over you. In Hwan took a pen and drew a pig's nose, black eyes, and a big beard on Bo Soon's face. Then took a picture to remember. Bo Soon slept like a pig on his wedding night, and she can make fun of him for the rest of his life about it later. If she didn't send it to her friends, she's a good person. In Hwan waved his sleeve and walked away in style. Darkness and silence returned to the room, and the man in the large bed stirred, rolled over, and fell back into a deep sleep. The stars were turning, and the sky was quietly becoming cloudy. Bo Soon is still immersed in his dream. It seems like he and In Hwan are in ancient times and she is wearing a red cape for the wedding ceremony at night. In the dream, they worshipped heaven and earth, husband and wife, and then it was gone. Why it wasn't sent to the cave? How in the dream it was not sent to the cave? He is going into the cave. I'm going into the cave. Thin Seeker yelled in his dream. Wake yourself up. Bo Soon touches on the bed and doesn't touch In Hwan, who was so delicate and soft in his dream. He's still a bit dizzy and drunkenly throws the quilt up with both hands and throws his whole body onto the bed. Hwan. No jubilation. Thin Seeker sobered up quite a bit. He turned on the light and looked toward the bed with a painted pig's face. Where's my wife? Bo Soon picked up his cell phone and looked at the time and date on it, and his whole body was blinded. July 9th, 5 o'clock in the morning. I can't believe he slept so long. Bo Soon picked up the clothes on the floor, and a strong odor of alcohol came from the smell. He threw it away in disgust. It also smells like alcohol. Thin Seeker rushed into the bathroom and turned on the shower. The sound of rushing water resounded, and Thin Seeker slowly stepped back, staring sideways at the mirror. His handsome face with a pig's nose and pig's eyes drawn with a black pen. The one who rushes the Teyukai is no one else but In Hwan. She was in the mood to paint his face like a pig's head and actually didn't wake him up. His wedding night, not in reality, not in dreams. Cream. Bo Soon quickly took a shower and his face was cleaned. Put on the clothes prepared by the hotel. Took his cell phone and left the hotel. Bo Soon sat in the car, his right hand tugging hard on the cell phone as if to crush it. It's so humiliating. It would be a great shame. He, Bo Soon, on his wedding night, actually spent it alone, and slept through the whole thing, and was painted a pig's head by In Hwan. There was very little traffic on the streets at 5 in the morning, and Bo Soon practically sped all the way back to paradise. His and In Hwan's new home. He's in his paradise with his wife. Bo Soon returned to his new home. Close to 6 o'clock, the villa was very quiet. Even the maids didn't get up to work. Bo Soon went straight to his bedroom on the second floor, passing the Red She character on the way, which seemed to be making fun of him. Slept through my wedding night last night, leaving my wife alone in a solitary room. Thin Seeker pushed open the bedroom door with a sharp snarl. Inside, the red wedding bed was still as he had left it in the morning, and there was no sign of movement in the early childhood and lucky sun spread on it. Meh, I can't believe Yun Hwan isn't here. Thin Seeker couldn't help himself, and called as he walked out the door. The phone rang and rang, but In Hwan didn't even answer. Bo Soon wants his in-laws to call, but what would the Obey elders think of him if they knew he wasn't with In Hwan on his wedding night last night? Thin Seeker gritted his teeth and searched. He'll find Yun Hwan for sure. I don't realize that it's dawn. In Hwan was sleeping soundly when suddenly there was a loud banging at the door. She sat up slowly and leisurely, locking eyes with the exasperated and stormy Bo Soon. Compared to In Hwan's relaxed leisure, Bo Soon's handsome face wrinkled his eyebrows, clenched his teeth darkly, and his body and body were permeated with an expression that the old man is now very angry. Yo, young Master Bo woke up from his nap? Yo, you still yo? Bo Soon rushes over. Your own husband fell asleep on his wedding night. Can't you wake me up? You threw cold water on me. I have thick skin. I'm not afraid. Why didn't you wake me up? Bo Soon leaned over, pressed her against the cream-colored head of the bed, his handsome face approaching, his high nose lightly brushing against the tip of her nose if it seemed to be there, his breath sinking slightly. In Hwan, you're usually so rude to me. Why did you let me sleep last night? You're used to seeing me sleep like that? Don't you think he's a dead ringer? Don't you hate him? After missing something as big as a wedding night, she couldn't punch, kick, and get cold, icy water on him to force him to turn on? He was left to sleep soundly and stupidly for more than 10 hours. He missed his wedding night like a big man. How can you look away? I told you, I don't care about you. You can sleep as long as you want. In Hwan smiled warmly and faintly, pushing his angry face away. Bo Soon smelled the faint scent of her hand and held it. What makes you not care about me? You have to manage me. I am your husband. You are my wife. Oh, In Hwan reacted faintly. Your face is clean. How dare you mention it? Thin Seeker was even more furious, not only angry at In Hwan, but also at herself. I drank too much yesterday and went numb. Yun Hwan was painting on his face without even realizing it. Hey, When he was an adolescent, Bosun knew that in this life In Hwan would definitely lord it over him and use him as a servant. He has no problem with it. It's a man's duty to spoil his wife. But it's his wedding night. Bosun monkey kisses In Hwan's face, and hotly starts to undress, laughing, "Wife, don't get up yet. Now hubby will make up for your wedding night." Chapter 26, Baby, you're so white. In Hwan just leaned against the bed, the thin quilt resting on her waist, revealing the upper half of her body, wearing only a white lace-edged halter dress, her soft black hair falling on her shoulders, just blocking the sides of her chest, lining that piece of skin in front of her chest, becoming more and more white and tender. Thin Seeker undressed and went to unbuckle his belt. The belt buckle just came undone. In Hwan got out of bed from the other side. Thin Seeker stared at her dumbfounded. "You want to be by the window? Honey, for the first time, are you sure?" He's fine with it, but In Hwan will be in pain. The first time, he challenged the high level by the window, and In Hwan actually said he was sexually frigid. "By the window, you ghost. What time is it? And it's still cave night." In Hwan pulled open the curtains to let the sunlight from outside shine in. The sun always rises early in the summer, just after 8 o'clock, when the ultraviolet rays begin to storm, baking the whole earth with scorching heat. I don't care. I'm going to pass." Thin Seeker took off his pants and was left with just a pair of boxer shorts again. In Hwan faintly swept her eyes. "Yo, actually changed her clothes. The pants were changed too. It looks like it's pretty powerful." Bosun noticed her gaze and puffed up his abs. "Honey, want to come over and touch it?" "No." "What? Your husband's abs aren't as good as those young 18 or 19-year-old male models in the clubhouse? Are their bodies as good as mine?" Bosun walked around the end of the bed towards her. In Hwan holds her forehead. Just a whole lot of no eyes. "Bosun, can you stop being so flirty?" The way he was now, he didn't look like the reigning overlord, the cheetah lion of the grasslands, but rather like a Thai cat in heat. "What about courtship?" "Scratch your head. There's one thing to be said for Thin Seeker's body. It's a real beauty to look at. The stance is straight and the pectoral muscles are flat and wide, not exaggerated and bulging like professional bodybuilders, but rather just right. Further down, the abdominal muscles are chunky and beautifully smooth, like the chocolate on the shelves in the supermarket." In Hwan dropped her eyes on his face again. Sword eyebrows, deep eye sockets, dark eyes, high nose, a pair of smiling thin lips with the corners of the mouth rising. With his looks, he grew up with his own bossy air. Bosun walks towards her with an imperative and powerful aura, closing the curtains In Hwan had pulled open in the process. The white curtains weren't particularly light permeable, but it was too bright outside. "It sure doesn't seem like a wedding night. It's the third day since the license was issued." Thin Seek, we got our license on July 7th. It's been 3 days, and my wife still hasn't gotten any sleep, but it's too much of a failure. Something this humiliating can't be known by other detractors." In Hwan touched her hand, and Dobby Pocket was ready for Thin Seek at all times. If he dares to come in strong, he will be rewarded with a big BB pocket first. What about the man who drinks too much himself on his wedding night and sleeps through it doesn't deserve to make up for his wedding night? Wife. Just now, the imposing, dark and deep eyes were like whirlpools, itching to devour her. Really in front of her, he put away his stern edge, swirling into a thick lust, lowered his head to her white neck, his voice slightly hoarse and low in a drunken sleepy haze, more magnetic than usual. "Wedding night. The wedding night is over. Thin Seeker. Then it's a honeymoon. We just got married and I'm going on a honeymoon with you." Thin Seeker's arms were long, and he took advantage of her to wrap her around her thin waist and take her into his arms. It seemed like he hadn't been this close to In Hwan before, and he was shirtless while In Hwan was only wearing an extremely thin nightgown. Bosun's jaw rests on her shoulder, and from her angle she can vaguely see the tiny black mole on her left collarbone, as well as another black mole on her white breasts. He didn't even know it before. It turns out that Hwan also has a mole there. "It's so sexy. I want to kiss it." The lust in Bosun's eyes grows greedier and more demented, and the fire of desire makes him gasp heavily, his arms bulging with lines of muscle, imprisoning her delicate waist firmly. Without waiting for her to answer, Thin Seeker rolled over and kissed her shoulder with abandon. "Baby, what did you call me?" In Hwan was almost tickled by the low, sexy gasp beside her ear, and her heart was tingling as if millions of ants were crawling. But Thin Seeker's sentence about babies sent a jolt through her brain. "Only my parents, my grandfather call me that." The two words baby are 1,000 times spoiled from the mouths of the elders, but from Bosun's mouth there is a kind of seductive and provocative feeling. It's also kind of like pouting at her. "You won't let me spend my wedding night? Calling you a baby is still patent, is it? See if I want to abduct you for a honeymoon today." Bosun picks her up easily, and in one turn, places her on the soft mint green king-sized bed. Thin Seeker pressed down toward her. In Hwan covered his mouth with her right hand to prevent him from kissing, and pounded her left hand into his shoulder. "You deserved it. Who let you sleep over on your wedding night?" Finn Search's eyes were dull and resigned. Is it all his fault? He was heartbroken that she was an average drinker. And with so many guests yesterday, it was both of their faults that he helped her hold back the drinks and got himself drunk and missed his wedding night. So offsetting. Finn Seeker tongued her palm. In Hwan frowned a little. You're annoying, always like this. She didn't even want to put her hand over his mouth later. Hwan, then get used to it quickly. I'm going to annoy you like this for the rest of my life. Bo-sun slowly ruffles her hair, which is scattered across her chest. Hwan is so white. The skin is delicate and scented. Bo-sun's eyes were wild, his voice hoarse from lust and alcohol drilling into her ears. Are you sure you don't want to make up for your wedding night with me now? No. When then? Finn Seeker also wanted to make her willing. They had an agreement before, and Yoon Hwan didn't say she wouldn't live as a couple. Depends on my mood. After all, last night was our wedding night, and you just slept through it and left me out to dry. I'm so sad. In Hwan's slender arm lifts up, her fingers grasping his hair and playing with it. So, young Master Bo, the initiative is in my hands now. Also so, last night I gave you the opportunity to draw on your face. Do not wake up. Who to blame? In Hwan's bright and delicate light smile, her tone light and provocative. Blame you. Ha! Yoon Hwan grabbed his hair. Bo-sun obediently lowered his head and buried it in her chest. Woo! Kissed it. *******. It's so damn soft. Finn Seeker. In Hwan got angry. What are you doing? Without lifting his head, Bo-sun replied vaguely, dilly-dallying with his wife. The boobs, rise and shine. Well, Finn Seeker stifled his breath. Finn Seeker's hair brushed against her chin, her neck, and it tickled. There was a face buried in her chest, still breathing raggedly, so hot, so lone, that the otherwise air-conditioned and cold bedroom couldn't stop the heat from her chest. Bo-sun. In Hwan's voice involuntarily took on a few points of coquettish euphony. Daintily, as if she was flirting, obviously just calling his name. Bo-sun felt his blood boil and his lower abdomen tighten. Chapter 27, Going on a Honeymoon. Bo-sun's body froze and didn't move. In Hwan didn't dare to move either. She could sense that Bo-sun was very dangerous now, poised to strike. Sure, Suo was right. With the height difference between her and Bo-sun, the size difference, and the physical strength difference, a well-bred, pampered young lady like her was powerless to resist. Bo-sun's breathing was heavy as he slowly lifted his head and braced his hands on her sides, supporting his body as the weight pressing down on her drew away. His cheeks reddened slightly, and he swallowed restrainedly, the raised knot in his throat on the nape of his neck sliding up and down. Wife, rise and shine. In Hwan ruthlessly rejected his sappy pleas for pleasure. Finn Seeker was aggravated like a big dog, his messy hair drooping. Without remembering, he went back to rubbing In Hwan's face against her shoulder, saying darkly, you have to help me, okay? Like before at the hospital? You're my wife now. Wasn't that too perfunctory before? Bo-sun wickedly hooked his lips for a second, then grabbed her white and slender wrist. In Hwan, you're such a dog. I'll lend you the bathroom. No, I want my wife's. Finn Seeker added lowly against her ear. Hand. In Hwan's ears are scarlet. Bo-sun is really too flirty to be that blunt. But she, Miss In, doesn't want to. The small, white, delicate hand gave Bo-sun a grip, his knuckles grazing his skin as they descended. She hadn't been raised to be at the mercy of anyone, and even her mom and dad wouldn't let her do anything she didn't want to, except for the marriage with Finn Seek. Her fingers nestled downward, her nails scratching Finn Seeker's skin. Bo-sun obviously didn't expect In Hwan to hurt him, the lust in his eyes gradually dispersing, his thin lips slightly open. It hurts. Don't you have thick skin and can do whatever you want to you? And this hurts? Bo-sun gritted his teeth. In Hwan, this great lady is not in the mood to help you relieve your bull ***** desires right now. You're the one who slept through it. In Hwan's empty right hand pushes his head away. This young lady is merciful. Allowing you to enter my bathroom is already a gift. You still don't go, and you still want me to help you. Daydreaming. In Hwan had just let go when Finn Seeker, with his thick skin, came over with his eyes again. Then I still have to thank you for your gift? You're welcome. No, thanks is a must. Finn Seeker kissed her on the lips. In Hwan freaked out. If Finn Seeker's way of showing his appreciation was a kiss, it would be even less necessary. Asshole. The devil. Stinking man. Also pro. Can you give her a break? Woohoo. Barely able to breathe. Her brain was deprived of oxygen, and the body pressing down on her had gotten heavier. So hard. Finn Seeker only let her get a breath of fresh air before he covered his lips again in a long, sticky kiss. The more he kissed, the harder it was for Bo-sun to tense up. Hwan. In Hwan was kissed and softened, her white skin flushed, like a budding, shy red rose. She spoke softly and fiercely. Ever seen that news? $200 a stick. And if you can't control yourself, I'll help you once and for all. Finn Seeker hadn't read that news, but he guessed a little. It's too hard. How can you cut it if you haven't used it yet? Bosun silently gets up and walks towards Inhwan's bathroom. On the way, he also touched the side of his waist. The scratches left by Inhwan flushed with red blood. She looks so delicate, but she's so mean. Inhwan's bathroom smells so good. There are a few pink roses in a white porcelain vase in the bathroom. The wide bright mirror is surrounded by white pearls, and every part of it is exquisite and luxurious. The look of Inhwan undressing and bathing and soaking here appears in Bosun's mind, and he braces one hand against the white wall as the cold temperature of the tiles reaches his palm. The more he thought about it, the more Inhwan became desperate. To die for. That little goblin won't let him get away with it yet. It's broken. She can hide today, but not later. Inhwan, you wait for me. Inhwan and Bosun had agreed to go on a honeymoon before they got married. Inhwan is extremely impatient and Bosun gets on the plane. The place they chose to travel during this dry summer was Iceland. The air was cooler in Iceland in July, not as hot and dry as the capital, and it seemed as if things had become milder between them. Inside the hotel's presidential suite, Inhwan blocks the doorway to keep Bosun from invading. Thin Seeker stood inches in front of her, 1 foot in, almost next to her slipper. Inhwan, will you let me have this wedding night or not? Not allowed. Bosun looked down. Why not? Tomorrow we are going to see the volcano and go to the hot springs. I want to have a good rest. As for the wedding night, Inhwan's white fingers poked at his chest. I will make up for it after I return to China. Make it up to me? The corners of Bosun's mouth couldn't help but rise. You mean what you say? Of course. I don't like playing outside and still being exhausted. Having to lay around in a hotel on a honeymoon isn't my cup of tea. So, can I sleep with you in my arms? Bosun, don't give an inch. Inhwan steps back. No, Bosun was just 2 years older than her. And how much control could a man of that age have? TSK? It's a nice promise, but in reality, hell if you can restrain it. She's not stupid. Inhwan said faintly. If I remember correctly, the bed in our wedding room is still intact. Go back to sleep after the honeymoon. Inhwan still needs mental preparation to accept the fact that she's sharing a bed with Bosun. Despite the promise of marriage to him and further intimacy, she needed time. The fact that Thin Seeker slept through the wedding night was not a bad thing in her case. It's kinda testing her to turn Bosun from nasty nemesis to husband and be on the same page with him. Inhwan's voice was delicate and soft. Her fingers poked lightly at his chest if anything. Her nails were made for the wedding. They were exquisite. Her ring fingernails were even embellished with real diamonds. That's what makes it memorable, isn't it? Thin Seeker. The tone was warm and soft, upturned like a hook. Bosun is used to Inhwan's milky and ferocious tone and expression, and is still a bit uncomfortable with such gentleness. He didn't say anything, and ghostly took hold of her white wrist, his thin lips dropping a kiss on the back of her hand. Inhwan's hands had been coated with hand cream, which was rose-scented. It's okay to keep his hands off. The perks can't be less. Boo, boo, boo. Thin lips kissed their way up the back of the hand and soon reached the wrist, with a look that continued upward to endless kisses. Inhwan twisted her wrist to avoid it. I'm sleepy. I have to go play tomorrow. Go to bed early. Bosun's heart is a thousand reluctant, but thinking of Inhwan's comment about making it up to him after returning to China, then by one count, he can be with Inhwan every day for that week after returning to China. Excitement. Thin Seeker was so excited that he almost didn't fall asleep. The next day, the two went out to play. Glaciers were visited. Orcas were seen. Volcanoes were seen. Ice caves were ventured into. Snorkeling was done. Open-air hot springs were soaked in. Roasted goats were eaten. And all kinds of fish and shrimp were eaten. It's not even August yet and there are no auroras to be seen in Iceland. The night before he was ready to depart for home, Bosun took a shower, grabbed a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses and knocked on Inhwan's room door. Chapter 28. The honeymoon is over. Bosun stands in the doorway and pulls the neckline of his robe down. He and Inhwan are married and he actually has to tempt her with his body. He thought his body was a million times better than those bull ***** male models. And if Inhwan could be attracted to a body like that, there was no reason why she wouldn't be attracted to him. What bad thoughts could he have? He's going back tomorrow for a 10-hour flight, resting all the way, and he wants to cuddle his wife tonight. Inhwan didn't come to the door. So strange. Before, he came every night to harass Inhwan, who didn't treat him well but wouldn't shut him out and ignore him. Is she in the shower? Bosun waited for a few more minutes, and still no one answered the knock. Something's not going to happen. Thin Seeker opened the door and rushed in. The bedroom is dark, and Bosun turns on the light before realizing that Inhwan is lying on the bed. He put down what he was holding and walked gingerly over to him. Asleep so early? She's been sleeping so long on this beauty sleep. Is he going to come home for dinner and turn his wife toward the bed from now on? Otherwise there wasn't even enough time for him to play. The wife is about to get her beauty sleep. With Inhwan's character, she would definitely push him away. Woo! In Hwan's red lips slightly opened. It hurts. Bo-sun is ready to quietly climb into bed and sniffs, instantly coming up to the side of In Hwan's face before realizing that she's not asleep. Wife, what's wrong with you? Wife, don't you yell ah. In Hwan opened her eyes with delicate softness and impatience. My aunt hurts. Physiological period. Ah, the deal was to go back and make up his wedding night. She's got her period. You wait for me. Thin Seeker turned around and took out the wine in glasses. This can't be seen by In Hwan. His ill-intentioned behavior was too obvious. Bo-sun comes in after a few minutes with a cup of brown sugar water and helps In Hwan sit up. She took small sips of the brown sugar water and her body went limp as she was about to fall back into bed. Bo-sun took the opportunity to get under her covers, wrapping In Hwan in his arms and rubbing clockwise on her belly through her nightgown. Is it any more comfortable? A little further down. Between Bo-sun's nostrils is the aroma of In Hwan's body. Her delicate soft white body nestled obediently in his arms, her legs curled up, seemingly because of the cold, and her calves tucked into the cracks of his legs, allowing him to press down on her legs. What are you talking about now? Tell him to go further down? The palm of his hand moved down from the small of In Hwan's back a little. Here? In Hwan rubbed his arm, middle of the crotch bone. Ah. Is that where the pain was during the original period? Bo-sun warmly and gently rubbed the center of her crotch bone, a very private part, parts that only he, the husband, could touch. As Bo-sun rubs it, In Hwan falls asleep in his arms. The faintly yellow wall sconce over the bed was on, her sleeping face still, her breathing light, her soft inky hair loose, half of those strands blocking her shoulders and chest, the other half draped over the back of her head, gently pressed against his chest. The couple slept like this all night. The next day Thin Seeker was awakened by movement in his arms. He subconsciously wrapped his arms tightly around In Hwan, not letting her go. It's so hard to get a chance to sleep with my wife in my arms. Don't move. In Hwan was furious. She didn't send a motionless ah. She's going to the restroom. The hands around her waist imprisoned her hard. She had rested for the night and had gained the strength to slap her across the face. Bo-sun was slapped awake. I rubbed you for so long last night. You hit me as soon as you woke up. Let go. I refuse. Bo-sun, be reasonable. I'm physiological. I need to go to the restroom. In Hwan growls out with a red face. Bo-sun's chaotic brain finally reacted. He lifted the covers and picked up In Hwan. In Hwan didn't struggle and let him hold her. Thin Seeker carefully placed her on the toilet and turned to go out. Bo-sun stood by the bed, blood falling from the white sheets. Hey, a girl bleeds for 7 days during her period. It's pathetic. It still hurts so much. In Hwan comes out and notices Bo-sun's glowering side. Sick, staring at the sheets all the time. A blush instantly crept up to Thin Seeker's ears. Some perverted to the extreme thoughts have just really appeared in his mind. The blood on the bedsheet is from In Hwan. Pack up, have breakfast and head to the airport. Can you walk? Thin Seeker worried about her. I can't go. Aren't you still there? You can hug me. In Hwan ruffled her long hair. My body is fine now except that I can't cavort with you. In Hwan, you're so mean. Wherever the pot goes, bring it up. On the plane ride back, In Hwan nonchalantly instructs Bo-sun all the way. Now that she is on her physiological period, spoil her a little, let her be a little, and then after her physiological period, bully her in different ways. When they returned to the capital, it was In Hwan's driver, Chen Rue, who came to pick them up. In Hwan married Bo-sun, the chauffeur who was responsible for taking care of serving In Hwan and the In family before, as well as the two maids also followed suit and changed their workplace, following them to the new home to serve In Hwan. Chen Rue put away the two people's luggage and returned to the driver's seat. He looked at the two men in the back seat through the car's rearview mirror as he buckled his seatbelt. In Hwan, a red dress, looked lazy, leaning on the shoulders of Bo-sun, white tender arms slightly hanging, vainly resting on the legs of Bo-sun, and then Bo-sun held that hand, lovingly and joyfully rubbing. A trip to Iceland seems to have less of a sword between them than before. As soon as he returned to the capital, the sun was blazing outside, the strong sunlight scorched the earth, and cicadas chirped in the air. The hot and dry environment, coupled with the physiological period, made In Hwan a little irritable. She frowned. Want some ice cream? Make it vanilla. What were you thinking? And ice cream? No eating. Although Bo-sun doesn't know much about a girl's physiological period, she still knows basic common sense. You can't touch cold, eat spicy. She still wanted ice cream. How could she not want him? In Hwan drew her hand out to stop him from touching it. Bo-sun grabbed it back and put it back on his lap. Eat it after your physiological period is over. Your own body. In Hwan, can you get on with it? Does he have to be mean to her to make her listen? You're so annoying. I told you, I'll annoy you for the rest of my life, and when we're old, I'll still be whispering in your ear. There are a few moments of smugness in the bottom of Bo-sun's eyes. Ha, when you're old, I'll push your wheelchair for you, and then I'll go dance with young dudes. Che, It's not certain who will take care of who when we're old. The two of us. Bo-sun is confident in his own body. He was only 2 years older than her. Physical fitness. The wife doesn't allow him to smoke. It'll be better in the future. That's true. Maybe when you're old. I don't want to take care of you at all. At most I'll get you 2 nannies. In-hwan smiled faintly. Bo-sun secretly gritted his teeth. His wife is now in physiological period and is not feeling well. Not to fight with his wife. What's wrong with letting her be? A man should be generous. All the way back to the new home. In-hwan looked at the name of the villa in front of the door, was very upset. You are the one who will take the name. But also paradise. Why not call it Eden? Chapter 29. Just want to be next to your wife. To change? Finn Seeker's gaze was sincere. In-hwan was speechless to the core. He's not stupid. She's just saying it off the cuff. Are you going to change it or not? Call it whatever you like. Bo-sun didn't want to bother with her over this little matter. The big thing is married life. All of this can be done by Yoon-hwan. How about the Villa of Pleasure? Pleasure Paradise? Pleasure seekers? Finn Seeker got out of the car and quickly went around the back of the car, wanting to greet her as she got out of the car and carry her inside. Bo-sun moves fast, but Chen Rue, the driver on the same side, gets out of the car faster than him and opens the door. Missy, welcome back. Bo-sun blackened his face and became excited as soon as he picked up In-hwan. Wife, we're home. Behind the young couple, Chen Rue's gaze was gloomy after getting into the car. In-hwan is tired and Bo-sun carries her upstairs. The wedding room of the two of them, the wedding bed or the first time after 10 days of marriage into. Even the morning glory spread on the wedding bed was untouched. Bo-sun puts down In-hwan and haughtily yanks the quilt up, sweeping red dates, peanuts, cinnamon, and lotus seeds to the floor. Red. In-hwan got a hot feeling just looking at it. She sat down on the couch, her pretty eyes looking around her new home, and there were too many stickers. When can I rip it off? Before the car is sleepy. Do not sleep? Finn Search squatted in front of her. Wedding bed Later, just as In-hwan's words fell, Zhang Xiao, who was carrying watermelon juice, came in. Miss, your watermelon juice. In-hwan sipped her watermelon juice with a straw in her mouth, her eyes locked with Bo-sun. What's that look in his eye? Does he want a drink too? Let his maid prepare her In-hwan didn't finish it and had a third left, handing it to Bo-sun. Finn Seeker didn't mind and took a sip. It was only a few steps from the couch to the bed, and Bo-sun didn't even let her go, picking her up with one arm. There's that hold again. He really enjoyed showing off his stamina in front of her. In-hwan lies on the bed and before her eyes close, she sees Bo-sun start to undress. Stop. Bo-sun's long and slender fingers landed on his shirt buttons, his jaw picking lightly. Reason? Don't you work? Don't I need to rest? Bo-sun asked rhetorically. I'm a human being, not a machine. Work is not as important as resting with your wife. Bo-sun lies down and In-hwan moves to the side. Bo-sun's complexion darkened, and instead of chasing after her and sticking to her and hugging her like before, he just looked sideways at her slender back. Getting married seems to be the first step. The teenage In-hwan said her ideal type when she chatted with Shifu again. Warm and gentle as jade. Gentle and elegant. Fair and clean. The Lucintan she had a crush on at that time was that kind of gentle person. Clear and handsome, with a gentle smile. So what if I had a crush? That man still chose to leave In-hwan. He was the only one who was always by In-hwan's side. Finn Seeker couldn't hold back his inner restlessness and quietly moved over. In-hwan was already asleep, her breathing shallow, her sleeping face tranquil like a quietly opening white rose. Finn Seeker carefully lifted the strands of her hair that were scattered across her chest behind her ears, revealing her pale shoulders and a bit of the back of her neck. He moved in for a kiss, a few kisses landing on her fragrant shoulder, making sure In-hwan showed no signs of waking up and moving boldly. Scented shoulders, the back of his neck, his arms, his back, none of it escaped his lips, as if that would mark In-hwan. In-hwan slept for a long time this time, and when she woke up, it was already dark. The surroundings were unfamiliar, the red word she stung her eyes, and the red bedsheets made her very unhappy. After In-hwan got out of bed, she had Zhang Xiao come and change the sheets and covers. In-hwan came down the stairs with lazy elegance. Where's Bo-sun? Miss, Auntie, he went out to socialize. Yugwa replied with a smile. Miss, you've just woken up and you're concerned about Auntie. Do you already have him in your heart? In-hwan rolled her eyes, just asking casually. It's better if he's not there. If your bull ting me, you're going back. No way. I just like to stay by Miss and serve her. Yugwa smiled good-naturedly and sweetly. Miss, such a beautiful big beauty. Looking at her puts me in a good mood. Finn Seeker went out to socialize, but he came home at 9:30. In-hwan and the two maids she brought with her were sitting on the couch watching TV. Bo-sun scanned the variety show. Those people in it were ha laughing. He didn't find it funny. It felt stupid. Bo-sun walks over, and Zhang Xiao and Yugua very silently switched to the other sofa. Bosun sat down next to Inhuan. Just sat down. Has been White Lotus root arm reached over, propped up his chest. After the shower before you come to get me. You body stinks Does it stink? Bosun smelled it, and it was a little smoky and alcoholic. Missy is so hard to serve. It takes a shower to take a hit. Yunhuan stared at the TV. The corners of her mouth turned up. Stink. Bosun gripped her wrist and held her in place. Pass it on. If you think I stink, we stink together. You stink now too. Thin seeker. Inhuan got angry. Bosun cheaply went to paste her cheeks. We are husband and wife have the same difficulties, have the same blessings. The big deal is that I carry you to the bath. I personally give you a wash, give you a white. So much to look forward to. I wanted to bathe baby Joy so badly that I could touch her all over with abandon. Lather her body in white foam and knead her to my heart's content. Who cares if you wash me? Bosun, you really can't live without being can you? I've already taken a bath. Are you blind? Inhuan slaps her across the face. Get lost. Originally, you can't be angry during the physiological period, which will easily cause blood loss. But Thin seek this. She took a shower. Seeing this, Zheng Zio Yuguo over there quietly left. There were only 2 people left in the hall. Thin Seeker became even bolder, holding her in his lap as he sat. Inhuan stared at him without a good mood and gently slapped him on the face a few times. Say, are you drunk? Nope. No, not drunk. Can't even tell if I've had a shower. What were you thinking? Yunhuan questioned. Thin Seeker laughed. She was a bit self-conscious of being a new wife. Knowing to control you are husband. Just want to be next to you. Bosun cheaply smiles. It's been 10 days since we got married. So, it's not like I'm the one who slept over on the wedding night. Inhuan's small white hand touches his collar. Bosun, remember, you're the one who made it so that I don't have a wedding night to spend. You didn't have it on your wedding night, but I can make you have it every day afterward. Don't talk big. Inhuan snorted coldly, her pretty eyes showing disdain. I really want to prove myself. You always suspect that I can't. What makes me no good? You're on your period. We'll see what happens after your period. Inhuan smiled faintly. Still able to walk that means it's just like that. Thin Seeker exploded with anger. Chapter 30 Bosun, you scheming dog. Bosun pinched Inhuan's chin, still disliking him as a nemesis even after she got married. So pretty lips, why can't she say a word to make him happy? Like, honey, kiss me, honey, I miss you so much, honey, give me a hug, honey, let's take a bath together. When would she ever say such lingering, loving, sappy things to him? Bo seeks the gas to kiss her lips heavily, cupping her chin, and she can't escape. One had just showered and was scented with shower gel. The other had just returned from a social engagement and smelled of cigarettes and alcohol. 2 different odors intertwined in the air. Inhuan gasped daintily, ambiguous and euphonious moans spilling out from the corners of her lips. Thin Seeker crushed her lips, pried open her teeth, and sipped and licked and sucked with her little tongue. After this chasing and frolicking, the white and tender skin on Inhuan's body was flushed with a delicate pink color. Her chest heaved and her soft little hand pounded over. You're going to die. Can't you let me catch my breath while kissing? Do you want to kiss me to death? You're only married and you want to be widowed? Bosun let her hit him, smiling cheaply and badly. No, I'll pay attention next time. What next time? No kissing. That won't do. Bosun picked her up. We'll kiss again in our room. There's surveillance in the hall. He knew there was surveillance and kissed her under it. It's broken. Inhuan doesn't have to walk by herself, so she pinches Bosun's ear and touches the knot of his throat, deliberately hooking him and fishing for him. Bosun's breathing is getting heavier and heavier, his eyes churning with lust. Missy, in a few days you'll pay for your current behavior. Inhuan's small hand cringed. Humph, a paper tiger that is strong on the outside. Would I be afraid of you? Bosun's voice is low. The big words have been placed here, haven't they? Whoever dares to back down at that time is a puppy. Inhuan hummed lightly in haughty defiance. As long as she hasn't experienced it, she's not convinced. 10 out of 10 men say that they have a big and healthy body. Who knows if they are good or not? Bosun carried her back to the bedroom and saw the changed bed sheets, and even the red she wore inside the bedroom was gone. Forget it. This little thing doesn't bother your wife. Do we have to wash it again? Don't. Inhuan found him particularly annoying. She was watching TV well, and when she came, she was disturbed. Especially, Thin Seeker put her on the bed and went to take a shower. Inhuan took out the remote control and put down the projection screen hidden in the ceiling, then continued to watch the variety show she had just watched. Bosun took a quick shower and walked out with a big grin on his face, wearing a pair of black boxer shorts and wiping his wet hair. In the past, he lived in an apartment near the office, and when he wasn't socializing, his aunt would make him dinner and leave, coming home to a clean and cold interior. Not anymore. He's married. he's got a wife. The house is hot and heavy. Even though his wife doesn't love him yet. Even though his wife is reserved and spoiled and has a big temper and needs a lot of people to wait on her. Bo-sun is in a happy mood just seeing In-hwan. Even if she has a stern face. He took out the hair dryer and plugged it in. Then grabbed In-hwan's hand. Wife, blow dry my hair. In-hwan stared at the black hair dryer sitting in her palm and tossed it away like a hot potato. Dream on. What's wrong with you blow drying your husband's hair? My hair is so short. It'll just take you a minute. How is it so hard for him to create a little other intimacy when his wife is on her physical period? In-hwan blankly glanced at him. Bo-sun, I haven't blown out my own hair since I was a kid. What makes you think you're the exception? She's always had someone else wash and condition her hair. Thin seeker, solid. He's not the exception. Bo-sun ripped off the plug of the hairdryer and set it aside with anger. He went to bed with wet hair, freshly showered and with a cool breeze from the room that brought its own coolness to his body. The big hand just touched In-hwan and she whispered, hiss. Thin seeker stiffened. What's wrong? Your hands are too cold. Don't touch me. Bo-sun rubbed his hands together, his palms warming up before he took her into his arms. He sniffed the scent between In-hwan's hair. I'll blow you later, okay? Not good. Why? You don't want to serve me, and I can't serve you. You'll die if you just rear me. Bo-sun grabs her small white hand and puts it on his lips to kiss it. He stared indulgently at In-hwan's beautiful side face, and she had been looking at the screen when she suddenly turned her head sideways, and the two of them met their eyes. Thin Search's lips were still pressed against the back of her hand, but his eyes traced her eyebrows, nose, red lips, and the flames of desire under his eyes were clamoring. You won't. I won't. What's so hard about blow-drying hair? Are my hands ruined? I can't even blow out my hair. Bo-sun upsets her wrist. My hands are fine. I'm afraid you'll hurt my carefully cared for hair. Can't you just do what you're good at? In-hwan faintly retracted her eyes. Do you have to torture her? Bo-sun's tone aggravated. That's not now that you're in physiology. I can't do the things I'm good at. In-hwan drew back her hand. Day after day, her mind full of those messy shibboleth thoughts. In-hwan gave him a contemptuous look and got out of bed. Thin Seeker's eyes followed her form. In-hwan went to the restroom, came back and turned off the projection and slept with her back to Bo-sun. Thin Seeker dusted himself off and ran to the outer room to blow dry his hair in 30 seconds, then wrapped his arms around In-hwan. Knowing that In-hwan was still awake, he kissed her shoulder with his thin lips. I'll be home at noon tomorrow to have dinner with you. No need. Why? Thin Seeker's lips quirked against her shoulder. In-hwan's shoulders tingled. I have to go to the office tomorrow. My dad said he'd put me in a position. Thin Seek, she's really going to work after the wedding, isn't she? Before marriage when the Yoon family's jewel, but after marriage even ran away to work. What do outsiders think of him? Thin Seeker was guilty of worrying. In-hwan turned her back to him, unable to see his furrowed sword brows, and fell into a deep sleep. Day 2. Bo-sun waited in In-hwan's checkroom and saw her wearing a white shirt with a pink wrap skirt, her long hair slightly curled, that already delicate and pretty little face made up, and walking out in high heels. It's kinda like the elite women of the workplace. After thinking about it for a night, Bo-sun can understand In-hwan's feelings of wanting to work for the In family's company. Although his father-in-law is only 45 years old now, already relatives are coveting the Yoon family property. They all think that if In-hwan marries out, the In family's property will be theirs in the future. Their thinking is still stuck in the old feudal society, believing that it takes a man to inherit the family business. He just didn't want In-hwan to work too hard. She had never been exposed to those. Bo-sun clapped his hands. My wife is so beautiful. She looks like a professional woman. Changing clothes and clapping. Thin Seek, you don't exaggerate. Bo-sun picks her up in a hug. It's not convenient for you to go downstairs in high heels. I'll carry you. I'll go by myself. You walk too slowly by yourself. What if you break it? Bo-sun hugs her tightly, smelling the faint perfume of In-hwan's body. Come to me if you don't know anything about official business in the future. Aha. In-hwan responded perfunctorily. Bo-sun beautifully carried her downstairs, and later In-hwan learned about the villa's construction to know that there is an elevator in it. However, by that time Bo-sun had already carried her up and down the stairs countless times. Thin Seeker, that heartthrob dog. Degree. Chapter 31, Hwan is thin-skinned. Inside the office of the president of Inli Group, In-hwan sat in the president's seat, lazily rotating the black leather seat. Yoon's father stood by the table. Honey, are you really coming to work? It's just a new marriage. In-hwan lazily propped up her jaw. What good is a new marriage for me and Bo-sun? A groom who slept through his wedding night. Should have just left him out in the cold. Baby, while you're young, the romantic life that you should experience. You have to go and experience it slowly. Work and all that doesn't matter. Dad can still work for more than 10 years, 20 years. Inli couldn't afford to have her baby girl spend all her thoughts on her work. While women can have their own careers, his daughter can enjoy life at will, as long as she wants to. he can pave the way for her later. Dad, if I don't practice a bit, those people miss our Yin family and want to eat our flesh and drink our blood. Yin Huan was angry when she thought of her cousin. Hua Han is nothing. That easy luck mall in the south of the city. Just leave it to baby to manage, okay? You try it out first, and if you don't like it then change it to something else. Yin Li knew she wouldn't be able to sit still in the office, so he might as well make her do something else. Okay, thanks Dad. Yin Huan got up and gave up the president's seat. Yin Huan walked out of the office in a happy mood and went downstairs. Downstairs in the hall, Yin Huan saw Hua Han from afar. Hua Han also saw him and stopped tangling with the receptionist and ran to her in stride. Sister, Hua Han shouted loudly, why did you come to the company? My family's company. I can come whenever I want. Yin Huan stared at him with interest. Cousin, what were you doing just now? It's not like you wanted to cause trouble, right? Yin Huan smiled gently, her tone rising, then I'm going to ask the security guards to kick you out. No, I didn't. I just said the wrong thing the night of your wedding, and I came to apologize to my aunt. Hua Han just didn't realize that Yin Li hadn't seen him. He prayed, Sister, you've come by coincidence. Will you take me up? Ha! Yin Huan snorted coldly. If you want to apologize, shouldn't you look for me first? Did you get your brains bruised? Have you become even more stupid and foolish now? Hua Han stayed in the hospital for more than 10 days, and just after he was discharged today, he came to look for Yin Li anxiously. There's only one super rich relative, a golden cash cow, and the relationship can't be strained. Sooner or later, Yin Huan will be a member of the Bo family. If he behaved well in front of his aunt in the future, maybe the position of heir could still be his. I don't have time for it. I'm busy. As for my dad, he's busy too. Cousin, I think you're not well enough to go home and recuperate. Yin Huan was annoyed at the sight of him. The security guard at the entrance of the hall had been paying attention to this side, and when he saw Yin Huan's gesture, he immediately came over aggressively. Hua Han was gotten out of the building by 2 tall and strong security guards in a pinch. He also did not dare to yell out his brain. Come what may, she endured today. Yin Huan walks out of the building. Chen Rui holds an umbrella and diligently accompanies her, not letting her get a bit of sun. Where are we going next? Missy? Ila shopping center in the south of the city. Yin Huan smiled shallowly. My dad said he'll give me the management later. Chen Rui, your family's Missy won't be the one who only eats, drinks and has fun from now on. I'm sure Missy will do very well. Chen Rui respectfully opened the car door. The air conditioning was on in the car and the temperature was just right. Chen Rui got into the car and handed her the prepared caramel milk tea. It's summer, but Yin Huan is on her period and can't drink cold food. Yin Huan takes a small sip of milk tea as Bo Sun calls her. Shady soul, what a phone call when you can see it when you get home. Yin Huan spat while picking up the phone. Chen Rui drove the car, his hands steeply tightening. Honey, how's your first day on the job going? Are you idle? Yin Huan split his face and disliked him. Bo Sun had just come out of the conference room and was anxious to ask her how she was doing, but it turned out that the young lady was simply ungrateful. Right, very idle. So idle that it hurts my balls. That's why I want to harass you. Just say the word, Missy, and I'll go play with you right away. If your balls hurt, go get them treated. Don't come to me. Yin Huan laughed. The executive assistants behind Bo Sun are all silenced, not even daring to quietly peer at Bo Sun's expression. The president is so unpretentious. Thin Seeker walked into the office and closed the door with a bang, shutting out the eyes that tried to probe. The doctor can't cure it, so you have to do it. Missy. Bo Sun hung back and sat on the couch. You'll be cured when your physiological period is over. Hooligans, get out. Yin Huan hung up the phone. Thin Seek in the office listening to the sound of beeping. Couples rogue point how to do? Huan is too thin-skinned. It's because of shyness. Hey, Bo Sun really wanted to go back to the day of the wedding. He promised not to drink so much. The best man and maid of honor are the ones who hold their drinks. So why is it that he drinks the most at the end of the day? In the evening, Bo Sun returned home to see sitting on the swing of the beautiful glass flower room reading a book. She wore a white dress, long hair over her shoulders. I do not know what kind of book to read. What is the content of the book? She slightly frowned. The bottom of her eyes are a little confused. Thin Seeker's body was faster than his brain, heading straight toward the glass bower. Bo Sun steps into Yin Huan. The glass flower room created for her is very suitable for her. She just sits so quietly in it, as if the L's in the flowers, pure white and clean. Fairy atmosphere. Bo Sun sits down next to her. Wife. Yin Huan was startled. You walk without a sound. It scares people. It was on purpose to scare you. What are you reading? So serious. Thin Seek swept his eyes. Financial management? While he didn't think it was too late for Yin Huan to start studying, did she have to work herself up so much? He wants Yin Huan to be as carefree and wanton after marriage as she was before marriage, but he also respected Yin Huan's idea. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll tell you. Nope, Really? I just saw you frown outside. In Hwan gave him a blank look. I did that because I was hungry. Next time I won't wait for you to come home for dinner. Okay, my fault. Let your wife wait long and starve your wife's stomach. Thin Seeker patted over to stick it to her. In Hwan put down her book and propped her hands on his shoulders. Bo Soon, I seriously doubt you're suffering from some kind of skin hunger. Why do you want to stick it on at all times? Right, I am sick. Wife, quickly let me hug and relieve relief. Otherwise I'm so uncomfortable. It's like there are millions of ants crawling on my body, scratching my heart. Bo Soon hugs In Hwan, his handsome face buried in her chest. In Hwan, stinking hooligans, stirring up the nose. Thin Seeker, let go. Thin Seek, woo-hum. In Hwan grabbed him by the hair. Sticky is sticky, what are you doing? Are you still not weaned? How old are you? 24 years old. Chapter 32. Bo Soon, get the hell out of here and sleep in the study. Thin Search's nostrils were fragrant and soft. In Hwan pulled at his hair and punched him in the shoulder, his chest rising and falling slightly. Good lust. Thin Seeker couldn't leave. Thin Seeker, hearing that In Hwan's voice is really angry, Bo Soon lifts his head with intent, his dark, heavy eyes tinted with thick lust as he meets her. His voice was low. Baby. In Hwan didn't have the heart to push him away, straightened her messy clothes, got up and left. However, without taking 2 steps, Bo Soon catches up from behind, clasping one hand around her waist and picking her up. You're so annoying. I'll go by myself. I'll hug you more while I'm young. I won't be able to hug you when I'm old. Bo Soon likes to hug her, dainty and soft, especially cute. In Hwan rolled her eyes breathlessly. Bo Soon is used to In Hwan's big blank stare and smiles instead of being angry. Just cherish it. You're the only woman who can let me hug her. Who cares? It's not like I'm crippled. In Hwan tugs at his shirt, nasty and shameless. Bo Soon genuinely feels that his bones are just. In Hwan scolded him and hit him, pulling his clothes, and he was all happy to stare at her. She only does that to him. He's one of a kind. In the evening, Bo Soon took a shower, blew out his own hair, and went to In Hwan's side after getting into bed. Warm palms landed on In Hwan's belly through the thin nightgown, rubbing it clockwise. In Hwan leaned against the bed, her eyes flowing as she stared at him coldly. Do what? Physiological period. I'll rub it for you. No need. Bo Soon's movements stiffened. It doesn't hurt anymore, does it? If it doesn't hurt, I have no use for it. Hey, I'm just a toolman. Toolman. Thin Seeker still didn't remove his hand. What's wrong with a little tofu for your own wife? Boobs are buried. In Hwan coolly hooked her lips. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking? Is that you trying to rub my little tummy? You're trying to take advantage of me. Hey. The wife found out. Thin Seeker clung to her in a sticky manner. So will you let me touch it? Not allowed. Thin Seeker knew it was. A question is a refusal. Then why did he ask? Just touch it directly. Woo. In Hwan felt the big, burning hand roaming over her thighs, and it was like fire was running through her fingertips. His gaze was extraordinarily hot and fiery as he watched her reaction. Hwan is also a big fan of intimacy, isn't he? She softened at the touch, her voice dainty, her eyes misty, and her cheeks flushed. Physiological period. Can you stop? In Hwan huffs. Bo Soon, if you're so disrespectful, get the hell out of here and sleep in the study. How long have you been married? Just rushed hubby off to sleep in the den. Woman, so cruel. Don't let me touch it. Then you touch me. Thin Seeker was too thick-skinned to do so, grabbing her hand and hitching it to his leg. In Hwan felt a handful of leg hair. It's even more disliked. Thin Seeker wouldn't let go of her hand yet, rubbing it over her thigh. Suddenly, Bo Soon's thighs hurt. Hiss. Bo Soon grabs In Hwan's hand from under the covers, and a few leg hairs fall lightly between her white fingers as she loosens them. Missy, it's okay for you to grip my hair, but you're picking off my leg hair too? It hurts. Your leg hair is so ugly. In Hwan withdrew her hand and wiped her hand on his pajamas in disgust. Ugly? Should he, a big man, do a full body wax like she, a delicate girl? White thighs and calves? Wouldn't that be the least bit manly? So you're into the kind of men who don't have any leg hair at all? That's eunuchs. Right. Bo Soon remembers that the eunuchs in the drama don't have beards. I don't know if there's any leg hair. Bo Soon, if I like you, I like whatever you look like. I don't like you, so I don't like whatever you look like. In Hwan looks down and plays with her cell phone. Bo Soon collapsed a handsome face. When will Missy like him? Is he going to change himself into one of those warm and fuzzy men? It's not the real him that In Hwan likes either. It's him in disguise. Bo Soon leans against the bed and stares, unaware that In Hwan has put down her cell phone and is sleeping on her side. Bo Soon can't sleep and lies next to In Hwan tossing and turning. He was bored out of his mind. Hey! The long darkened room sighed. Snap! A slap landed on his chest. Bo Soon was stunned. Honey, you're still awake? How can I sleep when you swing around like a carp? In Hwan kicked over with her calf. If you move again, get off. Bosun hugged her waist and buried his face in her shoulder. Honey, this way I won't move around. In-hwan compromised. As long as he doesn't stay up all night like ADHD, let him cuddle. Sooner or later, I'll have to be eaten up by this guy. What's the point of cuddling and sleeping? It's not like he hasn't hugged me before. Both of them had a good night's sleep. The next day when In-hwan woke up, she saw Bosun, who had just finished exercising and was wearing a black I-word undershirt, sweating thinly, his cold white skin flushed red from the exercise. He casually lifted the hem of his undershirt to wipe his face, revealing wall-to-wall abs. He did it on purpose, didn't he? Not the first time I've shown my body in front of her. The body is nice and the abs are beautiful. She's on her period. What can she do? In-hwan's breathing sunk slightly, and when he walked in front of her, her ears reddened slightly. Up quite early, Bosun lowers his head, a gangly smile on the corner of his mouth. Missy, if you want me to sleep with you, remember to say so before you go to bed, and I'll definitely accompany you. Peacocking and making a fool of yourself. Who cares about your company anymore? In-hwan crossed over to him, but his wrist was caught in his sweaty hand. In-hwan sidled up. Get lost and take a shower. You're covered in sweat and you're holding me. Thin Seeker cocked his head. Do you think I should get a wax? Ha? What? Has Bosun lost his mind? In-hwan's eyes faintly swept the lower half of his body in black sweatpants and suddenly smiled. What are you laughing at? You say it's ugly. I'll go get it for it. It wouldn't be ugly if it wasn't, would it? Actually, it's okay. You don't have a lot of hair. Men, no leg hair is even more strange. It looks girly. In-hwan's eyes cannot hide the smile. I had a fight with him last night. It was just a casual conversation. Is that what he was thinking about when he tossed and turned and fussed last night? So childish. I think so. I'm so sexy. Bosun was happy. You'll like it sooner or later. Ha! In-hwan grunted in her heart. Sooner or later she would like his leg hair? Sick. Missy, how long do you have until your physical period? This exuberant energy of his really didn't want to be used on those cold exercise machines. Trying to use it on a fragrant, soft, delicate wife. 7 days at a time. 7 days. That long? Bleeding for so many days? Won't she be anemic? We'll have to get the cook to make Missy some blood-boosting food to eat tonight. I'm sure you can hold back. In-hwan drew her hand out and dashed off. Thin Search annoyed scratching hair. Bear bear bear. When he ninja god turtle after 7 days, let's see if he still holds back. Chapter 33, Mr. Bo is crying. Wife, I want to make up for my wedding night. A few days later, In-hwan comes home from work to find Bosun, who has always been later than her, sitting on the couch early. As soon as he saw her, he gave that meaningful smile. What's wrong with this guy? What roses for a good reason? With so much growing in the villa, do you need him to deliver it? In-hwan is forced to take the red rose in Bosun's hand and says a thank you before casually handing it over to Zhang Xiao, who will use it to soak her feet tonight. In-hwan's body lightens as Bosun excitedly hugs her. Make up for the wedding night tonight. You said 7 days. It's the 8th day today. Bosun raises his eyebrows in triumph. I counted the days. Don't you dare try to lie to me. Stupid is really stupid. Her physiological period ended 2 days ago. Doesn't he even look at the trash cans in the bathroom? Long ago there were no tampons to throw in there. Honey, let's eat first. Thin Seeker carried her to the restaurant. Then the servants of the house began to serve the food. In-hwan, dinner starts so early tonight? Thin Seek the dogman. Oysters, abalone, shrimp with chives? We haven't even had our wedding night yet? What's with the aphrodisiacs? In-hwan looked at him. You're not really vain, are you? It'll be hard for Dad to get her to have a son. You'll know tonight if I'm vain or not. Thin Search felt that verbal words were useless. He must show strength to conquer In-hwan. Yeah, then I'll wait and see. Don't let me down. In-hwan smiled faintly. If you let me down. No ifs. In-hwan, can you not have a little faith in your husband? I'm only 24. How can I be vain? In-hwan shrugged her shoulders indifferently. I'm not a boy. How would I know? He had been so excited all day today that he wasn't in the mood to work. Just thought I'd come back and make up my wedding night with my kissing wife. After so many days of sharing the same bed, In-hwan should have a good idea in her heart whether his physical strength is good or not. How many cold showers has he taken? Heartless little cheerleader. No heart for your husband at all. That mouth of hers is so bad. Kiss her to tears tonight and then gag her lips. Have some wine. In-hwan grimaced. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't be sexually interested in you. No way. I'm a heavenly dish-level handsome guy. Bosun stares at her viciously. Pissed off. The maid poured the red wine that had already been prepared. In-hwan drank 2 glasses of red wine and still didn't feel drunk. After the meal, In-hwan was the first to get up. I'm going to take a shower first. Thin Seeker followed her up the stairs. The wife was in the master bedroom showering and he went to the guest room. Wash it white and clean so his wife will like his body. It had to be good for the first time tonight. and he felt the need to vent about it in his shower. Bo-sun returned to the master bedroom after taking a shower. Refreshed. In-hwan hasn't come out of the bathroom yet. Thin Search waited patiently. In-hwan has always been very slow to wash up, and she has to take care of her skin and put on a mask after the shower. It was another half hour before In-hwan came out. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she wore a bean paste pink halter nightgown and silk jacket, and she didn't know whether it was because she was shy or because she had been in the bathroom for a long time. But In-hwan's white skin flushed a beautiful thin red. Bo-sun's breath stuttered as he watched, and he stood up from the edge of the bed. "Wife, you smell good." In-hwan was hugged by him, and her nostrils were filled with Bo-sun's scent. They used different shower gels, and Thin-seek's shower gel is a refreshingly clear blue-tone ocean scent that smells pretty good. It was different from his usual hangdog, dude yuppie flavor. Bo-sun seems to be very nervous. His heartbeat is especially fast, thumping, just like a drum. She discussed the topic of married life with Bo-sun before the marriage, and she knew that with Bo-sun's nature it was impossible not to touch her. Impossible to be a mere business marriage, as a superficial couple. Wife, woo, wife. In-hwan was confused. Bo-sun, you be normal. Why are you crying? That unruly, do as you wish young master of the mansion is actually getting sentimental at this point? Doesn't fit his persona at all. Thin-seeker cupped her jaw and barred his lips against hers. In-hwan stared at his slightly reddened eyes and cried, "Miss In, you've fallen into my hands, and the sky will fall tonight. You also have to make up for my wedding night." After Bo-sun finishes speaking, he heavily kisses her rosy lips. "The baby smells so good. The lips are so soft, so sweet." "Why is it so sweet? Did she have something on her lips?" Thin Search kissed her lips while pressing and rubbing her delicate waist. In-hwan was so unseasoned and weak at the waist from his dense kisses that she almost couldn't stand if it wasn't for his hand wrapping around her. After kissing her off and on for a long time, Bo-sun sank down with a heavy gasp, his handsome face buried in her fragrant shoulder to calm down. In order to create an atmosphere in the bedroom, Bo-sun only turned on a table lamp with quite a sense of design. The light is dim and soft, lining In-hwan's delicate skin with a soft light. So beautiful. Bo-sun finally couldn't hold back and picked her up and put her on the bed. The tall body covered her, and the thin kisses fell again. The thin jacket on In-hwan was casually torn off by him and tossed with his hand, landing lightly on the carpet beside the bed. In-hwan closes her eyes. The scent of testosterone around her is too strong, and her small hand is held by Bo-sun as she climbs onto his lean and sturdy waist. Bo-sun buried in her chest and kissed her, and when he raised his eyes, his thick desire was like a blazing fire. His thick black eyes were clamoring with lust, and every factor in his body was throbbing with excitement. "Missy, do you know how beautiful and provocative you look right now?" Thin-seeker's voice was hoarse to the core. He's too excited, too excited. The goddess he had a teenage crush on was married to him, now right underneath him, being kissed by him wantonly. She wore a coquettish and seductive expression, and the coquettish chants that spilled out of the corners of her mouth were too good to be true. So good to love her. In-hwan's ears reddened with shyness. "Wait a minute. Rush. I'm in a hurry. We've been married for half a month." He hadn't even managed to cave in yet. "Bo-sun." In-hwan cupped his face with her right hand and gently pinched it. "We're still young. We don't plan to have kids yet, right?" "Aha! That, in the drawer. I prepared it." In-hwan finished, her small face bursting into red. She bit her red lip. "You go get." When did she prepare it? How does he not know? Thin-seeker opened the drawer and there were quite a few. Bo-sun casually took a box. "Can't see it. Missy, you're quite well prepared. So much. And you still say you're not interested in me." It's exposed. But he so loved the contrast of Yoon-hoon. On the surface, he disliked him in all kinds of ways, disdained him in his eyes, and rolled his eyes at him from time to time. But in reality, he secretly looked forward to it for a long time, and even prepared the protective measures himself. "If you laugh again, get the hell out of here." In-hwan couldn't contain herself in shame. "I'm doing this for my own good. Wasn't really looking forward to it, okay?" Bo-sun stickily pressed against her cheek, panting heavily, rubbing around like a big dog, his thin lips biting her reddened ear, his magnetic voice with a seductive tone. "Missy, but I'm looking forward to it." Chapter 34, Strawberry Prince. She saw it. After the ambiguous kiss, even the air in the bedroom was restless. The intense possessiveness in Bo-sun's eyes is clearly revealed, and his handsome eyebrows are also tinted with a few points of pestering color, which is particularly seductive. The defenses in In-hwan's heart gradually disintegrated. She could hear Thin-seeker unwrapping the tiny, square box and pulling a small, colorful square out of it and placing it in her palm. "What are you giving her? Isn't that what he uses? I won't get this." In-hwan's eyes are full of spring water. Her voice is dainty, with a few moments of supplicating gaze. It seemed like a hot potato in her hand. How could she? A girl? Thin-seeker is too much. "It's okay, we'll work on it together later." Bo-sun finished, kissing down her jawline. His lips lingered at In Hwan's collarbone for a long time, and when he parted, a scarlet mark was left on his white skin. Plant a little strawberry for your precious wife. Thin Seeker was all excited. He even reached out lovingly to touch the light hickey. How Hwan is so beautiful. Bo Sun's skin rolled hot as he pressed against her, like an active volcano about to erupt, his eyes satisfied and arrogant. In Hwan, however, was exasperated and cried, "How am I going to wear a pretty dress if you leave me a mark? Don't you cry, don't you cry." Bo Sun panicked. "Wife, I was wrong. You give me a bite too. Bite anywhere." Thin Seeker's fingertips traced her pretty collarbone. Her white skin flooded with hickeys, faint strawberry prints, and a small black mole dotted in the center. In Hwan was so angry that she was in no mood to mess with Bo Sun. "It can be covered up, right?" Bo Sun pressed against her delicate body. "Don't you girls have a lot of makeup?" When In Hwan heard this, she became even more angry. "You get down there. Don't want you." Thin Seeker pouted in aggravation. "He's all horny and won't let him touch it. Sooner or later, you have to suffocate." Thin Seeker's head lowered, buried in her shoulder and neck, and after a low whimper, he tenderly licked her white neck. "Come on, you want me, baby." Bo Sun's voice was low, and it pressed against her neck as he spoke, making her skin tingle. "Then you're not allowed to leave me any more strawberry prints." "Summer, what do you know about girls? I have so many beautiful dresses." In Hwan is really going to be pissed off by Bo Sun. Shade, can't he resist leaving strawberry marks? "Of all the places on my body, do you have to leave marks that belong to you on the obvious collarbone?" In Hwan grabbed his hair, lifted up and looked me in the eye in answer. Bo Sun weakly raised his head and first gave In Hwan a quick boop on her lips. "Good looking. Not asking if you look good." Of course Bo Sun wanted to leave traces belonging to him on the obvious places on In Hwan's body. Naked possessiveness. Men are so childish, but you can't talk to Yoon Hwan. Missy is roaring with anger now. So cute. Thin Seeker's mind wandered, pinching her exasperated little fleshy face. In Hwan was forced to pout. Bo Sun dash. "I know, my wife's body is full of treasures. So much skin on my wife's body. I can leave hickeys and little strawberry prints. I can't leave them in obvious places so that my wife can't wear pretty dresses." Bo Sun just shattered as if he was reviewing. Thin Seeker's eyes looked somewhere. "Is it okay there?" In Hwan shyly punched him on the shoulder. "Don't ask. Not being allowed to ask is okay. Wife, I'm coming. I'm taking tomorrow off. We can go all night. I'll be so good that I'll make you get out of, not out of, bed tomorrow." Bo Sun was furious and roared as he kissed her sharply. The two of them kissed so hard that the ambiguous gasps were endless. The pea-colored nightgown threw itself out of the thin comforter and landed on the black pants. In Hwan was nervous as hell. She holds Bo Sun's waist with her hands in a death grip, her palms pressing against his hot skin. "You, be gentle." Thin Seeker held the small square between his slender fingers and studied it, kissing her as he did so. "Honey, did you buy it small? How does she know? It's not like she bought it. She sent the maid to get it. Plus she doesn't know how big that model is for." "Aha! Thin Seeker the rascal. Asshole. Why ask her?" In Hwan closed her eyes in shame and inclined her head in an attempt to bury her face in the soft pillow. Bo Sun evilly looks at her. "What are you ashamed of? We're husband and wife. It's normal to discuss such issues." In Hwan ignored him. "Finished. Can't tease the wife anymore. What if she teases her wife further in case she does kick him out?" He waited half a month for his wedding night. He moved over to kiss the side of her face. The ambiguous atmosphere was thick when In Hwan's cell phone rang. Cell phones. Thin Seeker, cell phone. Thin Seeker pressed against her shoulder, glaring sideways at the cell phone on the couch. He turned his cell phone off to keep the outside world from interrupting tonight's makeup wedding night, but he forgot to remind Yoon Hwan, Daddy's phone call, or the father-in-law's. Thin Seeker had no choice but to go get his cell phone. When In Hwan answered the phone, Bo Sun was still holding her, his thin lips pressed against her shoulder, so that he could also hear the voice speaking on the phone from such a distance. A few minutes later, Bo Sun and In Hwan redressed and left the villa anxiously for the hospital. On the way Bo Sun holds In Hwan's small hand. "Grandpa will be fine." In Hwan's eyes were red and her little head leaned on his shoulder. "Oh, asshole. Wasn't it you who said that marriage is a happy occasion? We've gotten married. How come Grandpa's illness has gotten worse?" Bo Sun held her on his lap and tenderly wiped her tears. And Bo Sun, who had always been able to speak well, could not say anything to retort at this time. In Hwan needs to vent. He's Missy's punching bag. When they arrived at the hospital, Yin's grandfather was still being resuscitated in the operating room. Yoon's father and mother are waiting outside. In mother looked at In Hwan, who was crying with red eyes, and blankly glared at her own husband. "What are you doing calling her here? Let her worry." In Hwan grabbed her mother's hand. "Mom, how could you hide something as big as Grandpa going into surgery from me? What can you do when you're here? I'll contact you after the surgery is successful. I've come to wait for the results. Like you guys." I'm worried about Grandpa. Mother and daughter lowered their voices and chatted. In Hwan and Bosun came out in a great hurry. In Hwan then casually put on a skirt, which had a relatively low neckline, and those ambiguous traces were naked in the field of vision. It looks like the relationship between her daughter and Thin Seeker is progressing nicely and just came in holding hands. Thinking about it made Yin's mother even more angry. I told you not to call your daughter. Don't call. Now it's good to interrupt the happy life of a newlywed couple. What a sin. Chapter 35, Handsome Boys and Girls, Born for Each Other. Yoon Hwan noticed her mother's eyes and raised her hand to block her neckline. Her ears scarlet. Shame on you. Yin's mother had a look of I know. I've been there before. In Hwan couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. In Hwan silently sat on Bosun's side, and although it was summer, the hospital corridor was shady and cool late at night. Thin Seeker wrapped her slender body into his arms. Grandpa will be fine. In Hwan gave a small nod and waited quietly. After a couple hours, the door to the operating room opened. Grandpa's life was saved, but it wasn't looking too good. The cancer is terminal, and the doctors say they may not live much longer. Ready to prepare for the aftermath. It was already light when In Hwan and Bosun left the hospital. The two of them stayed up all night. Kicked out of the hospital by mom and dad. Let them go home and rest. In Hwan leaned on Bosun's arm, tears falling silently, her mind filled with images of her grandfather spoiling her and loving her since she was a little girl. She was the apple of her grandfather's eye, his favorite granddaughter. In Hwan's body was gently twitching from crying, so delicate and pretty little face hung with 2 lines of clear tears, blinking her eyes. Her curly eyelashes were also stained with water vapor. Her eyes were foggy and misty. Thin Seeker hugged her sideways. There was nothing that could be said to comfort her at a time like this. That's why Bosun chose not to say anything, warming her with his body, letting her vent, letting her cry. Returning home from the hospital, In Hwan cried so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, and her tears soaked the clothes on Bosun's chest, soaking a dark stain. Bosun held her off the car. Under the rising sun, In Hwan crying, cheeks thin red, a look of pear blossom with rain, delicate and soft against his chest, well behaved like a wounded deer. It really hurt him. Zhang Xiao and Yugwa saw their own big miss in that state and followed suit. Even if he didn't ask, he knew it was because Masterine wasn't in a good condition. Have some breakfast before you rest? Yoon Hwan sulked. Don't want to eat. Thin Seeker then carried her up the stairs. She doesn't want to eat right now and can't force it. It's okay if you don't eat a meal. Bosun put her on the bed and went to the bathroom to get a wet towel out to wipe her face. The little face had just been wiped clean, and tears were falling down the ends of her eyes. Bosun sits on the edge of the bed. Don't cry. If you cry again your eyes will swell and become ugly. In Hwan has loved beauty since she was a child and can't stand the thought of becoming ugly. She held back her tears, biting her red lips and sobbing delicately for a few moments. Bosun, I am, well. Thin Search waited quietly. No more? Just one, eh? Bosun's heart warmed. It was confirming whether he was there or not. She slept in peace when he was there. Bosun quietly went out and called his assistant to postpone today's meeting. In Hwan is in a bad mood and as a husband, he has to stay home with his little petite wife. In Hwan is asleep when Bosun returns to the room after the call. In Hwan was woken up by hunger. As soon as I woke up, I felt my eyes hurt. Woo, it's not really swollen, is it? In Hwan collapsed and went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Her eyes were bloodshot. The whites of her eyes were flushed with red blood. Slightly swollen, not too serious. It should go away soon. It's okay. It's okay. In Hwan gathered herself together and walked out of the bedroom. In Hwan stepped back and almost collided with Bosun. She held her chest in shock. What are you doing? After crying, little Hwan's voice was soft and sticky. So nice. I came to see if you were awake. Bosun pulls her into his arms. I also just woke up not long ago, and went to the study to take care of business for a while. Thin Seek is so strange. It wasn't like she asked him what he'd been up to report his whereabouts to her so matter-of-factly. Stop hugging. I'm hungry. In Hwan was all ready to have her stomach growl. Bosun picked her up in a crossbody hug. I'm going to hug you. He's stubborn as hell. You don't let me hug you, but you have to. In Hwan was in a depressed mood and didn't bother arguing with him. After lunch, In Hwan heard that her grandfather had woken up and went back to the hospital. The old man was lying on the hospital bed with a lot of tubes inserted into his body. His eyes opened weakly, but he soon drifted off again without any energy. After In Hwan and Bosun went to the hospital for 3 consecutive days, they were kicked out by Yin's father and mother when they went again. Tell them to go back and rest. This side of the hospital doesn't need them to come and keep watch every day. On the way back, In Hwan leaned lazily. You don't have to come with me every day. My job is just to name. You're different. You haven't been to the company for a few days. Missy, are you concerned about me? Bosun closes in on the side of her face. You're in love with me. It seems that the day is near when I will be able to hold onto the clouds and see the moon. In Hwan's white palm slapped his face. I'm not in love with you. If you're not in love, you're not. Why did you hit him? Bo-sun saw her smile through her fingers and didn't dare to be in front of her for the past few days for fear of pissing her off. Elder Yin's condition looks better today, so he dares to tease her like this. Bo-sun holds her wrist and kisses her palm. Missy, in that case, you'll accompany me to the company. Ha, I don't want it. But they were riding in Bo-sun's car. The driver wasn't going to listen to her. Go around. Look, you're the president's wife. Bo-sun kisses the back of her hand again. Mrs. President, Mrs. Bo. Finn Seeker said something about envying her for getting what she wanted and fulfilling her childhood dream. But why did she feel that Bo-sun was happier and more excited than she was? In the past, Bo-sik used to park his car in the basement when he arrived at the company and go up from the president's special elevator below. But not today. His wife had been so hard to abduct to accompany him to work. It was something that had to be flaunted and shown off. So at the gate, Bo-sun told the driver to stop. In Hwan leans back lazily, particularly speechless at Bo-sun's behavior. Bo-sun opened the car door. Missy, get out of the car. In Hwan slapped her hand on his outstretched palm, and Bo-sun's hand, which was much larger than hers, was gripped by him in a flash. After getting out of the car, Bo-sun looks like he's afraid she'll suddenly run away and holds her hand tightly. Going in hand? In Hwan didn't feel very elegant in this position. I'll take your arm, In Hwan offered. Bo-sun raised his arm, unable to hide the smile under his eyes. Thus, In Hwan took Bo-sun's arm and walked into the first floor lobby of the Thin World Group with a warm and elegant smile. Mr. Bo, hello Mr. Bo, hello ma'am, Mr. Bo and Mrs. Bo are handsome men and women, so well matched. Madam is so beautiful. Love it. There Mr. Finn is really lucky to have married his green plum, and she's so beautiful. That's the capital's first lady, the Yin family's first lady, the sole heir. The more you look at it, the better it looks. Stronger together, invincible. Finn Seeker grinned at the compliment, unable to hide it at all. After entering the elevator, In Hwan draws her hand out. Bo-sun, are you in charge of listening to rainbow farts when you work at the company? Chapter 36. Bo-sun's office has lots of stuff about In Hwan. Bo-sun raises his eyebrows in triumph. What do you call this? They weren't wrong. I'm handsome and you're beautiful. We're a perfect match. Cut. Match a ghost. Hwan, wife. In Hwan took a step back. What's gotten into you? In Hwan, I call you crazy for calling you twice? Bo-sun pinches her thin waist. It's so hard to make you happier. Can't you smile at me more? The two of them were physically close together in the bright yet enclosed elevator. Bo-sun wilted and squeezed at her waist. It takes 10 years to smile, and I'm afraid that if I smile too much, the person will be gone. In Hwan grimaced. Cheerful, you have a good sense of humor. You're so boring. Yoon Hwan disliked him. Couples just have fun doing boring things. At least that's what he thought. He enjoys whatever boring things Yoon Hwan does to him. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the reserved In Hwan walked out first. In Hwan comes to Bo-sun's office for the first time. The style of his office was similar to his apartment. Most presidents had this black, white and gray decor, but Bo-sun's office had quite a lot of greenery and modern-style paintings hanging on the white walls. One of the other paintings stood out. In Hwan approached and saw her own signature underneath the painting. She painted this picture in high school, didn't she? How could it be in Bo-sun's office? Still framed, and placed with famous paintings by other contemporary painters, even still in the center. Honey, feel free to sit down. There's a restroom inside if you're tired. I'm going to have a meeting. Bo-sun walked behind her, his thin lips pressed to her ear, and said with a bad smile, if you can't park with me, I can carry you to the meeting yo. What's wrong? Holding her for a meeting? Is it that hard to part? In Hwan pushed his head away. Go to your meeting. Get bored, I have legs and will run on my own. Right triangle and area operators. Can't you say one thing to make him happy? Finn Seeker moved thievishly to her right cheek again and gave her a quick kiss before leaving with his superior long legs. In Hwan touches her face. Bo-sun, your mouth itches if you don't kiss for a day, doesn't it? When Bo-sun, who had walked to the door, heard this, he rushed over with an arrow step, cupped her face, and heavily kissed her on the lips. Asshole. In Hwan was almost out of breath from the kiss. Bo-sun kissed her ambiguously and colorfully, eating all the lipstick off her lips. Missy is so right. If I don't kiss in a while, my mouth itches. I want to kiss you. Bo-sun is satisfied and licks his lips seductively. Wait for me. Don't run. Finn Seeker left in flames. In Hwan sits down on the sofa to fix her lipstick with a roar of anger, and Bo-sun's secretary comes in with tea and dessert and fruit. She slowly placed it on the coffee table, her eyes glancing at In Hwan every now and then. Miss Yoon is prettier than the legend. The skin looks white and tender, moist with tender tofu. Those eyes are delicate and charming. The legendary look at the dog are deep love with love eyes, glistening full red lips with lip beads, so that her lips are more three-dimensional and perfect. Inhwan noticed the secretary's measuring gaze. You have something to say? The secretary shook her head frantically, then nodded. Inhwan was puzzled. Say it. You're so beautiful, ma'am. The secretary's eyes were full of admiration. How did you grow up to be so beautiful? No wonder my family's CEO couldn't wait to marry madam. It's hard not to be impressed with such a beautiful plum by your side. Thanks for the compliment. Inhwan had been complimented since she was a child and was already used to it. Call me if you need anything, ma'am. The secretary even developed a touch of petulance as she stared at her. Aha, Mrs. Beauty Shark me. Inhwan sat and ate the fruit for a while, then ghostly got up and walked over to Bosun's desk. He had 2 computers on his desk, both of which were off after not being in the office for a few days. There are 2 picture frames on the table. One was a wedding picture of the 2 of them, and another was a big group picture from her birthday when she was a kid. The photo shows her in a white princess tutu with a 3-tiered cake in front of her with a crown and her eyes closed as she is making a wish. Thin Seeker was right next to her, 2 years older and much taller than her, staring at her like a big brother. Next to him was Tokiwa, and the elders of the family. Why did Bosun put this photo on the table? Not a good look at all. Bosun's meeting took longer than he expected, and he came back to the office in a hurry. Wife, the office was empty before I could say what I was going to eat for lunch. She's really grown legs and runs when she says she will. I told her not to run, but she did. Just have to go against him. Bosun calls Inhwan. Inhwan, where have you been? Oh, Flossie asked me to go get my nails done, so I won't be accompanying you. Is a manicure more important than him? Thin Seeker's heart was dripping blood. He could have done her nails with her, too. Work hard. Yo. Inhwan hung up the phone. With his wife gone, he didn't feel like he could do his job properly. Think of the wife. Yoonhwan and Tokiwa do their nails and go to dinner together again. The 2 of them sat down to enjoy their meal at a riverside restaurant with a night view. How is Grandpa Yoon's condition? Not so good. Inhwan looked forlorn. People get old. It's like that. Found out too late. If I had found out earlier. Hey, all this is horse. Sure suwa pours her wine. No more talk. No more talk. Let's talk about you and Bosun. I have nothing to say to Bosun. Inhwan sipped her red wine. Grandpa's wish. Make do with it. What else can we do? Timothy asked. Just married. Surely you can't get divorced. What if, after Grandpa Ian unfortunately passes away? How do you plan for that? Inhwan hadn't thought about it yet, because she didn't want her grandfather to pass away. But now Grandpa's condition is so bad that living is a torture for him too. There is no other idea for the time being. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Take one step at a time. What about the future? Who knows? Just like me a month ago, I didn't think that I would get married early in my life. And I also married that rival. Bosun. Inhwan huffed and drank a glass of wine. You don't know how perverted he is. He actually has pictures of me as a child in his office, as well as paintings I drew in high school. I don't even know why my paintings are in his place. Timothy smiled meaningfully. And you're laughing. Do you think he kind of cursed me again with my picture? My drawing, plus my birthday? And then my grandpa spoiled me so much that he saved me from disaster? Baby, don't exaggerate. It's obvious that Thin Seeker Heifer has been planning this for a long time. He's been in love with you for a long time. Timothy had always felt that way. But Yoonhwan hates him, so as a good sister, that has to be on Yoonhwan's side. Inhwan rolled her eyes in disgust. He's just a big colorful devil, greedy for my body. It's just a man's natural color. Chapter 37. Hwan doesn't want Thin Seeker to pick it up. Mr. Thin is furious. So you guys that couple life is going pretty well. Then I'm relieved. Sure Suwa thinks that Inhwan is willing to let Bosun touch her. This marriage, too, should not be divorced. The old man will be able to rest easy. Though Thin Seeker looks hangdog, he is definitely heavy-handed. As long as Inhwan was still his wife, he wouldn't stand idly by no matter what happened to the In family. In fact, even if Inhwan didn't marry him, she wouldn't stand by. Have not yet had a married life. This kind of private things Inhwan embarrassed to say out. Small mouthfuls of red wine. It's not bad. What do you mean okay? Timothy wondered. With Thin Seek's body and physical strength, it's not so bad, is it? Is Inhwan too demanding? Or is Bosun too strong? Why don't you get some ginseng or something to make up for it? Inhwan's ears were scarlet. I don't think that's necessary. That amount of workout Bosun did every day was enough to show that he was energetic and inexhaustible. Exercising every morning and holding her at night, grunting and lustfully rubbing against her and kissing her. But she really wasn't in that mood these days. Bosun also knew that. So he didn't force her. The screen of his cell phone on the table lit up. See, you just can't speak ill of someone behind their back. Speak of the devil. Inhwan slid her finger across the screen and picked up the video call. Doing what? Bo-sun's low voice came out. Where? Send a location. Your husband is coming to take you home. Are you done socializing? I'm not socializing. Then you can stay home in peace. I have a driver and will be back in a while. In-hwan sipped her red wine and replied. She doesn't like to drive herself. The driver is on call. Nor did she need Thin Seeker to pick her up. How long is a while? 10 minutes? Or an hour? Are you guys going to break up after you eat? Or are you going to hang out somewhere else? Thin Seeker asked in a series of questions. Across the room, Tokiwa couldn't help but laugh out loud. She heard in Bo-sun's words the feeling of a resentful husband, the loneliness of being alone. Sheesh, Thin Seeker, he has his day. Since you asked in good faith. Flossy, should we go play some more after we eat? Take a break. In-hwan smiles wryly. I'll be home late then. Make yourself at home. Bye. In-hwan hung up the phone. Before the phone could be put down, Thin Seeker called again. Sure, Sua laughed even more. So Bo-sun is so sticky. He's not clingy. He's annoying. In-hwan hangs up on Bo-sun. Don't want to pick up. Bar or whatever. In-hwan wasn't in the mood to go tonight. Just went to see a comedy movie with Timothy. In the movie, the old man in his old age is seriously ill and suddenly returns to his middle school days. He wants to make up for the regrets of his youth one by one. But in the end he realizes that it was just a dream. It starts off quite jolly and ends with Winnie leaving in a hospital bed. Hate comedies these days. Comedy is comedy. Why do you have to be melodramatic at the end? Who the hell said that line about comedy having a tragedy at its core? It's ridiculous. After watching the movie, In-hwan's mood got worse. Chen Rui drove steadily. The rest of the light glanced at the rearview mirror of the car. In-hwan was pampered since childhood, wanting the stars to give the stars, wanting the moon to give the moon, and it is very rare to see her pretty little face showing sorrow. In-hwan inclined her head to look out the window, her eyebrows slightly drooping. It hurt him to see her in this listless state. What a punchline. It's simply nonsense. Missy is married and the old man is still very ill, even critically ill. After arriving home, Chen Rui respectfully went to open the car door. In-hwan walked past him, a faint scent if any came into his nostrils. Chen Rui took a deep breath. His back was turned to the hall where the bright light came through. The darkness covered up the infatuation in the bottom of his eyes. Missy, Auntie had dinner and was ready to go out. Called you and went upstairs with a black face. Angry. Missy, you're in for a treat tonight. Zheng Xiao and Yu Guo sang in unison. In-hwan's beautiful eyes flowed and she hummed lightly. Who wants to coax him? In-hwan went upstairs. She walked to the door of the master bedroom and stopped. Thin Search is angry? Should she go in? Why don't you sleep in the guest room tonight? That won't work. She, Miss Yoon, would not condescend. In-hwan turned into her check room, then crossed it, quietly pushed open the almost hidden door, and glanced inside. It's pitch black inside. Did he leave the light on or was he out of the bedroom? In-hwan couldn't guess, so he went right in. She wasn't quite familiar with the layout of the master bedroom and was about to go turn on the light, taking a few steps in the dark, when she was suddenly hugged. Bo-sun held her tightly, his handsome face pressed against her shoulder and neck, his breathing heavy and heavy. Gently, I'm going to be strangled by you. Thin Seeker. In-hwan huffs and punches him in the waist. Bo-sun loosened up a bit. You woman, it really pisses me off. I smell. What have you been doing? Thin Seeker kept sniffing the side of her face, neck, and chest. In-hwan pushed his head. What are you sniffing for? Do you think you're a dog? Asked to see if there's any other smelly man's scent. Bo-sun only smelled the aroma of In-hwan's body, a light rose scent. There are so many men, so many, extraordinarily many. Are you angry? In-hwan found him puzzling and pushed his shoulder. It's pitch black and you can't see your fingers. In front of her was Bo-sun's tall and robust figure, confining her, a feeling that made Miss Yoon very unhappy. She wants the light, trying to get a good look at Thin Seeker's face. Yeah, In-hwan, you cheated on me, you cuckolded me. Bo-sun picks her up and heads for the bed, but this was also Bo-sun's new home, so his estimation of the furnishings inside was also inaccurate. His knees hit the end of the bed with a thud and his body fell downward. In-hwan landed on the bed, and Bo-sun pressed down heavily. Ah, you're heavy, don't you know? In-hwan felt like her ribs were going to be crushed by Bo-sun. Bo-sun propped his elbows on the bed, easing the force of the press down. Where does it hurt? Let me rub it for you? Chest pain. But that kind of place was impossible for Bo-sun to rub for her. He gets astringent when he rubs it. You get up. Can't afford to drive. Bo-sun arched into her neck in aggravation. What did you go and do? What's so many men? You went looking for male models again. Sooner or later, I'm going to raise all the male modeling stores in the capital. Isn't it against the law for them to engage in that kind of work? Is it against the law? It's against the law if you provide that kind of service. Arrest them all. You'll just have to watch me. For the first time, In-hwan felt that Bo-sun was raucous and talked a lot, and it's still being said right next to her ear. Bo-sun, can you get up? In-hwan asks with a cold face. Sorry, let you get used to it. Thin search in her neck bad smile. If you do not like this position, we change another. In-hwan's neck was puffy and itchy, and she had just raised her hand in preparation to grab Thin Seeker's hair when her neck was suddenly licked. Woo, asshole, how can you lick her? Chapter 38, kneel on the keyboard if you make your wife angry. Sweet. Thin Seeker licked it and was happy to comment on it. Bo-sun's scalp ached. Hiss, hair. In-hwan, my hair, almost got to be really gripping bald. Can I have your follicles? Bo-sun broke his head and didn't even raise it, purposely talking close to In-hwan, his thin lips nicely moving as if he was kissing. In fact, he knew that In-hwan was intentionally lying to him and teasing him when she said there were so many men in that tone. Seeing that she was still in the mood to joke around, Bo-sun was relieved. You dream. In-hwan let go of his hair. My hair is mine. Your hair is yours. Wife, what's mine is yours. So whether it's my hair or leg hair, it's yours. Bo-sun pinches her waist. Pluck as much as you want. Disgusting. Bo-sun, you're disgusting. In-hwan huffed as she thought of the previous image. Get out of the way. I'm going to take a shower. Then after my wife takes a bath, can I kiss and hug and lift her high? Bo-sun sticks to her, his heart beating extremely fast, expecting In-hwan's answer and fearing her rejection. Recently, Grandpa Yin's health has been a concern, and with the delay of a few more days, he wonders when he'll be able to actually have his wedding night. Although he hugged his wife every night, he could not control his mind to fantasize some charming images, even if his wife gave him a little sweetness and let him rub the edge. Bo-sun's thin lips rolled over in the crook of her neck, his voice low. You didn't accompany me to dinner tonight, and you didn't come home until 10 o'clock for fun. Shouldn't you soothe my wounded little heart? Bo-sun, we are married. We are not tied together. We are not becoming Siamese twins. I can go out and party and eat with my friends. You can go out and socialize, go on business trips, go out with your friends. I will not have a problem with any of it, and will not demand that you go out and come back to kneel on Duries and on the keyboard. In-hwan is a free spirit. She hoped it would be the same after marriage. Thin Search cried and laughed. She went out to play home on nothing. He this behind Y is picked up kneeling Dury and kneeling keyboard. Bo-sun kisses her cheek. You want me to kneel on the keyboard? Missy, are you playing so fancy? What's the hurry? Life is long. You want to kneel. There's plenty of time for you to do so. Bo-sun also felt that he might have made Missy angry behind him. Just kneel. After he knelt on the keyboard he made her kneel on the bed, on the couch, in the bathtub. He, Thin Seeker, was never a loser. The weight on In-hwan's body suddenly disappeared, and the lights in the room suddenly came on. She shielded her eyes with her arm. Bo-sun, this dog, can't you say something before you turn on the light? Bo-sun is staring straight at In-hwan at the moment, her skirt crumpled by him, the messy hem running up to her waistline, revealing a pair of long white legs and black lace-trimmed safety pants. In-hwan also felt a cool chill around her waist and immediately pulled her skirt down. No looking, I've seen it all the other night. Bo-sun sat on the bed, so you don't have to be shy. It was only then that In-hwan noticed that this guy, Bo-sun, had already taken a shower, and that pajama top on his body had 2 buttons, and still the bottom too, with his abs and pecs hidden. Sheesh, slutty to whom it may concern. I'm not as Thai as you. In-hwan snorted lightly before getting out of bed. Bo-sun cocked his head. I'm Thai? Me, In-hwan. You, pissed off. Carrot, since when is he Thai? The wife is wrong about him. Bo-sun looked down and saw his abs at a glance. Unbuttoned. Because of this dress? He was ready to buckle down. And when he heard the sound of a car downstairs, he was ready to go back to the bedroom and ambush In-hwan. Forgetting. Thin Seeker slowly and methodically buttoned up his buttons. Actually, he didn't want to buckle. In the summer, he was a big man with a strong fire, so it could be too normal for him to sleep without clothes. So, Bo-sun simply took off his pajamas and lightly threw them to the sofa at the end of the bed. In-hwan took a shower and skin care for over an hour before returning. Bo-sun bare upper body leaning against the bed. Warm yellow bedside light fell on his body. Cold white skin plated with a layer of soft light, lining Bo-sun surprisingly more than a few points of tenderness. Missy, come and spoil me. Slutty doesn't kill you. In-hwan's small white thin leg lifted up and kicked his leg. Do you have a problem with my legs? Or with leg hair? Take care of your body management, okay? After In-hwan got into bed, the distance between her and him was enough for another person to lie down. Where would Bo-sun give her that chance? Immediately sticking to her, pulling over the thin quilt to cover her, his hot body pressing against In-hwan and holding her in place. Those movements were almost instantaneous. Before In-hwan could react, she was already in Bo-sun's arms. You smell even better. Wife, do you stink after a shower? In-hwan was not pleased. It's hot. Can you stop hugging? Not hot. The air conditioner is blowing. I'm cold. Cold as hell. Bo Sun had a higher body temperature on her than she did and actually said it was cold. Turn off the lights. Oh. Finn Seeker dutifully turned off the light. The bedroom was once again in darkness. This time is different than before. After the two of them took a shower, Bo Sun also took off his pajama jacket. And that hot body was so close to her, as if he was worried that she would break free. One hand clasped her waist. He tentatively kissed the back of her neck. Shallow kisses, hot breaths, quickened heartbeat. Huan. Thin-seeking lips kissed their way down her shoulder blades. Like me to kiss you? In Huan had also experienced the time of youthful ignorance and teenage pregnancy. The tingling sensation coming from his spine now was like when his heart was in motion. The tips of his heart were tight, and a kiss, like a warm wind, blew and rippled the calm lake. Kiss if you want, kiss and go to bed. In Huan finished, biting her red lips to keep herself from making strange noises. In Huan's back is turned to Bo Sun and she can't see his dark, deep eyes, only feeling his increasingly heavy breathing. Her back seemed to have a magic power over him, and she kissed him for a long time, so long that In Huan felt that her bath had been in vain. Bo Sun. I'm sleepy. Bo Sun sighed. You go to sleep. He let go of In Huan and lay flat on his back for a few minutes before getting out of bed and leaving. After Bo Sun left, In Huan's tense heart finally relaxed. She was also lying flat on the big soft bed, and her body became so strange when Bo Sun kissed her just now. Woo! It's hard to bear. It wasn't that she wanted to get emotional. It was her physical self that wanted to get emotional. Bo Sun comes back from the shower and In Huan is still awake, her body motionless as she pretends to be asleep. Thin Search also did not realize that the body is cold and then pasted in front of her. The darkness of the thin lips to her cheeks. At first kissed the wrong position. Kissed in her hair. Huan. Wife. Thin Search began to sigh again. This can see and eat. More difficult than not to see. Then get your ass to the guest room. Thin Seeker. Chapter 39, Hubby, beat him up. You weren't asleep? Thin Seeker was shocked. It's okay to get caught by your wife in the middle of the night emo. Get out. In Huan drove him away on his hands and knees. How could she beat Bo Sun with her little strength? Thin Seeker pressed her legs together and held her two slender wrists together, lifting them above her head. Don't move. In Huan could only move her mouth now. Her arms and legs were under his control. Missy, we are husband and wife. We fight at the head of the bed and make peace at the end of the bed. You can make me kneel on the keyboard, but you can't kick me out. How humiliating for me then. Bo Sun can't see her expression, but it doesn't stop him from moving towards the side of In Huan's face. If I piss you off in the future, you can let me sleep on the floor. Don't kick me out. Missy, show some face. In Huan laughed. Okay, I won't chase you away. It's a deal. No backing out. Otherwise. Bo Sun gave a bad smile. Although she couldn't see Bo Sun's face, In Huan listened and felt that Bo Sun's bad smile had a deeper meaning. Sure enough, Bo Sun rubbed his face next to hers and said in a low, hushed voice, I'll be using Miss Yoon's leg tonight. In Huan is 22 years old. I hadn't been in a relationship before, but I wasn't a blank slate who didn't know anything. Stop it. We have to go to the hospital tomorrow to see Grandpa. In Huan's voice is soft. She can bend and bend. Her force value can't match Bo Sun's, and preserving herself is most important. Thin Search immediately released her, but then switched positions to hold her in his arms. No getting too hot. Gotta get you used to my body so you won't be scared later. After the two of them got naked last time, Yoon Huan saw it and said she was scared of him. In Huan was really sleepy, and after messing around with him for a while, yawned and fell asleep. The next day, the two went to the hospital together. Just as he exited the elevator, he saw a familiar back figure following the doctor. Doctor, how is the old man's condition now? Is it not optimistic? When is the big day? Doctor, so we can be prepared. The doctor was still impatient with the man in front of him. Sir, you're not the patient's immediate family. We've already informed the immediate family of the specific situation. I'm not at liberty to disclose the rest. Hua Han was still unforgiving. In Huan was furious and stepped forward, but Bo Sun caught her wrist. He shook his head slightly. All right, watch Grandpa before you clean him up. In Huan went to the hospital room in a hurry. Grandpa could no longer eat, and there was a milky white nutritional solution hanging by the hospital bed. If people were old and sick and had to suffer such agonizing pain, she thought euthanasia would be fine. At least the patients don't suffer. In Huan spoke to her grandfather in the hospital room. Though he didn't answer and couldn't hear, she forced herself to hold back, but could have cried as soon as she left the hospital room. Across the corridor, Hua Han steps out of a kind of tugging 2 to 5 million posture, and immediately becomes serious when he sees her and Bo Sun. Grandpa is seriously ill. I won't see anyone else today. Go back. In Huan's eyes were red and dense with tears, looking unintimidating, but with a 189 thin seeker standing beside her, it was a different story. Huan, I'm sorry for your loss. You just got married. Don't cry all day. Hua Han comforts her. My grandfather is still alive. What knucklehead? You cursed him. In Hwan slaps Bo Sun's arm. Hubby, beat him up. Bo Sun looked at In Hwan, and in his mind, he was still thinking about the feeling of letting the dog bite him. His body was already up before his mind gave the order. Beating up on people Fin Sik is good at. It also managed to hit him with internal injuries all over his body that were not visible on the outside. Hua Han is in the corridor being beaten up by Bo Sun and wailing. Bo Sun condescendingly steps on Hua Han's leg. Be kind. Don't be paranoid if it's not yours. Just don't show up during this time. Hua Han couldn't speak in pain, and cold sweat broke out on his face. He stared angrily at the pavilion In Hwan, still looking like the reserved young lady. Without Master In, there was still her father. The Yoon family's property can't fall into their hands. Hua Han ran off in a cloud of dust. Bo Sun turned back, and In Hwan still wasn't happy. I should have let her punch her twice to relieve her anger. After leaving the hospital, the two separated. Bo Sun goes to the office and In Hwan goes to the mall. There's nothing major at the mall that In Hwan needs to deal with. In Hwan sat in front of the computer for a while and started searching again. She looked thoughtful, frowning for a moment. After a long time, as if he had made up his mind about something, he turned off the computer. In Hwan returned home early, then changed into a light sweatshirt and grabbed a thin punching bag. Missy, what are you doing? It's so hot out in the sun. You'll be working out in your room, Zheng Xiao and Yu Gui advised. I'm not exercising, I'm going to worship Buddha. Worship the Buddha. Pray, In Hwan said faintly. Where to? To what place? Now, who are you going with? Chen Rue. I think, he's going to be my driver. In Hwan smiles. When Bo Sun comes back, you guys give him a word. I'll leave first. The two of them looked at each other in disbelief. Such a big thing, Missy, can you not tell your aunt yourself? Outside the door, Chen Rue also put on his sportswear, and he prepared quite a few things, all of which were placed in the trunk. After In Hwan got into the car quickly drove away. Bo Sun had a social engagement tonight, but he thought about the beautiful little petite wife he still had at home and left the meeting early, leaving his assistant and the others to accompany the clients. However, he returned home to hear a bolt from the blue. In Hwan isn't at home. She actually went out alone with that driver. She's a staunch materialist. Go worship some Buddha. In his mind, Bo Sun recalls the fragile look on her face when she asked him, with tears in her eyes, will Grandpa still be okay? He seems to understand. Now that medicine doesn't work, she's getting metaphysical. Bo Sun calls In Hwan while going upstairs. In Hwan just arrived at the foot of the mountain. Look at those online comments on the night to climb up. To burn the first pillar of incense in the early morning is the most spiritual. Tell me your address. In Hwan said the address. I'll go back tomorrow. No more. I'm going to climb the mountain. Fin Seeker listened as he hung up, dropping his cell phone. Going hiking with another man in the middle of the night. In Hwan, are you out of your mind? You're not widowed. Your husband is still fine. Can't we just call him? In Hwan hadn't climbed long before she felt her ears burning. It must have been Bo Sun scolding her. Go back and clean him up. There were steps all the way up, and it was hard to see how far ahead, and there weren't a lot of night climbers. But In Hwan soon realized that there were especially a lot of college students, especially 19 and 20-year-old male college students. In Hwan hadn't gotten very far and had already been accosted many times. You're really not a schoolgirl? You look so young. Sister, come along. We're going to see the sunrise. What about you? Sister, do you have a boyfriend? Sister, would you be willing to go to the Hall of In-laws with me after climbing to the top of the mountain? Chapter 40, Making a Wish. Originally, climbing the mountain was already tiring, and In Hwan was not wanting to talk, but there are too many people harassing her. In Hwan said impatiently, I'm married. The jaws of those surrounding In Hwan hiking were staggered. Married? Is this man next to her husband? How come the man didn't say anything when asked along the way? It's not like a husband should react when confronted with his wife being harassed. Oh, interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. They are not in good feelings. Such a beautiful, big, beautiful woman. And the man's looks are just plain, so he should have low self-esteem. Women are very reserved and delicate at first glance. Fine skin, completely different from men. Women are strong and men are weak. Men are not qualified to open their mouths to control their wives. Chen Rue's attention was on In Hwan's body, and as for those who opened their mouths to accost In Hwan, even when he looked over with a sorrowful gaze, those men did not notice him at all. Even though Pretty Miss is married, they are still willing to follow In Hwan around and even match her pace to rest, beautifully called escorts. In Hwan had been spoiled since she was a child, and the slower she walked, tired and sleepy, with no end in sight to the steps in front of her, the petite young lady drank water and ate a small bread to replenish her energy. After resting for 10 minutes, In Hwan continued to climb the mountain. It was after 4 in the morning, and In Hwan was walking slower and slower, and those who had been with her before had long since passed them. "Missy, let me help you." "No, that would be insincere." Break. Inhwan felt like she had gotten enough exercise for the month. "It's so exhausting." "Ah." Inhwan leaned against the stone pier by the steps and closed his eyes to doze off. Chen Rui stood at her side, and from a distance he saw a man with a flashlight rushing up, his pace sharp and fast. Thin Seek, what's he doing here? Bosun walked in front of the two, and as soon as the flashlight was shoved into Chen Rui's hand, he leaned over to the snoozing Inhwan and gave her a bad kiss. "Ah!" Inhwan screamed in fear and covered her face as she stood up. Her sleepiness completely wakes up, and as soon as she opens her eyes she sees the wilting Bosun in front of her. She gasped. "You scared me. Keep your voice down." Bosun swept her into his arms. "Who else dares to kiss you besides me?" Inhwan is panting badly, her small face pressed against Bosun's broad chest, listening to his thumping heartbeat. In the deep darkness of the night, Bosun's arms are warm, and Inhwan unconsciously raises her hands and wraps them around his waist. A small action on her part caused the corners of Bosun's mouth to rise. His jaw gently rubbed against the top of Inhwan's skull. "Honey, let me carry you." "I don't. You're all tired and napping." Thin Seeker rubbed her back. "Aren't your legs weak?" "Soft, but still go by yourself." Inhwan raised her head, her eyes a little red. "Wife, seeing me descend like a heavenly god has moved you to tears." Bosun smiles and uses his fingers to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Don't flatter yourself. I'm having physiological tears because I'm sleepy. It's not because you're touched." Inhwan twisted around in his arms to leave. Okay, it's not because of me." Bosun held her soft and delicate little hand. "Don't let me carry it. Hold it all right." The surroundings were still pitch black, with only the flashlight Chen Rui was holding, and the people in front and behind him covering the bright light with their cell phones. Thin Seeker's broad, slender hands held her in place, fingertips reddening, the grip too tight, but it's very secure. Inhwan felt like going up the steps had become easier, as if someone was pulling her ahead. They even caught up with the people who had accosted them earlier, and those men's eyes widened when they saw Bosun beside Inhwan. The man they thought was their husband is still behind them, so it seems, whether it is handsome appearance, or elegant and reserved temperament, it is obvious that the man holding the hand and the delicate and beautiful woman is more compatible. Chen Rui passed by them, and the eyes of those people made him very unhappy. Inhwan and Bosun finally made it to the top of the mountain as the light of day broke. Other tourists go to see the clouds break and the golden sunrise. Inhwan, on the other hand, went to the temple on the top of the mountain to pay healthy homage to the temple of Medicine Buddha. People on the internet say that the medicine master glazed light Rudraksh of this temple is particularly spiritual, and Inhwan is just holding on to the idea of trying more than just praying for her grandfather. "More than anything, I hope that in the future, Mom and Dad will be healthy, well, and have a life free of illness and pain." Inhwan burned incense and kowtowed piously, worshipped again and again, and donated incense money when she left the hall. Walking out of the great hall, the sun had just risen. Inhwan looked up at the sky, the clouds slowly floated, the daylight shone down, and the surroundings were gilded with a light golden light. So beautiful. "Wife," Bosun took her hand. "Make a wish? Sue, come all the way." "Go on then." In the backyard of the temple there is an oversized wishing tree with lots and lots of wishing tags, and it is said that the higher you hang it, the more your wish will be granted. For $10 for a wishing sign, Bosun bought two. When Inhwan took the pen and hadn't thought of what to write, Bosun had already finished writing. She was full of questions. "What are you writing? That fast?" "Not telling you." Bosun stared at the wishing card in his hand, which simply had the word Inhwan on it. A lot of things he was born with. All he's asking for now is a Yunhwan. Inhwan also finished writing quickly. "I'll throw it for you?" "No." Inhwan squeezed the wishing card. "You'll be peeking at my wishes. Is it that mysterious? Won't you let me see it?" "I'll see it before I help you realize it." Bo Shuenka was too curious. He wondered frantically if he was in Yunhwan's wish list. Even just one name will do. She's written so much that she can't afford to write the word Bosun. Can she? It's not like you're a great god. Inhwan built up her strength and threw herself upward fiercely. The wishing sign hung from a branch, swaying gently. Bosun sees the right spot, and with a gentle toss, it hangs next to Inhwan's wishing sign. The two red signs swayed with the breeze and collided together. "You're so annoying. It's not enough that you're clingy. Your wish has to be next to mine." Miss Yoon gave him a whack on the arm. "If my wish doesn't come true, it's all your fault. Missy's stamina is good. After climbing the mountain all night, you can still beat me. It seems that in the future I don't need to pity you." Bosun smiles evilly, slightly inclining his head to her ear, his voice low and magnetic. "A whole night Missy won't be tired, right? Ridiculous. You don't even look at what kind of place this is. Can you clear your mind a bit?" Inhwan was mortified, her ears scarlet. She turned around and walked away. indicating that she didn't want to bother with Bo-sun, a man full of shibboleths, but did not walk a few steps. She was weak legs and waist sore, tired, hungry and sleepy, the whole person drifting, chaotic brain, just want to appear in front of a Simmons bed, so that she can lie down and sleep. In Huan was about to fall when her body lightened. Chapter 41 Mr. Bo carries Huan down the mountain. Bo-sun carried her into his arms. Let's go eat fasting. I heard that fasting is good here. Oh, In Huan really doesn't want to leave and peacefully enjoys Bo-sun's service. They were slightly late, and the cafeteria was already full of people. Not only is this temple very spiritual, but the fasting is delicious. In Huan sits lazily while Bo-sun and Chen Rui go to collect the fasting food. In Huan propped up her cheeks and kept yawning because she was sleepy, tears falling down her cheeks. Oh, ZZ. Sleepy sleepy sleepy. Bo-sun returned to her as In Huan slumped on the table, bracing herself in her pajamas, her red lips slightly parted, yawning and grunting as she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. So cute. Little kitten-like. Bo-sun pinches the flesh of her cheeks. Wife, get up and eat. I'm sleepy. In Huan raised her head, elbow propped up on the tabletop, elbow resting on her jaw, sleepily opening her misty eyes and saying softly, you feed me. Ro, Missy, I'll feed you. Bo-sun's eyes dote on her. My wife is so good and cute, it's a pleasure to feed her. It would be better if In Huan could sit on his lap. She was so sleepy she could still lean into his arms. There's just too many people around for it to be convenient. In Huan closed her eyes the entire time and opened her mouth when she finished chewing. Then Bo-sun fed her. Bo-sun feeds In Huan first before solving his own food and drink problem. After eating and drinking, In Huan was still in the state of a little sleepy cat, grunting with difficulty because there was no way to sleep. Missy is going to throw a tantrum. Fin Seeker squatted down in front of her. Come up here. Without half a hesitation, In Huan climbed onto Bo-sun's back and climbed onto his neck with both hands. Be careful. Don't drop me. I won't even drop you if I drop myself. Bo-sun holds her buttocks. Don't worry about sleeping. I'll carry you down. Well, In Huan closed her eyes. Bo-sun's scent and his broad back brought her peace of mind, and she literally fell asleep at ease. When she woke up, she could still feel moving. In a lurch, In Huan blinked and looked at the scenery along the way. All kinds of trees and wildflowers and grasses backing up. A thin sweat broke out on the back of Bo-sun's neck, and even the backs of the two of them, who were pressed together, felt sweaty. Bo-sun, you're awake? Quickly talk to me. Bo-sun gets excited. Call out for your husband. I'm rested, so put me down. He looked tired. They should have rested more at the top before coming down. No, I already have my own rhythm. I can't stop. Bo-sun has carried her all the way, and must not let go easily. When he gets off the mountain, he's going to have to sell his misery. The words are all thought out. You're a masochist. Wouldn't it be easier for you if I walked by myself? In Huan didn't even know where he got that much physical and mental strength. Chased her up the hill and carried her back down. Even with an unbreakable body, Bo-sun needs to rest for a few days, right? If you walk slowly, I have to wait for you, so I might as well carry you down the mountain faster. Bo-sun pinches her buttock flesh. Quick, call out for your husband. Woo. In Huan's body softened and her head lowered. Don't pinch me. Missy, don't be so petty. Call out to your husband. Shout, cheer and drum up energy. How nice. Bo-sun said and pinched her butt flesh again. Woo-hum. The dainty moans sound good without a husband. Bo-sun's entire body was sweaty, and her body against his back was stained with his sweat. Her legs were also really sore and weak, and walking by herself or something was just being polite with Bo-sun. Let him carry it if he wants to. It's just a question of husband. She'll call him that. In Huan stares at the back of his head and softly whispers, hubby, cheer up yo. Fin Seeker's ears were tingling and he almost stumbled and fell. In Huan was so scared that she tightened her hands around his neck. Ahem. Missy, you're going to murder your own husband. You be careful and watch the road. In Huan let go of her hands and put them on his shoulders instead. We both almost fell. Blame Missy's voice is so good. It's kind of exciting. Bo-sun's body was now as if it had been pumped with chicken blood, and suddenly he wasn't sleepy or tired. In Huan measures Bo-sun's shoulders with the palm of her hand. TSK, this guy's shoulders are quite broad. The item of men's fashion items broad shoulders is very qualified. In Huan was having fun hooking her neck on his back for a while, holding down his shoulders, and even touching his hair. Bo-sun had a smile under his eyes as he took one steady step down the steps. Behind them, Chen Rui stared at the two of them interacting in conversation without blinking for an instant. Bo-sun held In Huan's arse with both hands. He was very bad and squeezed it every now and then. Although both of them couldn't see it, the action was very erotic. Finally down the mountain, Bo-sun and In Huan get into the car. As soon as he gets into the car, Bo-sun is pressed against In Huan, the entire person exhausting all of his strength and without any semblance of spirit. He presses his face against her neck. Wife, Wife. In-hwan unscrewed the water bottle. Drink water. Bo-sun's eyes narrowed to a slit. Wife, feed me. My hands are out of energy. He had been straining hard and tightly before, but now that he had relaxed, not only were his hands weak, but his legs were weak as well. In-hwan squeezed her water bottle, and for the sake of him carrying her down the mountain, she endured. In-hwan fed him water and unwrapped the snacks and fruits in the car, feeding them to Bo-sun's mouth while eating them herself. Bo-sun just leaned on her shoulder, his head heavy, one arm wrapped around her back, looking very tired. After returning to the capital, Bo-sun's legs were shaking as he got out of the car. In-hwan stood in front of him and looked at him. When Bo-sun and his wife's eyes meet, his eyes immediately become resigned and he calls out to her pitifully. Wife. In-hwan returned to his side. Come on, I'll hold you up. Bo-sun rests on In-hwan's shoulders. In-hwan, you have to give me a massage tonight, otherwise my legs will be ruined. No need for tonight. Now. Thin Seeker laughed. Right, now, immediately now. In-hwan stroked him inside, and in the hall the masseuse In-hwan had called ahead was ready. Thin Seeker? A few minutes later, Bo-sun and In-hwan were lying on the cot at the same time, with a professional massage person right next to them rubbing essential oils and massaging them. Male and female screams followed each other. Wife, In-hwan hummed in a small voice. Was Bo-sun exaggerating? Does it hurt that much? He did it on purpose, didn't he? In-hwan covered his ears in annoyance. Seeing this, Bo-sun yelled her name. In-hwan dash. In-hwan bit her red lip and sidled her head to meet his eyes, shouting something. She's hurting too. Wife, I want you to massage me. I'm not that strong. The massage isn't refreshing enough to have a soothing and relaxing effect. In-hwan finished with a delicate grunt as her back ached. Bo-sun's scalp went numb as he listened, and his heart became even more depressed. Well, his selling out didn't turn out the way he thought it would. Bo-sun lay on the bed, his hands clenched tightly, his arm veins straining. A deep, low growl. In-hwan, Hwan, I want you. Chapter 42, Her. In-hwan narrowed her eyes. Does this asshole know what he's talking about? So many people. He doesn't want to be ashamed. She does. You give me a massage. Thin Seeker called out with a low growl. You die that heart. I also tired. In-hwan lying down to continue to enjoy. Although she wasn't as tired as Bo-sun, she was also without much strength. After the two of you enjoyed the massage, you held me and I held you, and together they went to the bedroom and dipped into bed. This sleep, In-hwan and Bo-sun slept through the night. In-hwan woke up with a heavy weight on her waist, and only gradually did the thoughts in her head return as her misty eyes took in the sleeping handsome face in front of her. Sleeping is like a person, not the usual arrogant and impetuous, arrogant dude. A word against her appearance. In-hwan ghostly reached out and slid her hand over the high bridge of his nose, finally resting on his lips. A gentle press, the lips sinking and then releasing. Thin Seeker hasn't woken up yet. After carrying her down the mountain for several hours, even if Bo-sun's physical strength was good, his tiredness was not a disguise. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't touched. She just didn't want to tell Bo-sun, lest he be overly complacent. In-hwan pushed away the big hand on her waist and got out of the bed very carefully. She's starving. In-hwan sat downstairs in the dining room to eat, and as she ate, she heard sharp, heavy footsteps. Thin Seeker walked into the restaurant with a dark and sullen face. Yoon-hwan. Bo-sun was about to die of anger. He was heartbroken and carried her down the mountain. This heartless woman. She doesn't even call him for dinner, leaving him alone in the bedroom. You're awake. Sit down and eat. In-hwan sipped her freshly squeezed orange juice and stared at him with big, gleaming eyes. Can't she see he's angry? Thin Seeker, have you looked in the mirror since you woke up? What's wrong? Is there a word on my face? What did you draw on my face again? Bo-sun growled and sat down. He took out his cell phone and shined it at himself. His face was all but nothing. He just looked uninspired and a little sleepy and misty. But his hair was disheveled and there were a few strands of hair that were fried and sticking up. It was too much of a detriment to his handsome and dapper image. Thin Seeker got up and left. Soon he was back, only with a bit of water to keep his upturned hair down. I haven't gotten to you yet about the pig's head you drew on my face earlier. My face is so beautiful. Are you willing to take revenge back? In-hwan blurted out, the tails of her eyes rising and reddening as they dripped like delicate red roses. The gentle tone, the coquettish eyes, too seductive. Dry rice first, then dry. He would like to think that In-hwan's soft bones would probably not be able to get better without resting for a few days. Can't be bothered to paint you as a little piggy. I can always have other ways to punish you. Bo-sun puts in a stern word with a sullen face. Carrying her down the mountain for hours and not being able to be gentle with him? At least say something nice. Oh, In-hwan had a flat reaction. You'll pay for your current response. Thin Seeker snorted arrogantly. But In-hwan didn't expect the price to come so quickly. They slept all afternoon and lost sleep after dinner. On the beige sofa in the master bedroom, In-hwan sits face to face on Bo-sun's lap, two large, hot and burning hands on her soft waist. She breathed softly. Her champagne-colored halter nightgown was thin as could be, and with a little push from him, her delicate body pressed into his arms as if there was no barrier, the heat of her iron skin making her heart beat faster, her waistline tingling and soft as could be. It's so soft, rascal. In-hwan's small head rested on his shoulder. Tired? Don't toss me. I'm more tired than you are, baby. Then you still seduced me. Too bad. Thin search of the bottom of the eyes cannot hide the bad smile, smelling her body fragrant breath, thin lips printed on her shoulders, ambiguous grinding rolling. That's why we have to do something happy to eliminate physical and mental fatigue. Quackery. In-hwan was not sleepy at the moment, but she just wanted to lie down. Instead, she was held by Bo-sun on the sofa and kissed him passionately for several minutes, and now his palm was again strong on her back. Compared to her own hand, Bo-sun's hand appeared to be a bit rougher, and the sensation of skin touching skin brought about the slightest electric current. The feeling made In-hwan's heart tremble at the tip. She inadvertently touched Bo-sun's thigh. What's wrong with this man? It's hot all over. You don't have a fever, do you? Don't infect her. In-hwan raises her white hand to cover Bo-sun's forehead. Thin search eyes blank, but the beloved little petite wife took the initiative to touch and to stick him. The heart cannot say the smooth. In-hwan plastered herself again. They're both not close in temperature, so they shouldn't have a fever. Fin-seek was fuming in a different way. Slutty cat. Exhausted as he was during the day, he was still seducing her at this moment. Men were really only honest if they hung on the wall. Whether it's crooked or not, you'll know if you try it. Fin-seeker fidgeted with his hands in an unfaithful manner, lighting fires in all directions. In-hwan bit her lip and proudly patted his chest. But In-hwan's patting is just scratching to Bo-sun. It doesn't hurt at all. Instead he is leisurely admiring In-hwan's expression. Her white cheeks gradually reddening, her eyes springing up. Even her white neck is red. Wife. Fin-seeker was restless inside and finally couldn't resist kissing her. For a while, ambiguous kissing sounds came from the quiet bedroom. It ended with Yoon, who could barely breathe, pushing on his shoulder. Bo-sun, call me husband and I'll let you go. In-hwan's chest rose and fell. You'll just have to leave me alone if I don't scream. You're tired like that. Get some rest tonight. Fin-seek. Sad. For the first time, Fin-seeker hated himself for expending too much physical energy. His heart was in the right place. In fact, it wasn't that he couldn't, but he didn't want to perform poorly the first time. In-hwan would not only laugh at him, but most importantly if he didn't bring an exceptionally perfect and exciting and comfortable experience to his kissing wife. It would be even harder for him to touch Hwan in the future. He endured. When he rested and regained his strength, he would surely make In-hwan cry and beg for mercy. Bo-sun gave her a deep look and buried his face in her chest. Just irritate me. Who am I like this because of? In-hwan, do you have a conscience? In-hwan delicately softly presses down on his shoulder. Bo-sun, don't give an inch. Isn't it enough for you? Letting you kiss and hug. What more do you want? He wants so much more. I'll mention my wish. Can you fulfill it? Wife. Bo-sun looks agitated. Hwan. He deliberately trailed off on an upward note, intense desire rising in his eyes, even a bit of excitement. He didn't wait for In-hwan to answer before carrying her to the inner room. The two of them landed on the large soft bed. He was all excited as he held her in his arms and kissed her. Hwan. Chapter 43, he's not the one clearing his mind. The next day, Yoon-hwan woke up and stared at her hand. Stare at your hands as you wash. Staring at hands while eating breakfast. Going to the hospital and staring at my hands. Dead Fin-seek. Stinky Fin-seek. Dog stuff. Get her hands on. Yoon-hwan over here was furious. Over there, Bo-sun was refreshed and glowing. The corners of his mouth rose slightly during the meeting, and anyone else could see that he was in a good mood today. The president of the adults in a good mood of things spread throughout the entire senior. Before taking the contract, the program, do not dare to go to the thin search, are taking advantage of the president in a good mood, have to go to the office. It causes Bo-sun to be so busy all day that he doesn't have time to talk to In-hwan on the phone. Excited to get home at night, he waited for a long time without waiting for In-hwan, and called to find out that she actually went to the hospital to avoid him. In-hwan was resting on the soft bed in the lounge, her eyebrows furrowing slightly when she heard the knock on the door. Who's there in the middle of the night? Is there something going on with Grandpa? In-hwan went to the door in a hurry. Before she could see the figure in the doorway, Bo-sun held down her shoulder and pushed her inside, the door to the room snapping back into place. Fin-seeker, you still know that there is such a person as me and you're married, a woman with a husband. Don't you need to discuss such a big thing as staying out at night with me in advance? Fin-seeker wrapped his arms around her waist and easily picked her up and placed her on the bed. In-hwan sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers against his chest. What are you being mean about? As soon as she came in, she questioned her in a loud voice. Can't I come to the hospital? Can't I come to be with Grandpa? Did I hide it from you when you called to ask? In Hwan's foot also rested against his knee, refusing his closeness. Bosun choked in his throat. Yes, all right, I just want to know your whereabouts. In case something happens to you, how can I explain to your parents? What can go wrong? It's not like I'm going out alone. Don't look at Chen Rui's clean and thin look. He's very capable of fighting. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to be my driver. In Hwan pushed on her toes. So don't worry, I'm fine. You trust him a lot? It's okay. Bosun doesn't want to mention other men in front of In Hwan either, and looks down at her small white feet. What's the matter? You don't want me to stay with you? Will you leave if I kick you out? No way. Then what's the point of asking? The bed in the lounge wasn't very big, and with two people lying down, their bodies would be close together, especially since Bosun deliberately trapped her between his chest and the cold wall. It's broken. I should have known I would have kicked Thin Seeker down. The bastard. With his knee still pushed up between her legs, his heavy arm around her waist, his head pressed against her, unashamedly nuzzling the back of her neck, even kissing the delicate skin. In Hwan grunted at the kiss. Thin Seeker laughed lowly. She's still trying to hide from him, can she? He'd said it before. The two of them were born to have fun. In Hwan can't escape him in this lifetime. Thin Seeker, stop it. In Hwan finally couldn't stand it and spoke in a petulant, soft voice. This is a hospital. I know. Knowing that and kissing her endlessly. Her neck and shoulders felt like they were covered in his saliva. She stinks. I'll just kiss and not let you do what you did last night. You still say that. In Hwan was shy and anxious. Fine. I won't say anything. Miss In, go to sleep. Bosun rolled her over. Next to the wall, nothing to see. Might as well look at him. Maybe In Hwan will fall in love with his handsome skin. Thin Seek has always been very confident in this area of skin. In Hwan doesn't want to be face to face with Bosun. She can't stand the thought of waking up this morning with that image of intertwined breaths, almost nose to nose, so she shrank down a little, her forehead lining up with the knot of his throat, her breath falling just short of the skin on his chest. The shallow breathing made Thin Seeker's skin tingly and itchy. Bosun hugged her tightly. Good night, wife. In Hwan didn't answer. Missy, you won't even grace me with a good night? Good luck losing sleep. In Hwan grunted, very uncooperative. Then you have to think about it. You're lying right next to me. If I have insomnia, I can't help but do something. I don't care if it's a hospital or not. Bosun's chin rests on the top of her head and rubs it. Kiss you awake in the middle of the night, okay? No. What about waking you up? Not allowed either. Bosun. In Hwan pounds his arm. Disturbing a beauty sleep is shameful behavior. If you dare to disturb me, you won't be in my bed tomorrow night. Thin Search rubbed her thin back. Arm, that bit of whacking is just like scratching. I originally also do not go on the bed of Missy. I want to go on. Missy. In Hwan bit his chest in anger. Hiss. Missy is still really wild and strong. It's so energizing. That's what I'm good for. Bosun wilted and laughed. Low, deep laughter resounded overhead, and In Hwan was really pissed off. Nasty. I wouldn't have married you if I had a clean slate. He just wanted to sink day and night with Missy. He was full of immodesty all about her. What could he do? He couldn't control it and didn't want to. It can be all too normal for Shaw to think about his wife. In Hwan quieted down. Eek, messing with. What did Bosun say about his heavy desire? It's not already dirty, is it? In Hwan's body stiffened. Do you want to go see Grandpa? Now. Aha. Bosun laughs. You want to sidetrack me and then unlock the door. In Hwan, do you think I'll fall for that? If there's something going on with Grandpa, it's going to be lively out there and we don't need to see it for ourselves. In Hwan doesn't have much of a reaction to being dismantled, and originally she also thought it was unlikely that Bosun would leave. Why do you suddenly not want me to sleep with you? You were hugging me last night. She didn't? Obviously. He is stubborn to put her hands on his waist, must be her arms around him to sleep, and said he carried her down the mountain so hard. This point of benefit is not given. Not a bit of thanks, blah blah blah. You're too noisy. Keep talking, don't let me rest. In Hwan's voice was soft. Good, then I won't say. Bosun lowered his voice. Sleep. He knew In Hwan was tired these days, and so was he. He was working much harder today than before, but he was just as sleepy as he could be, and he wanted to amuse his wife. The summer morning was bright and sunny. The sun shone through the thin slits of the blue curtains, and the sound of doctors and nurses talking came from the hallway outside. In Hwan opened her eyes in a daze and met a pair of dark and deep eyes. Thin Seek. She snapped her eyes shut, only to realize how ambiguous the two of them were in their positions at the moment. Why was her hand on Bosun's hip? Was she that colorful a woman in her sleep? To die for. In Hwan slowly withdrew her hand and pressed it hard against her nightgown. Damn it! Her nightgown had been rolled up to her waistline last night, so she and Thin Seeker were both wearing chaps on the lower half of their bodies, intimately pressed together. Jesus, come on, let's knife Thin Seeker. Chapter 44, The Bite Hurts. Bosun only thinks that In Hwan is just too Mrs. Cute. All saw him and closed her eyes shyly, and in the white quilt, he could feel In Hwan rustling and tugging at her nightgown while removing her small white thin legs from his lap. So sad to see it go. Trying to get his wife to take him for a while longer. So In Hwan had just pulled away a little bit from Bosun and lifted her hips slightly when the hot body behind her pressed in. The heavy arm naturally encircled her waist. The whole person encircled her. Thin lips pressed against the back of her neck. Panting heavily, wife. In Hwan didn't move a muscle. Early in the morning, men and women who are physically and mentally healthy, not to mention their relationship as husband and wife. It's normal for Thin Seeker to have any kind of reaction, but this is a hospital, and that door is not soundproof. The sounds of footsteps and talking outside were increasing, and she even heard her mom and dad's voices, but Bosun did not care to kiss her neck. Fine and dense light sip shallow kiss. Ooh, it tickles a little. Don't kiss, there's someone at the door. Aha. Bosun's thin lips pressed against her white shoulder. Don't be afraid, just kiss. Kissing too long is too colorful. In Hwan couldn't stand it. She glared at him with her calves. Get up off. That's all you know how to say. Can't you say something else to me? Asterisk 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 off. What difference does it make? Missy, you're such a badass. Bosun bites her on the shoulder. You get up. I can't. In Hwan smiled faintly. Ha, stinky man. Thin Seeker's arm rested on his forehead. Missy, what are you then? Fragrant baby? In Hwan didn't want to be poor with him and took her clothes to the bathroom to change. Figuring Thin Seeker would have to calm down for a while, she went out alone. In Hwan went to check on her grandfather's condition and chatted with her mom and dad for a while before returning to the lounge across the street. In with her was Chen Rui, who was carrying breakfast. Chen Rui's afterglow saw Bosun, who got up from the bed. He sat on the edge of the bed with his hair disheveled, buttoning his shirt slowly and methodically, and those lips on that cold white handsome face were unusually red, and it looked like he had kissed something hard not long ago. Looking at In Hwan again, her white neck was scarlet. After putting down his breakfast, Chen Rui left with a lowered brow. Before he can walk out, Bosun walks over and naturally hugs In Hwan from behind, begging for a kiss. He was pushed away from In Hwan's face in disgust. You didn't even brush your teeth. In Hwan pointed to the toothbrush on the table. Brush your teeth. That's very thoughtful of you. Missy, go on. Will you stop being so clingy? In Hwan's hands went to break the hand at her waist, but she couldn't. As long as Bosun didn't voluntarily let go, he could pinch her small savage waist. You're sick of me. You were already annoying. Yun Hwan slapped his hand. She follows wherever she goes. How come I didn't realize Bosun was this kind of person before? But when you're married you can't see each other only once every 10 days or even 2 months like before. When are you traveling? Bosun narrowed his eyes. She did have to travel during this period of time, so she wanted to spend more time with her before she did. Have you planted spies in the company? So wanting to understand me even know that I'm going on a business trip in 2 days. Bosun pulls over her face, his fingertips lovingly rubbing her delicate white cheeks. Missy, are you in love with me without realizing it? Peacocking yourself. I just simply think that if you traveled there would be no one to cling to me so much and annoy me every day. In Hwan pushed his hand away, her pretty little face cold. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. Brush your hair again. It's fried. You care about me so much. Thin Seeker picked up the toothbrush on the table and smiled nervously. In Hwan grunted softly without quite understanding how it could be construed as caring about him. If Thin Search sat across from her in a scruffy manner, it would affect her appetite. Bosun quickly washes up, and In Hwan clips a crab bun and feeds it to her mouth. Her eyes still fixed on the cell phone on the table. It's not good for your eyes to play while you eat, but Thin Seek doesn't quite dare to care. In Hwan definitely dislikes him. It's still a beautiful morning, and Bosun doesn't want to be scolded by In Hwan to go to the office. It will affect his mood. Watching In Hwan eat breakfast is pleasing to the eye, and Bosun has a good appetite today. Yun Hwan gave him all the leftovers. He half-assed it. In Hwan's eyebrows twitched, wanting to say something, but in the end, she held back. It's been so many kisses, the drool eats it up. Just don't let her eat what's left of Thin Seeker. She can't do that. Eek messed with. Always felt a cold shiver run through my body. Bosun also went to see Grandpa Yin before he was ready to leave. He leads In Hwan by the hand to the parking lot. If In Hwan didn't warn her, there was a big hint that she was going to abduct her to the district's company. Bosun brought her into his arms. Honey, have a kiss goodbye. I had brushed my teeth earlier and hadn't kissed Joy. In Hwan's white fingers pressed on his lips. In public, pay attention to the influence. So many people kissed at the wedding. Can it be the same when you're married as it is now? In Hwan was thin-skinned, so she didn't give him a kiss. Her eyes flickered and she felt so many people looking over. She became even more shy. No, all right, Thin Seeker opened the car door and pushed her in. The car wouldn't be a public place. The car would be a great place to let loose and kiss. The front row is empty. Bosun sits in the backseat and In-hwan sits face to face on his lap. She was pinched and held down by the back of her neck as warm lips flexed and stirred in her mouth. In-hwan didn't want to sink, but this damn Bosun was getting better at kissing. Hooked. Her breath came in soft gasps and she was on fire. Obviously the car was air-conditioned, but it still felt hot. She tugged at Thin Seeker's shirt, slurring her words. You are going to be late. You're biting my tongue. The springiness in In-hwan's brows was wiped out by the sudden pain. This dog, Bosun, can't stand half a compliment. Just after complimenting him on his improved kissing skills, he bit her tongue. Hold it out for me to see. Thin Seeker looked worried. Wife. In-hwan hesitantly stuck out her tiny tongue. The tongue was scarlet and wet. Sure enough it bites hard. Bosun instantly lowers his head to arch the nape of her neck. I'll be lighter next time. If you're still angry, I'll let you bite back. Thin Seeker, are you dreaming? And bite back. How not to beauty him. I'll blow my wife. Thin Seeker moved toward her lips. In-hwan slapped him in the mouth. What violence? Domestic violence. Luckily, he was the one who married her. If it were anyone else, they would have already beaten each other up with her. Who else could spoil her arrogant, stinking temper? Only him. In-hwan pursed her red lips and looked at him coldly. Why is Bosun getting more and more stupid? She used to think that Bosun's eyes just revealed calculation, arrogance, wilting and wickedness. The more I look at it now, the sillier it gets. Stupid big doggy-like. They don't have a DO, and it's not like they've infected her with IQ. Thin Seeker, you let go. I'm getting off. Chapter 45, Can't Hold It. Bosun moved toward her chest and took a deep breath, his eyes full of lust when he raised them. Behave yourself. I'm horny every day. What then? Yoon-hwan cocked her head in a naive can't-do look. Don't seem to know how to fix that one. That depends on when it's convenient for you, wife. Bosun finished and buried himself into her chest again. The wife smells too good. Not buried enough. Inhale your wife's scent, remember the flavor, and get motivated to work today. It's been inconvenient the last few days. Why? Bosun snapped his head up. You're only a few days past your physiological period. Don't tell me that you have it twice a month. Then you're terminally ill. In-hwan really wanted to slap him across the face. Forget it. Don't think about it. Just shoot. Thin Search takes one to the side of the head. In-hwan, you've seen Grandpa's condition. Mom and Dad told me to go back to Yin's house to keep an eye on it for the last few days. To liquidate the properties under Grandpa's name. Especially those real estate. Collectibles. There are too many of them. You know that my grandpa likes to be a collector. And usually it's just me who has more contact with him and knows more about it. In-hwan's head was spinning just thinking about stuff like that. But those are money. It has to be uptight. Want me to help? You'd be doing me the biggest favor by not bothering me. Bosun's eyes darkened. Then when exactly is the wedding night for the two of us? Even according to what you said before about twice a week. You already owe me many times. Several nights. In-hwan, do you still want your waist? Ha! Thin Seeker's understanding seemed different from hers. He meant by once in her mouth she meant for one night. Twice a week means 2 nights a week. Let's talk about this later. When we're done with this period of time. In-hwan just sits on Bosun's lap and takes out her lipstick to touch up her makeup. You know I haven't been in that mood lately either. So I hope you understand. In-hwan rarely spoke to him in that tone. Bosun felt bad in that moment, like a foppish young master who forcefully robbed the people's girls. I'm not that kind of animal. In-hwan was skeptical. Bosun sank his face. What exactly did I do to create a misunderstanding for you? In-hwan stuck out her scarlet tongue. Bosun instantly turned to laugh. That's not as bad as being an animal. Right. I'm just a little bit excited. A little bit excited. In-hwan gives him another big blank stare before getting out of Bosun's car. She tugged at her skirt before heading to her car. Chen Rui opened the car door for her. When In-hwan returned to the Yin family's old mansion, she found quite a lot of people in the house, clearing out her grandfather's belongings. As presumptuous as it was to say so, she and her parents knew that he wouldn't live much longer. There are quite a few people who come to the Yun family to fight. On the surface, he said he came to check on the old man's condition, but in reality, his eyes revealed calculations. In-hwan carried the persona of a great lady and smiled faintly, stating that her family was busy lately, and that her grandfather was still recuperating in the ward, and that she would invite everyone later, and asked the housekeeper to send the people away. After those people left, the In family cleared up a bit. In-hwan changed her slippers and went to her grandfather's collection room, followed by professional inventory people. In-hwan was busy with this, except for a lunch at noon, until the evening. When Bosun sees her, In-hwan is leaning back on the rather old sofa with her eyes closed, that pretty face slightly tired, the whole person transmitting a bit of petulance. He took a big step over and would have woken In-hwan up with a kiss, but just as he leaned down, In Hwan's beautiful long eyelashes fluttered gently, and her pretty brown eyes containing water mist opened. Bo-sun. The tone was gentle beyond words. Bo-sun's lower abdomen tightened almost instantly, his right hand gripping her slender arm. Why are you sleeping here? In Hwan craned her neck. Tired. Don't want to move. Shunjio. Fin Search picked her up in a crossbody. In family's old mansion. Bo-sun used to come here often, so In Hwan's room can be found without her pointing out the way. For just 2 or 3 short minutes, In Hwan's eyes closed again. So unguarded against me. Not afraid I'll take advantage of you. In Hwan softly punched his chest. Shut up. I'm not asleep. TSK, TSK, quite the show off. It's only when In Hwan's eyes open again that Bo-sun notices that her eyes are red with quite a bit of red blood. You've been crying? Who bullied you? Memories. Bo-sun's tall form stood in the doorway of her room. Memories? Memories with Grandpa. Good memories. The past that can never come back. In Hwan leaned into his arms and wept. Thin Seeker panicked. I should have known better than to ask. Hey, it's good to ask. Missy looks like she desperately needs to vent. Just cry in his arms. So after carrying In Hwan inside, Bo-sun didn't put her down. Instead, he sat on the couch. That way In Hwan could sit on his lap and cry. Cry in his arms, and cry on his shoulder. He vilely craved every opportunity to stick it to his wife. In Hwan whimpered delicately and dropped her tears on his shoulder, blurring her vision with pearly blossoms. Bo-sun took a handkerchief and wiped her tears. What a reserved and beautiful young lady. She looks so good when she cries. He wished it was an image only he could see. In Hwan took a long time to raise her wet eyes. Why did you come here if you didn't go home? What's the point of me coming home when my wife's not even here? Well, he's only at home where his wife is. Can't I come to this place? Besides, I used to come here a lot when I was a kid. Bo-sun gently pats her slender back. We're married and licensed. You don't want to get rid of me. In Hwan was originally a bit touched, but it turned out that this guy couldn't be serious for half a minute. Bo-sun. Want me to kiss it? Bo-sun moves towards her lips, completely forgetting about biting In Hwan's tongue in the morning. In Hwan inclined her head to avoid it. I didn't have dinner. You hungry? Well, I'm going to take a shower, so go buy me food, okay? In Hwan was not polite with him at all. He just said it himself. They're a licensed couple. Husbands run errands for their wives to buy food, as they should. Actually, I'd rather accompany you to take a bath and then find someone to get food. Bo-sun squeezes her shoulders. I can also give you a massage. Don't. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold it at the sight of my wonderful torso. Missy really knows me. Bo-sun laughed bitterly. When on earth would he be able to pick this many delicate and precious red roses? With her weak and tired appearance, Bo-sun really couldn't lay his hands on her. She must be exhausted today. The restaurant In Hwan wanted to eat at didn't offer takeout service, so she had to go there in person. It wasn't impossible to send a servant, but Missy wanted him to go. It was a chance for him to perform. And maybe little Hwan would love him even more once she was touched. After Bo-sun put In Hwan in the bathroom, thoughts like that popped into his head. After the bathroom door closed, 3 more words popped into Bo-sun's head. Love brain. OMG. I can't believe he's that in love with his brain. Thin Seeker shook his head as he walked out the door. Thin Seek. As soon as he encountered the Yoon Hwan thing, he went completely crazy. Chapter 46. Bo-sun. Put me down. When Bo-sun returns home, the maid of the house is blow-drying In Hwan's hair. Missy Petite was right. She hadn't washed and blow-dried her own hair since she was a little girl. After the maid blew out her hair, she put some kind of essential oil on her hair to condition it, and after she was done, she nodded slightly toward Bo-sun, called out to her aunt and left. In Hwan smells the food. Bo-sun. I don't want to eat. Thin Seeker. He just stared straight at In Hwan. Missy, you're playing me. You'll get fat if you eat it this time. In Hwan pouted her lips in a small pitiful manner. Her mouth said she wouldn't eat it, but her body was honest as she walked toward the coffee table. Aha! Raw marinated crab and shrimp and secret spicy sauce. Baby crispy pork. Marinated baby back ribs and sauce. Roast duck. Beef pot stickers. Chilled lemon prune and lychee drink. All meat. Does Bo-sun want to feed her like a pig? In Hwan picked up the glass of fruit drink and ate the prunes and lychees with a spoon. And after Bo-sun sat down, he picked up a small piece of crispy meat and sent it to her mouth. Missy, count on me to beg you. Simply eat some. It's okay to starve yourself to sleep. If you marry me in less than a month and then starve yourself to thinness, your in-laws will still think that I've mistreated you. Fat feeding is also a form of abuse in disguise. There was no sense in abusing her stomach, which was used to enjoying good food, when the food was brought to her mouth and she loved it. In Hwan opened her lips. The little crisps are still warm. After eating the delicious food, In Hwan's eyes unconsciously narrowed. Her cheekbones rose, and the smile on her face could not be hidden. She was in a happy mood. Bo-sun was also happy, so he fed more vigorously. In Hwan didn't want to eat too much at night, so he fed In-hwan a little of each. After 2 rounds of eating, In-hwan's eyes were fixed on the little crispy meat. Bo-sun fed her a few more pieces before Missy waved her hand to indicate that she didn't want any more. Fin Seeker quickly packed it up and carried it out. Soon after, Bo-sun goes upstairs and rushes into In-hwan's bathroom to take a shower at fire speed. She'd only just washed, and a hazy vapor and the scent of shower gel still lingered in the bathroom. There's a lot of stuff for a girl's bath. Although he had seen it at home, Bo-sun didn't find it troublesome in the least, and a delicate girl just had to be well taken care of. Men are quick in the shower. So did Fin Seeker. In-hwan is lying on her bed, still in the middle of her pre-bedtime cell phone playing session, when she sees Bo-sun walking over in a fiery hurry, hastily blowing out her wet hair for a few moments, and then walking over with just one of her white bath towels wrapped around her waist. Don't tell me you have a vacuum down there. Bo-sun reveals a pitiful look. Wife, there are no clothes here for me to change into. In-hwan held his forehead. That can't just come out in neutral. Can't you wear the pants you put in? Washed? You're so diligent. You even washed yourself by hand. Then you bathe at the time. In-hwan rubbed her temples. Do you men only wash the key parts? You want to check. Wife, I promise to wash extra clean. The goodwill that had just fed her was crushed in this moment. The thought of this guy getting ready to untie his towel, climb into her bed all naked, and sleep against her all night made In-hwan's head spin. She got up. You wait. In-hwan went out. Fin Search sat on the edge of the bed obediently. Waiting for what? Could she still be there to get a condom? Wife, be the biggest size you can be. Yoon-hwan quickly returned and threw a black boxer brief at him before he even got to him. Go change before getting into my bed. Where did that come from? I don't want something someone else has worn. New, clean, wear it you. In-hwan rolled her eyes impatiently. Bo-sun didn't immediately go to the bathroom and just sat on the edge of In-hwan's bed to change. In-hwan had just climbed onto the bed when he saw her lift her leg and kicked it over. The small white foot kicked at the side of his waist. Bo-sun's handsome face, which had always been untamed and wild, unexpectedly showed an aggrieved expression, as if asking why his wife had kicked him. He's just putting on his pants. You don't have to kick me if you want me not to wear it. In-hwan was trying to get him to go to the bathroom to wear it. Who knew this guy wouldn't listen at all? Forget it. Don't bother with him. In-hwan fell back to sleep. She was just too tired and sleepy, and the things she had done today had drained her brain and her energy. Bo-sun turned off the light. His body with the same smell of shower gel as hers lying on her side, holding her into his arms. Missy slightly strangled. How to do? In-hwan, what's the point of telling her? Won't he figure it out on his own? You tugged on my pants for me. Don't you have any hands of your own? Wanted my wife to help me. I'm exhausted. You take care of it. In-hwan slapped his restless hand away. Fin Search is not deflated and wrapped around her waist again. His wife does not help. He endured it in front of him. The two of them just cuddled and slept through the night. Bo-sun didn't expect In-hwan to be the one to wake up first the next day. When he woke up, there was no one at his bedside. The soundproofing in the old house wasn't good, and Bo-sun heard voices talking downstairs and people walking in the hallway. A set of clothes was placed on the sofa next to the bed. The corners of Bo-sun's mouth rose. In-hwan, In-hwan, you're so in love with me and don't even know it. Took such good care of him and said she hated him. Fin Seeker changed his clothes, and on second thought, wasn't he like that too? Adolescent men are rebellious, obviously like to die in the heart, but the mouth says who will like her. Arrogant Miss One. In-hwan temper can be stinky. The words came out of his mouth. It was also heard by In-hwan. At that time, In-hwan gave him a big blank stare before turning around and walking away. Bo-sun went downstairs and didn't find In-hwan, so he went back upstairs. He walked to the third floor before finding In-hwan. In-hwan stood in the old master's room with a picture frame and fretted. The sunlight from the window shone in. The early morning sunshine was warm and gentle, but the expression on her face was faintly sad and mournful. Bo-sun walked over gently and stood behind In-hwan without disturbing her. On top of the picture frame in her hand is a picture of In-hwan and Grandpa In from 10 years ago. 12-year-old In-hwan was wearing a white princess dress with a jeweled crown on her head, smiling happily and sweetly as the old man looked at his precious granddaughter with doting eyes. At that time, Grandpa Yoon was still in good health, with a handsome and kind smile on his face. A very warm picture. Seeing that she was on the verge of tears, Fin Seeker idly picked her up and spun her around a few times. In-hwan took the picture frame. Bo-sun, what are you doing? Are you young or not childish? Put me down. Bo-sun stopped and let go of her. I'm so hungry. Wife, let's go eat breakfast. He jerked the frame away and casually placed it on the table. I'll hug you if you don't leave. In-hwan lifted his foot and walked away. Fin Seeker is such an annoyance. Bo-sun stared at her exasperated back. It was good that she didn't cry. It didn't matter if she was angry with him. He'll coax her. At the dining table, Bo-sun stares at In-hwan with burning eyes. Wife, I'm going on a business trip tomorrow. I'll bring you any gifts you want. Where are you going? Chapter 47, Missing You. Thin seeks where to go in order to decide what gifts she wants. Germany. What can I bring her from Germany? Speeding cars? She didn't even want to drive herself. Sausage bar. German sausages are quite famous. Good. Thin seeker had a serious look on his face. In Juan. She's just saying it off the cuff. This guy's not really bringing her back sausages, is he? A man's mind is impossible to guess. She didn't want to guess either. If Bosun leaves, she can rest assured that she'll be able to organize Grandpa's. In Juan exhaled in small gulps, bracing her cheeks to eat. She picked up the milk and sipped it. In Juan is actually a person who can't hide anything in her heart, especially since she's almost defenseless against Bosun. Juan, life is like this. There are sorrows and joys, life and death. We tried our best. Bosun goes to hold her hand. Inawan's hand was warm and lukewarm, and she was holding the empty milk glass in her hand. And you're comforting. That's what I said. Now I have to comfort you for a few moments. Bosun smiles faintly. You are my wife. I have to coax you. You eat and go. Thin Seeker was uneasy about her not going to the office in the morning. Thin Seeker was at home with her, more like a favor than anything else. It didn't take long for Yoon Hwan to get annoyed. Will you get out of my face? Bosun stood in front of a celadon vase and took a step back in aggravation. Can my breathing even affect you already? He was clearly standing behind In Hwan as her little tail, not even in front of her eyes. Right, that means I'm pretty important in your heart. Missy, In Hwan sent him a blank stare. You're here, others have to look at your eyes again, and I have to look at you from time to see if you guys are ready to mess up and get distracted. Can you go and get busy with your business? If you really don't have anything to do, go and talk to Grandpa in the hospital room. Even though all he can do is listen. Bosun stepped forward and quickly kissed her on the lips in front of everyone. Yes, Missy, I'll go to the hospital now to check on Grandpa instead. The people next to him couldn't help but laugh. Young Master Bo is really wild in nature, embarrassed Missy with her kisses. Bosun didn't say one thing and do another, saying that he went to the hospital to see his grandfather in place of In Hwan. He really went to the hospital and spent the morning in the hospital room with Yin's grandfather. When Yoon's parents saw him like this, they praised him. Bosun, however, says that In Hwan asked him to come, and it's all because In Hwan has filial piety. The more Bosun said this, the more understanding he appeared to be, and the more his in-laws favored him. How has your relationship with Hwan developed recently? Mother Chow asked with interest after accompanying him out of the hospital room. It's okay, although my Hwan is a bit pampered, but her heart is very hot and warm, and she has never loved anyone else, and when I think about it, I still think that out of all the many males in the capital, you're the only one who treats her differently. Thank you, mother-in-law, for your fulfillment. Bosun has a faint smile on his face, but his sagging hand secretly tightens. It's not like Yoon Hwan hasn't loved someone else and even asked him to help deliver love letters. Joke. It's not like he's stupid to ask him to send a love letter to a love interest. He casually tossed it in the trash. But nothing matters now. They got married. Even if that man comes back from abroad, he's not enough to fear. It's just a young man's white moon. What can be killed? He hadn't seen In Hwan's half-hearted thoughts about that man in the past few years, so he had probably forgotten all about it long ago. Bosun had lunch with his in-laws at the hospital before going to the office, and after arriving at the office, he had his assistant Joe review which sausage in Germany was good. Another busy day. In Hwan finished her bath and came out. Bosun's clothes were still left in her room. The maid had already washed them during the day, and they were neatly folded and placed on the sofa at the end of her bed. What do you mean? Thin Seeker is still coming tonight. Do you want to wear it away tomorrow? The man who is going on a business trip tomorrow is sleeping at home tonight or socializing outside. Yoon Hwan collapsed on her bed, sleepy, and closed her eyes without even playing with her cell phone for a few minutes. Inawan's cell phone rang while she was in a daze. She jolted awake, her heart racing. She picked up her cell phone and her lungs exploded when she saw Bosun's video call. She picks up the video. Her sleepy eyes don't look very energetic. Lying on her side on the big bed, she speaks in a disoriented voice. Bosun, it's very annoying for you to disturb people's dreams in the middle of the night. Bosun had obviously had too much wine tonight. His cheeks were red with a bit of drunkenness. Thinking of you. Inawan's heartbeat, which had just calmed down, stuttered and started beating fast again. How did a drunken comment make her heart go pitter-patter? Go back and get a good night's sleep. I wish you all the best on your business trip. You come back so we can meet. In Hwan is mesmerized as she copes with Bosun. Can't we meet now? In Hwan saw Bosun all over the smell of alcohol. That guy is estimated to come to the first time to stick with her. Kissing and hugging to raise high. Go to socialize in the box. Maybe someone smoked cigarettes. It was as if she could smell the stench of smoke and alcohol on Bosun through her cell phone, and she was a little disgusted. Don't come. Go back and get some rest and recuperate. I'm going to sleep. In Hwan wants to hang up the phone, but the way Bo-sun's eyes are so mesmerized and seductive. She wants to talk with him again. He's still in the car and the light is dim. Even then, Bo-sun's sharply defined face was handsome that he couldn't hide, with sword brows and starry eyes, wild and provocative. This is how you react when your husband is going on a business trip. In Hwan, my heart hurts. Bo-sun covered his chest exaggeratedly. It's hard. Don't pretend you. Pretend? He really hurts. Can it not hurt to think that you won't see your wife for days? Be good. Rest well tonight. Work hard. And when you come back, make up your wedding night with you. In Hwan said without realizing it. Then she shamed herself. To die for. Is she being too forthcoming? She didn't mean that. She was just trying to coax Thin Seeker to stay away from her tonight. Bo-sun was really happy. His cheekbones rose to the sky, and he couldn't hide the laughter that stained those dark eyes. Good. This time you don't want to get drunk, pass out and sleep all night. Then I'm not responsible. In Hwan on the screen shyly hid half of her face. Delicate and soft voice came through the cell phone, with a silk current, listening to extraordinarily provocative hook. Bo-sun's body was hot, his voice low. I will never drink. I won't drink a single cup. What is wine? Is it as important as spending your wedding night with your wife? It's good that you have this realization. Wife boo-boo. Even if there was a driver in the car, Bo-sun did not feel ashamed to kiss into the phone. Here, give me a kiss. No. In Hwan refused. Usually kissing is even worse. It's not like you can kiss through the cell phone. It's just a gesture. And he's so insistent. In Hwan chirped. I'll let you kiss me slowly when you get back. Thin Seeker pinched his thigh. Was he drunk? Why is the wife suddenly so nice to him? Another wedding night to make up for and another for him to kiss. Simply an angelic wife. So much love for the wife. Since In Hwan didn't kiss him, he would kiss In Hwan more. Boo boo, boo boo, kiss the wife. In Hwan couldn't watch anymore and hung up the video. Bo-sun's frantic boinking at his cell phone suddenly turns into a chat background, and he stares blankly at his and In Hwan's marriage certificate in the background, revealing a look of obsessive fascination. Chapter 48, Pretty Baby. In Hwan was busy at home for 4 days. On the 4th night, she went to a charity dinner. As a prestigious family in the capital, though, it was usually In Hwan, the spokesperson of the In family, who attended such occasions. Now that Grandpa is very sick, it's even more important to get out and show it off. Even if Grandpa collapses, there are still people in the Yoon family who will still stand. Let anyone who tries to hit on the Yoon family's idea better keep their hands off. In Hwan wore a Baroque-style halter fishtail dress evening gown. White gold silk outlined in relief three-dimensional scallop leaf pattern on the champagne-colored skirt, and as she walked, the whole person stood in the bright light. The gold silk shimmered, gorgeous and flamboyant. The white chest is embellished with pearl brooches, and the beaded curtains naturally fall at the shoulder and arm, delicate and sexy. The S-shaped design perfectly wraps her tightened waistline, with the fishtail shape of the hem, like a mermaid princess on shore, reserved and elegant, beautiful and charming. As soon as she saw her, Timothy couldn't wait to walk towards her with the champagne in his hand. Such a beautiful baby. How come you're here alone tonight? Where's the one from your family? Business trip. But according to Thin Seeker, it would only be 2 days before he returned. Sure, Suwa is indignant. TSK, man, you haven't even been married for a month. You're newlyweds. And Bo-sun goes on a business trip and isn't at home with you. Scummy man. In Hwan thinks it's okay. Men, work is the main thing. Don't look at Bo-sun's usual hangdog, cynical look. Work can be serious. Otherwise the apartment wouldn't have been so close to the office when I was single before. In Hwan served a glass of white wine. Bo-sun came back to be with him, so In Hwan wasn't in a hurry. He could travel for as long as he wanted. It's okay to stay another week. Tonight's host is Wanli, previously confessed to Bo-sun that big star but you two married when people in the theater closed filming. See tonight, must be the sword. Is Thin Seeker any kind of rare person? Is it necessary to sword fight if you can't get Bo-sun? The most important thing for a girl is to love herself. If Bo-sun is willing, I can get a divorce after my grandfather passes away. In Hwan says faintly. Timothy. She glanced left and right. Missy, it's crowded tonight. Be careful of spreading it to Bo-sun's ears, and you'll be held down on the bed and cleaned up, and you won't be able to leave the house for 3 days and 3 nights. I don't think it will. Thin Seeker doesn't have that ability. Timothy. Sisters, men are not for questioning. You'll pay for what you said tonight. Sure, Suwa felt a strong line of sight, and when she turned her head, she saw Bo-sun's iron friend sit smiling at her and raising the whiskey in his hand in the air. Were you heard? Hwan, you're on your own. In Hwan had already gone to greet other famous families, young talents, sons of families, and noble women with ease. The charity dinner began with Wanli, dressed in a silver sequined evening gown, taking the stage to host. In Hwan remembered her best friend's words and looked at the other person twice more. In the blossoming entertainment industry, Wan Li's looks and figure are very outstanding. 1 meter 7 tall, imperial face, standing down shoulder-length short hair, probably related to the image of the recently filmed TV series. Since childhood, Bo Sun's demonic and refined handsome face has attracted countless people, and there are quite a few people who have confessed their love for him. What's so special about Manly? There was a bit of business dealings and the elders knew each other. That, and so did she. Thin Seeker probably doesn't like the imperial type, likes to be gorgeous and delicate, with a body that's easy to push around. Like herself. In Hwan slapped her face violently. What was she thinking? Even if Bo Sun liked her, she didn't like Bo Sun. The two of them are married, and it's the most basic possessive thing a wife can do for her husband. When you're married, you should be honest. No cheating mentally or physically, especially in the flesh. In Hwan has always been generous in this aspect of charity, auctioning 2 paintings and making a small donation of $2 million. In Hwan and Shersu were sitting on the red sofa chatting when Wan Li walked towards them. Those legs are really long. Envious. In my next life I want to have legs like that. I'm going to be a supermodel, a leg model, and go to Vimy, Timothy said as he drank. Wan Li walked straight to In Hwan. I heard you got married. I was too busy at the time of the wedding and didn't rush back to attend. A belated congratulations. Happy wedding. Thanks. In Hwan took a sip of her red wine. Mind if I sit down? Don't mind. In Hwan was always honest. Soldiers are not afraid of things. Once Wan Li sat down, his eyes were wanton and did not hide in any way as he surveyed In Hwan. It's not like they don't know each other. Is it really because of Bo Sun that they're staring at her like this tonight? Feel free to look around. She's gorgeous tonight. No, she's gorgeous every day. I'm really quite curious. I remember you don't like him. Why did you marry? Wan Li asked bluntly. Wan Li's voice matches her looks, and she's a strong one, a unique one in the entertainment industry. I heard that the recent shooting of the drama is a sister and brother, still 8 or 9 years old. The year under the little wolf dog brother. Really fragrant. It's not that I have to listen to what the old man says. Sisterly, you know. I've always been very well behaved. In Hwan replied sweetly. The next person. Tokiwa, 0. In Hwan, good girl? I understand now. Love. It is better to be happy with the person you like. Otherwise it is not bad to be single. Wan Li smiled faintly. Since you guys are married, Thin Seeker is good. I hope Miss Een opens her heart. Wow. Love interests are so generous these days. Looking at Wan Li, he shouldn't be considered a love rival anymore. I'm a better person. He married me, so he's just stealing his joy. In Hwan hummed lightly in arrogance. Thin Seeker should be openly happy. Wan Li smiled faintly. Bo Sun married In Hwan and couldn't wait to announce it to the world. Immediately after receiving the license to send a circle of friends, the background of the circle of friends is also changed to the wedding photo with In Hwan. And even sultry, even the name of his VX is changed to Hwan's husband. Wan Li disliked to death. Really did not think that he had liked so love Brain Man before. Compared to Bo Sun's raging love, In Hwan's side is much calmer, and she hasn't even sent photos of her wedding day to her friends. At first glance, it was Thin Seek who loved more. 2 years ago, when he rejected me, he said he had a woman he liked and only wanted to marry her. Wan Li nodded, but his gaze went straight to In Hwan's side face. 2 years ago, she's just 20 years old. Thin Seeking as a person, I guess. That dog, I can't believe he was thinking about it 2 years ago. In Hwan puffed up and sipped her wine, cursing Bo Sun in her heart for being an asshole. Maybe Bo Sun uses her as a shield when he rejects people. No wonder so many plastic sisters before playing nice suddenly alienated her. Thin Seeker, baby, I'm coming. Chapter 49, honey, don't move. In Hwan thought she was hallucinating, but those superior long legs were walking through the crowd towards her. In Hwan instantly felt ashamed. So many people are looking over. What a baby. What's all the yelling about? In Hwan kept telling herself to calm down. Her ears were scarlet and she was humiliated. Bo Sun's face was tugging and wild, striding over to In Hwan and sitting down next to her. Wife, I haven't seen In Hwan for a few days. I miss my wife. Wife is so beautiful tonight. The sparks in Bo Sun's dense black eyes, unable to resist, ruffled the pearls on her arm. Missy, have you played enough? Go home? Wife promised to cave when she got back from her business trip. 3 days and 3 nights. Well, In Hwan put down his glass. Bo Sun leads her to get up. Shersu sits next to her aunt and smiles, kowtowing to CP's expression. Bye we'll see you in a week. In Hwan, why a week later? She tomorrow. Forget it. She also felt that the odds were that she wouldn't be going out tomorrow. Bo Sun's palm was hot, and he was knuckle to knuckle with her. And this way of interlocking their fingers appeared that they were very close. Even the two had smiles on their faces at the moment as they dealt with the many other people from the capital circle. Even if In Hwan had been busy lately, she had heard about the rumors in the capital. The Een family won't be so glamorous in the future. There's no backer in the future. and I don't know how long the marriage with the Bo family will last. It's just a superficial marriage. Aha! A superficial marriage is a superficial marriage. Even if Grandpa was gone, the Yin family was still the capital's most powerful family. That's not going to change. What heir is there for them to worry about? Dad's only 45. There's still her. After entering the elevator, Yin Huan was prepared for Bo Sun to move his hands and feet dishonestly, but he didn't, and just held her hand tightly, as if he was afraid she would run away. I have nothing with Manly. Without a word of explanation, Yin Huan lazily lifted her eyes and glanced at him. Don't flatter yourself. People are here to wish us a happy wedding. There's no jealousy, no falling down. Oh, what? Disappointed? You think girls should pull head flowers for you? Fighting in the dark? Satisfy your thin young master's vanity? Thin Seeker was suddenly level with her, coming extremely close. Yin Huan held her breath. What did this asshole want? We're about to get out of the elevator. No kissing. Yin Huan subconsciously pursed her lips. I was afraid you'd be bullied, and it's good that you weren't. Thin Seeker gave her a quick smooch on the cheek. If you don't let him kiss your mouth, kiss your face. Cheerful taught her that. So many places on her to kiss. Inuan's driver is waiting, so Bosun leaves his car behind and follows Inuan to her car. After getting into the car, Bosun holds Yin Huan in his lap. Her dress tonight resulted in her only being able to sit sideways on Thin Seeker. Not very comfortable, and she tried to escape, but she was tightly clasped around the back. Wife, don't move. Bosun, Yin Huan reminded him. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on. It's in a car. She didn't say no. Can't she go home first? Thin Seeker leaned into her ear and said in a low voice line that only two people could hear. Tell your driver to lower the fender. Yin Huan's beautiful eyes were slightly stunned. This asshole. What did he want to do in the car? The excited lust in Bosun's eyes couldn't be hidden, and his breathing sank even more than it had just been. He raised his eyebrows handsomely, signaling her to speak quickly. Chen Rue. Block. For simple words, from Yin Huan's wine-drinking, nice and sweet voice, Chen Rue complied and lowered the stopper, but the color of the eyes in his eyes changed. Thin Seeker buried himself in her arm, but his face hurt from the beaded curtain on his arm. He lifted his head and looked again at Inuan's chest, which was already sitting on its side, and with the beautifully intricate brooch on his chest, it was even worse for burying his chest. When Bosun thought about it, the best way to ease his thoughts was to lift her jaw and gradually come closer, covering her delicate red lips with a loving and thoughtful kiss. Inhuan had the scent of wine in her mouth, and she should have had more than one kind of wine tonight. Bosun slowly tasted Inhuan's lips, missing a few days, dreaming of being entwined with her every night when they were apart. Mandarin ducks playing in the water, and it was right up to this time that Bosun's nervous heart was about to jump out. How can you be so nervous? When they parted, Bosun also wilted and deliberately bit her lower lip, pulling it away a little before letting go. Undoubtedly, Inhuan ate the pain and glared at him with watery eyes. Her small hands then pounded his chest a few times. Okay, I was wrong. Bosun apologized, all smiles and half sincerity. No more kisses for you. I regret it. You can sleep in the study tonight. Inhuan, we said it's okay to fight. You can't kick me out to sleep. Bosun smiles with a smile as he moves towards her cheek again. I'll let you bite back. Inhuan stared at the shape of his good-looking lips, and when she did, she came over and bit down hard. Bosun was not angry or annoyed. Missy is so obedient. I love it so much. Poor mouth. Why don't you believe it? Humph. Inhuan was arrogant. Bosun, haven't used me as a shield much. Have you honestly explained? Since when? Bosun's heart trembled. What did Inhuan ask? When did you start liking her, or when did you use her as a shield? Liking her started during adolescence, and using her as a shield was definitely something she revealed, if at all, after she turned 20. Just to let the rest of the capital know that Inhuan, the arrogant and reserved $1,000 young lady, was the person he, Bosun, had his eye on, the future young grandmother of the Bo family. You guess. Guess what? Then no more chatting. It's time to talk about our wedding night. Tonight, Bosun bad smile and nuzzled her reddened ear. Wife's so looking forward to it. Ears reddened like this. So burning. So flirty. He's the one who's Thai. He's a Thai cat in heat all day actually talking about her. Instead, Inhuan's little ear was being licked and tweaked by him non-stop, and soon that tingling itch spread all over his body. Thin Seeker's lips were like embers, lighting fires all over her cheeks, neck, and arms. The tips of her heart fluttered, and a delicate moan couldn't help but spill from the corners of her mouth. Thin Seeker leaned into her ear for another word. Inhuan's small face instantly bursts red. Bosun, you dash. Shame on you. How can you say something like that? The car drives into the villa and Bosun gets out of the car with Inhuan in his arms. Otherwise there's no way to hide his physical condition. Inhuan then leaned into his chest and snickered. And you're laughing. It's your fault. You're in heat yourself. Why do you blame me? It's because of you that I'm in heat. Wife Bo-sun's eyes were on fire. He'd planned in position to eat her up on the plane ride back. Back in the bedroom, Finn Seeker was about to undress her, kissing and hugging her, and in his haste he quickly stripped himself. In Hwan was so shy that she was embarrassed to look at him. Take a shower first. You first or me first? Finn Search has a wicked smile in his eyes. Or, together? Chapter 50, Last Night's Madness. In Hwan wasn't big-hearted enough to take a bath with Bo-sun. She was afraid that Bo-sun would be burning with lust and do her in the bathroom. You wash first. I'm going to remove my makeup. When In Hwan pushed him away, her eyes went straight to his taut abs twice. Finn Seeker noticed her gaze. Missy, I'll let you touch it tonight. Yoon Hwan ignored the bad guy and went to remove her makeup. Bo-sun finished his bath and came out in a black robe, wearing only a pair of boxer shorts inside the robe. The robe was open with a big grin, and his good body was shown out in order to seduce his wife. In Hwan is still removing her makeup. Girls are so troublesome, but the wife is so beautiful. It's worth the trouble to wait. As soon as In Hwan raised her eyes, she could see Bo-sun standing behind her, showing off her robe. Open, so open. Why don't you just put it on your shoulder? Spreading wide pecs and smoothly defined abs seemed to tempt her to reach out and touch them in the bright light. The fresh oceanic scent of men's body wash runs through the air. In Hwan swallowed silently. I'm going to take a shower. She had changed out of the evening dress she was wearing and was wearing only a loose nightgown. She just got up. Bo-sun stood in front of her, his eyes blunt and hot, hooked her a little confused, and in a daze she and Bo-sun hooked up and kissed. I want to serve my wife a bath. Bo-sun wraps her plump waist around her. Okay? Not good. Although In Hwan was confused by the kiss, her sanity was still intact. I'll wait for you then. Hurry up. Bo-sun reluctantly releases her, as if In Hwan is going to march off to war and won't be back for a few years, and he's ready to sit on the edge of the bed and turn into a wife-watching stone. I don't. I'm partial to using the jacuzzi to wash slowly. In Hwan's red lips were parted, gently tilting her head. Those eyes couldn't hide the delicate and provocative. Teasing Finn Seeker made her incredibly happy. If you don't come out in half an hour, even if the door is unloaded, I'm going in to fish you out. Bo-sun can't help but pull her in front of him now. Wife, just hurt me. I'll hurt you now and you'll let me hurt you later. In Hwan wasn't going to fall for that. I promised to be gentle. Bo-sun finished, deflating himself. He was full of blood, full of desire, full of love, and aroused all over. Odds are it's not going to be light. Bo-sun puts In Hwan's hand on his chest. Feel it, is it beating fast? Usually just kissing and cuddling with her also jumped so fast and had such a high body temperature on her. Yoon Hwan just felt shy at the thought of what would happen later. Calm down then, I'm going to take a shower. In Hwan withdrew her hand. It was as if I could still feel the thumping heartbeat as well as the rolling temperature in my palm. In Hwan fled in a hurry. She thought about how agitated Finn Seeker was tonight. Would she really rush in if she didn't get out in half an hour? She wasn't ready to be naked with him in the bathroom, so she took a pretty quick shower today, thinking she'd have to come back at it later, and without putting any body lotion on her body. She went out in her nightgown. When she went out, she was surprised to see Bo-sun doing push-ups on the bed, the thin robe on his body thrown on the sofa. In Hwan's footsteps were light, but Bo-sun still noticed. He immediately stopped, trying to do some exercise to let himself calm down, but the result is that once he saw her gentle like water, delicate and beautiful little face, just suppressed the stock of fire instantly rekindled, and more intense. Wife. In Hwan faced his hot eyes and shyly moved to the edge of the bed. Off. Turn off the light? Bo-sun doesn't want to turn off the lights. Their first time, and if he can't see In Hwan's expression with the lights off, he won't know if he's behaving well. Not off. It's fine to leave it on, but there's no need for the bedroom to be so bright. Is there? Turn on so many lights. Where is that ambiguous atmosphere? In Hwan left only a mild wall lamp on before she slowly made her way to bed. She and Finn Seeker knelt on the big soft bed, staring stupidly at each other. Bo-sun first took the initiative to encircle her waist, noting her expression, then slowly came closer, tentatively pressing close on her lips and kissing her first. Hwan, you can make it to the end tonight, right? Bo-sun was raging before this moment, but when it really came down to it, he felt he had to ask In Hwan's opinion. How could she answer that? In Hwan wanted to run away. Did you get a good rest on the plane? If not, it's okay if you want to sleep tonight. In Hwan's voice was small. I'm not in a hurry anyway. As soon as she spoke, Bo-sun held her down on the bed, unable to hide the excitement and lust in his eyes. I'm in a hurry. He lowered his head and kissed down, frantically drawing in Hwan's scent. The soft wall sconces by the bed stayed on until the next day. Noon. In Hwan opened her eyes slowly, and her body ached. Woohoo! Last night was crazy. Finn Seek that asshole. She tried to move her body. Her back ached, her legs ached, her arms ached, her whole body ached, not to mention the hickey strewn across her pale, delicate skin. Finn Seeker was like a mad dog last night. I can't believe I'm sleeping peacefully at the moment. In-hwan kicked at him. Get up and carry me to the bathroom. In-hwan overused her voice last night and wanted to roar, but the voice that came out was delicate and gentle, even sounding like a petulant voice. Bosun pressed his entire body against In-hwan's, kissed her bare back and carried her to the restroom in a daze. After putting her down, her eyes were fixed on In-hwan. In-hwan covered her chest in shame. Get out and bring me my pajamas. Okay, wife. Bosun couldn't hide the excitement and thrill in his eyes. Hey, he left all the hickeys on his wife's body. Last night he and his wife, all night long, die of happiness. So much love for the wife. Bosun goes in with his pajamas and In-hwan has just flushed the toilet. She clenched her fists. Even though we became a real couple last night, I'm not cheeky enough to let you see me. So can you please have some privacy in the future? And In-hwan took the nightgown Bosun handed over and put it on her body. Bosun, in the future, when I'm dizzy and tired and sleepy, and you're still awake, can't you put a nightgown on me after you've cleaned me up? She doesn't like to sleep naked. And still, the two of them are still sleeping naked with Thin Seeker attached to them. I remember. Bosun moves forward and picks her up. Next time, I'll definitely put a dress on you. I can't thank you enough. He was also tired, and after washing his wife in the morning, he fell asleep with her in his arms. Besides, who wants to hold a clothed wife when you can hold a naked one? The two of them rejoined the bed. Only In-hwan had a thin nightgown over her, and the two bodies were pressed tightly together. The light that had witnessed their crazy night last night was still on. Bosun presses against her back and kisses her shoulder lovingly. Wife, if you have any strength left, have the maid bring in lunch and feed me. Chapter 51. Missy's face will be pinched for the rest of her life. They'd only gone to bed in the morning, slept for a couple hours, and now it was noon. But In-hwan didn't even want to lift his arm. Too tired. Although she had gotten off last night, she really couldn't go overboard with that kind of stuff. Never let Bosun go crazy like that in the future. Okay, I'll go. I worked hard for my wife last night. Bosun gets out of bed and looks at her misty little face, excitedly praising her. Wife performed superbly last night. In-hwan was so ashamed that she wanted to hit him, raising her thick eyelids in exasperation and casting a sidelong glance at him. Don't say it anymore. That's no good. You have to brag about your wife. Wife cut him last night. At least the body loves him. In the future, he will seduce his wife more often, and she will be unable to leave him sooner or later. Thin Seeker was in a good mood. He puts on his clothes and runs downstairs, and the maids in the villa can't hide their anti-smiles when they see Bosun. Thin Seeker returned upstairs to his room with his lunch. He held In-hwan in his lap, and little Hwan leaned back in a delicate and gentle way, poking his chest with her little hand. Bad man, still have the strength to curse me. Looks like we can indulge another night tonight. How dare you? In-hwan's pretty little face was flushed with a thin pinkish red color, and her misty eyes that hadn't woken up yet were adorable. Not intimidating at all. I don't dare. I don't dare. If Missy says I'm not allowed, I'm not allowed. Bosun really doesn't dare tonight. In-hwan was a first time last night. He was trying to restrain himself, but the wife is just too tempting. To him, In-hwan is like an aphrodisiac. Even if it's hardened with poison, he's still willing to take it. Humph. In-hwan hummed softly and opened her slightly swollen red lips in a small arrogant manner. Bosun feeds a slice of smooth beef and In-hwan squints and chews, enjoying the food to fill her empty stomach. Too sleepy. Just want to fill my stomach and go back to sleep. So she let Bosun carry her back to bed after she was full. Thin Seeker's dog is very good. He hasn't eaten yet. He doesn't want to separate from her, and he doesn't let go of her. It wasn't that In-hwan was lazy, but both of her leg muscles were sore and weak, as if they weren't her own. He waited for Bosun to finish eating before carrying her back to bed. In-hwan obediently fell into the soft queen-sized bed. The sheets were clean from last night's haphazard change by Bosun. She dipped her head on the pillow and closed her eyes to sleep. Bosun lies on In-hwan's side, his eyes full of love and compassion as he lingers and sips lightly on her white and tender neck. In-hwan was asleep and couldn't see the deep love that was thick in his eyes. Bosun doesn't know why there's a saying that if you get it, you don't cherish it, and after he got In-hwan last night, he only felt like he loved her more and more and more. The heart was stuffed with this woman. In-hwan not only got his man, but also his heart. In-hwan slept through the night again this time. Finally got enough sleep. She moved her limbs and it still hurt. She must have been compelled by Bosun last night to allow him to indulge all night. Her waist. Bosun sits on the edge of the bed. In-hwan's gentle cooing reaches his ears, and his mind thinks of last night's ambiguous and exciting images. In-hwan's voice was like a hook, tickling him. In-hwan turned around before noticing the fiery-eyed Bosun by the bed, a gaze she was all too familiar with. Last night it was under that kind of gaze that he was eaten up over and over again. Bosun puts down his laptop and moves over to the bedside to touch In-hwan's face, tenderly pinching the soft flesh of her cheeks. Missy, sleepy and confused? A bit of. In-hwan had never slept from morning to night on a clear day. and had been awake for less than an hour at noon. Missy is especially cute when she's asleep, so cute that I don't even have the heart to work, I just want to stare at you. Bo-sun's words are true. Although the laptop was in front of him, he was mostly looking at In-hwan. In-hwan slept deeply, but her body still moved somewhat in her sleep, occasionally rolling over, stretching out her legs, lifting her arms, and even lifting the thin quilt on her body to cover only her small stomach. There wasn't a single spot on In-hwan's white skin from her ankles to her neck that hadn't been marked with his kisses. In-hwan lay on the bed. He looked straight to stay, stimulating no mind to work at all. It's not like I asked you to guard me by the bed. Can I still fall under the bed? In-hwan said lazily. Her voice hadn't recovered yet, and she was still a bit hoarse. I'm not afraid that if you wake up and have any need for me not to be there, that doesn't make me look particularly irresponsible. Bo-sun loves In-hwan's delicate and soft dependence on him, and her little face is pressed into his palm. Hwan-hwan's little cheeks are so soft that they just feel so good when you squeeze them. Asterisk caret caret asterisk. It's awesome. In-hwan slapped his arm and softly propped up her body. Bo-sun, have you squeezed enough? No. Missy's face is something I'm going to pinch for the rest of my life. Is a lifetime that easy? Easily said. In-hwan leaned against the bed, the halter dress unable to block her pretty body, large swaths of skin dotted with ambiguous red marks. Thin Seeker's throat rolled as he watched. Going to eat downstairs or in your room? Downstairs? Going downstairs and letting everyone see her ravaged all night long in an ungodly fashion? Yoon-hwan gave him a look without saying anything. I get it. And I'm holding you and I'm feeding you. I think I should have the strength to be able to eat by myself. In-hwan is worried that being held by Bo-sun will rub her the wrong way. The man who didn't even have moderation last night. She had a hard time believing that Bo-sun's self-control would work or not. The maid brings dinner into the room, and In-hwan sits at Bo-sun's side, eating her dinner with little energy. Little sleepy cat. Bo-sun scratched her hair. Still sleepy after a day's sleep? Well, In-hwan yawned and couldn't sleep. Then I'll hold you and feed you. No. In-hwan shook her head in confusion and picked up the lemon black tea frozen bump milk on the table and took a small sip. After drinking it, the whole person feels much more comfortable. She ate some more before she took off her shoes and curled her legs up on the couch, leaning against Thin Seeker in spite of him. Last night was the first and last time. No more crazy like that. Well, from now on, it's crazy tonight, and it'll continue to be crazy tomorrow night. Midnight madness. Not crazy all night. In-hwan would have nothing to say. He can be a real wit. In-hwan stayed at home for 3 days before lifting her spirits to see her grandfather in the hospital. As soon as Joe's mother saw her, she felt that her daughter was different from before. Then look at the side of the thin search. Neck that strawberry prints go out also do not cover up a cover. The young couple is now good relationship. The old man can also be at ease. In-hwan noticed her mom's eyes and swept her eyes at Thin Seeker. The dog man, she said to cover him up, but he didn't. Talking about a big man. What kind of makeup to use and what to cover up? Now it looks like Thin Seeker did it on purpose. Look, my wife kisses it. My wife keeps it. My wife sticks to me like a puppy. In-hwan wore full makeup, and the marks on her neck were half visible with concealer. The condition of Elder In on the hospital bed is getting worse. Even the doctor told them to take the old man home and that it was useless to stay in the hospital. When In-hwan heard that, she instantly felt her legs go weak. Chapter 52, Kissing the Wife. Bo-sun holds In-hwan's shoulders and lets her delicate body lean into his arms. Yoon-hwan leaves the hospital in a daze, and according to his grandfather, he also wants to stay home during his mass. Then both Bo-sun and In-hwan went back to live in the old In residence. In the deep darkness of the night, In-hwan came out of the old man's room. She sighed. Her grandfather had just said in such a weak voice from his hospital bed for her and Bo-sun to have a good time and be happy and happy and happy. Grandpa's only concern was her. In-hwan returns to the bedroom and Bo-sun has already finished his shower. The two of them tacitly move closer towards each other, and In-hwan lazily wraps her arms around Bo-sun's waist, seeking a little bit of security from his body. After Bo-sun took a shower, he only wore a robe outside, which was open with a big grin, and as soon as In-hwan approached at this moment, her small face was unobstructed against his chest, and the body temperature on her body rose rapidly. Bo-sun's heartbeat instantly accelerates. Little Hwan-hwan rarely relies on him so delicately and softly, and his heart describes an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Good to love a loving wife. The wife is so delicate. Oni I-chan. In-hwan's voice was lazy. Thin Seek. Good girl. Good girl. Bo-sun rubbed her hair. Hwan-hwan, I'll take you to the bath and make you happy, okay? Stinking hooligans. How could she be in the mood for that? In-hwan was afraid of Bo-sun's exuberant physical strength. Don't. Why don't you want it? Why don't you want it? What's wrong with hubby serving you a bath? Hwan-hwan, where on your body have I not seen or touched before? Bo-sun picked her up and headed for the bathroom. I even have a bath ready. Humph, can it be a mere bath for you to help me? In-hwan didn't believe him. Although Thin Seeker had restrained himself from touching her again for the past 3 days, he had been around in heat every day, kissing and hugging and lifting high and non-stop, kissing a never-ending, sticky no way, while kissing but also while she rambled in her ear, very noisy. It's such a hot summer day, the air conditioner is on, and Bo-sun doesn't mind the heat as he sticks to her. It always reminded her of that indulgent and charming night when both of them were sweaty and still endlessly entangled. I blame Bo-sun for being too young, too fit and too indulgent. The bathtub is filled with warm water. In-hwan's legs fall limply to the ground, and Bo-sun hooks her jaw. Don't be sad, I'll give you even Grandpa's share of favor together. He'll love her more and more and spoil her. Who wants your favor? In-hwan grunted lightly. Get out. You. It's only natural for me to spoil my wife. Bo-sun plants a quick kiss on her lips before wilting his way out of the bathroom. In-hwan soaked in the bath, slowed down her skin care and hair care and scrubbed her face, and tossed and turned for more than an hour before climbing into bed. Wife. Thin Seeker sniffed her scent and pressed on. The heavy arm pressed on In-hwan's waist, and his fiery lips kissed her white shoulders unceasingly, his breathing gradually becoming ragged. Wife. Sleep. Well, don't want to sleep. Want to sleep you. Bo-sun's low tone spilled. How can you let me abstain from sex when you're open to meet? Missy, you can't be like this. Who let you get it so long last time? It hurt me to death. In-hwan looked sideways with a smile in her eyes. Not allowed. Yoon-hwan's tone wasn't intimidating at all. The pretty little face smiled a delicate and seductive smile, and Bo-sun smiled badly. Before In-hwan could react, Bo-sun kissed her and gagged her mouth while railing up and down on her. Woo. I don't know why, but ever since she and Bo-sun went dirty together, her body had become extra sensitive. He deliberately seduced her and teased her like this. She simply couldn't resist and half-heartedly allowed Bo-sun to do whatever he wanted to her. The next day, In-hwan couldn't get up again. It was still in her own home, and In-hwan was mortified. It's the weekend again, and Thin Seeker is off work, so he brings it to the bedroom in the morning. After eating, In-hwan was ready to go back to sleep. She was too sleepy. Bo-sun went to keep the old man company for a while and chatted with his father-in-law for a while before returning to the bedroom. Despite the gorgeous sunny day outside, the bedroom was dark inside with the blackout curtains drawn. On the soft queen-sized bed, In-hwan lies on her side, her hands and feet outside the thin quilt, the deep and shallow hickeys on her exposed skin attracting Bo-sun's eyes. Bo-sun lies on the bed and with eyes full of love, he sticks over and kisses In-hwan's little face. Woo! In-hwan feels itchy and raises her hand to scratch, and Bo-sun kisses her neck again. In-hwan slept in a daze, always feeling that there was a furry animal constantly hanging around. Would Missy like to be kissed awake? Silence is acquiescence. Where does Missy want a kiss to be kissed awake? Bo-sun lies face to face with her on her side. His finger traces from her cheek to her lips and tenderly presses them down. She pouts her lips and Bo-sun's finger immediately moves down to her neck, and then further down. His finger draws circles on the black mole on her collarbone. Here, or, Thin Seeker's fingers continue to move down. In-hwan on the opposite side of the room turns awake quietly and opens her eyes to see Bo-sun's evil and bad handsome face, as well as restless hands being placed on her chest. Thin Seeker. Wife, you're awake, Thin Seeker said as he wrapped her in a hug. Wife. In-hwan was smothered in his arms. Did this asshole want to suffocate her? Then he can change wives. Thin Seeker. Boo. Bo-sun kisses her on the forehead. Lie down. I'll rub your waist. I was already lying down and you had to take me in your arms, trying to smother me. In-hwan pushed him with dissatisfaction. Thin Seeker, you're bad. You leave me alone. Can't you go to work? Last night too. Said no and came back. He asked her in a way with his mouth. Girls are mouthy and say they don't want it or they do. Faster is slower. Tap is the point. Strong words. Quackery. Bad as hell. She was played to death by Bo-sun sooner or later, and making me work on weekends. In-hwan, you're so willing. Treating your husband like a machine. Bo-sun wrenches her body over so that she's lying on her back on the bed. Bo-sun had already massaged her waist for a while last night, and now she would press it again so she wouldn't be in bed all day like last time. Yoon-hwan wasn't too keen on sleeping under mom and dad's nose all day. That would be a shame too. In-hwan still got up at lunchtime, only she was at home and didn't bother to cover up the ambiguities. Yoon-hwan was embarrassed by her mom and dad looking at her as she reacted. While mom and dad were eating, she kicked at Thin Seeker directly under the table. Told you not to leave a trace. None unheard. Once in bed, Thin Seeker was as good as deaf. Bo-sun is kicked by his wife. He looks sideways at In-hwan, then thinking he knows her well, he puts on disposable gloves and peels a crab leg for In-hwan. In-hwan, Thin Seek, you're so greasy. Son can take care of people now. In-mother's eyes were gentle. Not bad, not bad. Mom, I'll do better in the future. Won't let you guys down. In-hwan rolled her eyes. All she thinks about is bullying her all day long. She can't take care of people at all. He was also pretending to be a fake gentleman in front of his elders. Mom, Dad and Grandpa were all fooled by his fake gentleman look. This guy is bad, bad, bad behind his back. Carrot. Chapter 53, Huan is drunk. The next day, Huan goes to the mall, leaving Bo-sun at home with her grandfather. She's bad too. Even when Tokiwa invited her to dinner, she said yes. She sent Thin Seeker a message that she wouldn't be home for dinner and gladly went to her appointment. It's time to give Thin Seeker a cold shoulder, or else that asshole will turn his nose up and right on her head and make a fool of her. Toss her. She was still feeling pain in her back, but how could Miss Yoon go out without even wearing high heels? Huan doesn't even hold his back. By the time she arrived at the address sent by Shifu, a seaview restaurant that had been open for a month but was doing a very brisk business, where sitting inside and eating you could see the flexible swimming fish and the male mermaids that suddenly appeared. What's the situation? A male model restaurant? Tokiwa, you really know how to find a place. 6 abs manfish were performing all sorts of tricks in there, and so many young ladies were screaming like crazy. Huan had little interest in abs, which she touched every day. Thin Seeker's abs still looked better than theirs. Rather, it was the opposite side of the table. Sure Suwa, who couldn't get enough of watching, while Miao was abashed, wanting to watch, and shy, with her ears reddening. What's going on with you tonight, Missy? Is it the abs mermaid downing the wine, or is there something on your mind? Why are you drinking so much? Timothy leisurely retracted his gaze. Huan unknowingly blushed her cheeks. That bastard Bo-sun, tossing me to death. How can I be taken by him? Isn't he just strong looking and physical? I'm so, I hate this body of mine. It goes soft when touched by Bo-sun. Thin search for morning and evening kidney weakness. Su grabbed Miao's hand. Look, Miao, it's a show of love in disguise. A full man doesn't know that a hungry man is hungry. She's doing it on purpose. She did it on purpose. So bad. Where I have. He and I just don't have love. Where is the favor to show? Huan huffed and drank. Although Bo-sun often says I love you at times like that, Huan only takes it as a kind of flirting words, just loving her body at that time. She never took it seriously. Thin dog's exuberant energy. She probably won't be able to escape his clutches again when she goes home tonight. Woo! Huan now so hates that she didn't make up her mind when discussing this issue with Bo-sun. What with talking about it later and not talking about it again? Bo-sun again always used the wedding night had not passed as an excuse. Kissing her and touching her while saying that she still owed him many times of conjugal life had not been fulfilled. Flossie, should we stop? She drank a lot tonight. Miao asked in a small voice, some worry in her eyes. No, she can drink if she wants to. Thin Seeker will clean her up. Timothy laughed badly. Flossie, you're so damaged. No, I'm worrying about their couplehood. It's a shame there's no surveillance in their house. I wonder what Bo-sun's expression is when he sees a drunken Huan coming home. Not to mention, Huan's drinking can't be all because of Bo-sun. It's more because of her grandfather. I heard that the aftermath is already being prepared. Grandpa is really a very, very nice person and treats all of them, Huan's friends, very well. Huan's parents were busy working when she was a child, and her relationship with her grandfather had always been very good, and the old man had always especially favored her. Just let Huan get drunk for once. There is no way for them to empathize with the pain of a loved one's death and comfort Huan. An hour later, before Su had even stepped out of the restaurant, she was accosted by Little Milk Dog and then left Huan and Miao to go on a date. In front of the restaurant, Miao helped Huan into the car. Chen Rui was sitting in the driver's seat, and as soon as he raised his eyes, he saw Huan's drunken, reddened face in the rearview mirror of the car, leaning back with her neck tilted up and not much spirit. It's the first time he's seen Huan drink so much. Huan hugged the stuffed animal in the car and squinted out the window. The nighttime bustle outside the car captivated her eyes. She heard her cell phone ring in a daze, saw the words thin doggy on the screen, and picked up the phone impatiently. It's about time you went home. Missy, I'm all showered and waiting to warm your bed. Thin Seeker's lightly teasing tone came from the cell phone. When Huan heard the words bed warmer, her body instinctively rose with a flash of fear, and her waist began to hurt again. No return. Huan hung up and tossed her cell phone. Chen Rui, go to the hotel. A small waist is important. What with the bed warming? She doesn't need it. What she needed more than anything else right now was to be alone. To get a good night's sleep, with no one putting her to sleep or waking her up with a kiss. No heavy arms pressing against her waist. Originally, she was having acid reflux from overusing her waist, and that dog Bo-sun had to press on her small waist. It's almost as if she's not a person. Go to sleep by yourself. This young lady will not be entertained tonight. Chen Rui took Huan to the hotel. She was wearing high heels and was a little unsteady as Chen Rui stretched out his arm. Huan helped his arm into the elevator. Once she entered the elevator, Huan let go of his arm and leaned her entire body against the silver elevator. She seems to have forgotten something. Hey, headache. Can't think of one. The cell phone that had been left in the car rang, and the words thin doggy were unusually bright. After exiting the elevator, In Hwan held the wall with her right hand, and Chen Rui kept an eye on her, carefully watching her for fear that she would suddenly fall and not hold on in time. Neither of them noticed a line of sight looking at their backs as they came out from the other side of the corridor. Entering the hotel room, In Hwan threw the bag in her hand and went straight to her room. You go back. Chen Rui's footsteps stopped at the entrance of the room. He stared at the floor-to-ceiling windows. The night scene outside was unusually busy. That's how it was in the capital. Even late at night, there were people who were working hard. Chen Rui walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and stood frozen for a few minutes, the color of his eyes growing colder and darker. Suddenly he pulled the curtains closed, turned his cell phone off and left it on the table, and gingerly opened the door. Inside the room, the bedside table lamp was on, and the soft light fell on In Hwan's body. With only her shoes off, she collapsed onto the bed, pulling the thin white comforter over her waist. In Hwan was rarely like this and slept through the night without removing her makeup. How much did she drink tonight? Chen Rui stared at the face that he had been longing for, and the kind of feelings that he couldn't resist exploded at this moment. Oni-chan, my Oni-chan. He knew he didn't deserve it. He knew he could only look up to her forever. But tonight, it seemed to give him a crime, a chance to covet her. Chen Rui stood at the edge of the bed. The goddess he had adored for many years was lying on the bed like this, and he only had to lean over to kiss her fragrant soft red lips. His mind struggled on, desire and restraint intertwined, his eyes growing darker, his hands clenched tightly, the backs of his taut hands taut with veins. Chen Rui swallowed heavily, his body slowly lowered and moved closer towards In Hwan. Chapter 54, Mutual Assault. Chen Rui stopped a few centimeters away from In Hwan. He stared straight at In Hwan's pretty little face, a goddess-like figure in his eyes. How could he defile her? But he loved her so much love for Missy Love. Oni-chan. Chen Rui called out to her hoarsely, with endless madness in his eyes. Just one kiss. Tomorrow they will still be master and servant. Chen Rui closed his eyes and listened to the sound of his thumping heartbeat as he slowly approached the drunken In Hwan once again. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from outside the room. As soon as Chen Rui turned around, he saw Bo-sun rushing in. His eyes burned with rage as he tugged on Chen Rui's collar and pulled him out. The bedroom door slammed shut and Finseeker punched it. Chen Rui fell to the ground, his hands clenched. Bo-sun, I've long felt that you're not right. You've got a lot of guts. You actually dare to fantasize about my wife. Bo-sun exploded with anger. From the moment In Hwan hung up on him, he drove out to find her. It just so happened that Sito came to get a room with his arm around some pretty actress and saw them. He also called Chen Rui. His cell phone was off. Bo-sun raced all the way over here, and the Chen Rui he saw didn't kiss down, but who knows if he had already kissed. Dogs! Bo-sun clenched his fists and punched them with all the force he could muster. Chen Rui is also unconvinced, and in his eyes, this person, Bo-sun, is not worthy of In Hwan at all. In Hwan doesn't like Finseeker either. He couldn't figure out why the old man wanted them to get married. It's clear that In Hwan has said before that she likes the kind of man who is as gentle as jade and has a clear breeze, not the kind of wild and arrogant young master like Bo-sun, who has a short temper and is untamable. You don't deserve my Missy at all. Asterisk 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 your uncle. I'm most compatible with her. You count as that onion. The two fought in the hall. In Hwan slept in a daze, her brain fuzzy. She wanted to go to sleep, but her conscious mind was still struggling with the fact that she hadn't taken off her makeup yet and couldn't go to bed with it on. But she was head heavy and sky high, and she seemed to hear some kind of commotion, loud and noisy. Hey! In Hwan braced herself, sitting up, her eyelids heavy and lifting. The voice was not in this room, so In Hwan collapsed again. Half an hour later, Chen Rui was gotten out of the hotel, and Bo-sun, whose body was hung with colors, pushed open the door and walked into the room. Luckily, In Hwan doesn't have much of a heart. Where she lives, her passwords are all related to her birthday. Bo-sun sits on the edge of the bed, and In Hwan only changes positions, sleeping heavily. Still sleeping. Your husband is all beat up. Little Hwan, you say you're fine to look so pretty and be so nice to people. You'll be missed by others. You don't have to be careful. Bo-sun leaned down, cupped In Hwan's face, and booped a few kisses to her lips. Who is that underhanded, stinking man to say I'm not good enough for you? We're childhood sweethearts. Where's the mismatch? Matched or not, only the two of us know. We're a perfect match. Aren't we, little Hwan? Bo-sun's body aches all over. That dog is really as In Hwan said. His fighting skills are not bad. How should he face In Hwan tomorrow? How do you explain him being all bruised up? Bo-sun kissed In Hwan several more times before going out. Finseeker tended to his wounds in the busted-up halls all around as the hotel staff quickly cleaned up what was broken inside and cleaned up. After Bo-sun went back to his room to accompany In Hwan, they found new items to replace them and restore the room. Bo-sun had wanted to go to sleep, but when she saw In-hwan's face, she thought about how she had to remove her makeup and take care of her skin for a long time every night before, and how she loved her little face the most. He braced himself against the pain in his body and removed In-hwan's makeup, and although his movements were violent, and little Hwan was almost woken up and grunted twice in dissatisfaction, he had accomplished his task. After washing In-hwan's face, Bo-sun climbed into bed. He had just laid down on In-hwan's side when his delicate and soft body, still carrying the slightest hint of alcohol, rolled into his arms. If it was before, when In-hwan was so proactive, the corners of Bo-sunla's mouth would have been grinning to the back of his head. But now, hiss, ouch, face pain, neck pain, arm pain, stomach pain, back pain, leg pain. But that dog Chen-rui was more seriously injured than him. Pissed off. Thin Seeker is still so angry, hurt and angry. I couldn't sleep at all. So, when In-hwan woke up the next day, Bo-sun was already dressed, hiking his long legs and sitting leisurely on the edge of the bed. In-hwan had a splitting headache, and it was true that she couldn't get drunk. It was too much of a feeling. Bo-sun, what brings you to? In-hwan's voice was delicate and gentle as she leaned back against the bed and scratched her long, disheveled hair before rubbing her temples with her hands pressed against them. So cute. In-hwan rubbed it for a minute. The curtains aren't drawn either, so you're in your room in the morning with a pair of sunglasses pretending to be cool. Ha! Thin Seeker didn't want this either, but last night that Chen-rui that dog hit him in the eye. The corners of my eyes are bruised and purple, and I look ugly as hell. In-hwan, a face controller, must have disliked him after seeing his ugly appearance. Can he make his wife dislike him? Necessarily not. The room was dimly lit, and he wasn't particularly close to the edge of the bed, so fortunately In-hwan was too dazed at this point to notice that the corner of his mouth was also red and swollen. Even he woke up today perversely wondering if he should cover it up with his baby wife's makeup, but he didn't know what that cosmetic was called, and he didn't know if In-hwan had it in the bag she carried with her. Cool or not? Handsome or not? Bo-sun raises his hand to block the corner of his lips. Is your husband handsome? In-hwan shook her head in disgust. Bo-sun cursed the heartless one in his heart, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he said, Hwan, something happened to your driver's family, and he resigned, so my driver is for you to use. Ha! In-hwan was bewildered. Chen-rui resigned? Who in his family had an accident? What happened? His father used to work at our house too. Uncle is sick? Bo-sun gasped and clenched his teeth. That Chen-rui coveted In-hwan and secretly wanted to kiss her. This kind of thing if he was replaced by himself. Bo-sun felt disgusted no matter how he thought about it, so he really didn't want In-hwan to know. Thin Seeker woke up after just 3 hours of sleep last night because of the pain. Chen-rui left the car keys behind. Yoon-hwan's cell phone was brought up as well. He should have messaged your cell phone. Cell phone. In-hwan squinted and rubbed her temples. I think I left it in the car last night. Yeah, put it in the car. He didn't answer all those phone calls. Drives him crazy. Bedside. In-hwan looked sideways and saw her cell phone sitting there. She picked up her cell phone, and when she unlocked it, it was full of missed calls from Bo-sun. How did you know I was here? Chen-rui is quitting his job, so naturally he had to contact me to pick you up. Bo-sun lied. Oh, Chen-rui handed her a message of resignation. A very simple sentence. Missy, something happened at home. I resigned. In-hwan thought about it. This month's salary has not been paid. Sent a good word. Ready to Chen-rui transfer. But she found that the above display is not a friend. Please verify the identity. He deleted me. What's the deal? Don't want your paycheck? In-hwan was shocked and confused. The hitman actually didn't even want his paycheck. Did he need to delete me for quitting? Chapter 55, Death of Grandfather. Whatever. He's just a driver. Bo-sun hated to bury Chen-rui alive, but he couldn't do that. It's against the law. I'm going to work. I'll have Zhang Xiao come over to keep you company. Bo-sun is afraid that he will reveal himself if he stays for a long time. I have to socialize in the evening, so I'll leave you alone for the night. Wife, you have to miss me. In-hwan finds Bo-sun strange. After all, he used to be so clingy, but she wasn't completely sober yet and wasn't quite able to think properly, and responded in a confused voice. I know, you're annoying as hell, and I didn't want to see you in the first place. Stiff upper lip. Thin Seeker wanted to cry. He was the one with the stiff upper lip. He wants to see his wife. He wants to be close to her every day. If it wasn't for that dog Chen-rui punching him in the face, he wouldn't have been able to leave his wife tonight. Thin Seeker left the hotel. In-hwan dawdled for a long time before getting out of bed and washing up. She walked out of the bedroom, looked at the living room outside, always felt something different, but could not tell, so she did not think so much, went downstairs and Zhang Xiao went to eat breakfast, then left the hotel. Monday, inside the high-level conference room of the Thin World Group, the central air conditioner was whistling and blowing cold air. and all the high-level executives were sitting upright beside the black conference table. They didn't quite understand why their president had to wear sunglasses in his room in broad daylight. And what's going on next to that mouth? Who dares to hit Bo Soon? Was it domestic violence by the president's wife? Jesus, MS. Een deserves to be a woman of the world, a deadly rival, and her hand is so hard. Bo Soon's so handsome face is also willing to do it. Emotional entanglements led to Bo Soon's cold face throughout today, and he spoke only 2 or 3 simple words, unusually concise and very high and cold, different from usual. The whole meeting seemed particularly serious. After the meeting, Bo Soon returned to his office and took off his sunglasses. Jo Fu saw the handsome face of the president of his own family hung color. Do not say, in this on the internet what is called, battle damage makeup? It's quite suitable for Bo Soon's demonically handsome, angular face. President, won't you wear this face to make a mess? Een feel sorry for you? Jo Fu started to come up with ideas. Are you being silly? She asked me where the injury came from. How can I explain? Bo Soon throws his sunglasses on the table. A fight with her driver. Asterisk 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 driver. Human face. Actually dare to covet my wife. Still by Een Hwan's side for so many years. Maybe behind Een Hwan's back he has done many disgusting things. Even men. Thin Seeker let out a big gasp. He can dream about Een Hwan. He can fantasize about Een Hwan because Een Hwan is his wife. Someone else dared to do that to Een Hwan. Especially if it was still the people around him. He felt sick to his stomach. And if Een Hwan knew the truth, how hard it would be for her. So, President, you're just going to stay away from home for a few days? This injury, when will the treadmill be healed? Bo Soon tentatively touched the corner of his mouth. Hiss. Ouch. Bo Soon closes his eyes and leans back, fantasizing in his mind that Een Hwan is gently standing next to him, blowing on him as if it doesn't hurt as much. Bo Soon rubbed the medicine and thought that the wound on his face would heal quickly, but it still hadn't healed after 2 days. Thin Seeker stayed in his premarital apartment for 2 days and could only talk to his wife on the phone every night. The video is too scared to turn on. Een Hwan has little patience with him again and has to hang up the phone after a few sentences. Bo Soon was the only one in the empty room. He was married and actually had to sleep outside alone. Een Hwan, are you not thinking of me at all? Een Hwan puts on a mask and doesn't quite understand Bo Soon. It's not like he's gone on a business trip. So what's the point of saying he misses her over the cell phone? No action at all to give. If you miss her, you should go home. Do you want her to go to him? He dreams. She's not going. Don't want to. Een Hwan replied arrogantly. It's a little bit, just a little bit, but not a lot. She's not going to tell Bo Soon. He'll die of arrogance and his tail will go up to the sky. She could even imagine Bo Soon's smug expression when he heard those words. A bad smile that might even tell her to go find him. Just don't. Miss Yoon will never admit defeat. A haughty little princess who has never had anyone but others pampering and spoiling her. Bo Soon exaggeratedly covers his chest and tries to show that aggrieved expression. But on second thought Een Hwan can't see it. So he gives up. I'm so sad. I'm so disappointed. Even if you don't want me, don't you even want my body? Bo Soon began to be. Een Hwan couldn't reach him even through the cell phone. Feel free to be a jerk and tease Een Hwan. Thin Seeker, you. As soon as Een Hwan pulled off the mask and squeezed it into a ball, the essence of the mask flowed all over her hand. She tossed the mask into the trash. What's there to think about with your body? It's not like you haven't touched it or hugged it. So, did Missy want to cuddle without me sleeping with her for the past few days? No. Een Hwan's little face was exasperated. Big Summer, you're as hot as a furnace. I'm masochistic. I want to hug you. Thin Seeker leaned against the bed, rooted to the spot. After less than a second of sadness, Bo Soon started up again. What about winter? Will you just hug me and not let go? There's a heater. I don't need you. It's annoying. If you can't sleep you're drinking and taking sleeping pills. I'm going to sleep. Een Hwan hung up, threw the phone and got out of bed. Bo Soon looked at the time. 5 minutes on the phone yesterday. 15 minutes today. Already a big improvement. He took his cell phone and shined it on his face. It's been 2 days. Why isn't it good? How can you go see your wife when you are staring at a face that has been in a fight? Life is not easy. Bo always sighs. Thin Seeker thought about his wife before he went into a light sleep. At 3 in the morning, the phone rang. It's Een Hwan's exclusive ringtone. Bo Soon came to his senses almost instantly as he picked up the phone. Wife, what's wrong? There was no way Een Hwan would suddenly call him in the middle of the night unless something was wrong. Een Hwan cried uncontrollably on her cell phone. Master, Grandpa is gone. Thin Seeker, Grandpa's gone. Whoa, he's gone. Bo Soon haphazardly put on his clothes, grabbed the car keys and rushed out. Wife, I'll be right back. After Thin Seeker arrived in the basement, the cell phone had been hung up. Bosun couldn't care less and sped towards the Een family's old mansion. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, but the old Een residence was exceptionally bright, and white silk was hung at the door. Grandpa had already been moved inside the casket that had been prepared in advance, and paper had already begun to be burned in front of him, and incense was being offered. In Hwan cried uncontrollably and hugged her mom. In Hwan stared at the photo in front of the coffin with blurred tears. Her grandfather was still remembering her on his deathbed, still wishing for her to be happy and joyful. When Bosun returns, he sees In Hwan squatting in front of the hearth, crying and burning paper money for the old man. Bosun walked over and squatted on her side. "Honey, I'm sorry, I should have stayed home with you." In Hwan lowered her head, took 3 sticks of incense from the side, and said weakly, "Let's put up a pillar of incense first." Chapter 56, I'm much uglier than Missy. Bo seeks on the incense, staring at the black and white photo in front of him. The photo is the old man before in the ward when he chose himself, although it is a posthumous photo, but the old man is smiling. He was able to marry In Hwan thanks to the old man's trust in him. His voice choked. "Grandpa, I promised you that I would love her and protect her from getting hurt in this life. I will do it. Please don't worry." After saying that, Bosun squatted down again, and In Hwan again didn't look up at him, only silently handing him a wad of paper money. Bosun then accompanied her to burn paper for the old man. In Hwan was still sobbing in a small voice, and the fire burning in front of her smoked In Hwan's face. The basin in front of him had been littered with the ashes of burning paper money. Bosun holds In Hwan's slender wrist, and In Hwan looks at him blankly. Bosun threw the few pieces of paper money she was holding into the fire pot and directly picked her up by the waist. "Bosun, what are you doing? Put me down. You should rest." Thin Seeker grimaced. I want to give my grandfather one last ride." "You weren't there. What makes you care about me now? You weren't there when Grandpa died. You didn't even know he was looking for you and didn't find you. And he called you. He called you. Where are you? You asshole. Are you cheating on me?" In Hwan cried harder in his arms. "I don't want you anymore. You're bad. You let me. Woohoo." In Hwan kept shedding tears and sobbing, her speech broken. "You're not at home. Oh, put me down. I want to stay with Grandpa." Thin Seeker carried her quickly up the stairs and away from the hearth. All the way there In Hwan was dishonest, pounding his hand and his chest. "There are a lot of mourners coming. We can't stay in the hearth all the time. It'll delay people coming to offer their condolences." Bo-sun explains to her. In Hwan was so sad that she fainted while crying. Thin Search laid her down on the bed, wanting to go down and help, but wanting to stay here with Hwan Hwan. He was torn when In mother called him and told him to just stay in his room with In Hwan, and that they didn't need to worry about other things for their juniors. Bosun then goes and gets a wet towel to wipe In Hwan's face. He wasn't very good at taking care of people in the past, but taking care of In Hwan, he can learn. What lipstick bag cosmetics, he can also take his time to understand what she liked, what she was with. He could be with her. The world had lost someone who loved her, but he would have loved and loved her more. They'll have kids later, too, with new life on the horizon, and the baby will love Joy. She's a gentle and beautiful mother, lively and spiritual, and if it's a daughter, she can wear beautiful parent-child outfits with her daughter, discuss beautiful clothes, cosmetics, and give her daughter jewelry. He was responsible for making money for them to spend, and Bosun felt happy just thinking about it. He was lying next to In Hwan, and In Hwan, who had resented his heat and didn't want to be next to him in the cell phone a few hours ago, was now unconsciously leaning into his arms and hugging his waist. "Woohoo! Why are you crying again?" Bosun panics and gently soothes In Hwan's back. "Baby, if you cry like this, your eyes will swell and you'll turn ugly." "Woohoo!" In Hwan whispered thinly, like she was awake and like she wasn't yet. Thin Seeker was heartbroken. He was so sleepy that he didn't dare to sleep, so he just stared at In Hwan. She slept uneasily, too, her pretty brows stretching and furrowing at times. And finally, surprisingly, she woke up crying. The room wasn't too brightly lit, and In Hwan was in a daze. Reaching all the way over to her warm hand, her fingers wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Are you hungry?" "Not hungry." In Hwan looked dumbfounded. Her eyes hurt and her throat ached. From her blurred vision, she saw the blue-black color at the corner of Bosun's eyes and the bruise at the corner of his mouth. "What happened to your face?" He had kept his head down when he burned the paper in the hearth before, and then he had an emotional breakdown and didn't notice Bosun's face. "It's just that I went to boxing with a friend and accidentally hurt myself. I'm sorry you found out, so I didn't come back for the past 2 days." Bosun spread a goodwill lie. "If I'd known Grandpa was going to last night, even if you laughed at me, I would have come back every day." Bosun pressed his forehead against hers, his arm wrapped around her slender back. "I'm sorry I wasn't there last night when Grandpa was dying. He really regrets it. Grandpa must have wanted to see him so much that he wanted to entrust Yoon Hwan to him and wanted him to treat Yoon Hwan well." And Yoon Hwan, facing such a big blow, is sad and lost and scared and needs to be relied on. But he was surprisingly absent. What's so important about Face? Isn't it just being laughed at by Yoon Hwan? He didn't get a lot of laughs from his wife. I'm sorry Hwan, if it were before, Yoon Hwan might have even flirted with him that the arrogant young Master Bo would actually bow his head and apologize. But right now Yoon Hwan wasn't in that mood to play around with him. I want to go see Grandpa. Good. The hearse was bustling with quite a few people coming to offer their condolences. Yoon Hwan watched from afar, the black and white photo of the kindly old man showing his smiling face, but the man had already gone to heaven. Seeing that she has started to silently weep again, Bo Sun takes a handkerchief and wipes her. Missy, your eyes are swollen from crying. Yoon Hwan cried and raised her eyes. With eyes like that, you still have the qualifications to talk about me. We're both half a catty. How can that be? Missy is still pretty with swollen eyes. I'm much uglier than you. Bo Sun wraps her in his arms. Yoon Hwan didn't dislike him and huffed and cried. The funeral was busy, with many people coming and going from the Yoon family who needed to be entertained. Yoon Hwan was sad for a day. But the next day she wore a black dress with a small white flower on her chest and received the guests who came to offer their condolences with Bo Sun. The two of them, one with red, swollen eyes from crying and the other with bruises on his eyes and the corners of his mouth, looked like a different kind of match. Even when Shersu came over, she couldn't help but tease. Is the love interest you young couple play too big? Why did you hit someone Bo Sun's eyes like that? What? Me? I hit it? Was I that violent? Yoon Hwan was shocked. You won't with us. But you've never shown any mercy to Thin Seeker. When Shersu finished speaking, Yoon Miao nodded her head in agreement. In the past, when Bo Sun made Yoon Hwan angry, Yoon Hwan took the tens of thousands of dollars bag in her hand and smashed it on Bo Sun's head. Bo Sun doesn't fight back, just blocks twice and laughingly tugs on Yoon Hwan's hand. Bo Sun is indulgent and spoiled, and that's how Yoon Hwan's foul temper got out. Now that I think about it, Bo Sun really has a deep heart. Most likely he intentionally made Yoon Hwan angry in public, knowing that Yoon Hwan would never show him mercy, making Yoon Hwan, the former #1 celebrity, a gentle and dignified pretty lady, turn into an arrogant big lady. It wasn't me who hit him. The injury on his face has been there for a few days. He said he went to boxing and was beaten up by others. Yoon Hwan looks at Bo Sun who was greeting people in the distance. He should have been beaten up for ages. It's pathetic. Chapter 57, Funeral. Heartbroken? Timothy laughed lightly. No, he's a brown man. It's better to feel sorry for him than myself. Yoon Hwan looks at Bo Sun twice more. It's bad luck to feel sorry for a man for the rest of your life. She promised her grandfather that she would be happy for the rest of her life. Shersuah smiled without saying anything. Yoon Hwan looked at those two eyes more clearly as heartbroken. The casket was to be buried after a few days at the hearth. Grandpa's grave is next to Grandma's. On the day of the burial, Yoon Hwan took white chrysanthemums and put them down in front of her grandparents' graves. It was a rare cloudy and rainy day in the hot and dry summer, and the early morning air was chilly and even a little bitter. Yoon Hwan stands under the large black umbrella held by Bo Sun, whose grandfather said he would turn into a cloud and float in the sky to see her after he died. But today it's a dark cloud. Grandpa is supposed to be going to a reunion with Grandma today. Just forgive him for not being there today. Yoon Hwan always cried these days. Her eyes were red. That beauty-loving young lady made her eyes red and swollen, wearing sunglasses not wanting others to see. Amidst a chorus of beatitudes, they completed the funeral of their grandfather. Bo Sun holds Yoon Hwan's hand and walks down the stairs, his eyes always on her. Yoon Hwan's face is nothing but grief and sadness. Got in the car and didn't say a word either. They've been staying at Yoon's house for a long time because of the funeral. It's time to go home for the day. When she got home, Yoon Hwan also walked upstairs in silence. She had not yet recovered from her great grief. Thin Seeker went upstairs to keep her company. He purposely lay across from Yoon Hwan, pinching her little ears, scratching her little nose, and touching her red lips. Yoon Hwan was overwhelmed. Bo Sun, what are you doing? You have ADHD. If you want to sleep, go to sleep. If not, get out. No sleep and no roll. Bo Sun idly wrapped his arm around her waist. I'll just watch you. You looked at it with your hands? Move around. Yoon Hwan rolled her eyes. No moving. Okay, don't move. Why is it so hard to make her happy? But she was now huffing and puffing without that sad look she had before. So it was a success, right? Yoon Hwan closes her eyes for a few minutes before Bo Sun blows on her cheek again and asks her in that slow, deep tone if she wants to go shopping, to do some shopping. Thin Seeker had heard that girls were happy when they were unhappy in buying. His mom and grandma were like that. Yoon Hwan too. Yoon Hwan's soft little hand hit his arm. Shut up. Can't you make your wife happy by buying? Thin Search is sad to the core, and after a few minutes of looking at Yoon Hwan in peace, he moves over to kiss her on the lips again. Will that cheer her up? Yoon Hwan was confused. Her lips were violated. Her mouth, She opened her misty eyes, but Thin Seek was too close. It was too strange a feeling. She punched him with her small hand and was held instead, trying to stop him, and in return was rewarded with an even more intense hooking and kissing obsession. After kissing her off and on for 10 minutes, Bo-sun released her with great interest. The two of them panted heavily and heavily. In-hwan pinched him hard, but the spreading chest couldn't pinch the flesh, only pinched the skin, and Bo-sun didn't feel any pain at all. Ever been happier? No. In-hwan frowned slightly. Do you think you're a happy fairy medicine? I just want to be quiet and sleep. If you make any more noise, you won't be able to get into my bed this month. Thin Seeker didn't say anything, his head coming up to rub lightly in the crook of her neck, just trying to keep the wife happy. Why isn't In-hwan happy yet? Kissing her made him feel so happy. I love my wife's fragrant and soft lips so much, and the thought that the person I'm kissing with is In-hwan gives me great mental satisfaction. Love the feeling of madness. Bo-sun's breathing is getting deeper and deeper, and his hot breath falls on In-hwan's skin, stirring up an itch. In-hwan rubbed Bo-sun's hair. She knew that Bo-sun was trying to tease her and make her happy, but she really wasn't in that mood right now. Bo-sun is ecstatic in his heart, although the response In-hwan gives him is just a scratch of her hair as he tenderly caresses In-hwan's back. Wife, do you want it? Bo-sun, don't give an inch. I want you to be happy. Bo-sun lowered his head and kissed her on her white, fragrant shoulder, his eyes closed tightly as he enjoyed his wife's fragrant, soft skin. Grandpa was just buried today. In ancient times the two of us would be morally condemned for being like this. In-hwan presses his shoulder instead. Get up. In-hwan's voice was a bit hoarse from all the sobbing over the past few days, and she spoke warmly and softly, not mean at all, even sounding like she was pampered. Bo-sun sighs in his heart and lets go of In-hwan. Then you sleep. I'll stay with you. In-hwan put her hands against his chest. You swore not to move your hands. You want to swear? Isn't there any semblance of trust between them? No hair. My wife is so cute. How can I resist not secretly touching her and kissing her? Bo-sun stared straight at her pretty little face, which was still pale and bloodless on the way back before, but after just playing around with him and kissing and caressing, there was more of a delicate blush on her cheeks, and she recovered that bright and delicate look from before. In-hwan can't do anything about Bo-sun. He can't beat him. He can't scold him. He can't leave even if he has a thick skin. That's all. Just pretend he doesn't exist. In-hwan closed her eyes and rolled over, her back facing Bo-sun, but soon Thin Seeker was doggedly clinging on, his calves pressing against her, his arm falling around her waist, his jaw resting on her shoulder, breathing heavily behind her head. The stacked spoons-like pose made In-hwan want to laugh, but she couldn't really laugh, and pushed Thin Seeker a few times, and he didn't move. A big man also used a condescending voice to say in her ear, I just hug you, and wife sticker. I did not move my hands and feet. You just let me hug. What's wrong? Okay, let him hold. In-hwan slept this sleep until the afternoon. I only had a glass of milk and a sandwich in the morning, and I didn't eat at lunch. The sky, which had been cloudy and rainy in the morning, had now cleared, even as the sun blazed down and white clouds floated slowly. In-hwan stares blankly for a long time until Bo-sun comes in and she comes back to her senses. Bo-sun hugged her from behind. Honey, you're awake. So hungry. Thin Seeker. I knew you'd be hungry when you woke up. The kitchen made all your favorites. Bo-sun picks her up in a crossbody hug. Hug her again. Forget it. And she didn't bother to leave. So Miss In was content to enjoy Thin Seeker's services. She stared at Bo-sun's face. Why haven't you healed from this injury? It was amazing that the bruises under his eyes hadn't completely dissipated. Bo-sun's tone is aggravated. Because my wife didn't hurt me. I'm not in a good mood, so I'm not recovering well. In-hwan rewarded him with a blank stare. Does she have anything to do with the recovery? It's his own body. It's not hers. What then? You'll eat more in a while to replenish your nutrition. In-hwan felt that she was already caring about him. Sure enough, the corners of Bo-sun's mouth rise slightly. Then can my wife sit on my lap? I want to feed my wife. Chapter 58. Hwan is pregnant. Can you not think about it? Serving Missy, and you're still not happy about it. Bo-sun deliberately upsets her. In-hwan grabbed his arm and glared at him with red, swollen eyes. Thin Seek was upside down even more vigorously. In-hwan had no choice but to hug his neck. Bo-sun dash. Dog man. What a dog. It was on the stairs, and he wasn't afraid that he'd suddenly step out of the way and they'd both roll down together. Can't you settle down? In-hwan snapped. The wife was mean to him. Bo-sun obediently carries her downstairs and doesn't let go of In-hwan even when she reaches the restaurant. He had to let In-hwan sit on his lap. His left hand circled her thin waist. In-hwan, a delicate young lady, originally had little strength, and now she is even more unable to break free. In-hwan turned back. Are you annoyed? I'm not a child. I'm willing to spoil you like a little kid, so be good and let me take care of it, okay? Bo-sun raises his eyebrows handsomely. Ha, well hell, I'm going to eat it myself. Inhwan picked up the chopsticks on the table and twisted them, but Bosun still wouldn't let go. Bosun leaned back lazily, admiring Inhwan's back as she ate. After a few minutes, he moved over to Inhwan for dinner and he kissed her on the nape of her neck and shoulder. Woo! Inhwan covered her mouth. Vomit. Bosun stiffened. What did he mean? As for that, they're still married to each other, aren't they? It was just a kiss. Why do you want to throw up? Inhwan sipped her water and swallowed her food with difficulty. Bosun. You. Vomit. Inhwan's stomach churned so strongly that she couldn't control the urge to vomit. Seeing that her face didn't look like she was faking, Bosun carried her to the restroom. Inhwan slumped over the edge of the toilet and threw up. Woohoo! Agony. Ah, it must be that I haven't eaten properly in the past few days, and suddenly when I eat something greasy, I get an upset stomach. Her weak stomach. Honey, I called the doctor over to check you out. Don't worry, your body will definitely be fine. Bosun's eyes are full of worry as he accompanies her to crouch next to her. Doesn't he find the smell unpleasant and pungent? Inhwan was disgusted with himself. After rinsing the water, Inhwan stands next to her and brushes her teeth, and Bosun stands next to her, his two handsome sword brows furrowed. It was as if he was the one who had just had a hard time with his stomach. The always wild and untamed, arrogant and reserved young master reveals that heartbreaking look, and actually has a bit of a contrast. Expression of surprise. Fantastic. Missy, what are you laughing at? Bosun touches his face. Do I have something on my face? Yes. What? Thinks remembered that he had washed his face well. Mo. Bosun collapsed. What? Wife. Say what? He's a big man. How can he bud? I see. Inhwan, what you're thinking of saying is fierce. Three voices. Fierce. Your husband. Me. Super fierce. Bosun follows her out. The fiercer I am, the more you love me. Shame on you. Quite fierce indeed. Fighting and hurting yourself like that. Inhwan said lightly. Thin Seek. Where the pot calls the kettle black. It's over the top. Missy. Inhwan returns to the dining room, smelling so bad that she turns around and heads out. The doctor soon came to take Inhwan's pulse. Is my wife physically okay? She just threw up a lot. She hasn't had an appetite for food for days. Did you just eat too much grease? What to watch out for? What can she eat? Inhwan gave Bosun a blank stare. You're too noisy. Can you shut up? Is it wrong to care about your wife? The doctor watched the two of them interact and secretly pursed up the corners of his lips and smiled. Both Bosun and Inhwan looked at him blankly. You're not sick, are you? Why are you laughing? Young master, young lady is pregnant. The doctor smiled and said, Congratulations, young master. You're going to be a father. Thin Seek. Sigma. Don't His sex life. Tot, / That's too bad. That's pregnant? Pregnant? Did you make a mistake? We've only been at it for a short while. How could we be pregnant? Bosun closes in on Inhwan. Diagnose again. Young master, if you don't believe me, you can go buy pregnancy test paper. It's best to go to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. The doctor got serious. Young lady should be careful not to be too tired. Get some rest. Don't be too sad. And don't fluctuate your emotions too much. Everyone in the capital knew about the death of the Yin family's old man. You can tell by Inhwan's face how sad and upset she's been lately. But when you're pregnant, you have to put the baby in your belly first. Inhwan rubbed the small of her back. Ha, you do look pretty fierce. I can't believe I got her pregnant. Inhwan calmly picks up the pillow on the sofa and smashes it towards Bosun. Asshole. Why don't you do measures? Don't do it every time. It's a wonder you don't get pregnant. I was promised a job after I got married and you got me pregnant. Inhwan hit him a dozen times. Bosun could only take his wife's beating in silence. He was also sad. He also wanted to cry. Cream. It's heartbreaking. Baby, you came. Not a bit too soon. You pooped me Only married less than 2 months Inhwan was tired of fighting and threw the pillow away, leaning back against the couch in exasperation and gasping for air. She had just gotten married and was pregnant. Just married Thin Seeker, you asshole. Woohoo. I don't want to get pregnant. I'm only 22. Bosun came over. I don't want to, but the baby is already in the belly. You asshole. Yes, I'm an asshole. I'm shameless. I'm nasty. I'm sorry. Bosun apologizes repeatedly, hugging her soft, thin waist, his head coming over to stick to her. Take it easy. The doctor just said to calm down. Inhwan was so angry that her chest was heaving together. Thin Seeker gave her a look, then buried himself in her chest. Inhwan slapped it down nonchalantly. What for? I'm happy. Happy to bury it in my chest? Can you go hand-waving if you're happy? I'm not that kind of ADHD man. Bosun rubbed himself a few times and took Inhwan into his arms again. Let you lean against me. My arms will always be open for you. Inhwan pressed against Bosun's chest. It was unbelievable. They just got married last month. Early last month she and Bo-sun were still arch rivals, and now not only are they married, but she's pregnant with his cubs. It just so happens that this baby reminded his mom of his presence today at his grandfather's burial. In-hwan touched her flat belly with mixed emotions. Aborting is definitely not going to happen. She's just not ready to be a mom yet. Bo-sun. I'm scared. Her eyes were slightly red and she pathetically hugged Bo-sun's arm. I'll get ugly. My stomach will burst. I'll grow spots. Stretch marks. What if something happens and I die? You asshole. It's all your fault, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. Chapter 59, Mr. Bo is too fierce. Bo-sun held her restless little hand, placed it on his lips and kissed it without a beat, patiently listening to In-hwan's petulant cursing, his eyes full of doting and love. The previously hidden loving gaze is on full display after the wedding, but Miss In just hasn't realized it yet. The back of In-hwan's hand has been kissed dozens of times by Bo-sun, and the back of her hand is stained with a lot of saliva, which she disgustingly wipes onto Bo-sun's white shirt. He wrapped his arms around In-hwan's delicate and soft body. No, my family's Missy has always been beautiful, and when she gets pregnant, she will also be a beautiful pregnant mother. She won't grow spots, and she won't die. This pregnancy thing, Bo-sun has no way to replace her. He can only take care of her and stay with her. Both are a little less accepting of the baby in their tummies, but it's their baby. First child. Bo-sun kisses In-hwan's bare white forehead. Don't be afraid. I'll always be by your side. I don't believe you. You weren't there when Grandpa died, In-hwan said softly. Bo-sun sighed. It was an accident. I thought Grandpa would last a few more days. You think? What makes you think? I was wrong. I was wrong. Bo-sun frantically apologized. Missy, I'll have someone go buy test strips now and we'll take a test. Doesn't he trust the family doctor's medical skills? That uncle has been in the Bo family for many years, right? Don't want to measure. In-hwan lay on top of him, feeling the little brat toss and turn. She hummed lazily and softly. How did I get pregnant? I'm too fierce. In-hwan, counting the days. I think they got pregnant the first time. She drank a little wine that day and was so seduced by Bo-sun that she forgot to remind him to take measures. And then it went well and won the bid. Humph. Now it's good. I'm pregnant. You have to abstain even if you're fierce. Do you think it's cost effective? In-hwan raised her eyebrows and gave him a lazy look. From his wife's flexible torture, he didn't think it was cost effective. But what could he do? You can't turn back time. And he can't go back to that night and wear a little umbrella. Fin Seeker could only admit it. Maybe the baby in Hwan-hwan's belly will bring them a little closer together. They have had blood relatives ever since. Zhang Xiao came back with a few pregnancy tests. Missy, you're still laughing. In-hwan sighed as she glared at Bo-sun. Annoying. Bo-sun blearily follows In-hwan upstairs. Now this stuff is fast. Results appear in a minute. In-hwan took a few measurements, all with 2 bars. She grabbed it all and shoved it at Bo-sun. Pregnant. Fin Seeker looked at the 2 bars and laughed nervously. The news of In-hwan's pregnancy just came as a shock indeed, and it's hard to feel like your sex life is far away. Now it's excitement. Excitement. He is going to be a father. In-hwan was lying on the bed bored with her cell phone. Timothy messaged her and asked if she wanted to go out tomorrow to get high and relax. In-hwan replied to her with a bitter little face, don't call me on those occasions in the future. I'm pregnant. She also went out to drink and play, and Bo-sun had to carry her right back. Flossy Dame, pregnant. Really? Fin Search is so fierce. Flossy Beauty, you've just gotten married and you're going to be a mom. That's too soon, isn't it? Flossy Big Beauty, okay, and play less on the cell phone. Let your family Thin always serve you more. Not looking for you to play in the future. In-hwan, it's still okay to go out for afternoon tea. Just no more alcohol. In-hwan didn't even know if the alcohol she drank earlier had any effect on the baby in her belly. I hope not. She's not ready to be a mom yet, but she'll take charge and hopefully the baby will be healthy. In-hwan, early birth, early recovery. After the baby next year, I'll be the prettiest hot mom in the capital. Flossy Damsel, okay, I'll ask you out for a drink next year. Damn Flossy, all she knows how to do is drink and pick up young coyotes. I hope she doesn't flip out. Bo-sun hugged her from behind, dotingly encircling her waist and pressing it to the back of her neck. Pretty hot mom, want to rest? No peeking at my cell phone, which is not. I'm looking brightly. This Takusu, just thinking of taking you for a drink, bringing you down. Bo-sun intimates her neck. Play less with her. Why is she the one who brought me down? What if I'm the one who brought her down? Bo-sun's handsome face is buried deep in the back of In-hwan's neck, his body clinging fondly. You're different from Shirsu. Tokiwa was raised to be fun-loving. In-hwan was not. Growing up, In-hwan only went for a drink or something, and went home every night, not messing around with any men. Don't ask him how he knows. The last time Yoon-hoon male modeled in front of him, he went to investigate. He realized that In-hwan was so well behaved that she was practically a good girl. Even if she was out drinking, she had to be home by 10 o'clock. Miss Yoon is going home for skincare and beauty sleep. You can't press my stomach like this in the future. In-hwan puts down her cell phone and pushes Bo-sun's hand down. As if Bo-sun's previously strong arm had shed its strength, it moved downward when she pushed it, then rested in the ambiguous position in the middle of her crotch bone. And In-hwan couldn't push it any further. So bad. She's pregnant. Why is he still so horny? Bo-sun. Well. Bo-sun's voice was muffled as he rubbed her thin back affectionately. Put your hand here from now on, okay? Not good. In-hwan blushed with shame. Alright then. I know where my wife wants me to put it. Bo-sun's slender hand falls on her chest. Here. He likes it too. In-hwan's cheeks burned even redder. Even though she was all pregnant, she had very little experience with that sort of thing and was shy about every intimate encounter. It's even if Bo-sun sneaks around at night when he's sleeping, but now in broad daylight, Bo-sun speaks his thoughts and ironic thoughts so bluntly. Woo. Thin seeker, you're not being honest. What's the point of being honest with your own wife? I'll tell you if I want to before you know. Thin seeker is content at the moment. The woman he loved was lying in his arms with her little baby and was simply happy. Keep your hands out of here. I really don't know what's so great about touching it, but Thin Seeker loved it, kissing and touching it, excited to the point of insanity. I can't do this, and I won't be allowed to do that. So where the hell do I put my hands? Bo-sun badgered her. Hooked. In-hwan grunted a few times. Put it on yourself. No, I'm about to put it on you. In-hwan. Bullseye. Can't rip it off. In-hwan deflated and could only let him touch it. She was too pregnant to be angry right now. Wait here, Bo-sun. When I unload, you'll be the first one I beat up. Bo-sun suddenly shivered, pulling up the thin quilt to cover the two. Wife, cover up. Don't catch a cold. Do you care about me? Or do you care about your baby? Is this the beginning of jealousy? Thin Seeker wrenched her face and met her gaze in a serious and earnest manner. You, my heart aches for you. I, Bo-sun, will always love you the most in my life. Chapter 60, Twins. Who wants to be with you for the rest of your life? The corners of In-hwan's mouth rose slightly. Missy was tongue-tied, and Thin Seeker could understand that she had a smile on her face. Bo-sun is ready to wrap his arms around her and continue to sleep when In-hwan's white and pretty fingers nod a few times on his shoulder. Bo-sun, I'm hungry. Time to get hungry. You just threw up from all the food you ate. So what do you want to eat now? Thin Seeker sat up. Chicken with scallions and pickled fish. Any more? Nope. Whatever else. In-hwan lay on the bed. Thin Seeker went out of the room and came up a few minutes later. He carries the cut fruit and sits on the edge of the bed, telling In-hwan to sit up. In-hwan leans against the bed, only needing to open her mouth as Bo-sun feeds the fruit to her mouth. It's tart and sweet, and it goes down pretty well. In-hwan just hoped that he wouldn't throw up after eating this time. That would hurt too much. In-hwan ate half of it and Thin Seek settled the rest. Having filled her stomach for the time being, In-hwan's head tilts and she leans against Bo-sun's broad back. He sat on the edge of the bed. She sat on the bed, her petite body pressed against him, and Thin Seek acted as a human-shaped cushion without moving. In-hwan leaned back and leaned in, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. Thin Search eyes slightly drooped, staring at the two white arms folded. Missy is really beautiful everywhere. Arm skin tender, knuckles white as jade, exquisite nail is a light nude pink, fingertip silver fine flash, buling, glittering, extra beautiful. He is crazy about buying his wife pretty necklaces, bracelets, rings, and dressing her up. In-hwan fidgeted on his back as she wondered when she was going to tell her mom and dad about the pregnancy. Isn't it a bad idea to tell them the news today? Just after Grandpa's burial? Tomorrow after the checkup? Dad's been in a bad mood for a few days and didn't want to bother him. Bo-sun, wife, you say. Bo-sun tenderly rubbed her wrist. When are you going to tell your parents about my pregnancy? Thin Seeker slowly inserted his fingers into hers. Say it whenever you feel like it. I'll listen to you. Quite a lot had happened in the past few days, and if In-hwan felt it was not the right time, he could not talk about it. Well, In-hwan hasn't thought about it yet either. A brief silence fell in the bedroom. It was soon broken by the ringing of a cell phone. Bo-sun picks up the phone and inside is his mom's excited voice. Hwan is pregnant. Son, you can you're great. Mom looks up to you. Thin Seeker froze. How did she know? Lean, how can Dr. Sue snitch on you? Shouldn't we tell you ourselves about such things? Bo-sun holds In-hwan's hand, helpless. Across the room, Mother Bo panicked. What then? Is Mom going to pretend she doesn't know? Hwan, are you around? It's in my arms. In-hwan raised her eyebrows and rambled again. She was clearly on his back. Is she in a good mood? Bo's mother asked with concern. Don't put too much pressure on her. Spend more time with her and relax. Mom, I know. I'll take good care of her. Bo-sun says and grabs the back of In-hwan's hand and Bo kisses it. Mother Bo on the other side of the phone thought they were kissing and hung up in a panic. When the phone hangs up, Bo-sun is still kissing the back of her hand. but his eyebrows are on Hwan, kissing the back of her hand, her fingers and slurping them. With Missy indulging him so much, Bo-sun wanted to do something bad, but the wife's health doesn't allow it. After kissing his wife's delicate little hand enough, he took her into his arms. They know, Dr. Sue has a big mouth. Well, then I guess my parents know too. The two parents have always had a great relationship. When Hwan heard her cell phone ringing, Bo-sun had already taken her cell phone and handed it to her. Baby, you're pregnant. Mom's voice was soft. Hwan wanted to cry as soon as she heard her mother's voice. Mom, I'm still a little thin-seeking bastard. Bo-sun is buried in Hwan's shoulder and raises an eyebrow at the words. He's already immune to the word asshole coming out of Hwan's mouth. Let her curse. It was harmless. Instead he thought it was amorous and flirtatious. It was dainty with a sobbing tone, and really didn't sound like a curse in any way. I'm scared. Mom, I don't want to have. Ooh-hoo. Miscarriage is scary too. Haven't been to the hospital yet. Just took a test because I threw up. I ate some fruit and went right back to eating. Don't worry about me, Mom. I'm fine. I have Thin Seeker to take care of me. You stay with Daddy. Daddy's gray hair is growing out these days. Hwan talked to her mom for a while before hanging up, crying like a little flower cat again. Bo-sun tenderly wipes her tears. Missy, you can't cry anymore. The baby in the belly will feel that mommy is unhappy. He's an embryo. What do I care? Hwan touched her belly. He's only the size of a soybean at this moment. Missy is right. Your husband and child are not as important as yourself. You being happy is most important. Bo-sun coaxes her. It's true that you can't cry anymore. Do you still want your eyes? As soon as he said that, Hwan felt her eyes hurt. You can't cry. Your eyes can't be blinded or remain red and swollen. Thin Seeker's eyes are almost healed, and she needs to get better, not uglier. The two of them went downstairs to eat again, and this time they didn't throw up. And after eating, Hwan went back to her room and took out the compress for her eyes. Thin Seeker was at her side. Hwan lounged lazily. Aren't you even busy? In the days after her grandfather's death, Bo-sun was with her every day. And with a business as big as Thin World, Bo-sun should be busy with his feet. Busy and with you. Clingy. Bo-sun moved over. So do you like me sticking to you, Missy? Don't like it. Hwan finished and closed her eyes tightly, her beautiful eyelashes fluttering non-stop, cute like an exquisite Barbie princess. Bo-sun smiled favorably. Hwan, you are really a mouthful. When the hell are we going to hear honest words from her mouth? The next day, they went to the hospital early in the morning. Hwan stared at the test results in her hand. 2 pregnancy sacs. 2. Thin Seeker, you're slamming a little too hard. Bo-sun stared at Hwan's composed face, not daring to speak at all. Finished. Having a pretty little petite wife get pregnant right after marriage, and also having a double baby, Hwan should want to kill him. Hwan shoved the ultrasound sheet into his hand and turned around. Pissed off. She's actually pregnant with 2 cubs. 1 tummy could stretch her out. How big would 2 tummies have to be? Hwan sits in the car comparing herself to her later towering belly, and the whole thing falls apart. Calm down. You can't hurt your body and the baby in your belly because Bo-sun is angry. Wife, why don't you just hit me twice? If you feel comfortable in your heart, I feel a little more comfortable in my heart too. Bo-sun always feels that if she doesn't get hit twice, Hwan holds her anger in her heart and doesn't let it out, which is not good for her body. Chapter 61, The Fairy is Unreasonable. No, Hwan refused to come up to her face. You're such a masochist. You have to let me hit you, so I won't let you have your way. She's pregnant now, so she needs to be gentle and project an image of a gentle mom to the baby in her belly. Mom wasn't a violent girl. Mom can be gentle. If mommy gets angry, lashes out, gets violent, it's all Poop's fault. Poop messes with mommy and mommy gets angry. Bo-sun laughed, grabbing her small hand and patting it on his leg with one beat. Hit it. Hwan didn't use much force on her right hand, her gaze faintly looking at him. Never seen this kind of request from you. Wasn't that to be able to make Missy happier? Bo-sun held her small hand and placed it on his lips to kiss it. He's willing to let his wife beat him for the rest of his life if a few hits will take the edge off. Hitting him now wasn't going to take the edge off. Not until time went back and he wasn't pregnant with the little cub in his belly. Hwan stared at him. I really don't know what's so great about kissing my hand. Missy is good at kissing everywhere. Bo-sun bad smile pasted over. But other places, Missy now give kiss? Bo-sun steeply approached, his narrow roux eyes brimming with a seductive smile. His small hand was still held by him, and the back of his hand was kissed, wet and moist. Hwan's eyes flowed and landed on his lips. Where does he want to kiss? Mouth? Neck? Collarbone? Or, no, it's in the car. He can't be allowed to be that reckless. If Missy doesn't say anything, is it a tacit admission that I can kiss wherever I want? Let the baby feel how good parental affection is. Bosun gets excited and his body heats up with excitement. And In Hwan these 2 months only together. Only to taste her sweet and zesty taste. Pinned. Every day kissing not enough for him. And even the thought of kissing with her. Hyperactive. In front of In Hwan reserved not up. Bosun shallowly contained her lips. Tentative shallow kiss. See, she did not react. Only gradually deeper. A little bit of temptation her to sink into the same desire with him. Kissing and kissing. In Hwan is carried onto Bosun's lap. Her warm lips moving from her lips to her jaw. Burying themselves deep into the nape of her neck in a fine, dense kiss. In Hwan gasped softly. His fingers digging into his hair. Oh, such an emotional kiss made In Hwan's heart pump tight and her mind go blank. Bosun sniffs deeply at In Hwan's scent. His wife is too fragrant and soft. So like, thinking of bringing my wife to work later on as well. He could see his wife every day and he was simply happy. In Hwan scratches his hair. Don't you even feel ashamed? How old are you? This position. Bosun buried himself in her chest, deliberately lowering his voice and speaking in a low, deep voice. No, husbands burying their wives' boobs. Don't be too normal. In Hwan also rested her chin on his head, hugged his head, and said in a milky, ferocious voice, I'll smother you. Bosun excitedly wrapped his arms around her back. Come on, wife, smother me. In Hwan was angry and amused. Why was Bosun so happy to be smothered? The car drove into the villa. In Hwan only body leaned back. Bosun cheeks red. Obviously did not drink. How a slightly drunken fascinated look. Cute. Like. In Hwan got out of the car in disgust. Bosun followed afterward. Too comfortable in his wife's arms. He was so disoriented that he seemed to have fallen asleep. Finn Seeker sobered up quite a bit after getting out of the car. In Hwan left fast and furious, throwing the bag in her hand on the couch as soon as she got home, not forgetting to turn around and give him a blank look as she went straight upstairs. Zhang Xiao and Yu Guo look at Bosun, and although they don't say anything, their eyes are asking what's wrong with their big miss. Pregnant, too, and Missy is not happy. Finn Seeker put his hands in his pockets and followed slowly. The servants in the villa behind them shrieked. Ah, 2 little babies. Young master is awesome. Great. He's pretty great. But letting his wife suffer, he didn't feel he had to be that great. Bosun returns to the bedroom and In Hwan is already lying on the bed. He walked over to her and tenderly lifted the loose strands of hair from her face behind her ear, revealing her pretty little white face. Leave me alone. How is that annoying? I didn't do anything. Bosun is helpless. Missy, you're not being reasonable. Fairies are unreasonable. Bosun agrees. His wife is a fairy. She's right. Fairies are unreasonable. So is his wife. Finn Seeker lay across from her, grabbing her small hand for a moment, wrapping it around her hair for a moment, and then moving over to be nose to nose with her before taking the opportunity to steal a fragrant kiss. In Hwan didn't react much, at most a frown and a few flutters of her eyelashes. Bosun would rather In Hwan scold him and beat him than cold violence. Can't stand it. I was wrong. You might as well just straighten me out. I didn't know I could get pregnant in 2. Bosun's heart aches when he sees her in this downtrodden state. He gently patted In Hwan's back. Baby, Missy, we will give birth just this once, and I will go and get a ligation. We won't even give birth in the future, so we won't let you suffer. Really? In Hwan opened her eyes. Really? But I have a condition. What? You're not allowed to divorce me. You have to be my wife for the rest of your life. Bosun's arm exerts force, and the body that was still a bit gaping is now tightly pressed together. The difference was that In Hwan was covered with a thin quilt and Bosun was not. Willingly? Well, then I'll think about it. The corner of In Hwan's mouth rose. I can't guarantee. Who can say what will happen in the future? Just in case, the 2 of us don't get along in the future and go our separate ways, then I'm sure I'll have to take my child away from you. Young Master Bo will let some other woman give birth to you again. In Hwan finished and closed her eyes again. You don't ligate. Don't be impulsive. She's so sleepy. I couldn't sleep last night because I was worried about the baby in my belly and thinking about going to the hospital. Now lying on the big, soft bed, pressed against Finn Seeker's chest, it didn't take long for her to fall into a deep sleep. Bosun's face darkened and darkened again, his fingers lovingly and tenderly rubbing on her cheeks. Little Hwan, since the beginning of my love affair, I haven't thought about any other woman. I only want you, only you. But In Hwan is different. She had a crush on someone else. Although In Hwan has not mentioned it for so many years, Bosun knows in his heart that she has held a grudge against him for a long time because of that incident back then. And from that time onwards, the gentle and ladylike, delicate and soft young lady has a big blank stare when she sees him. The company still has things to do, so Bosun gives In Hwan a few kisses on the cheek and leaves reluctantly. Finn Seeker finished the meeting and sat in his seat, fuming. Zhou Fu flipped open the document. President, please return to your senses. Move your reserved hand and sign the document. Bosun holds a pen. What do you think In Hwan she means? We've just been married for 2 months, and she's thinking about not getting along in the future and going our separate ways, and she's taking the baby away and letting another woman give me a baby. Pissed off. Chapter 62 Mr. Bo sulks. Jo-fu listened with a blank stare, although he had no head or tail, but he was a qualified assistant. President, then you have to be careful. Maybe Miss Ian is valuing your handsome looks, superb IQ, and upright stature, and deliberately cheating you genetically. She's going to go. Father, stay, son. Bosun heavily threw away the pen in his hand, his cold brows slightly knitted, his phoenix eyes staring at him with cold hostility. What did you say? I said that Miss Ian might want to go to her father and keep her son, get pregnant with your child, divorce you, the child's surname will be Ian, and she will still be the Ian family's first lady in the future, and train her son as an heir, and there's nothing more for you, President. The more Jo-fu thought about it, the more he felt that was the case. President, you have to catch Miss Ian's heart, you can't be divorced. 10,000 horses raced through Thin Search's mind. Their children can take Ian Hwan's name, but the wife can't divorce him. What goes to the father and leaves the son? No way. Ian Hwan is so simple and doesn't have such a complicated mind. But, could this be her father's idea? What is he? Bo-sun? A tool guy? Ha! Oh, Yoon-hoon she dares. The veins on Bo-sun's neck rippled with anger. Ah! Jo-fu took a few steps back. It's over. The president of the Lord was driven mad. At night during dinner, Ian Hwan found that Bo-sun is particularly strange today. Once back on the sinking face, usually dragged like 2.5 million. But tonight it seems that everyone in the villa owes him money. Collapsed up that face. She was already in a bad mood because of her pregnancy, and with this look on his face, Ian Hwan didn't bother to talk to him. Seeing that Ian Hwan didn't come to coax himself, and didn't even ask him why he was angry, Bo-sun is now holding a fire in his heart, angry and sad. Missy you but ask, you open your mouth, and I will confide all to you. Ian Hwan finished eating, wiped his mouth, said enjoy, and left, and use it, my ass. He has no appetite at all. Ian Hwan went for a walk outside and Zhang Xiao followed her with a small fan and cup of water. The master and servant chatted, not knowing what was said, and surprisingly, they both laughed. Ian Hwan smiled that dainty, gentle smile, and she even touched her flat belly from time to time. It's their baby she's carrying. Cream. Ian Hwan, you little scoundrel. I can't believe you want to go to the father and leave the son. I am not going to let you have your way. Ian Hwan took a walk and went back to take her folic acid before going upstairs. Inside the bedroom, Bo-sun has already finished his bath, leaning on the bed, with his laptop in front of him, a deep, introverted and steady look. Go to the study if you want to work. I'm trying to avoid radiation now. Can you be a father and be reliable? Ian Hwan, an internet-addicted girl, didn't even have her cell phone with her anymore. He also took the computer to the bed. Without a word, Thin Search got out of bed, clutching his computer. Ian Hwan turned her head along his back in confusion. What was Bo-sun mad about today? Did she mess with him? Why are you so angry at me for not letting him get his tubes tied? Men are dogs. They don't want protection. They don't want to be sterilized. And it's the woman who suffers. And he shivers. Ian Hwan doesn't spoil Bo-sun and goes to the bathroom to take a shower. She finished her shower and came out. Bo-sun was still in the outer room, his computer on the coffee table, staring intently at the screen, a glass of iced Americano next to him. I'm sleeping. Ian Hwan's voice was soft as she finished and went back to the inner room. Bo-sun looked at the words on the computer screen, all recognizable, but at the moment they seemed to float, crooked, as if mocking him. He closed the computer with a thud and took it in stride. Ian Hwan faintly swept a glance at him. Hadn't she just been quite temperamental? Don't come back to bed if you can. Small sample. What a drag. Ian Hwan finished nursing her skin and lay down on the bed, turning off the light. Thin Search's hot body is lying next to it. In the past, Thin Search would have been stuck up like a big dog, holding her and kissing her enough before letting her go to sleep. Surprisingly, he slept straight tonight, with his hands close to his body, and the posture was so standard that those who didn't know it would think he was in military posture in bed. Ian Hwan didn't know what he was suddenly mad about, and was sulking in her heart, not quite comfortable. She then shrank towards the bed, pulling away from him. Heck, who wants to sleep next to him? Not next to each other. In the summer, so hot it is. He's a big fireplace. Ian Hwan couldn't sleep. His mind was restless. She's pregnant. Shouldn't Bo-sun coax her? What a temper tantrum. The man next to her doesn't move a muscle. The bedroom is dark, and Ian Hwan doesn't know if Bo-sun is asleep. But she couldn't sleep, and he wasn't going to get a good night's sleep either. Ian Hwan connects with a leg kick. Hiss. It hurts. Why is this man so hard-boned? Ian Hwan only kicked Bo-sun, who immediately rolled over and wrapped her in his arms. His thin lips pressed against the back of her neck and rubbed against her impatiently. Get off me. Yeah, Thin Seeker, the dog man. didn't fall asleep and ignored her. Too bad. Missy kicked me. Isn't it because you want me to carry you to sleep? Bosun lightly bites her shoulder, even right down to the halter dress in her mouth. Thin Seeker, what are you doing? The bite hurts. Are you a dog? Thin Seeker had long been unable to hold back. His fragrant, soft wife lying beside him, his mind frantically thinking of something else, of work, before he hadn't pulled her into his arms. But Yoon Hwan suddenly kicks him in the face. That's a sign of reconciliation. Yes, does Missy have a dog? Loyal and protective. Bo-sun panted, heavily nibbling and kissing the white shoulders. Yoon Hwan couldn't take it. Bo-sun, what are you mad about? Calm down. Did you get bitten by a dog today? Don't give me your rabies. Have you had your vaccinations yet? Yoon Hwan's serious tone calms Bo-sun slightly. He wrenched Yoon Hwan's body over against her forehead, his heart throbbing, and said in a low, hushed voice, Missy, when Grandpa was still alive I promised him that I would take care of you for the rest of your life. So I won't be getting a divorce, and you'd better not even mention the word divorce either. Going to the father and leaving the son and all that, don't even think about it. What? Yoon Hwan was confused. Going to the father and leaving the son? Thin Seeker, you asshole, do you know what you're saying? Yoon Hwan punched him in the chest in anger and twisted her body to get out of his embrace. Thin Seeker panicked. Oops, he seems to have misunderstood. Yoon Hwan did not go to the father to keep the son. Ing Chofu, prepare to die tomorrow you. Bo-sun kisses Yoon Hwan's little face. I said I won't divorce you, you don't want to divorce me. In the darkness, Yoon Hwan slapped him in the face. You clearly said to go to the father and leave the son. He didn't think that way. It was Chofu who misled him. Bo-sun hugs Yoon Hwan and tells her to fight and calm down. Yoon Hwan, tired of fighting, kicks him out of bed. Yoon Hwan calmed down and Thin Seeker buried himself in her shoulder. Wife, there's a little misunderstanding. I can explain. It's all Jofu's fault. Oh, blame someone else? Chapter 63 Honey, are you tired? Thin Seek is bitter. He had a brain fart at the time, but he came back with a brain fart and ignored his pregnant wife. He deserves to die. Bo-sun held her small hand. His wife must have hurt his hand when she hit him, and blew his wife. Who? Blow what? Explain. Although Yoon Hwan can't see Bo-sun's, she can imagine the aggravated expression that Bo-sun is showing at the moment. What's he complaining about? Tonight he was the one who threw off his face, ignored him, and inexplicably said something about going to the father and leaving the son. He's very sick. Yoon Hwan listened to Bo-sun's explanation. In fact, I think Jo-fu is quite smart. This idea seems to be good. I'll go back tomorrow and ask my parents for their opinion. If they agree, then let's do it. Bo-sun had the feeling of lifting a stone and smashing his own foot. No, Yoon Hwan, I explained because I didn't want to misunderstand. Not so that you could follow the defathering and leaving the son. Bo-sun hugged her tightly, moving twice like a big dog. Father-in-law is still in the throes of losing his father, so let's not bother him. Somehow Thin Seeker was so abashed that he always felt that his father-in-law would also find this proposal wonderful. Then it would really have nothing to do with him at all. Yoon Hwan's clear voice is calm and quiet in the darkness. Bo-sun, you're so pissed off by your own imagination that you go home and ignore people in high spirits. You're really good. You continue to be angry. Don't get next to me. Yoon Hwan pushed him again, but the Thin search for physical strength which is she can push. Not only more sturdy embrace her, but also crazy in her face, neck, collarbone kisses, boo kisses ceaselessly. Like it that much? Kissing all the time? And it's not greasy? Stop kissing. And has Missy forgiven me? Forgive me, I truly think this is a wonderful idea of yours. It's simply deep in my heart. Yoon Hwan deliberately teased him. Who let this guy make her look bad as soon as she got home tonight? Carrot. Thin Seek crumbles. Invisibly giving his wife the idea of abandoning him can be okay. He would be the first person ever to do so. Chow Fu, you're really good. Tired of the office. It's not good at all. Missy, I'm a very good father. It's impossible for our family to be separated. A family of 4 is a family of 4. You want to leave me out and live as a family of 3. Meh, don't even think about it. I'm counting on you. Bo-sun heavily kisses her on the lips. Boop. Yoon Hwan pushed his head. Tossed enough? Is this a toss-up? Isn't that begging for her forgiveness? Honey, are you tired? You still know I'm tired Yoon Hwan softly whispered. Most young people nowadays don't go to bed before 12. She's different. She went to bed quite early before she got pregnant. And now that she's pregnant, she wants to go to bed even earlier. She really doesn't have the energy to play with him. Bo-sun is immediately honest and wraps his arms around her loosely, allowing Yoon Hwan to sleep in a comfortable position in his arms. He doesn't mess with Yoon Hwan and she falls asleep in a few minutes. The breathing around him was clear and shallow, and the sleeping Yoon Hwan was well behaved. Bo-sun lovingly kissed her fragrant shoulder before he wrapped his arms around her and fell asleep. The next day, as soon as Bo-sun arrived at the company, He saw Jofu's chest piling up with anger. I signed you up for the city marathon. Don't come back if you can't get first place. Jofu, Sigma, LLL, President, I'm not good at running. President, what did I do wrong? President, running a marathon in this heat will kill you. President, is top 10 okay? First is a bit difficult. Bosun sits leisurely in his boss chair, as the assistant to the president of the Thin World Group. If you can't even get the first place in a small marathon, you'll go to Africa to grow vegetables. I will definitely come back to see the president with first place. Live up to your expectations? President, Jofu clenched his hands into fists in excitement. President, you believe in me. I can do it. Ha, it's because I believe in you that my wife didn't even bother with him this morning. When Bosun finished his business, he messaged In Huan. W.E. Fei, I'm so happy to see you. What's for lunch? Wife, I'll go home and eat with you, okay? Thin Search, wife, you have not yet woken up? Are you hungry? Thin Seek, calling Missy. When In Huan saw the message, she was at Yin's house sitting in the gazebo in the garden with her mom, cooling off and chatting. Thin Seeking? In Mother laughed. He's annoying as hell. Yun Huan quickly returned a no and muted her phone. In Mother had a see-through expression. No matter if they are lovers or couples, there will always be bickering. It's normal, so is your father and I. We have been married for more than 20 years, and there are still plenty of times when we want to get each other killed. But it doesn't stop us from loving each other. In Huan is exasperated. I've only been married to Bosun for 2 months, and he got me pregnant with 2 babies. He also self-brainstormed that I'm going to go to the father and keep the son, and that I'm going to divorce him and not want him when I'm pregnant. In Huan sipped the sweet and sour prune juice. It was so comfortable. Body and mind are soothed. Mom, can I divorce him? I actually think that's a really good idea. In Huan smiled sweetly. Should I discuss it with Dad? Baby, if you want to divorce Bosun, will he agree? In Mother hits the nail on the head. Can't. Not only did she disagree, but she kissed her with hickeys all over her body, annoying the hell out of her. Her delicate skin and flesh. A little force will leave a mark. It is not easy to subside, and Thin Seek added a new mark to her. Baby, first get alongs. If you really can't fall in love with Thin Seek, we'll talk again. In Huan lazily propped up her jaw, her curly eyelashes lightly fluttering. Bosun last night at first did not speak in sullen face, and then later held down her like a mad dog and kissed her, and was on the verge of crying. He thinks on his own, In Huan said softly. It's not like I can be blamed. I don't even know where he gets those inexplicable ideas. They're kinda new. Doesn't Bosun work hard and surf the net all day? Thin Seeker's focus should be on divorce. He doesn't want to divorce you. Mom, I understand. I won't be that unmannerly. I'm in a business marriage with him. There's too much at stake. A divorce after just 2 months of marriage would cost our family company a lot of money, and I won't divorce him for money's sake. Yin's mother gently supported the back of her hand. It's still your happiness that's the main focus. Mom thinks you're having a pretty good time right now. Not happy? I'm not ready to be a mom. In Huan subconsciously touched her flat belly. It was hard to imagine that she had 2 pregnancy sacs, 2 little cubs in her stomach, or hers and Thin Seek's. Yin's mother gently conversed with her. Baby, you don't need to be a mother for a mother. Even if you become a mother, you're still the jewel in the palm of my father and I's hand and heart. And you're still the Yin family's eldest young lady who collects thousands of favorites in one place. And Mom and Dad will love and spoil you. And they will also spoil them because they're my precious little ones. Ah, chapter 64, do you like boys or girls? Yun Huan was moved to get up and hug her mom. She has not lack of love since she was a child. Her mom, dad, grandparents, even the servants in the house are very pampered her. Little princess, Big Miss called and held in the heart of the hand, because she was loved. In Huan's expectations of love were not as high. Youthful young that a little bit of ignorance of love. At the encouragement of his best friend wrote love letters. The results have not been sent to the hands of Lucen Tan. Originally, Bosun just turned around and threw away her love letter. She was not so angry, but he went so far as to send Lucen Tan overseas directly on the basis that he was the eldest young master of the Bo family and had money and power. Since he was a child, Bosun has been very clear about what his strengths are. Not only does he have a handsome skin, but he also has a family background that is unrivaled by others. At that time, In Huan felt that Bosun was quite scary. At the age of a teenager, he knew how to use his power to oppress others, and then he still acted as if nothing had happened in front of her. In Huan just wanted to reward him with a few big blank stares. Time has gone by so fast. Several years. She couldn't even quite remember what Lucen Tan looked like now. Only remembered that he has a tear mole at the end of the eye, especially gentle, good grades, white and clean, and Thin Search is completely 2 personalities. Mommy, I love you so much. Boo! In Huan excitedly kissed her mom's cheek. I'm going to be a mama's girl for the rest of my life, and a good daughter to my mom. Good. Mom will try to live as long as possible, and when you're 70, you'll still have a mom to call. Mother smiled gently and lightly. Mother and daughter get along. Full of warmth. Just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Thin Seeker came to pick up. Hwan had just woken up from her nap and was sitting in the dining room eating. The doctor said that pregnant women can't eat too much. They have to eat less and more often. She looked at the man who walked in a daze and asked lazily, "You left early. I'm the boss. I can get off work whenever I want." Bo-sun sat down next to her with an air of dignity. Missy is so cute when she's confused. Want to Rua? So Bo-sun reached out and rued Hwan's fluffy hair, which felt superb in his hands. How Missy is so comfortable to touch everywhere all over her body. Hwan narrowed her eyes. You rubbed your hair and made it greasy. Are you going to wash it for me? Yeah. Bo-sun agreed quickly. I'll wash my wife's hair tonight. Hwan suddenly felt a little sick and wanted to throw up. What's going on? Daddy just got here and he wants to throw up. Babies, don't you like daddy? Hwan rushes into the restroom and Bo-sun, anxious, follows her. Hwan vomited off and on for a few minutes, her eyes tearing up from the discomfort. She took the water Thin Seeker had prepared and rinsed her mouth. After rinsing her mouth, her entire body collapsed towards Bo-sun in a disengaged manner. She knew Bo-sun would catch her and wrapped her hands around his lean and sturdy waist. I haven't thrown up all day today. What does it say about me that I threw up as soon as you arrived? It means what you just ate was too greasy. Thin Seeker wasn't going to fall for that. The wife's pregnancy sickness has nothing to do with him. Don't try to blame him and then separate from him. He finds it torturous to even share a bed. Too oily? Hwan softly pressed against his chest. Then shagging? Can that taste good? Why is this baby so delicate? If she doesn't eat, where will she get the nutrients? Unintelligent little baby. Bo-sun carries Hwan back to the restaurant, and when Yin's mother sees this, she pulls Yin's father upstairs. They weren't eating dinner at this hour, leaving space for their little couple. Bo-sun moves the more oily food away a bit and puts some slightly lighter food in front of Hwan. Hwan took the chopsticks and gave Bo-sun a blank look. Hey, there is nothing appetizing about the lightness. She took small bites of the prune ice dumplings. Bo-sun scooted his chair next to her. All unsatisfied? Then go home and eat? Let's go home and eat at 9 o'clock. I want to eat hot and sour noodles. Go and ask the chef to make them for me. Hwan instructed him. Wife, you eat this little soup dumpling. Ice, how many servings have you eaten today? Bo-sun touched the transparent glass bowl, his complexion suddenly serious. Hwan's heart thumped. At noon, she drank yangmei juice. Now it was yangmei soup dumplings. It was different. So it was the first bowl. She answered with a straight face. First bowl. Aha. Thin Seeker went to the kitchen and then stayed there to watch the cook make the chutney. While it's important to spend time with your wife, her stomach is also important. Bo-sun didn't even know why this thought popped up. Maybe he could let Hwan taste what he cooked for her with his own hands. Would Miss Ean be moved to tears and would she love him? After a few minutes, Thin Seeker smiled to himself. There's no way that's possible. Hwan would never fall in love with him just because he cooks her a few good meals. Otherwise she would have fallen in love with the chef a long time ago. Bo-sun carries the hot and sour noodles out, and with the heat rising from the bowl and the sour and spicy flavor coming out, Hwan's pretty little face finally reveals a smile. Before she was pregnant, she didn't even eat this kind of food, and now that she's definitely pregnant, her appetite has changed drastically. Hwan eats hot and sour noodles, and Bo-sun eats something else. By 5 p.m., the young couple had settled for dinner. After dinner, Bo-sun pulls Hwan into the car to go home. Bo-sun is apprehensive, holding Hwan's small hand. His mind is full of thoughts. Hwan went back to her mother's house today and what did she say to her in-laws? Go to the father and leave the son. To divorce him? When do we leave? No way. He's not leaving. How are we going to convince Hwan? Kids can't live without their dads? Cream. He can't live without his wife and kids. What are you emo? Hwan's clear and soft voice suddenly rang out. Thin Search excitedly sidled up and lied. I'm thinking about where to arrange our baby's room from now on. Honey, shall we start preparing it later when we get back? Would it be a little too early? Surely you're thinking of divorce so you don't need a nursery for the baby? Bo-sun is heartbroken and can't help but get closer to Hwan's beautiful side. It's not too early. You can start getting ready. Yes? Hwan touched her belly. But we don't even know if it's a boy or girl. How can we prepare? Just prepare one each. There are so many rooms. Enough for them. Bo-sun wants to find something for Hwan to do, preferably relevant to their future. Seeing him come so close, Hwan suddenly raised her hand to Ruarwa his short black hair, her voice gentle. Bo-sun, do you like boys or girls? Hwan was in a slightly sideways position, her small white hands rubbing lightly on his head, seemingly ready to push his head down at any moment, and once he did he could bury himself smoothly into his wife's chest, smothering him as he had done the other day. Of course it won't smother you, it'll be blissfully vertiginous. Male and female I like. wife born all love. Bo-sun's chin falls on In Hwan's shoulder. His dense black gaze stares at the white and tender little face close at hand. Most love wife. Is it true that you love whoever is your wife the most? Chapter 65, Seeking pleasure to watch labor and delivery videos together. Why do I smell a sour, vinegary odor? Missy, are you jealous? You think I love my wife, not you? Bo-sun wilted and laughed. No need to be jealous. My wife will only be you. When he finished, he bowed his head and buried it. Bo-sun, can you change this bad habit of yours? In Hwan pushes his head. Don't you know your head is heavy? Don't squeeze me. I'm pregnant. Bo-sun raised his head pitifully. Wife, you said that our child is only as big as a soybean and can't feel it. We have to live our two-person world while they're still out. Oh, how did it go over? The doctor said no coitus for the first 3 months. In Hwan's white fingers nudged his shoulder. Bear with it, Bo, young master, Mr. Bo, call him that? Just bear with the name. How rusty that title seems. In Hwan misbehaved, and only when certain pleas for mercy would she call him her husband in that dainty, wintry voice that could drip water. But at those times, she was so beautiful that it only stirred the animalistic desire in his body to tear her pretty exterior apart, to watch the towering goddess fall into the abyss of desire. Bo-sun's eyes were dark. Missy, you can do it. I can what? You don't want your child? You don't mess around. In Hwan suddenly realized it was in a car. She hurriedly went to cover Bo-sun's mouth. No more talking. Go back and talk. She was really afraid that Bo-sun would say something restrictive, and she would be the one who would be ashamed and disgraced at that time. As soon as she gets home, In Hwan is carried upstairs by Bo-sun. In the bedroom, In Hwan sits on the sofa. Bo-sun's tall figure squats in front of her, his knuckled hands holding her ankles, his thin lips imprinted on her white calves. Fin Seeker is getting sicker and sicker. Her calves kiss too, and it's not even in bed. She moved her legs, and Bo-sun only raised his eyes to look at her, continuing to kiss, his warm lips imprinted on her knee, then his chin rested on her knee, gazing at her from the bottom up. In Hwan's heart is furtive and parched by this look from Bo-sun, as if something is about to jump out. If you are really bored, go to work, or go watch some pregnancy books, videos. How to take care of pregnant women don't always stick to me. In Hwan lifted her toes against his abs. A muffled hum came from Fin Search's nostrils. Bo-sun, watch it together. Watching it alone is a bit boring, but watching it with Yoon Hwan is not. Alright. A few minutes later, Bo-sun and In Hwan go to his study. Zhang Xiao comes up with fruits. His aunt stares at the two of them with a smile, and quietly exits the study. Fin Seeker's office was just one chair and then the black couch. In Hwan could only sit on his lap as Bo-sun pitched her cut-up apples and mangoes and kiwis, one at a time. At first, I watched a science fiction video, which was fine, and neither one reacted to it. Later, In Hwan looked for an animated childbirth video, watched In Hwan's red lips pursed, and her hands also clasped on Bo-sun's wrist because of nervousness and fear. He was holding a silver knife and fork with a piece of yellow mango stuck in it, dripping juice downward, which landed on In Hwan's white dress, soaking it a little. Bo-sun is also appalled by the animated demonstration of the birthing video, not to mention In Hwan, a woman who will give birth next year. Bo-sun's left hand went to block her eyes. Don't look, wife, we're not looking. He should have gone to turn off the video because then even if In Hwan couldn't see it, he could still hear the voice inside the video. Bo-sun panicked and went to turn off the video before In Hwan's tense body could slow down. It's scary. A baby that big came out of that place, a head that big, and the video demonstrated that it was still a baby, and she had two in her belly. In Hwan opened her mouth and breathed heavily. The air around her seemed to freeze, not enough for her to take in oxygen. Fin Search threw away his knife and fork and took her into his arms. In Hwan's head rested against his broad chest, and great fear swept over her, even giving her the urge to vomit. Bo-sun, I want to throw up. Bo-sun carries her to the restroom, where In Hwan lies on her back in front of the toilet, her eyes listless and unfocused, her mind filled with the video of the sci-fi delivery she just gave birth to. I should have known better than to read it. The old ancestors are not going to bully me, and those who don't know have no fear. Not knowing doesn't make you feel scared. Now we know. In Hwan gasped even as she rinsed her mouth after throwing up, both eyes streaming with physiological tears, her light brown eyes watery and tearful, looking anything but pathetic. In Hwan doesn't want to see Bo-sun, the culprit, and walks past him dully. Fin Seeker also knew she was annoying herself, but there is such a thing as pregnancy. Hey, blame him, trying to be intimate with my wife and not taking proper measures. Yoon Hwan went back to her bedroom and laid down on her bed and closed her eyes. Fin Seeker just sat on the edge of the bed and watched her. All the time, In Hwan seemed to be asleep, and then she didn't, tossing and turning. That look was very disturbing. Without realizing it, Bo-sun had been sitting by the bedside for 3 hours. He leaned down and gently held In Hwan's white and tender wrist. Wife, In-hwan struggles in the dream world. She is giving birth to a baby inside the dream. She can't give birth and cries to the doctor saying no more. No more, you tuck me in. The doctor said he was going to cut her open and told her to hold on. She can't hold out. Her body was gently shaken. And In-hwan vaguely heard Bo-sun's voice, calling wife, wife over and over. In-hwan jolted awake. A soft wall lamp was lit in the bedroom, and Bo-sun's handsome face was in the half-bright, half-dark light, with worry evident in his eyes. In just a few hours of absence, how come Bo-sun has a few more red bloodlines in his eyes? Having a nightmare? Well, dreaming about having a baby is horrible. In-hwan flung herself into his arms as soon as she sat up. How come you're not the one carrying it? Woohoo! One will do. You got me pregnant with two. In-hwan cried and punched his arm. You asshole, asshole. Neither she nor Bo-sun had the gene for twins in their family, so conceiving two this time was purely due to the fact that this Bo-sun guy was so fierce. Finn Seeker had just sat on the edge of his bed for hours without coming up with a solution. He gently soothed In-hwan's emotions, but it wasn't completely helpless. It was just those underhanded tactics that broke the law, and In-hwan wouldn't agree to them, so he'd better not mention it. It was impossible for her not to have a baby. With so many pairs of eyes watching from the In family and the Bo family, both families knew about her pregnancy and were now full of excitement and hope waiting for the baby to be born next year. All he could do was try to keep his wife happy. Take it out on him. Let her vent all she wants. Don't be angry. In-hwan had cried enough that her eyes were smeared on Bo-sun's shirt before she asked in a broken voice, "What did you wake me up for?" "Dinner. You said earlier you wanted another meal at 9 p.m. In-hwan, my native language is speechless. Chapter 66, Mr. Bo gives Hwan romantic fireworks. No appetite. Don't want to eat. In-hwan replied softly. Couldn't eat anything after watching that video. So what do you want to do? Want to cultivate immortality. In-hwan let go of him and fell softly onto the bed. Bo-sun sighed helplessly. Missy, can you say something I can do? You want to cultivate immortality. What am I going to do? Send you to space? In-hwan lazily voiced. Space isn't a place to cultivate immortality either. You know that too. Thin Search leaned over and pinched her little cheeks. Come on, say something I can do. What for? She just wanted to lie in bed and think about life. To cheer you up. Then, watch a firework. In-hwan said casually. Bo-sun immediately called Zhou Fu. In-hwan had just cried and wasn't feeling too well, so she went to wash her face. After washing her face, she sat in her bedroom fuming. How could she not think about that video of the delivery? Bo-sun was not in the bedroom. He was a big man, accompanied her to eat dinner at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this moment, I guess he went to replenish his energy. Hey, it had been thought that a look at Thin Seeker's body might have been a distraction. In-hwan picked up her phone, and as soon as she opened a certain voice, she swiped on a video of a pregnant woman. Pregnant. This age of big data is an abomination. Petri dish. Don't want to brush it. In-hwan's cell phone was down as well. Not a moment later, Thin Seeker returned. He picked up In-hwan without saying a word and carried her to the balcony outside the bedroom. Honey, watch the fireworks. Calm night sky. Rising a cluster of mediocre fireworks, all the way up to midair suddenly exploded open. Purple flowers pouring down, such as a sky full of stars. The cluster of fireworks wasn't over yet, as another cluster of red fireworks rose up next to it. In-hwan was in her pajamas and couldn't land without shoes. Thin Search held her hips in one strong hand as she watched the fireworks and he watched her. The fireworks went off for over 20 minutes. Bo-sun held her like this for more than 20 minutes. Missy, is the mood any better? Well, a little bit. Reassured, Bo-sun hugged her back. So does Missy have a reward? Bo-sun, you need a reward for setting off a firework? Then I'll have someone go buy fireworks right now and put them back for you. In-hwan pokes his chest. Do you have to make demands on me for everything you do? No, nope, no need for a reward. It's good that you're happy. Missy, after Thin Search denied it repeatedly, he said tentatively, it would certainly be great to have a kiss, and it doesn't matter if you don't have one. He'll sneak a kiss back after In-hwan falls asleep, so it doesn't matter. Want a kiss? Ha? In-hwan brushed his fingers over his lips. Thin Search's lip shape is really good looking, and when he's not giggling, he's a cold-faced smiley lip bully, but Thin Seeker was always in smiling. Thin Seeker stopped at the end of the bed, letting her fingers roll over his lips, the knot in his raised throat sliding as he looked at her with more than a little lust. Think. Thin Seeker's lips held her fingers, his gaze sizzling. Then you go take a shower. In-hwan drew her finger out. Go on. Such a hurry. Does the wife want to serve me? Nice try. In-hwan didn't want to serve his booming desire and exaggerated energy. It caused her to carry 2 cubs in her belly, and in the future, pregnancy was painful, labor was through, and breastfeeding was painful. Hey, thinking about In-hwan made her life feel gray. Bo-sun's mind automatically ignored In-hwan's remark and happily went to take a shower. After a shower, his body smelled good and he was refreshed to get under his wife's covers. The soft light hits In Hwan's face, and he can't help but move over to claim a kiss. In Hwan inclined her head slightly. Bo-sun, can you be more reserved? Can't you? In Hwan's ears were scarlet. This guy was too wild. After showering and coming out still well, to the bedside on the body of the bathrobe throne, naked body drilled in. At the moment that hot body was desperate to press itself against her side and take her into his arms. Bo-sun looked like I don't know what you're talking about. Missy, stop squirming. If you squirm anymore, I won't be able to control it. Okay, come on, come to. In Hwan lay flat on the bed. Come on, get rid of your baby. Bo-sun's face stiffened. No, don't come, don't get rid of it. A miscarriage isn't good for your body either. Bo-sun's warm palm touches her flat belly through the silk nightgown. Just give birth this once, and then no more. So you won't be allowed to suffer the pain of a second pregnancy. What if they're all girls? In Hwan is fine with it. But what about the Thin family? Then in the future, we'll find door-to-door son-in-laws for both of them. Bo-sun sticks to the side of In Hwan's face and rubs it affectionately. Are you sleepy? Not sleepy. So wife, do you want to play with me? In Hwan turned her eyes in shock. Bo-sun had that extraordinarily serious look in his eyes, and even raised his eyebrows on purpose, and gave her a flying kiss across the room. Boo! Thin seeker, you're really flirty. Play or not? You're pregnant. I'm healthy. I'm a bloody normal man. I hug my wife every day. It's hard to see and eat. It's hard to die. If you don't pamper me and hurt me, I'll be on fire tomorrow. I'm going to the hospital. I'm going to take medicine. Is it that much of a stretch? In Hwan ghostly raised her hand and landed on his broad shoulder. His wife took the initiative to stick it to him, and Bo-sun's heart thumped with excitement. It's not an exaggeration. It really does catch fire. Okay. In Hwan's fingers wandered over him. She also wanted to do something else to go past the huge shock of the video of the labor and delivery. The next day, the early morning sun shone a beam of light in through a thin crack, and softly the man in the large bed moved his arm, subconsciously feeling to the side. Fingers did not touch the person, and did not give vent to stretch, and then the whole person suddenly pang sit up. In Hwan, she's not. Bo-sun hurriedly changed his clothes and went downstairs, but he was surprised to see In Hwan sitting slowly and methodically in the dining room drinking millet pumpkin porridge. You're up so early. Scared the out of him. Thought something had happened to Yoon Hwan. Hungry. Yoon Hwan was guilty of being sleepy, feeding spoonful after spoonful into his mouth. Bo-sun propped up his cheeks to watch her drink kanji. I'll feed you, okay? Don't. Bo-sun stares good-naturedly, the corners of his mouth rising. Why don't you? You're all sleepy like that, so be careful about feeding the porridge into your nostrils. Feed it to your nostrils. Pig nostrils. In Hwan grunted softly. Here, feed. Thin seeker patted over. In Hwan glanced at him with her afterimage. He did it on purpose, didn't he? The top 3 buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing deep, light, splotchy hickeys. Last night she actually. Hey! In Hwan consoled herself with the thought that her husband, it was okay to love him once in a while. What kind of person grabs food from a pregnant woman? There's still so much food on the table. The small bowl of pumpkin porridge in front of In Hwan was almost at the bottom. I can't believe he's trying to come for food. Pumpkin porridge doesn't fit in your nostrils. A spoon does. Not grabbing with you. Bo-sun serves her another bowl of pumpkin porridge, then touches her back. Our Hwan baby eat more yo. In Hwan rolled her eyes over with one. I wish I could move the embryo in my stomach to you. Chapter 67, Favored Wife. Pregnant women are so hard to serve. Everything he does is wrong. Bo-sun silently sat next to her to eat, and when he saw that she was full, he smiled again and spoke. Wife, what are you going to do today? Go to the mall. She hasn't even been there in a while. I'll keep you company. In Hwan faintly swept a glance at him. Big President Bo, if you keep being so idle, I'll really suspect that the Thin World Group is going bankrupt. Bo-sun looks instantly arrogant. That's impossible. You don't worry about being your rich young grandmother. She could not be a young granny. She had always been the In family's golden young lady. In Hwan takes 2 steps and Bo-sun tries to support her. Had to let her put her hand on his arm. In Hwan couldn't hold back her laughter. Do you know what this is called? Favored wife. No, I am the empress. You are the little eunuch. In Hwan pushed his arm away. Wait until I can't walk for 5 or 6 months before you come and hold me. Her belly is still flat. Does she need him to be so attentive? Bo-sun was pushed away from his arm and smoothly inserted it into his pants pocket, and with a tilt of his head he came to her ear. Then when the empress is pregnant with the child of this fake eunuch of mine, is it exciting for the 2 of us to be cheating on each other? The fake eunuch can make the empress sing night after night. In Hwan didn't expect Bo-sun to be so open-minded and able to pick up on anything. It's true that Bo-sun surfs the internet when he's not at work, right? 5G network Internet speed 666 In Hwan's ears were scarlet. When the Empress is 5 or 6 months old, she will be discovered by others. What can we do then? Bosun's eyes raise, wilting. I'll have to be the fake eunuch to elope with the Empress. You're really talented if you don't become a screenwriter. In-hwan remembers that Bosun doesn't watch much TV and read novels either, right? He was purely thinking out of his own head. How meaningless it is to be a screenwriter. I just want to be Hwan-hwan's husband. Hwan-hwan want to play anything. I'm all for it. But, Bosun indignantly swept his eyes at her belly, and sighed inwardly. You have to wait until after the babies are born. And you know it. Who told you not to take measures? Bosun knows he's in the wrong and tugs on In-hwan's small hand. This kind of mistake will only be made this once. Oh, how can In-hwan not believe it? Bosun arrogantly raised his eyebrows. We'll see. Yo, also put hard words you are not afraid of pregnant and not you pregnant. If the next time also accidentally pregnant, you are kneeling and crying to say wife. I was wrong. I promise that I will not in the future. This kind of words out of what use? In-hwan blanked him. Horse hindsight. In-hwan, you don't believe me. You wait. Bosun puts out a vicious statement in a furious manner. I'm going to make you responsible for me for the rest of my life. Bosun puts her in the car and uneasily instructs Yugui to drive slowly. After the car drove out, Yugui asked curiously, Missy, just now the ant was so angry. What would he do? Hell knows. A man's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. In-hwan flipped through the financial report of them all. Although she didn't know much, but money, she could read. Hey, now that I'm pregnant, I can't go to work either. In-hwan touched her belly. Babies, you guys came so fast. Are you impatient to come and experience this world? Knowing that mom and dad have been living in a happy family since they were young, it's a joyous time. And the babies get to see all the world's prosperity and walk the side of the mountains and rivers. Even though your dad looks like a wild gangster dude, but then, he's definitely dependable to you guys. Missy is also starting to look forward to the baby's arrival. Yugua smiled. That's all I can think about. Otherwise I'm afraid that if I resist in my mind, my body will be uncomfortable and I'll keep wanting to throw up. The video of the labor and delivery flashed quickly in In-hwan's mind. She had a jolt. Terrible. It was horrible. Go away. Go away. Don't think. In-hwan arrived at the mall and turned up slowly from the first floor. Everything was normal and there were quite a lot of customers, so she went to the office. She hadn't even gotten to the office yet when she saw an obnoxious. Hwa-han is also surprised to see her and notices staring at In-hwan's feet wearing a pair of flat sandals. Sure enough, she's pregnant. He walked to In-hwan with a smile. Cousin, I heard you're pregnant. Congratulations. Why are you still coming to work when you're pregnant? Brother will take over for you. Wait until you have the baby next year. Then come back to work. I'm pregnant. Not dead. So how come I can't come to work? In-hwan clasped her hands on her arms, her eyes cold. Cousin, if you're bored, go sweep the leaves in the street and beautify the environment. Hwa-han laughs awkwardly. What are you talking about? Then I can't go and take the sanitation worker's job. So you came to take my job? You can't say that. I'm here to help you. To help you. Help. Emphasize for the millionth time that he is also scheming. In-hwan breathlessly rolled her eyes. No need. I have my husband, and mom and dad who can help me. With your bounty of achievements, cousin. If you come to help me, I'm afraid that the mall will collapse in a couple of days. Business is so good, it won't collapse. That's not necessarily true. Don't you think it's pretty bad that you don't have a business life? Can't you be honest? In-hwan had long since lost her good looks towards him. If you don't leave, I'll hire someone to kick you out. Wait. Hwa-han walks over to In-hwan. I don't come to work here. I'll talk to you about something else. Let's go to the office and talk. In-hwan walks into the office as Hwa-han tries to shut Yugui out. In-hwan looked pale. You're stopping my people? Me? Talk a little. Can she listen? Ho-han gripped the door. What do you want to talk about? Ho-han closed the door behind him. In-hwan sat on the sofa. The sunlight shone in through the window, and her sister's face was as good as it could be. Sis, you also know that your brother I live difficult. Your uncle does not care about me now. I still have a wife and child to support. Working part-time cannot earn any money. Your nephew's monthly living expenses tens of thousands of dollars. So can you give me a loan some money? Borrowing money? Ask her for a loan? She's rich, but she's not stupid. This money is lent out, so basically don't think about getting it back. Borrow money for what? In-hwan asked in a cold voice. Borrow money partly to live on and partly to start a business. How much do you want to borrow? $10 million? $20 million? Hwa-han squats beside her. Missy, I know you're rich. When you and Bosun got married, their family gave you a lot of dowry. The house and car, that's all less. I heard there are shares, and there's a lot more abroad, so feel free to borrow some for me. Cousin, it's not that I don't want to lend you money. You also know that Bosun and I, that's a business marriage. We could get divorced at any time, and once divorced, then all those things that the Bo family has given to me will have to be paid back, so I don't dare to touch a single penny at all. In Hwan touches her belly and sighs. In Hwan bitterly, although I'm pregnant now, then I'll be divorced in the future. I have to raise 2 children, and in the future the 2 children will get married and have children, which isn't money. I can only rely on me alone. So cousin, I really can't help you. In Hwan winked. You go to your maternal great-uncle. Chapter 68, Ligation. Just caught the family wool gathering. Doesn't mom subsidize enough to go back? This loser. No wonder his uncle doesn't pay him anymore. Asking her to borrow money might as well go back to her own father. Hua-han won't take a penny from her. Hua-han sank his face. You're pregnant. Is it possible for Bo-sun to divorce you? Everything is possible. Grandpa passed away. What if they think the union between us is meaningless? In Hwan opened her mouth to babble. Seeing that In Hwan really doesn't let go, Hua-han leaves with a sky full of horizontal air. In Hwan snorted lightly. Who cares about him? It's not like he doesn't have money to spend, or not enough money for him. You keep your own money and don't spend it, so you want to spend someone else's. She had money, but she wasn't an ingrate. In Hwan stayed at the mall until noon and then left. She's going home for dinner. Pregnant women should not be hungry. In the afternoon, In Hwan was relaxing at home, reading a book about pregnancy, when she heard the sound of heavy footsteps. Thin Seeker retired early again. With such an irresponsible president, the Thin World Group really has deep roots. In Hwan leisurely turned a page of the book without looking up. Bo-sun walked straight behind her, sat down, and wrapped his 2 hands up like vines, hugging her waist, his face buried in her shoulder. Inhaling deeply. They say that hitting the workforce to work is soul-sucking. He's a boss. He should have a good time at work. Why does he also look like he's been hollowed out? In Hwan touched the back of his hand. What's wrong? Honey, I did something big today. Say, you prepare yourself first. Thin Seeker gently wrenched her body. In Hwan folded the book, then put it down. Why does Bo-sun look so bad? So pale. In Hwan comforted him. You went to donate blood? It's not a big deal. I'll give you something to replenish your blood tonight. Spinach and pig liver. Duck blood vermicelli soup. No, I went for a ligature. As soon as Bo-sun's words fell, In Hwan instantly went down. What? What did Bo-sun do? Ligation? Bo-sun, are you sick? I told you not to go. In Hwan is furious and drops her small fists on him. Don't you need to consult with me on something this big? In Hwan subconsciously glanced somewhere. Bo-sun, you line. First to cut and then to cut. Do you consider me your wife? You quietly went to the hospital to do this kind of thing. Pissed off. In Hwan got up and was about to leave. Bo-sun pulled her wrist and looked at his wife pitifully. In the morning, I let go of my harsh words. You'll be responsible for me for the rest of your life, and we won't have any accidents in the future. In Hwan sits back down on the couch, and Bo-sun immediately rests his chin on her shoulder and rubs her cheek affectionately. He wrapped his arms around In Hwan's back. I just had surgery. Honey, it hurts. Bo-sun, you're this kind of dictatorial, authoritarian and overbearing man. You don't even consult with me on things like this. What are you doing marrying a wife? You can get by on your own. In Hwan hasn't completely lost her temper. This Thin Seeker. It's so infuriating. Is that trivial? Wife, if you still want a baby in the future, a man can be restored with surgery. Bo-sun's voice was lowered to a whisper. He didn't mean to look so pathetic. Anyone who's had surgery can be weak, but I don't think you want to get pregnant a second time. Missy, after watching that birthing video earlier, he wouldn't want her to get pregnant a second time, so he just ligated it, once and for all. How nice. In Hwan was still angry, though she didn't even know what she was angry about. When it was clear that it was good for her to not have to worry about unwanted pregnancies in the future, she huffed. Don't you think you're being too hokey? You're not a kid anymore. There is no nonsense. This thing I have thought about for a long time. I have long consulted, and I have made up my mind today. Bo-sun holds her hand, rubbing his fingers tenderly. Missy, you can't abandon me. I'm a man who can't bear children anymore. I only have the baby in your belly. Our baby. Her ears were tingling. In Hwan slightly inclined her head. You just said that men can have surgical restoration. Thin Seek. I should have known better than to give my wife so much science. As long as it's a surgery there are risks. What if I don't get my recanalization back later? We can't take the risk. We can't get a divorce. This matter can't be known by others either. You know it. I know it. The doctor knows it. Bo-sun hugs In Hwan tightly. You have to be responsible. For the rest of my life. In Hwan. She's being royally screwed. You. Thin Search. You. Hey. I really. Convinced you. You watch out, your parents will be furious when they find out. Can't let them know. Bo-sun gazed at her small face. Wife. You're so angry. Do you still want a second child? To your ass. Am I mad at you for getting a ligature? I'm angry that you didn't discuss such a big thing with me. I clearly said before that I told you not to go. In Hwan pushed him. There's no way to communicate with you men. How come we can't communicate? It's not like he doesn't understand the words. Isn't it manly for me to be like this? Even if you're not touched, you're actually being mean to me. I'm still a patient. Need a wife kiss and hug. Thin Seeker moved toward her lips. In Hwan mercilessly covered his lips. If you're not comfortable, go lie down. What's the point of looking for her? She's not a sleeping pill. Thin Search booped and kissed her palm, and In Hwan could only let go. This is my secret. In Hwan, you know my secret, and you're carrying my cub in your belly. You'll never want to leave me in this life. Bosun holds her in his lap, facing her face and leaning his head down into her arms. In Hwan, after minor surgery and discomfort, they will also bury their breasts. Thin Seeker, you're awesome. It can make you awesome. In Hwan grabs his hair. You don't have to consult me on anything from now on, do you? No. Thin Seeker's voice was muffled. Forget it. Seeing as he had surgery today, not to argue with him, she had obviously promised the child in her belly that she would be a gentle mother. How come Bosun always made her angry? Can you still have a good fetus? Bosun sticks to his wife and raises his head in contentment. In the future, we'll all discuss with our wives. Don't be mad, wife. More fireworks? What fireworks in broad daylight? Look at his size. The sight of you makes me angry. I'm still angry with such a handsome face? Just you are handsome. I am still beautiful. In Hwan pushed his shoulder away. Go lie down. The wife really does still care about him. Yoon Hwan is just hard-mouthed and soft-hearted towards him, loving without realizing it. It doesn't matter. He knows Yoon Hwan loves him. Bosun coaxes her in a low voice. I can't hold you for the past few days. Wife, you forgive me. When I recover, I'll still hold you. It's a good thing you're not waiting until I'm 7 or 8 months old to get sterilized. Then I'd think you're deliberately not wanting to serve me before you go and get yourself a little surgery. In Hwan led him to his feet. Bosun obediently follows In Hwan. What do you take me for? I want to take care of you at home every day. You're the one who drives me towards the company every day. He's a man who has to be educated by his wife to be a bully for even leaving early. And he's the only pathetic one in the world, isn't he? Chapter 69 Rumors of Divorce. In Hwan leads Bosun to the bedroom. Take off your clothes and lie down to rest. Not bad for his wife. Bossy. Bosun obediently undressed, but he deliberately undressed very slowly and methodically undoing the buttons, his dark eyes surging darkly, clearly seducing his wife. In Hwan pokes her finger into his chest. Bosun, do you know what your situation is now? You've just gotten a ligature surgery. I've just gotten pregnant less than 2 months ago. You seduce me and we both play dry eye? Can't he be honest? Still in heat after the ligature? You watch out for breakage. No, it'll never break. I'm going to give my wife a lifetime of sexual happiness. Thin Seeker didn't dare to mess around. He stripped off his shirt and pants in a blaze of glory and lay down on the bed. In Hwan stood beside the bed, glaring at him in a good-natured and amused manner. This doesn't know Thin Seeker's brain circuitry. What the hell was he thinking? Bosun pulls In Hwan's white wrist. Wife, come, lie down together. Lie down by yourself. I'm going to eat. Thin Seek, tell me about it. He accompanies his wife to eat before lying down. Thin Seeker got up again. In Hwan was scared of him and could only ask the maid to bring the afternoon tea to the bedroom. Bosun is wearing a black robe, which is embroidered with delicate dark patterns, with only a strap in the center. His cold white abs are hidden, and the legs underneath with his steps are also hidden. Thin Seeker never changes his ways. One just got his tubes tied and the other just got pregnant. Can't he be honest? Would it kill you not to show off your body and seduce her? Bosun didn't have much of an appetite for food and just wanted to be with his wife. When In Hwan sits down to eat, Bosun hugs her small waist and squeezes it softly. It's hard to imagine that she would gain weight after pregnancy with such a thin waist, and would find it hard to accept it if I were in her shoes. Yoon Hwan was in a bad mood and depressed, and he understood it all too well. His wife is such a beautiful little tiny waist. He loves it. It's his fault for being so fierce. I can't believe that my precious wife had a double baby. Thin Seeker's long, slender knuckles stroked over the small of her back. In Hwan looked down. Hey, men are really dishonest. Can't you just let her have a nice meal? Why don't we just hang on to her? In Hwan simply ate a 7-minute meal. Bosun's head pressed against her back. His hands circled around his waist, and if she hadn't just had surgery, she would have absolutely let her sit on his lap. In Hwan moved and turned back. Alright, I'll walk you to your bed. Thank you, wife. Love you, wife. Thin Seeker looked as if he was extremely weak. In Hwan hadn't learned about the specifics of male sterilization before, but looking at Bosun's appearance, it seemed like he was still in pain. After lying on the bed, Bosun deliberately laid his body lower so that he could hug his wife face to face and bury himself in her chest. Seeing as he had a minor surgery today, Inhwan let him be. Thin Seeker took advantage of the fact that he had a minor operation and stayed at home for 3 days. Unless important things were handled through the computer in the study, he basically stuck to Inhwan at all times for the past 3 days. 72 hours of being inseparable from my wife is simply not enough. He's got 720 hours, 7,200 hours, a lifetime. They were quiet and happy in their home for 3 days. Yet word spread in the capital that the two of them were getting a divorce. Bo-sun's mom and dad called to know. These 3 days 2 ears do not hear things outside the window, only want to accompany his wife. What gossip outside he is not clear. Nope, how is it possible to get a divorce? Am I that kind of scum? Dad, Huan is pregnant with twins. Our family of 4 will be very, very happy. That kind of message is completely empty. Bo-sun was furious after he hung up on his dad, immediately called Zhou Fu, who had just finished running a marathon and was paralyzed with exhaustion at home, and told him to immediately investigate where exactly this news was circulating from. An hour later, Bo-sun huffs and puffs and goes downstairs to find Inhwan. Inhwan and Zhang Xiaogo are in the restaurant drinking a mango milkshake that the chef just made for them. When the two of them saw Bo-sun looking so aggressive, they took their cups and left. Inhwan lazily raised her eyebrows. Who messed with you again? Why are you so angry all day? It's just a divorce rumor. Celebrities have them too. It's normal. Don't worry about it. Bo-sun stood at her side, staring at her condescendingly. Of course you hope I didn't take it to heart. You hope I don't care because this rumor is coming out of you. Me? Yunhwan was bewildered. How could that be? I was just joking with you. Not me. Yuen Hohan. Inhwan chewed the mango slowly, as if it had been that way a few days ago. Thin Seeker braced himself on the table with a thud. Inhwan stared at his hand, the bony finger still wearing a silver wedding ring, and he deliberately curled his ring finger to show her. Yunhwan, is that what you really think or are you kidding? He really needed to know. Though Thin Seeker consoled himself in his heart that his wife loved him without knowing it, her not knowing it meant that she wanted to leave him at any time. The Yin family is rich and powerful, not to mention that she divorced with 2 children. Even if she divorced with 10 children, the Yin family can be all pampered. What do you think? Inhwan stirred her milkshake slowly. False. False. It's all fake. The wife doesn't want to divorce him. Bo-sun slowly sits down, his body moving closer towards her. False. That Huahan deliberately stirred up trouble. In fact, he even came to me that day. Asked you for a loan? You gave him a loan? Yunhwan's face became unpleasant. Yes, but I didn't give him a loan. I remember when he pissed you off before and I sent someone to beat him up. Have you forgotten that? Wife, I am firmly on your side. Bo-sun goes to put his arm around her waist. Loyal, protect your master. Bo-sun rubbed her cheek. Did I do a good job? Good. Inhwan scooped a spoonful of mango milkshake for him. Thin Seeker's eyebrows rose in happiness. Yunhwan just reacted. This is what he had eaten. Give it to Thin Seeker to eat again. Then the rest she won't eat, so she feeds Bo-sun with that spoon. Thin Seeking happy cheekbones rise to the sky. Beautifully eaten. Wife, you're even willing to feed me now. You have to feed the dog too. Not to mention a real husband. Inhwan stroked his hair. You're doing great. Don't bother with him. Huahan can be ignored. The rumor of divorce must be cleared up. We are in love to the core. I can't believe there are such rumors. Bo-sun holds Inhwan on his lap. We've only been married for less than 3 months and those people are expecting us to be bad. It was time to clarify. Inhwan mused. It's not good for the two families. It will damage the reputation. Maybe affect the business reputation. And in case the partner knows about this situation and refuses, it will be a big loss. So how do we clarify? Yunhwan asked. Chapter 70, Couple Showing Love Together. Putting out the word that you're pregnant? Inhwan thought Bo-sun had some good ideas. That's it? That's not necessary. Low profile. Inhwan cupped his face. It's not even 3 months yet. No publicizing. Thin Search tilted his head in cooperation. What was there to pinch his face? My wife's face is better. It's softer. Inhwan squeezed only a little, her small hand on his shoulder. Let's go to a dinner party together. Listen to your wife. A few days later was Grandpa Cito's 80th birthday. Both families received invitations. She's in the early stages of pregnancy and it's not visible on her stomach at all. She wore a silver evening dress with 5-centimeter high heels and appeared at the dinner on Bo-sun's arm. The notorious young master of a powerful family in the capital circle and the famous young lady, a business marriage, appeared in the same frame, and immediately attracted the attention of all the people at the dinner party. Once a childhood friend, then a nemesis, now a newlywed. Even in the past few days, rumors have been circulating all over the capital circle that because of the death of the Yin family's old man, the business alliance has broken down and they are about to get divorced. But now they appear in the same frame. Inhwan holding Bo-sun's arm, the groom and the daughter, the Chin and the Chin. A very good match, envying the others. Yo, you two walk the runway. Sito brought 2 glasses of wine and handed one to each of them. My wife quit drinking. Her cup. I'll drink up. Bosun cheerfully dries 1 cup and holds the other in his hand, then serves Ian Huan a cup of juice. Miss Ian has quit drinking? Situ narrowed his eyes with an expression of disbelief. What? Does young Master C have a problem with me drinking or not? Ian Huan took the juice and took a light sip. Well, see too. This juice in your house. It's average. Yoon Huan leisurely put the juice down. Situ let out a light laugh. Bosun, there's really something about you. After you got married, you spoiled Miss Ian even more arrogantly. Okay you. Aren't you talking nonsense? She's my wife. Can I not spoil her? Bosun even puts down the wine glass in his hand. Wife, have something else to drink? Ro, serve Miss Ian with milk. Sito waved his hand. Thank you, young Master C. Ian Huan smiled lightly. Why thank me? The milk is worth as much as it's worth. Whatever is enough. It doesn't matter if you, Miss Ian, don't give me face, or our old man, as long as you're happy. C2 finished and tactically drank his wine. Situ, is your skin itchy? We are husband and wife. One body and one mind. If I drink it, it's the same as if she drinks it, so don't give me the yin and yang. Bosun is overbearingly protective of his wife, and if he didn't care about the occasion, he would have kicked him over long ago. My wife said that she was not yet 3 months pregnant and would not disclose it to outsiders. He endured. Thin Seeker also tries to drink as little as possible now, or his wife won't let him kiss. The fundamental reason was that he drank too much on his wedding day, resulting in a wedding night that didn't happen and a big pig's head painted on his face. Something that was going to be laughed at by In Wan for the rest of his life. Wine. Not a good thing. Egu. One body. One heart. Meaty to death. Situtsked twice. Come on. Happy wedding. I'll go greet the others. You guys make yourselves at home. Feel free to play. Sito went fast. And Inhuan got a glass of milk. Inhuan took a sip of milk. I'm probably the only adult at the dinner party who drinks the same beverage as the kids. I should have known to drink plain water. At least it looks like white wine. She, Inhuan, was actually reduced to drinking milk at a dinner party because of the 2 little cubs in her belly. Ah, it'll be laughed at. Inhuan shoved the milk into Bosun's hand. I want plain water. Okay, Miss In, if you're happy, I'm happy. Bosun comes up to her ear. The baby is happy too. Inhuan had just come in less than 10 minutes and had changed 3 drinks. Tonight is here to show their love and bust rumors. And that's how they have to show their love for Thin Seek. Bosun is afraid that Inhuan will be hit by the people coming and going and pulls her to the sofa to sit down. Sit down. I'll go get you some food. Okay. She was wearing high heels and hadn't wanted to move. Inhuan had just sat down when Tokiwa came over when she saw her chance. Miss In, you're pregnant and you still dare to wear high heels? Once in a while. I don't look good in this dress tonight without heels. Inhuan's voice was soft. There's been so much gossip lately. I knew you guys wouldn't divorce just because Grandpa In passed away. Bo-sun had a hard time marrying you into the family. Letting him get a divorce. He definitely wouldn't be willing to do so. Sure Sue looks like she's seen through it. You've been doing well lately. Ah, your face is rosy. You're in honey. Envy. Envy? This is not like you. Ah, you would actually envy me. Little milk dog, little wolf dog does not smell good. Inhuan touched her belly. You would actually envy me a business union. I got pregnant just after the union, and it's still twins. Do you know how big my belly will become in the future? Bigger than a soccer ball. I feel horrible just thinking about it. I hate Thin Seeker. Bo-sun is carrying Inhuan's recent favorite food over when he receives his wife's resentful look and gives him a vicious glare. What a situation. Wife and Timothy got together and badmouthed him. The time flocculation is toxic. Gotta cut down on contact between the two of them. Mr. Bo, congratulations. Seeing him come over, Sure Sua smiles and greets him. Bo-sun sits down next to Inhuan. You don't go hunting for sex and come to bother my wife. Mr. Bo, you don't understand this, do you? The best hunters often come in the form of prey. Timothy shakes the wine glass in his hand. I'm not drunk yet. I'll go back later. No eyesight at all. Kilowatt light bulbs sitting around bothering newlyweds. Inhuan slowly enjoys Bo-sun's feeding, which is also a way to show love. Timothy sat and watched for a few minutes. That's meaty. I miss when you two were at each other's throats. Sure Sue, are you unable to see us as good? Bo-sun silently clenched the fist of his left hand. I don't care if you are good or not. I only care if our family Huan is good or not. If Huan is good, I feel good. Timothy gave Inhuan a hug. Such a posture made Thin Seeker frown. His wife, how can you just give someone a hug? Are all girls like that? When I went to school I held hands and went to the bathroom, and now I cuddle too. And no one seems to think it's wrong if 2 men do that. Bo-sun, you're not allowed to bully our family Huan. She's pregnant now. Although Timothy's voice was small, Bo-sun could just about hear it. Do I need you to put words in my mouth? And, correction, it's my house Huan, not your home. Get this straight, me and her, we have a license, red ones, issued by the state, under the marriage law. Bosun takes Huan's hand and tries to pull her into his arms. The most important thing is to get Tokiwa away from his kissing wife. Let it all go. The wife is his. He was so hard to marry. Chapter 71, go home and kneel on the keyboard. Shursua didn't grab with Bosun either and let go of Huan. She drank her wine. Then I'll leave you guys alone. I'm afraid that if I stay again Huan, your husband's eyes can turn into a machine gun and burst me. Is Thin Search's eyes that scary? Huan leisurely turns her head sideways and meets Bosun's eyes. It's not scary. It's clearly a goofy and silly look. Suddenly, I kind of want to see Thin Seeker at work. It should be as serious and stern as Dad's. If it's this silly look, it's not intimidating at all. The handsome face she was sizing up suddenly came closer and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Missy, you just couldn't stop staring at me. I'm not asking for a kiss. Then is it okay if I want to kiss you? Bosun smoothly wrapped his arms around her small thin waist, his thin lips pressed to the side of her ear. Don't you forget the purpose of our coming here. Didn't forget. It's a show of love. She thought it should be enough. Wife. Thin Seeker nuzzled her cheek. So you feed me? Are you good enough to let me serve you as a pregnant woman? Good point. For the sake of showing love. Missy has to look after the big picture. Bosun's lips rub against her ear, ambiguously rubbing lightly. Bosun, have you forgotten that you just finished your surgery? What's the occasion for you to just rub it in my ears? Huan's ears are sensitive, but she doesn't like people blowing into her ears. What a problem. Then Missy's mouth rubbed for me. Thin Seeker cupped her jaw and turned it around. Huan took the initiative to get close and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Relieved? Not enough. Just a little print. Slapdash. Not even sticking out my tongue. What can I do to satisfy my craving? You take it easy. Huan reminded softly. Ha? Thin Seeker still collapsed. Huan straightens his shirt and gently pats Bosun's chest. Still not happy? Then I'll accompany you to the office tomorrow. She's pregnant now, and with the whole Huahan thing, Dad told her to stay home during her pregnancy, so she's doubled down as a bored, idle rich young grandma with nothing better to do. Bosun also did not go to the company for a few days. Back to work. There is a wife to accompany. Not too good. Bosun was instantly coaxed by Huan, his heart wailing with excitement, but his face was strong and calm, and he squeezed out the word from his nose. Huan smiled inwardly in triumph. Little man, it's not a matter of minutes to take you down. She was just satisfied that she wanted to see Thin Seek at work. Win-win. Considering that Huan was pregnant, they only stayed at the dinner for an hour before leaving. Just after getting into the car, Bosun puts Huan's legs on his lap, and in her shock Bosun slowly removes her high heels. In fact, she hadn't been standing for long tonight, basically sitting. She wouldn't risk her body. Bosun held a pair of Huan's small white feet and squeezed them. Huan, what's he doing? He even made a point of looking at her twice before squeezing her feet. When did you learn that? You think I've just been staring at you for the past 3 days? Bosun held down the center of her foot. The internet says that in the late stages of pregnancy, pregnant women may have swollen bodies. Their feet, their legs, all of them will be swollen, and they need to be massaged. There's a masseuse. Huan leaned back comfortably, but her eyes stayed fixed on Bosun's side face. Huan is so used to fighting with Bosun that she didn't realize that he actually has such a gentle side. What's going on? What's with the red eyes? Still want to cry? What are you crying about? Huan moved her feet, her cute toes twitching. Sentimental isn't like you. Bosun holds back his tears. I didn't cry. Smoked physiological tears. Missy, go back and soak your feet. As soon as Huan heard this, her hands went to his body. Bosun, what did you say? I foot what? Smoke what? Your feet are the ones that stink. Is there something wrong with your nose? My feet smell better than your hands. Cleaner than your mouth. Huan kicked both her feet into Bosun's body as well. Get out. She ran her hands over the small of her back and told herself to calm down, but she really couldn't. She, Huan, had grown up with a body that wasn't clean and smelling good. I'm not going to be able to do that. How dare he? Bosun holds her feet. Wife, don't get excited. I did want to cry just now. I wasn't smoked by your feet. My wife's feet are especially fragrant. Roll. Dove-kissed roll. Huan waved. How come it's not your own car? Your own driver. This is Thin Seeker's car. Thin Seeker's driver. Otherwise she'd just kick Bosun out of the car. Dare I say her feet. Her feet look so white, so tender, so nice. Thin Seek, that thing with no eyes. You stinky feet. Stinky man. Huan was about to cry from Bosun's anger. Miss Yoon, who loved beauty and everything since she was a child, is now disliked by her husband just after she got pregnant. I won't be accompanying you to the office tomorrow. You're on your own. Wife, you cannot accompany me. Don't be angry. I just had a momentary brain fart, and you dislike the habit. Did not react. Bosun holds her white and tender little feet. Really don't mind. Wife's feet smell good. Fearing that she wouldn't believe her words, Thin Seeker looked down and kissed her on the back of her foot, booping both feet a couple times. Although In Hwan felt that her body was incredibly clean and her pair of feet had been well cared for, they were after all feet. After all, she had just worn high heels for an hour. Bosun, don't touch me until you brush your mouth clean tonight. In Hwan glares at her legs. Let go. Don't let go. Bosun holds both of her feet in his arms, kissing them from the insteps to the ankles, and even has the tendency to continue kissing them upwards. In Hwan held his head down. Bosun could not wait to go back to a few minutes ago. He cried just to cry and show his vulnerability in front of his wife, and maybe even make her feel sorry for him. You end up saying the wrong thing, annoying your wife and pissing her off. How about I go home and kneel on the keyboard tonight? The driver of the car shook inwardly at the words. Was this still the unruly and reserved young master of their house? It's true that a man's status in front of his wife just keeps dropping when he gets married. The young master is too humble. Who wants to see you kneeling on the keyboard and kissing my feet with saliva? Bosun, are you a pervert? In Hwan now feels like her feet really stink. It all smells like Thin Seek's saliva. Stinks of being kissed by him. Then what do you want to see me kneel for? Thin Seeker smiled cheaply and wickedly, his hands slowly pressing and rubbing her feet. Are you going to have to kneel? Can a man have some backbone? Where's the gold in his lap? Liquidated into a wife? Then what does the wife want me to do so you can be happier? Bosun stares at her white and tender little feet. Actually, what I just thought was that wife, you're going to have a big belly in the future. Your body is puffy. You're going to have a hard time, and I'm just going to be heartbroken. And then it's so heartbreaking that you want to cry. It's hard for others to carry one, and she still has two in her belly. In Hwan had to suffer twice as much pain. Thin Search explained clearly, words earnestly, eyes again covered with a layer of dense vapor. You still feel sorry for me? Ha! In Hwan found it new. You can't wait for me to die in the delivery room and then you get two babies for nothing. Chapter 72, to love each other for the rest of our lives. Sad. It's so sad. Yoon Hwan actually thought of him that way. Might as well she go to the father and leave the son. At least they're both alive. I'm going to be pissed off at you. Thin Search let go of her feet to hug her. In Hwan's back was against the car door, and in the process, her feet were against his thighs, and when he leaned in, her right leg was directly against the small of his back. Wife, you just touched my feet and kissed them stinky, and you want to come and hug me again? No way. In Hwan nudges his belly with her foot. Sit honestly. Can't sit still honestly. In Hwan's thoughts are all wrong now. In Hwan, it's necessary for me to state now that there's no such thing as removing a mother and leaving a child. You'll definitely have a safe delivery, and I'm going to be in love with you for the rest of my life. Bosun holds her white ankles. Let's see in the future when we're old, who will actually push the wheelchair for whom? Who wants to compete with him on that? When they get old, wouldn't it be better to find two young handsome brothers to push the wheelchair for them to see the stars and the moon together? Won't enjoy the guy. Bosun has a bad smile under his eyes and raises his eyebrows. A bet? Missy, a bet on who pushes whose wheelchair? Gambling for life kind of gamble. Think she's stupid? No bet. In Hwan was arrogant. When I get old in the future, I don't want you to push the wheelchair, nor do I want our children to push the wheelchair. I'll find two handsome 18-year-old brothers to push the wheelchair. Bosun instantly stopped laughing. It made him think of In Hwan looking for a male model to play with him, 18 or 19 years old, in a difficult family situation, and in need of a helping hand from a rich young lady. It's so Mrs. Passionate that she's still thinking about helping them in her old age. What kind of eyes are you looking at, Bosun? It's not like I won't find one for you. Or do you want to find a pretty young lady to push your wheelchair for you? In Hwan raises her eyebrows. How dare he? If he's still not honest after 80 or 90 years, push his wheelchair into a corner and make him face the wall. I think you are old looking for a little brother to push the wheelchair. Still think of me. You are really Mrs. Good to me. Bosun finished and gave her another kiss on the crook of her leg. In Hwan was disgusted to death. Home. Get off, get off. The driver opened the door and the two men in the car were still in a state of anxiety. The driver's eyes and nose are on the ground, so he pretends he's blind and deaf and doesn't know anything. Bosun forcefully took her into his arms. Don't move. I'll hold you. Where did she move? Bosun carries her out of the car. The driver hands over her heels and Bosun grabs her heels and just carries her inside. The car was parked right in front of the door and it was just a few steps inside. Zhang Xiao has In Hwan's slippers ready, but she can only watch as Bosun throws away In Hwan's high heels and carries her up the stairs. Her feet were stank by Bosun's kisses, and it was better not to wear slippers. Last time I said I'd wash and blow dry your hair. Will I do it tonight? Think of it as me making it up to you. In Hwan always wouldn't let him help in this matter. It's all for young Shin. He wants to help his wife too. No, why not? You have brown hands. Don't rip my hair out. In-hwan dislikes Bo-sun. It's so rough to hold her feet down and make so much effort, let alone wash her hair. Me? Why are my hands brown? I am at least a pampered young master. Where am I brown? You obviously like me touching you so much. In-hwan's beautiful eyes glared at him. Okay, I won't say anything. Finn Seeker only shut up for a minute. After placing her on the couch, he stuck over. Wife, I have to take care of you from now on when you're late in your pregnancy. You promised to let me blow dry your hair at Yin's house before. Blowing and washing are two different things. I'll let you blow tonight. Don't chant. In-hwan is annoyed with Bo-sun. Why so annoying? Sure enough, they are going to love each other for the rest of their lives. Blah blah blah. Who fell in love with him? Only kill each other. Honey, did you not get enough to eat just now? Let's change first and get some energy. They hadn't been at the dinner long, so it was still early. I'm not hungry right now, so I'll go ahead and take off my makeup. Bo-sun raised an eyebrow towards her. Missy, I'll unload it for you. Will he use those things? Finn Seeker really has nothing better to do. Doesn't Mr. Bully work overtime? She wasn't wearing slippers and didn't want to step on the cold floor, so she could only watch as Bo-sun went and brought over a bunch of things. What makeup remover? Makeup remover wipes? Makeup remover pads? Makeup remover oil. In-hwan patted the backrest and slowly taught Finn Seeker, then closed her own eyes. She was wearing light makeup today, but it was something that needed to be carefully removed. It's good to teach him. I'm sure I won't be wearing a lot of makeup when I'm pregnant, but there's still so much time left. In the future, if she drinks too much, gets drunk and sleepy and doesn't take off her makeup, Finn Seeker can help her. Nice. For your own future benefit. Bo-sun took the makeup removing wipes gently, little by little, afraid of bruising his wife's delicate skin. My wife's skin is so soft, it's beautiful without makeup. Little face full of collagen. Good love. Bo-sun finishes removing In-hwan's makeup and can't help but move over, ready to steal a kiss, but before he could touch In-hwan's face, he was slapped. He turned his head sideways and met In-hwan's ghostly gaze. Don't you have any idea where your mouth just kissed? In-hwan felt that the slap was all too light. Honey, I thought you said your feet smelled good. Then you can't kiss my mouth with the same mouth you kissed my feet with. In-hwan gently pushed his face away. Ha! Bo-sun lowered his head. Oh, this is also smug. That is also smug. You only like me that. In-hwan narrowed her eyes. Did he say that was the same as what she was thinking? This guy. What the hell? Color fainting. In-hwan hurriedly denied. I didn't like it. I didn't like it anywhere. Don't think anything. Don't like it anywhere? Then it's really aggravating for Miss Yoon. Well, it's quite aggravating. So aren't you going to put the bath water on? In-hwan's fingers lightly traced his face. Why did In-hwan's action feel a bit flirtatious? Unfortunately, neither of them can right now, so they can only do something borderline intimate. Bo-sun puts on the bath water and prepares In-hwan's pajamas before carrying her to the bathroom. In-hwan sticks to his arms. Bo-sun, you pamper me like this. How many pounds are you planning to let the child in my belly grow? Don't let it grow too fat. It's too hard to give birth. I'll kill you. They won't even let her walk. How much weight must she have gained during this pregnancy? Bo-sun knows that she loves beauty and is afraid of gaining weight. No, the family has invited a professional nutritionist to take charge of your diet to ensure that there is nutrition and will not let his wife gain weight. She's over 90 pounds now and must be at least 100 in late pregnancy. It's scary that her weight hasn't been in the triple digits yet. In-hwan laughed. Bo-sun, if I get fat, you'll have to get fat too, and you'll have to eat with me. Finn Seek, I can't. He can't be fat. You'll be disliked by your wife if you're fat and don't have abs. I can eat with you, but I can't be fat with you. Bo-sun puts her down and truthfully says, I need to keep a fit body to catch your eye. Missy, Chapter 73, accompanying Mr. Bo to the company. He's quite self-aware. She loves beauty and pretty things. Now Bo-sun's figure is just right. If Bo-sun gets fat and fat, Yoon-hwan imagined it in his head, disgusted as hell. Bo-sun didn't understand why she was frowning and pressed his forehead over against her. Missy, am I right? Right. You put me down now. Bo-sun still wants to help her bathe, but In-hwan is sure to refuse. Take your time. He has a lifetime to spend with In-hwan. In-hwan was in the bathroom taking a shower. He went to the room across the hall and took a quick shower back to the bedroom. In-hwan hadn't come out yet. He sat on the edge of the bed with a hairdryer and comb. Just a good boy. JPG. When In-hwan came out, she saw his look, used to Bo-sun's dangling, cynical, wilting look, so well behaved. It was such a contrast. She sits down to nurse her skin, and Bo-sun stands behind her, plugging in the hairdryer and staring at In-hwan's head of wet hair. Blowing out your own hair is nothing more than a matter of minutes and a few haphazard blows. In-hwan's hair is no good. It has to be carefully cared for, or this arrogant young lady will lose her temper. Seeing his confusion, In Hwan opened her mouth to instruct. Start blowing from the scalp. Don't get the hair dryer too close to your hair. Be gentle. Bosun treats In Hwan's hair with the same demeanor as he treats a $100 million contract, seriously staring at his handsome eyebrows, his fingers touching her soaked black hair and gently blowing on it. Thin Search looked so brown man. This moment put all the tenderness used. Slow, In Hwan began to nap. Sleepy. Oh, ZZ. Why haven't you blown it yet? Yoon Hwan nodded her little head like a sleepy kitten. Thin Seeker turned off the hairdryer and picked her up. In Hwan leaned into his arms in a daze. Is it blown yet? Not yet. Oh, why are you so slow? I don't want your help next time. Bo-sun commiserates and lays her on the bed, In Hwan's head resting on his lap, in such a position to blow dry her hair so she can sleep. In Hwan's small face was buried in his waist and abdomen, just being disturbed from the sleepiness of dozing. This time he could not sleep, deliberately sinking into a heavy breath, hot air towards his waist and abdomen to beat. He just wore a robe with a loose tie around his waist, and In Hwan was almost pressed against his skin in a very intimate way. Aha! Why is it that Yoon Hwan is pregnant? Aha! It's just too much of an ordeal for a bloodthirsty, newly married man. Bosun blows In Hwan's hair dry and In Hwan has fallen asleep. He rubbed his long hair, the softness slipping through his fingers. Missy's well cared for hair was so nice to touch. What else was going to be applied? Bosun put her away and went to look at the bottles and jars on top of In Hwan's dressing table, found a hair care oil and rubbed it on his hand, climbed onto the bed and rubbed it into In Hwan's hair. It's so fragrant. It doesn't seem to be enough. Dab some more. Bosun simply took the bottle to the bed, to In Hwan's hair all smeared with essential oils. Both hands are fragrant, haphazardly smeared on their hair, and then hugged In Hwan sleep beautifully. The next morning, Bosun is woken up by In Hwan's voice. His heart skipped a beat and his eyes snapped open. In Hwan sat cross-legged on his side, those beautiful eyes itching to pluck him out. And what did he do wrong? Thin Seeker, what did you do to my hair last night? You won't, can you stop messing around? In Hwan grabbed a strand of hair and sniffed it. How much hair care oil did you put on me? Look at my hair. It's so oily you could fry it. It's like I haven't washed it. Thin Seeker sat up. I'm not sure how much I should put on. It seems like a little too much. What should I do? In Hwan looked at him with cold eyes. Bo-sun drooped his head. Hey, I should have known not to be redundant after blow-drying my hair. In Hwan touched her baby belly and broke her heart. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I'm a pregnant woman. I can't be angry. Being angry isn't good for my body. It's not good for the baby in my belly. Babies, mommy's gentle. Your daddies are so unreliable. He's so infuriating dash. Bo-sun's head came over. Wife, teach me. I won't do it next time. He remembers that In Hwan wants to take care of her hair. Why did he give In Hwan's hair so much hair care oil last night? It does look strange. It's so oily. In Hwan smells the same hair care oil on Bo-sun's hair. The bastard definitely put too much on hers and then smeared the rest on his own head. Blow dry until it's half dry and use hair oil. Then continue with the blow dryer, massaging and kneading so that your hair absorbs it fully. Last night, In Hwan ended abruptly. Forget it. Things had already happened. There was no point in dwelling on how he did it last night, and it was the first time Bo-sun had ever blown out a woman's hair. Honey, I'll blow you now. No need. I'll have Zhang Xiao rewash it for me. In Hwan got out of bed. You go back to sleep. He's just been legated for a few days, and he can't exercise strenuously, so Bo-sun hasn't been exercising much in the past few days. He can sleep some more. By breakfast, In Hwan had rewashed her hair. Thin Seeker stared at her hair, and sure enough, it was much better than what he had done last night. Failed on the first try. His wife will be even less likely to let him touch her in the future. What are you looking at? Didn't you promise to accompany you to the company today? In Hwan sipped her milk. Don't want me to go? Think. It's just that Thin Seeker remembers that she got angry last night and said she wouldn't go with him. He thought In Hwan would rather stay home today. Did more than enough to piss off my wife last night and into this morning to be a little afraid to make demands. Humble ing. Inside the car, In Hwan looks at her phone. The pictures sent out from Grandpa Situ's birthday dinner last night also include her and Bo-sun. What? I can't believe they are saying that they are intentionally showing their love. Fake. Joint business. Can you see that too? It's still necessary for them to know that Missy is pregnant with my baby so that there won't be so much gossip. Bo-sun tentatively reaches out his hand and wraps it around In Hwan's waist from behind. In Hwan didn't refuse. She just looked at him sideways. Let's wait a little longer. Although there are many people who know she is pregnant, but the official announcement of pregnancy like this still needs to be made after 3 months, when the fetus image is stabilized. Good. What a lack of eyesight. How can he divorce a wife he married so easily? He won't divorce Yoon Hwan even if those bull s mom and dad get divorced. In Hwan takes Bo-sun's arm and together they appear in the downstairs lobby of the Thin World group. It's one way to bust rumors of divorce. With the president's wife coming to work with the president. Good morning, President, ma'am. Good morning, President, ma'am. Good morning. Inhwan smiled and waved her hand to greet the employees and entered the elevator with Bo-sun. Why do I sound like I'm saying hello to just you? Together. It's good morning, Mrs. President. It means you're not important as the president. Inhwan smiled faintly. Who told you to fish for 3 days and leave either late or early? Chapter 74. Inhwan grabs his tie. President doesn't mean you have to sit in the office every day. I sit in the office every day. How will all that business come? You have to go out and socialize, and it's only when you're out there that you get cooperation. Aha! Inhwan doesn't retort. When it comes to work, Bo-sun is much more professional than her. Bo-sun has been brought to the company by his father since he was a child to learn by ear, just so that he could inherit the family business earlier. While others go to college to fall in love, he has to go to college while interning at his own company. The real giants beat up the workers. Entering the office, Inhwan sat on the sofa, and the life secretary Shaolin immediately brought refreshments. Madam is even more beautiful than before. The lady is still a beautiful shark she is. Bo-sun glanced at the meeting materials. You're not going to leave suddenly today, are you? Last time he went to a meeting one foot and Inhwan left the next. No go. Inhwan hooked a finger at him. What kind of position is that? Bo-sun leaned down. What are your orders, Missy? Is there surveillance in the conference room? What? Inhwan grabbed his tie and wrapped it lazily. Let's see if you're concentrating on your work. Do you want to see me work? Or do you want to see me I didn't think you were so reluctant to give up on me. Thin-Seek's body was lower and lower, and the bottom of his eyes was dark as a deep vortex, wanting to suck her in. So curious. Why don't you come with me, carry you to the meeting, and show them how good we are as a couple? What divorce? Ridiculous. The more Thin-Seeker talked, the more he felt that this was a very good idea. He had been worried that he'd had a meeting and Inhwan had run away. Inhwan loosens Bo-sun's tie and gently pushes him away. What bad habit, holding a woman for a meeting. Do you want to become a domineering president who craves beauty? This is something I can't do. Bo-sun doesn't want to be ashamed. She still wants it. If this gets out, won't it be a disgrace? The In family's eldest young lady was arrogant to the extreme before marriage. And after marriage, she was so arrogant that Bo-sun had to hold her on her lap at all the meetings. Brutal and overbearing. Politely refused. Haha. Inhwan picked up the red bean sticky rice cake on the table and ate it. Go on. Don't make them wait. I won't leave. The meaning of the serious work of the thin search today is invisible. Say it later. It is not impossible to live long. Bo-sun could only leave unhappily. Walking out of the office, Bo-sun sighed. Why doesn't she agree? What's there to be ashamed of? Madam probably refused because she was afraid that you would think she was trying to steal trade secrets. Zhou Fu rubbed his waist. Hey, this marathon is really not a human race. It took a mad dash to get first place. All my computer passwords are her birthday. I'm afraid she'll steal something. Chao Fu, that's very nice of you. True love brain. Bo-sun would never have guessed that Inhwan simply wanted to see what her husband was like in serious work. Inhwan stood up and moved around inside Bo-sun's office, and after only 2 turns, she felt like throwing up. She rubbed her belly. Babies, can you be nice to mama and not make her throw up? Pregnancy is such a pain in the ass. Cream. Inhwan threw up inside Bo-sun's restroom. Can pregnancy sickness be transferred to Bo-sun? Inhwan stared at the mirror. Bo-sun suddenly wanted to vomit against that incredibly handsome face. That look was too funny. I've heard that the pregnancy sickness gets much better after the 3rd trimester. And that's soon. Bored. Inhwan opened the mirror and behind it lay not only an electric men's razor, but also a lipstick. Lipstick. Inhwan took out the lipstick and opened it. Surprisingly it was still used. The brand wasn't her favorite, so it definitely couldn't be hers. Bo-sun, you've got a lot of guts. Still playing office romance? Ugh, office cheating. Inhwan walked out with that lipstick. The secretary's office was next to the president's office, and as soon as she walked in, the few people in the secretary's office looked at her in unison in rows. Good day, ma'am. He's gone to a meeting. I'm bored and just wandering around. You guys are busy. Inhwan walked slowly between the desks. She walked out of the secretary's office. Lin, go get me a mango pudding. Yes. After a while, Lin walked into the office with the mango pudding and gently placed it on the coffee table. Ma'am, sit down. Sit? Shaolin sat down apprehensively. Missy didn't seem to be in a very good mood at the moment. Was it because of the recent divorce rumors? Don't worry. The president won't divorce you. I think he loves you. Just the pictures on the table. They've been sitting there for a long time. At first glance, it's just a deep, long-planned love affair. He was so happy when you guys got married that he had the HR department send out wedding red envelopes and wedding candies to all the company's employees. Inhwan listened silently, seriously wondering if there's surveillance inside this office, and Bo-sun should be happy to give her a raise when he hears this. I'm not looking for you because of this. In-hwan took out the lipstick and put it on the coffee table. Someone's lipstick fell here. Look whose it is. Lin picked up the lipstick. It kind of looks like Lena-san's. She likes to use this brand. Lin tried it on the back of her hand. The color is similar. Lena. After Xiaolin reacted, she instantly got up. Ma'am, it's me who didn't clean up. I'm sorry. In-hwan leaned back comfortably. None of your business. Go get Lena in here for me. Lin went out with her head down. Finished. There was no telling who was going to be screwed, but she felt it was. Lena walked into the office in her high heels, clopping along. In-hwan ate her mango pudding and raised her eyelids lazily. Sit. Lena sat down on the couch to her right, but her eyes were fixed on the lipstick on the table. In-hwan just ate the pudding and didn't say anything. This silence, however, turned into a strong sense of oppression. Ma'am, I'm busy at work, so if there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. Lena pressed on. She was just getting up when In-hwan looked over at her. There's no rush. Sit down for a while. The work is rather urgent, and the president will be angry if I don't finish my work. Lena slowly stands up straight. I'm Mr. Bo's secretary. I should focus on official business. I said there's no rush. In-hwan's voice was soft. Can't you understand? Lena stood straight. Ma'am, you haven't worked. You don't know the hardship of our hitman. If I can't finish the task on time, I can't bear it if I'm blamed by the above. My job is the most important of all the secretaries. I still ask ma'am to please give me a high hand. In-hwan slowly wiped the corner of her mouth. I'm not pressuring you, so what's the point of being high? Then the lady is deliberately picking on me? I haven't got that kind of leisure. And what do you mean, ma'am? Isn't it obvious? Wait for Thin Seeker to finish his meeting. When Bo-sun and Jofu walked in, they saw the two men sitting and standing in a stalemate. What happened? Chapter 75. Missy is satisfied. Hubby. In-hwan seldom called him that, usually Bo-sun with his name. This euphonious upward tone, but Bo-sun felt his scalp tingle. What did he do double wrong again? He just went to a meeting. Wife, you say. Bo-sun strides over and sits on In-hwan's side. He had eyes only for his new wife, whom he had been separated for 2 hours, and he went over to her with bated breath, wanting to kiss her. The lipstick on the table, found behind the mirror in your restroom. In-hwan stared across the table at Lena. When did you put it in? I don't know. It's not mine. Of course Lena wouldn't admit it. They all say it's yours. You're the only one who uses this brand of lipstick, and you just put the same lipstick on your desk. In-hwan pushes away Bo-sun who comes over. Although you're his secretary, this Lord President is now married. You girls love beauty and often use the restroom. Mirrors, I can understand that, but his restroom is still not to be entered casually. And even more so, don't leave your personal belongings in here. I'm done. Take your lipstick and get out there and get to work. Lena was bewildered. Just like that? Nothing else? She grabbed her lipstick from the table and headed out the door. In-hwan smiled faintly. I'm not bad at fishing for law enforcement, I guess, and now I'm the one who has the stolen goods. She hadn't even seen if Lena had the same lipstick on her desk when she'd just gone there, and the secretary's desk was so overloaded with everything that she guessed Lena herself wasn't sure. At this moment, when she left with the lipstick, she was sitting on the fact that the one placed behind the mirror in Bo-sun's restroom was hers. When Lena hears In-hwan's words, the lipstick in her hand is like a hot potato. It's not right to throw it, it's not right to hold it, and it's not right to leave. It was said that the In family's eldest miss was arrogant and playful, only eating, drinking and having fun, but I didn't expect that she was quite smart. Aren't they a business marriage? There are rumors of divorce all over the place. Why are you jealous? In her vision she should have used that as an excuse and gotten a smooth divorce. Hand over the work you're holding and go to the personnel department to do the exit formalities. Bo-sun doesn't say much to her at all. People with such crooked minds don't need to stay by his side. Mr. Bo, I've been by your side for so many years. I just used your restroom and accidentally left my lipstick in there. And you're going to fire me because of that? Lena is unconvinced. Are you sure it's not? Little heart? In-hwan leaned against Bo-sun, her fingers digging into his, interlocking her fingers. Bo-sun received his wife's signal and held her hand. As a secretary, entering the president's office without authorization, using the restroom of the president's office, and leaving your personal belongings in there, it doesn't look like carelessness in any way. Firing you is light. Jofu stood in the doorway. Lena, let's go. Lena looked deeply at Thin Seeker and walked out with a watery smile. Chao Fu closed the door. What's the matter with you? You're crazy. Jofu sulked. I can't help you either. Do you think the president really likes MS? Yoon? Nonsense. The two of them childhood sweethearts. The president used to be that is hard-mouthed. Mouth dislikes. Heart rare. It is not easy to get married. You really, hopeless. Jofu shook his head. Go to the personnel department to do the formalities. Lena shed tears of sadness. I thought they were fake. It's rumored outside that Elder Yoon passed away and their business alliance broke up. Jo Fu looked at her coldly. If the president had known that Lena had a man-woman relationship with him, he might have fired her long ago. How many rumors in the outside world can be true? They're good. Jo Fu was unclear about In Hwan's feelings for Bo Sun, but Bo Sun has been truly in love with In Hwan for a long time. Inside the office, In Hwan is suddenly held in Bo Sun's lap, intimately sticking up. Missy is so smart. Humph. In Hwan is haughty. Bo Sun. I don't care what confidants, soulmates, or whatever you had in the past, but once we're married, you'll have to be clean, and I'll have to be in charge of you. I was clean before marriage too. Bo Sun's jaw rests against her shoulder, his ink-splashed black eyes staring straight at her. My behavior on the first night should be able to tell you something, right? What's the problem? I thought you were pretty good the first night. In Hwan's ears were slightly red, so Oni-sama is satisfied. Thin Seeker excitedly came over and barfed. From now on, our first night is just going to be a really good, super satisfying experience. That's not it. Just, In Hwan rubbed the small of her back. Hold it. Let's not talk about it. Why don't you chat? Why chat? You're not afraid to get your head in the clouds, are you? They're still talking under a blanket. Let's talk next month. In Hwan rubbed his hair. Bear with me. Bo Sun comfortably closed his eyes. In his arms was his wife's fragrant and soft body. His head was rubbed by his wife. Pity him for being young and vigorous, empty of passion and energy. But he can only be a monk. How to get pregnant? How is he so strong? I endure. I must endure. For the sake of our baby. Bo Sun touches towards her flat belly. Baby, have you been good today? Baby, be good in your mommy's tummy, too. In Hwan reminded him. Bo Sun immediately changed his words. You guys have to be good in mommy's belly. Yo. In Hwan has been reading a lot about twins lately. Twins grabbing nutrients. Twins one big and one small. Twins fighting inside their tummies. In Hwan felt pain just thinking about it. The sins I'm suffering now are all retribution for your comfort that night. Missy, how can you say our baby is retribution? It's called a labor of love. Bo Sun gave a bad smile. You were comfortable that night too. Not just me. Comfortable? I just remember being extra tired. Bo Sun collapsed. You just said I was doing well. This woman, not only do they talk out of their ass, but they say things and then forget them. In Hwan, you just rely on the fact that you are pregnant now. I can't put you on the spot. You just mouth to show off. You wait for me. I'm the man who can make you have 2 babies in one pregnancy. You know best how good I am. Bo Sun ferociously gritted his teeth. Aha, how can a wife forget? Their first night was so good. Well, I'll be waiting. In Hwan laughed softly. Really waiting? Yeah, so what else? You wimped out? Ligation got you? In Hwan touched his tie. No. In Hwan, what are you imagining? I'm fine. Bo Sun hated to show her now. But no, neither of them can. In Hwan smiled faintly. TCH, hard to say. In Hwan Bo Sun took a deep breath. Not angry. Wife, this is a provocation. In Hwan tugged at his tie, pulling him toward him, his breath suddenly drawing closer, intertwining. Bo Sun's heartbeat accelerated. His wife's movements were too handsome and provocative. If In Hwan was so proactive, he couldn't lag behind and kissed In Hwan on the lips. In Hwan, Chapter 76, Possessive. In Hwan flexes his head and ducks. Thin Seeker's lips grazed her cheek and he raised his eyebrows incredulously. What do you mean by that, Missy? Wouldn't let him kiss him on the mouth from last night until now. You kissed my feet hard in the car last night. In Hwan still has a bad taste in her mouth. No kissing now. Where does In Hwan dislike herself? She's just angry that he mouthed off about her smelly feet last night. Wife's feet don't stink, but now Bo Sun lust up. Not and wife kiss all over the body is difficult. Is a kiss on the face okay? In Hwan wanted to refuse, but Thin Seek revealed that look of lust, the darkness under his eyes, the love flooded. If he could not be kissed he would have died of pain and discomfort. In Hwan hadn't thought about it yet, but his head had already come up and lightly dropped a kiss on his cheek. After the kiss, she was confused herself. What she just did, actually took the initiative to kiss Bo Sun. Reward you. In Hwan forced herself to be calm, but that little secretary, a warning will do. Really firing? In Hwan topic changed too quickly. Bo Sun is still recalling his wife's initiative just now, although it is just a slapdash kiss, but it is a rare initiative. Bo Sun grabs In Hwan's hand and boo kisses the back of her hand several times before answering In Hwan's question slowly. Missy, this kind of love but not allowed to be. It's easy for love to breed hatred. It's dangerous to stay around. Just dismiss it. It's your company, your secretary. You decide. Just don't delay your official business. In Hwan wouldn't beg for mercy, even if it delayed business. He didn't care. Bo Sun still wants to kiss In Hwan. In Hwan loosened Bo Sun's tie and patted it gently. Okay, This is over, get back to work. Bo-sun encircles her waist, and with a slight push, In-hwan's delicate body suddenly closes in. She subconsciously held down Bo-sun's arm. Warm lips covered up, probably holding the kiss for a day and a night. Extraordinarily passionate and intense. In-hwan felt the sweet, lingering taste of mango pudding in her mouth being swept away by him. After the lingering kiss, In-hwan lies on his shoulder. What an insatiable appetite. Kissing your face isn't enough. You have to come and forcefully kiss me. Is it a forced kiss? Bo-sun laughed lowly, rubbing lightly against the face that was pressed against it. Missy clearly enjoyed it too. That's your delusion. I'm not enjoying it. Yes. I'm the only one enjoying Missy's fragrant soft lips. Missy doesn't enjoy kissing me at all. The corners of Bo-sun's mouth rise as he agrees with her. There was no enjoyment. It wasn't like he couldn't feel it. Mouthy little cheerleader. It's too soft. So you're stuck with him? That's so nice. Bo-sun directly hugged In-hwan and got up. What do you do? Bo-sun carries her and sits in front of the desk. In-hwan tries to move and Bo-sun buckles her waist. Don't move. Give me a hug. When did you become so clingy? You have to cuddle to sleep at night and now you have to cuddle at work. You couldn't have been serious when you said I'd take you to the conference room before. Could you? In-hwan is shocked and at the same time feels that Bo-sun is sick in the head. Do you want to lose your image? I won't force you if you don't want to. In-hwan took his tie. I'm going down now then. Thin Seeker clasped her back. No, stay with me for a while. He's so annoying. In-hwan looked back at the two computers in front of her, and the picture frames on the table were still the same as before. How does she look at Thin Seek's work like this? Can't see it. She wants to see it from a distance. Yoon-hwan found an excuse. There's computer radiation. Bo-sun sighed inwardly, but on his face he was calm and collected. It's time to prepare radiation protection clothing for his wife. Isn't that thing an IQ tax? You have to choose a good selection of regular manufacturers. Ordinary certainly not. Husband customized for you. Bo-sun can't part with In-hwan, but the two computers on the table. Forget it. Wife and baby are more important. This bit of stickiness of his can be put back a bit. In-hwan went down from Bo-sun's lap. She stood at the floor-to-ceiling window to look down. Bo-shir's building was very high. No other building exceeded it. Looking down had a feeling of falling. In-hwan is afraid of heights. She took a few steps backward in a row and returned to the couch, her eyes intertwining with Bo-sun's. This guy, she can't do her job here, can she? Have to stare at her. Then she walks? Bo-sun pretended to start working, but his mind was on his wife. What is he and his wife going to eat after they put off their lunch appointment? What does the wife want to eat? What material is better for radiation protection? Which manufacturer does a better job? Well, look it up now. In-hwan leaned back lazily. Was Bo-sun working seriously with that look? Really, if it wasn't for Bo-sun's face being so handsome, she wouldn't necessarily agree to the union. At least the baby in the belly won't be ugly. In-hwan rubbed her belly. Puppa is making money. We won't come anymore so Puppa can focus on his work. Bo-sun is still thinking that In-hwan can come to accompany him more in the future, and the manufacturers of radiation protection clothing have contacted them to prepare more for his wife. But he doesn't know that In-hwan doesn't want to come to accompany him at all in the future. After lunch, In-hwan was sleepy. Thin Seeker then sent her home. Sticky wife took a nap and went back to the office. He's going to focus on working and making more money to spend on his wife and babies. A few days later, Bo-sun returned home after work, and there was an uninvited guest in the hall. Timothy and In-hwan sat together, talking and laughing, watching TV and eating dessert, their bodies still close together. Bo-sun composed himself. What time is it? Aren't you going home? Hwan, your husband isn't being too polite. Where does one drive a guest away? Shursua holds In-hwan's slender arm and proudly provokes Bo-sun. Sorry, Mr. Bo, as for you, you're just the male host here. We have to listen to the hostess. Your wife has already promised me that I can stay here for a few days. Live. Several days. As far as this mushy energy with In-hwan that Shursua has right now, she's going to stay here for a few days, not only to steal her wife's attention but also her favor. I'll just let you get used to it in advance. The feeling of competing for favor. Timothy picked up a Cheerios and fed it to In-hwan's mouth. Thin Seeker exploded with anger. Wife does not accompany him to the company even if, after all, is a pregnant woman. Stay at home to raise the baby is better. He can understand that. What's with the extra person coming out to fight for favor now? Don't you have a home of your own? Bo-sun strides over. Yes, Mr. Bo is so busy at work. How boring for Hwan to be at home raising her fetus. I purposely came over to accompany her to relieve her boredom. Don't be ungrateful. Before she could finish her sentence, Bo-sun came over to grab In-hwan. In-hwan's body is forced to lean into Bo-sun's arms, and her entire body is held in his lap and circled into his arms. Shirfu deflated her mouth and grabbed a Cheerios and fed it into her mouth. TSK, Mr. Bo, you're quite possessive. Chapter 77, Missy never suffers. It's only been a short time. This mushy energy, the air is filled with the sour stench of love. My wife, you say. Bo-sun was getting pissed off. What's going on with the flaps at this point? Bo-sun lowers his voice and whispers next to In-hwan's ear. Was she serious when she said she'd stay for a few days? Bo-sun felt in his heart of hearts that Tokiwa had just teased him, but he still wanted to make sure. In-hwan nodded slightly. Bo-sun felt like the sky had collapsed in this instant. He asked again, quietly, why? In-hwan also replied quietly, it's not convenient to tell you. There are so many rooms in the house, so let her stay. It wasn't just that last week on Grandpa Cito's birthday, someone accidentally flirted with a clingy little wolf dog that he couldn't shake off. Everywhere you go, you're blocked by coyotes, and you run to her house to hide from people. Tokiwa the Sea Queen is flipping out this time and is still a super invincible clingy little wolf dog. There's something in it for her. Bo-sun looks at Shirsu and says, does she have to live in our new house? I have other properties. Let her live elsewhere. Shirsuwa sidesteps her head. Mr. Bo, you're too unkind. Am I that much of a hindrance to you? Are you afraid I'll steal your wife from you? You put 1,000,000 hearts. I, on the other hand, like men. Young, handsome, sunny, muscular men. Then go find a man. Bo-sun touched In-hwan's belly, getting tired of it, resting for a few days. Shirsuwa leans lazily. Bo-sun, I'm staying. The more you say, the longer I stay. Let's see who's in a hurry between the two of us. Crazy woman. Thin Search decided to ignore her. At dinner, Shirsu sat next to In-hwan. Baby, eat more. Baby, have some soup. Baby, can I sleep with you tonight? Excessive. Bo-sun had been staring before, and could tolerate everything else for a while. What the hell is having his wife sleep with her? How dare you? Timothy pursed his lips and snickered. It's not like you were asked. What are you getting excited about? Bo-sun? Maybe Hwan will agree. Well, I agree. In-hwan takes small bites of her soup, deliberately not looking at Bo-sun's exasperated handsome face next to her. After the meal, in the study, In-hwan's waist was sore from the kiss and her lips were crispy. Enough. Thin seeking. In-hwan punched him on the chest. I'm pregnant. I can't be kissed like this. It's dangerous for me to lack oxygen. Did you seriously read those pregnancy books or not? Thin Search pinched her little cheeks, looked and looked. I don't believe it. What then? Have to memorize it for you? Okay, you memorize. In-hwan nudged his chest and let out a soft laugh in triumph. Can't memorize it. Bo-sun stared at her delicate red lips. You're really going to ditch me and sleep with Tokiwa tonight? No, no way. She usually plays so flowery. If you sleep with her, isn't that the same as you indirectly sleeping with so many people? In-hwan frowned. What's your logic? Bo-sun's face changed slightly, and he started to act pitiful. Other than that, are you willing to part with me? In-hwan didn't eat that now and fell back on her words. Quite a shed. It's been a while since I've had a girls' night out with Fluttershy. Ha, I kind of get it. We're sleeping together tonight and we have to get together to talk bad about me again, right? Can't you guys talk during the day? Do you have to say it at night? Bo-sun pressed against her shoulder. The aggrieved overhauled dog. Who do you think you are? I have so many topics to talk about with Flossie, but I have to talk about you? What do you have to talk about? Making a fool of yourself. In-hwan pushed his head. Heavy dead. Bo-sun withdrew his force lightly, but still pressed on her shoulders. Talking about something else is more likely to be done during the day. You run a wide pipe. I'll manage. You're my wife. If I don't care about you, who do I care about? Bo-sun raises his head, his eyes fierce. In-hwan, I don't want you to sleep with her. Who cares if you want to? In-hwan wasn't afraid in the slightest. Instead she laughed softly. You'll be traveling again in the future. As for me, it's impossible for me to accompany you on a business trip. You need to get used to sleeping alone. He has a wife. Why should he get used to sleeping alone? Why on earth did that woman, Tokiwa, come to bother them? Ha, she'll see. Don't get married later if you can. In-hwan gets off Bo-sun's lap. Oh, we'll sleep in the master bedroom tonight. You find your own place to sleep. Thin Seek. Is this still his house? Is this still his wife? So angry. It's not like there's anything else to do. He then said that his wife had been brought down by Timothy. When In-hwan went back, Shirsu had already finished her bath and was wearing In-hwan's pajamas, sleeping in In-hwan's bed. Baby, coaxed your CEO? Coaxing is not good. In-hwan raised an eyebrow. No coaxing. Really no coaxing? Your mouth is all red from kissing. Shirsuwa laughs evilly. TCH, Bo-sun can be really ruthless. In-hwan touched her lips. Stinky Thin Seeker. Dog-like. Timothy, clingy overhauled dog. Hwan sat down on the edge of the bed. Who on earth was blocked by the little wolf dog with no way to escape? They have come to my house for refuge and are still in the mood to flirt with me. Think about yourself. Timothy shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Men, airing it out, naturally feel bored and will run away, so I'll be fine if I hide for a few days. Good luck then. Yo. The next day, Finn Seeker went downstairs and the dining room was empty. The servant reminded him that neither the young lady nor Miss Toki was awake. I did stay up late chatting last night. Do girls have that much to say when they get together? It wasn't like he couldn't listen to Missy talk boring crap, and it wasn't like Hwan was talking to him. Bosun finished his breakfast before they all came downstairs. Isn't Hwan hungry? Finn Seeker pressed on and rushed to the door of the room. Obviously it's your own house, your own wife, but you can't just open the door and go in. Finn Seeker knocked on the door and waited anxiously at the door. Footsteps came from inside the house, and when the door opened, he pulled the sleepy Hwan out. Slow down. I'm pregnant. Bosun closed the door heavily and picked her up in a horizontal hug. You still know you're pregnant. What time did you sleep last night? He didn't even want to let Hwan stay up late, much less let her go hungry. Why should I disrupt Hwan's biological clock just because a time flicker came by? I don't know. Didn't look at the time. Bosun carefully observed. Fortunately there are no dark circles and red bloodlines. Otherwise he would directly let Jofu pack and throw out Shirsu today. You're not going to work yet? I'm late. Bosun carried her to the dining room with a sullen face. I'll go after you eat. Actually, Hwan woke up because she was hungry. Hwan sipped her milk. Go in peace. I'll eat. I'm not the kind of person who would condescend to myself. Yo, Missy never suffers. Bosun, on the other hand, circles her small waist and touches her flat belly. No, I'm going to watch you eat before I go. Then grab this opportunity to stick it to your wife. He was used to sleeping with Hwan for a while, and suddenly sleeping alone was so uncomfortable that he almost didn't fall asleep. Even Bosun was thinking about whether he should abduct his wife to the company today, and Shirsu wanted to stay at home. Love whoever he wanted. His wife was his. Chapter 78, Kissing the Devil. That's a good idea. Straight to the wife. Bosun's eyes are full of fondness, and from time to time, he kisses the back of Hwan's neck, pastes her shoulders, and squeezes her waist. Hwan looks down at Bosun's restless hands. You're ADHD. Touching here, pinching there. Finn Seeker leaned into her ear. Come with me to the office. Hwan inclined her head. Is there such a thing as you being a host family? Guests come to the house to play and leave her alone. Understand the human condition. So many servants in the house. You know that too. A servant is a servant and a master is a master. Can it be the same? The plan to abduct his wife to the office was dashed, and Finn Seeker buried himself in her shoulder. So he'd leave early today. Come back early to be with your wife. That's what Finn Seeker thought and did. So in the afternoon he retired early and came home to find Shifu sitting cross-legged on the couch playing a game, wearing Hwan's clothes. Hwan is not there. Baby said you were late for work and left early. I thought it was a joke, but it turns out it's true. Timothy swept him off his feet. She's upstairs sleeping. Good boy. Finn Seeker immediately went upstairs and into the bedroom. Obviously it's only been a day since I've been in my own room, and it all feels strange. The air conditioning was on in the bedroom. Hwan was wearing a white nightgown. The thin quilt only covered her belly, and her white and slender calves were exposed, and with a slight movement of his mind, his hand touched Hwan's calf belly, and lovingly pinched it. My wife's soft little legs. So cute. For all, Bosun lowers his head and gives a kiss. Stealing kisses when Hwan is asleep is something he usually doesn't do a lot of, but today he's extraordinarily excited. The warm kiss was awakened by the sleeping Hwan. Woo! Hwan held down Bosun's head as an itch came from her thighs. Bosun, why are you being a hooligan as soon as you get home? Make up for last night's kiss. Finn Seeker gave her a heavy kiss on the leg before raising his head. Hwan was in a daze of sleep. So thirsty. Bosun lifts the glass of water at the top of the bed and hands it to her, staring unblinkingly at Hwan as she drinks. From her cute cheeks to her nicely moving throat, 2 clear drops of watery liquid at the corner of her mouth. He reached out and gently wiped it off with his fingertips. How long is Tokiwa going to be here? Let her be. It's only the second day. Hwan handed him the glass of water and scanned the bedside clock. You left early again. It's only 4 o'clock and I'm home, which means that Finn Seeker got off work after 3. So what? Bosun sits on the edge of the bed. It's fine to let Tokiwa stay, but I have a condition. Am I your wife? Hwan tugs on Bosun's tie and pulls him over. Can I make the call? I'm letting a friend stay at my house for a few days and I have to negotiate? Then I'm going back. It's not like I don't have a place to stay. Can make the call. Don't go. This is your home. Bosun panicked. He just wanted to say that it was okay for Tokiwa to stay as long as he wanted, but he wanted to sleep with his wife. Timothy rolled off to sleep in the guest room. You can't even make that offer? You don't look like you're convinced, do you? How can I disobey? If I'm not convinced, you'll leave home in minutes. It's not cost effective. Bo-sun wraps his arm around her waist. Wife, you like playing with my tie so much? Do you want to unlock some new ways to play? In-hwan was mesmerized by Bo-sun's face for a moment, and her heartbeat accelerated as if there was a deer bumping around. Bear with me. Thin Seeker's eyelids drooped at that. It can be fun too. Young master, in the middle of the day, do you retire early and go home just to think about those shibboleths? No. Bo-sun quickly denies it. You're pregnant, and as a husband, I need to spend more time with you to help the physical and mental health of a pregnant woman. A word is what he really thinks. I guess. I know what you're thinking. In-hwan slowly undid his tie. I won't be letting her sleep with me tonight. The sheets and covers in the master bedroom have been changed, so you don't have to be in such a hurry to come back and make up for last night's kiss. The black, dark printed tie was pulled from his white shirt, and In-hwan blindfolded and knotted it over his eyes in one motion. Play by yourself. I'm up. In-hwan tries to get up, but she is held down by Bo-sun. He hadn't even removed the tie from his eyes, and with the darkness in front of him through the tie, there was no way to accurately kiss her lips, so he wandered over to her cheek. In-hwan raised her hand and hooked it around his neck. Bo-sun, are you a kissing monster? Thin Seeker buried himself in the nape of her neck, inhaled deeply, and murmured hoarsely, No, I'm the kissing demon who's going to eat you. In-hwan softly whispered, Well, it has been eaten by you and planted 2 pups. Bo-sun's big hand touched her waist. Missy, let's just have this life once. Accomplish someone's goal twice in one sitting and then never have another baby again. He can then enjoy a happy life with his wife. As for the little ones, some of them are grabbing for babies. Joy's mom and dad take one. His mom and dad take one. He then took Hwan around. Perfect. Bo-sun and In-hwan kiss and hug for a long time in their room before going downstairs. Timothy sipped his drink and turned back to look at the two. Yo hey Shed, come down. I thought you guys were going to have to come downstairs at night. What's the matter with you? Bo-sun held In-hwan's hand. Keep the game down. You're disturbing her. Do you think our Missy is a porcelain doll? She is now. She's pregnant. Bo-sun clenched his fists. Not hitting a woman. He was going to be a gentleman. Sorry, forgot. Timothy immediately turned down his voice. In the evening, Tokiwa and Yoon-hwan sat down to watch a variety show. Bo-sun sits next to him. And even though In-hwan says that in the future, Soo will stay in the guest room, he still doesn't treat Soo well. He quietly messaged Sito. Thin Seek, form a game and call Tokiwa out to play. Get out and don't come back. Sito, what are you doing? You're crazy. You really want a divorce? That cannot miss the ex-wife's best friend. Thin Seek, you as a person. Bo-sun's face was filled with black lines. What kind of detrimental friends are these? What kind of nonsense is inside your head? Thin Seeker, I'm not going. I want to stay home with my wife. Wushu is in my house, disturbing us as a newlywed couple. It's outrageous. Sito, so that's how it is. Scared me to death. I thought you guys were really getting divorced. Sito, you're not leaving, are you? Thin Seeker, we can't even get a divorce if you're dead. Sito, you're cursing me. I'm not sure if you're not going to come out and play with me. Bring your Missy out for a walk. Thin Seeker, she's not a horse. What's the point of walking her? Hurry up. Get rid of this annoying person. Tokiwa. In less than a minute, Shifu received a phone call, and then Bo-sun watched as Shifu rejected it, and then even turned off his cell phone. Sito, she's not coming. Thin Seek's face is dark. I'm sitting right next to him. Can I not know? Chapter 79. Pregnant women should rest early. Shursua is so fun-loving personality. Suddenly changed his nature. Not go out to play. Could it be that he is in a mess? Bo-sun pulls In-hwan to his side. Missy, what has she gotten herself into? Can I help? Get it over with and get rid of Tokiwa. In-hwan whispered. You can't help. There are still things he can't help. Bo-sun wraps his arms around In-hwan's waist. There are still things he can't solve? Unbelievable. Tell me about it. Emotional debt. Can you help? You haven't even figured it out yourself. So don't get involved in other people's business. In-hwan lowered her voice and replied quietly. Thin Seeker disapproved. Strongly disagree with Yoon-hoon's words. He couldn't figure out other people's feelings, but he knew his own very well. He's only got one Yoon-hwan, and he's planted her in his life. Baby, you're pregnant. You should rest. Bo-sun's thin lips pressed to her ear. I'll carry you upstairs. There's no rush. It's only 9 o'clock. It's only 9 o'clock when you look at the time, but it'll be 10 o'clock after you take a shower and nurse your skin. Thin Seeker's lips tenderly rubbed against her ear. The wife smells good everywhere. In-hwan's ears are itchy, and Bo-sun is like suffering from ADHD whenever he's around her. Either his hands are moving around or his mouth is moving around. In short, he just won't stop. Timothy heard her softly chirp and looked meaningfully at them both. Watch your TV. Inhwan knew the woman was thinking the wrong way when she met Sua's eyes. She and Bo Sun are very innocent. Timothy picked up the drink on the table and sipped it while biting the straw and staring at them. The variety show in front of him was no longer interesting. She smiled lightly under her eyes. If you don't want me to watch, then you guys go back to the bedroom and make love. Inhwan had just said one word when her body lightened and Bo Sun had already picked her up. He couldn't wait for that. And that was an awesome assist from Tokiwa. Keep your voice down. We're going to rest, Bo Sun said with a sullen face. And then he beautifully hugged his wife and went upstairs to sleep. Timothy shook his head and picked up the remote to turn down the sound. After turning it down, she leaned back lazily and couldn't even hear it upstairs. I guess the villa should be very well soundproofed. Huan is a pregnant woman. Be a man, not a dog. Upstairs, Inhwan finished her bath. Her whole body was lazy and soft on the bed, and Bosun sat on his knees next to her to give her a massage. Inhwan thought in a daze that she still needed to exercise. She was already carrying 2 in her belly. If she was too lazy to move, how would she give birth in the future? Every time she thought about it, she wanted to punch Bosun. Lighten up. Inhwan's eyes are misted with water, hazily sidling her head. Bosun, you're hitting too hard. Don't press it. I won't let Bosun massage her in the future. It's still Young Shin's technique that's better. Bosun puts his hands on her calves. His movements become gentle and soft, not like a massage, but like a caress. His slender fingers wandering on the white calves, his movements gradually becoming colorful. Ooh, Inhwan scrunched her legs. I told you to stop pressing, so you changed it to touching, didn't you? Not allowed to touch either? Finsearch withdrew his hand and lowered his head to give her a heavy smooch on her calf. What about kissing? Not allowed either? You won't let me kiss and touch too. You are my wife. Physical contact is conducive to enhancing the couple's relationship. You're still pregnant. We need to be affectionate. It's good for the fetus. Bosun blah 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 blah. Inhwan pulled the thin blanket and covered her ears with her left hand. Sleep. Bosun sat on the edge of the bed in aggravation, daring him to talk for nothing for so long. Bosun turned off the light and slowly moved to Inhwan's side, holding her in his arms, knowing that she had not yet slept. His thin lips pressed onto the bare skin of her back, kissing her tenderly and rolling over baby wife's butterfly bone, spine, and further down the nightgown. Finseeker removed the thin sling from her shoulder and was slapped the next moment. He was dumbfounded to hear Inhwan's voice. Can you sleep honestly and get out if you can't? Can do. Finseeker gave the sling back to Inhwan's shoulders. Inhwan sighed. She didn't know what was the point of Bosun engaging in all this. Neither of them could do it now. Had to seduce her. It's annoying. Screwed up and grossed out inside. She also experienced that feeling of lust. Blame it on Finseeker. I wanted to kick him out of bed. Hey! Finseeker pressed up again and wrapped his arms around her, not fidgeting anymore. Instead, it was Inhwan who couldn't sleep, as if she had been provoked into an evil fire and was uncomfortable. She rolled over and came face to face with Finseeker, unable to see each other's faces in the darkness. Inhwan pinched him. Wife! Bosun shouts at her in aggravation. I didn't move around. He didn't even move. They just slept apart for one night and the wife wasn't used to him being around? Damn the time flurry. You said you read those pregnancy books. Read it. Haven't finished it yet. Finsearch gave an honest account. Mostly, Zhao Fu buys too much of every aspect. He had to work, and he had to leave early to come back to be with his wife, and skimmed through 2 books. What about pregnant women? After pregnancy the estrogen and progesterone levels in their bodies fluctuate and are consistently elevated. Do you know what that means? Inhwan's fingers wandered over his cheek. Representing what? Finseeker didn't understand. The 2 books he read didn't seem to be about that. Finished, tortured by his wife. Can't answer yet, but my wife's hands are so comfortable. Keep touching him, don't stop, touch anywhere. Right, further down. Wife's hand is on the knot of his throat. Love it. Wife loves him too. The body of the bar, at least his lean, firm body with abs was still worth admiring and playing with closely. Finseeker's breathing was so ragged with comfort that he was beginning to grunt. Instead, Inhwan abruptly drew back her hand. Bosun, who is not up to it, grabs Inhwan's hand and puts it on him. Keep touching, baby. No. Why? Because you didn't answer the question just now. Inhwan drew her hand out. Sleep. Good night. Late whatten. Keep playing. Tomorrow's the weekend. Don't worry about being late. Inhwan rolled over and turned her back to Bosun again. Finseek couldn't think of an answer, picked up his cell phone and hid behind it to search, and after seeing the answer, silently put the phone down. Cheerful. I know. Wifey wants it bad, doesn't she? It's not even 3 months yet. Let's endure it together. Pregnant women's bodies change and their desires become stronger. Inhwan doesn't want to take care of him. Don't come to seduce her if you know the answer. Still kissing and hugging, let her sleep or not. Inhwan touched her baby belly and began to fake cry. Ooh, baby, your poop bully mama. Not letting mom sleep in the middle of the night. He's so over the top. You guys will come out later and build him up hard, okay? Thin Seek. Scared. Chapter 80. Accompanying my wife to the maternity checkup. Missy, you sleep. Sleep. I won't move. Bosun's warm palm covers her delicate little hands. Kids, Poopy isn't bullying mommy. It's a wonder there's no bullying. Inhwan was so sleepy that Bosun managed not to move around, and ignored the hand that fell on her belly and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Inhwan didn't sleep well and ate breakfast before continuing to catch up on sleep in bed. Timothy met Bosun in the hallway. You're such a dog. She's 3 months pregnant? Can't you be a man and a gentleman? She's your wife. Bosun tightened his fists. You're full of immodesty. It's normal for her to be sleepy when she's pregnant. I didn't do anything at all. Ah, no? Timothy stares at Bosun. You don't look like that kind of person. What kind of people? How is he not a gentleman? He admitted that he was quiet in front of Inhwan. Wasn't that a disguised way to attract Inhwan's attention? Inhwan is pregnant and he is more concerned about her health than anyone else. Go play with yours? What a mess. Bosun from her side. You don't bother her. Anan. Timothy cocked his head and lazily headed downstairs. In the blink of an eye, Inhwan was 3 months pregnant. She had to go to the hospital for a variety of tests, and Bosun accompanied her. There are a lot of tests to create a profile today. Blood tests, urine tests, fetal heart, blood pressure, fasting blood sugar, liver function, kidney function, and more. Because of the twins, just 3 months into her pregnancy, Inhwan is already showing signs of a slightly protruding belly, which is a very sad sign for a super beautiful Inhwan, who is extremely demanding of her figure. Yunhwan was very quiet all the time she was doing the tests, behaved herself and was relieved to hear that the baby was healthy. Honey, I'm going to get a checkup too. Inhwan sipped her strawberry milk. What are you checking? Are you sick? Where? No disease. My physical quality bar. Holding you up and down the stairs to run a few round trips are no problem. Finn's search finished, attached to her ear, quietly said, is to check the last time to do that small surgery success or not. He'd crept in once before to check and it was gone. Got it. No need to elaborate. I'll wait in the car. Bosun collapses and tries to get his wife to accompany him, but gives up considering that Inhwan is pregnant. What's wrong with him being a big man and checking himself out? Bosun sends Inhwan to the parking lot before checking himself out. Yugwa sat in the driver's seat and turned around. Missy, what's Auntie really doing there? I don't know. Maybe diarrhea. Inhwan said lightly as she ate her sandwich. It's better not to let others know about the fin-seeking ligature. Oh, didn't you all not eat anything in the morning? Yugwa was puzzled. Inhwan chewed slowly, his eyes on her but not speaking. Yugo made a zipper motion. Got it. Shut up. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Finn always wants to save face. How can you say something like diarrhea? It's too disruptive. Finn Seeker came back after half an hour. Yugwa sees Bosun from afar. Missy, isn't this diarrhea a bit long? Does Auntie have intestinal problems? Inhwan closed her eyes. Shut up. Watch out for him assassinating you. Yugwa immediately stopped talking and held the steering wheel with both hands, waiting for Bosun to get on the car as soon as he drove it out. Bosun naturally stuck to Inhwan's side, slowly interlocked with her fingers, left hand leading the right hand, both wearing wedding rings on their ring fingers. How to match. Inhwan rests with her eyes closed, and Bosun doesn't disturb her, going back to speak to her slowly. When the couple returned home, Bosun looked at Shersu on the sofa. Why haven't you left yet? It's been 10 days. Baby, look at him, kicking me out. Timothy sipped his yogurt with a pitiful little green tea look. Thin Seek, what's Floss doing at this point? What is she doing? Making him look like the bad guy. Inhwan let go of Bosun's hand. Didn't kick you out. You live your life. How was the baby's labor and delivery today? Timothy put down his yogurt and touched Inhwan's belly with excitement and exhilaration. Pretty good. Very healthy. Babies are awesome. Thin Seek, he's meowing, and this time Flockus said all his words. What did he say? Bosun's fists tightened and tightened. Was he going to be pampering Inhwan like Shersu? He couldn't learn that sticky, soft, upturned tone. You guys are making it seem like I'm just a pregnant tool person. It can't be that you two are the real deal. Bosun was furious, pissed off and all mouthy. Yeah, of course the two of us are true love. Shersua hugged Inhwan and raised her eyebrows in triumph. Haven't you ever heard of it? Heterosexuals are for reproduction. Homosexuals are true love. Sherfu, you're quite good at stirring up trouble. Bosun clenched his teeth in anger. In favor of Inhwan's unconcerned look, he allowed Shersua to provoke him. Aha! Blow up! Same to each other. When did he pick a fight? He was all but blatantly kicking her out. Naita Sherfu has a thick skin and is like a dog skin plaster, so he can't even drive away. Mostly because she had Inhwan to protect her. What's the difference between that and a get-out-of-jail-free card? If he hadn't left on his own accord, his wife would still be angry and pissed off if he hadn't gotten Timothy out of the way. It's not cost-effective. Wife, aren't you forgetting something? Inhwan ate her Cheerios, her pretty eyebrows raised. What? Thin Seeker leaned over and whispered in her ear. Even though Tokiwa was close to Inhwan, she still didn't hear him. Is there anything I can't hear? Bosun looked at her askance. You can't hear much. Tokiwa grunted lightly. Cut. Bosun directly picks up Inhwan horizontally, and Inhwan is still holding the half-bitten Cheerios in her hand, and the rest is unceremoniously stuffed into Bosun's mouth. Thin Search half disgusted. Just what to do with this nucleus in the mouth? He contained it all the way into the bedroom before spitting it into the trash. The bright light shines into the room. Bosun hugged her and sat on the sofa, the two of them face to face. What do you care about her? Just think of her as heir. You should go to work. You should rest and rest. She stirred up trouble. Don't I know what kind of person you are? Need her to provoke? Inhwan laughed. Say, the results of the examination you just had. The result is that the surgery went well, and in the future, we won't need a small umbrella for our married life, and we won't have to worry about pregnancy. Bosun finishes and buries himself into Inhwan's chest. Woo, wife, I can't have children. You can't abandon me. I'm just 2 cubs away from your belly. Inhwan hugged his head. Bosun, you're really a dog with a heart of gold. This kind of underhanded tactic, you can even come up with it. Haven't you thought about what to do in case I have an accident? Chapter 81, Sexy Lips. Bosun was immersed in warmth and softness when he heard this. He raised his head, his eyes resolute. Don't you think nonsense? You and the baby will be healthy and safe. Yunhwan only made sure that the babies were healthy after she had a checkup today, which is like him. The pups are not in his belly and he is undaunted. She's the one who suffers. It's so easy being a dad. Envy. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Bosun asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Suddenly she was unhappy. Did Inhwan really still want a second child? Don't. 2 babies are enough. They're both only children and it's actually okay to have one. Just one too. Thin Seeker asks, there's an auction tonight, do you want to go buy something for fun? Inhwan shook his head. So what can I do to make you happier? Bo sought to make her happy. You kneel on the keyboard. Thin Seek, is she serious? Does it make you happy to watch him kneel on the keyboard? Babies, you all heard that, right? Now it's not POA bullying mama, it's mama bullying POA. Bosun touches her belly. POA isn't even bullying her. Inhwan casually said something and this guy actually started to sue. Is it even possible for her to be born in her womb to turn toward him? Bosun's eyes, however, were sincere as he met her. Can you be happy if I really kneel? Speaking as if I forced you. Who was the one who said he went home to kneel on the keyboard before and didn't end up kneeling? Inhwan poked her finger at his chest. Do my feet stink? Woman, just love to rehash old stories. It's not that I'm not kneeling, it's that you're asleep. Bosun explains. Wife's feet smell good. You didn't the next day either. Inhwan twisted. I'm leaving. Don't go. Watch me kneel on the keyboard. I have to raise the credibility issue with you so that you can trust me unconditionally in the future. Bosun picks her up. Let's go to the study. You don't think so? Are you serious? Inhwan hugged his neck. You've changed. Why don't you dislike me? You're my wife. What's wrong with spoiling you a little? Not to mention that you are still pregnant. Your mood is most important. I'm free to do as I please. I don't care. I'll do whatever I want. Bosun looks at her. We're going to live a lifetime. How can we dislike you for the rest of our lives with Missy? Inhwan unconsciously disliked him. Who wants to spend the rest of their life with you? Oh, don't live with me for the rest of your life. You really want to go to the father and leave the son. You dream. How do you know I dreamed it? Yunhwan laughed. Bosun's handsome face instantly collapsed, and he took a deep breath, frantically telling himself to calm down inwardly. It was just a dream. It's just a cheery dream. Lean. Dreams don't work either. Bosun said seriously. You're not allowed to dream like that in the future. You should dream that we love each other and grow old together. I'm so young and beautiful. I don't want to dream about any images of getting old. Inhwan wrapped her fingers around her hair. If you want to dream about it yourself. I don't have a picture of dreaming of old age either. I just dreamed you had a baby and we lived a life of gods and goddesses. It's beautiful. Bosun said and placed her on the sofa. Then with a dashing turn, he picked up the black keyboard on the desk and returned to Inhwan. He had a look of death on his face. It's like going to war. If you don't want to kneel, don't. But Bosun had that especially serious and solemn look in his eyes. Inhwan's lazy posture leaned back on the sofa. Seeing this, her beautiful eyebrows jumped, staring good-naturedly at his hesitant face. You just want to kneel like this? Didn't I read online that kneeling and then no words are allowed on the keyboard? Bosun leaned over with the keyboard and doted on the tip of her nose. Missy, you've learned the hard way online. Inhwan touched her nose. Then it's bad. Can it be as bad as you? Big bad guy. the slippers under In Hwan's feet wobbled, and with a snap, the slippers fell to the ground, and In Hwan's small white and smooth feet stepped on his knees. She stomped on his knee a couple times with a little force. Thin Seeker didn't stop her, and was even getting excited. In Hwan moved his right foot upwards and then stepped towards something. Bosun stifled a grunt and threw away the keyboard in his hand, picking up her jaw and lowering his head to kiss her. In the quiet study, which was supposed to be an atmosphere of clean work or study, there was only the sound of ambiguous kissing at the moment. Woo-hum, wife. Bosun hugged her and gasped. The doctor said it's okay, I'll be more careful, okay? It's not good. In Hwan hugged his waist, her eyes misty. It's noon, and she'll be called downstairs for dinner. Although Yoon Hwan had very little experience in that area, he didn't like to be disturbed, especially this guy. Bo-sun has a lot of energy, and it's definitely not going to end for a while. Thin Seeker buried himself in her shoulder, the knot in his throat sliding. Then I need to calm down. You're cold. I'll go out so the keyboard doesn't have to kneel. This punishment was more painful to him than making Bo-sun kneel on the keyboard. She understood the feeling of lust. No, you're not allowed to leave. Bo-sun hugged In Hwan. The two of them switched positions, becoming Bo-sun sitting and In Hwan sitting on his lap. She then wilted and started to molest Bo-sun. Restlessness, excitement, desire. You should hold back. Adults should learn to control their desires. After saying that, she meets Bo-sun's eyes bursting with lust, and In Hwan's body softens at being stared at by these eyes. She ghosted over to him and gave him a soft kiss on the lips. Thin Seeker restrained his arm around her waist and didn't move. The wife told him to hold back. In Hwan traced his lips with her finger. Did I mention that you have very sexy looking lips? Nope, it's good looking. Then you kiss again. Bo-sun restrained himself from taking the initiative, but his wife could take the initiative. A wife taking the initiative doesn't count as him not holding back. He held back. It was the wife who didn't. After marriage, they kissed and hugged quite a lot of times. After the meet, Thin searches more every day to kiss, a day without kissing him all over the body. Sometimes In Hwan woke up in the morning and could smell the saliva on his arm, all left over from him stealing kisses from her while she was asleep. It's broken. The culprit who woke up every morning to take a shower was now fishing for her with those expectant and hungry eyes. No more kisses. How else are you going to get out later? Missy, you're just sitting on my lap. I can't calm down in the first place. Might as well give me something sweet to taste. Bo-sun moves over to press against her forehead. If you don't take the initiative, then I won't put up with it. What do you mean? If she doesn't initiate, he's going to? It was better for her to take the initiative than to be kissed by Bo-sun, right? Shouldn't have complimented him. In Hwan moved over and kissed him a few times, and Bo-sun was clearly not pleased. What's a slapdash kiss? Not enough. More. In Hwan covered his lips. You hold back. We'll talk tonight. Does it have to be tonight? Not on your lunch break? Chapter 82. There's a reward for a well-behaved wife and a maternity checkup. Bo-sun and In Hwan came downstairs. Tokiwa had been starving for a long time. Although she eats a lot of fruit snacks, she still loves staple foods more. Timothy sat at the table and stared languidly at the hands they were holding. How could I have imagined a few months ago that you'd still be holding hands in such harmony? In Hwan lowered her eyes to look at the hand she was holding and immediately let go. It's not harmonious even now. Thin search lost in his heart. His wife wants face. His face does not matter. Do not hold it. Bo-sun, you also don't collapse this face. Originally there is no emotion. You still put on a stinky face. Can Hwan look at you more than twice? Bo-sun pinched his chopsticks. Shut up you. He didn't make a stinky face in front of In Hwan. Who did he make his stinky face for? Doesn't she know in her heart? Okay, I know. I'll go. I'll leave later. Timothy picked up his wineglass. Come on. Cheers. Celebrate. In Hwan couldn't drink and held the milk. You really want to go? Don't listen to him. You can stay as long as you want. That's not good to always bother you newlyweds. Well, after all, I'm going to be a godmother in the future. Godmother to make space. Baby's parents to cultivate feelings. Timothy had already booked the airfare. Going out of this villa later. Straight to the airport. She's going around to foreign fashion weeks. Not bad. Let the driver take you later. Bo-sun finally reveals a smile at Shersu. You, be good to our Hwan. She's got 3 hearts beating right now. If you bully her and upset her, I'll directly bring 20 muscular men over to beat you up. Shersuwa puts harsh words at Bo-sun. Good idea. If I get bullied, I'll call you yo. In Hwan smiled and clinked glasses with Tokiwa. Thin Seek. Oh, it was too late for him to hold on to the tip of his heart. How could he possibly bully In Hwan? That kind of bullying doesn't count. After the meal, Bo-sun doesn't care if Shersu leaves or not. He hugs In Hwan and goes back to his room for a lunch break. In Hwan lies on the soft bed, and Bo-sun's head leans over to bury itself in her arms. Just finished dinner. Thin Seeker. I'm only in my 3rd trimester of pregnancy and still need special attention, so don't get so worked up. Thin Seeker planted a few sharp kisses on her collarbone. I know, I have my measure. You rest. He hugged Inhwan. I'm in no hurry. You better be. Inhwan pulled the thin quilt and wrapped it around her body, separating Thin Seeker from the outside. Thin Seek, is this necessary? Bosun looks at her drowsy and cute appearance. Wife sleep. Wake up with a gift to receive yo. What's with the sudden gift? Wife went to the maternity checkup today, good behavior. Reward you for that. Bosun pats her back as if coaxing a child. Inhwan had received a lot of gifts since she was a child, and this was the first time this kind of excuse for a gift was given. You're good at it. Maternity good behavior in gifts. Seeing her eyelashes fluttering, Bosun moved over and whispered, does my little princess need a kiss before she sleeps? It's too hot. Bosun lifted the thin quilt she had wrapped around her body and covered the two of them, unable to let go of his wife. It still made sense to cuddle up and take a lunch break. After being pregnant, the whole person becomes lazy, and today, when she went to the hospital for a checkup and got up early, Inhwan couldn't carry the sleepiness and quickly fell asleep. Bosun stared at her without blinking for an instant, touching her little face and kissing her shoulder, and time passed quietly. When Inhwan wakes up, Bosun is still watching her. She was stunned for a moment, wondering if Bosun had woken up shortly afterward, or if she hadn't slept by keeping her like this. Is he ironclad? How come you get so little sleep? Bosun silently got up and handed her the glass of water. Inhwan took small sips of water as Bosun got out of bed and went out. Inhwan only looked at Bosun's back before she held her water cup and leaned against the bed and launched herself into a daze. Bosun returned soon after, holding a black box. Your gift is here. The two exchanged hands. Inhwan opens the gift box, and Bosun casually puts down his glass of water. Open the box. Inside or black packaging. This kind of packaging. Jewelry. Right. A 100-carat emerald necklace appeared in front of her. I bought it from a collector, and I think it just fits Missy. Bosun sits on the edge of the bed. Happy? It's more fun than watching you kneel on the keyboard. I'm not even kneeling. No, this keyboard still has to kneel. Otherwise how can I improve this credibility? Bosun finished getting up, but in an instant he sat down again. Kneel again tonight. Missine had received a lot of jewelry since she was a little girl, and it was hard to find a piece that matched Inhwan that Inhwan didn't have. He wasn't poor, and neither was Inhwan, and it took a lot of effort to find a necklace. Looking at Inhwan, I think she likes it. I behaved myself next labor and delivery. Inhwan twisted her waist happily. No girl is unhappy to receive beautiful jewelry. She was in a very good mood right now. I see, and there's a small gift for the next labor and delivery. Bosun rubs her hair. Do you want to try it on? Yes, but not in this outfit she's wearing right now. This nightgown doesn't deserve this jewelry. A few minutes later, Bosun stood in the bedroom doorway. What's going on? How did you get kicked out somehow? Thin Seeker leaned against the wall, hands in his pants pockets, and suddenly wanted a cigarette. He hasn't smoked since the night he carried Inhwan away in front of his friends. He's not much of an addict, and it's inevitable that he'll smoke a few at social functions. Now the heart is fidgety. Can't suppress the fluttering of the heart. Want to smoke a cigarette to calm down. Inhwan is pregnant and he still smokes. He won't be able to get into his wife's bed tonight. Bosun thought about Inhwan and desperately tried to hold back. After a while, Zhang Xiao came out from inside. Auntie, you can go in. Now. Ha, where are the people? Zhang Xiao closed the bedroom door. Bosun went in from the checkroom side when he heard the commotion. He couldn't wait to see his wife. Inhwan stood under the bright crystal lamp, wearing a one-shoulder black evening dress, with the set of emerald necklace on her white neck, her hair simply tied up, and only lipstick on her delicate and pretty little face. But it was enough. Inhwan was born to be a gentle, elegant and generous young lady with bright eyes and white teeth. Just standing there was the brightest star in the crowd, shining brightly. Inhwan inclined her head slightly and spread her hands out. Isn't sis gorgeous? Well, the wife is gorgeous. Bosun took out his cell phone to take pictures. Of course he wanted to commemorate his wife being so beautiful. I've just had Young Shin film it, so I'll pass it on to you later. Thin Seeker doesn't listen and is about to take a crazy shot with his cell phone. Other people shoot for other people. He's going to shoot for himself, and he's going to surround himself with Inhwan. Inhwan stood and didn't move. Mainly because I don't really trust your photo-taking skills. Bosun, you have very bad photo-taking skills. When I went on my honeymoon before, I asked Bosun to take a picture, and it was just miserable. 1 out of 100 is watchable, even if he's playing superbly. Chapter 83, The Good Night is Short. Thin search of the photo is a continuous shooting method. Click click click, a wild shot. Thought he could shoot, what a blockbuster. The results of M. Her fairy-like face couldn't even carry Thin Seeker's photo-taking skills. Let's see you shoot. Bosun also took it to Inhwan in a particularly arrogant manner. The shot seemed to be a lot better this time around. and at least a couple of them you can still make out her face. There's something Thin Seeker isn't good at. 2. It's okay, you've already made progress. Inhwan felt that she was being extra gentle at this moment, her body radiating the light of a holy mother. How nice. Thin Search's words made her want to explode. Inhwan touched her belly. For the sake of the jewelry, she endured. I'll teach you. At least don't move around when you take pictures. Don't shake your hands. Focus a bit. Don't just pick it up and take a picture. The angle light is very important. You're taking pictures while you're still moving your cell phone. What kind of good-looking pictures can you take? Inhwan still couldn't help disliking him. Thin Search is full of bones, and the more he dislikes him, the more excited he gets. No, faces are coming together to stick together. Yoonhwan takes a selfie with Bo-seek's cell phone and their faces appear on the screen. Look at the camera, not at me. Bo-sun looks at Inhwan on the screen. His wife is so beautiful. After Inhwan took the picture, she hands it handsomely to Bo-sun. Compare it yourself. Isn't what I took more than 10,000 times better looking than what you took? Aha! Thin Seeker operated his cell phone, and the photo he had just taken became his cell phone wallpaper, and sent a friend circle in the process. Thin Seek, my wife is a bit good at taking pictures. It was quickly followed by a number of likes and comments. Inhwan had already changed out of the dress and necklace she was wearing when she saw that friend circle, and was wearing her pajamas in the restaurant downstairs for dinner. They had quite a few mutual friends, so Inhwan could see many comments on this friend circle of Bo-sun. Inhwan picks and reads out, Mr. Thin is so handsome. Mr. Thin's wife is so beautiful. Mr. Thin is so bold. When will Mr. Thin come out for a drink? Mr. Thin brought his wife out to have fun. She whispers, you go out and play. What's the fun in going out drinking? He had plenty of opportunities to drink in his life. And the thing about accompanying his wife in labor was that after this village, the odds were that there wouldn't be any more stores. I'll accompany you. Bo-sun serves her soup. Fetal education is for both of us. Count on it. If Bo-sun really dares to leave her to go out to eat, drink and be merry, he won't have to leave the door open for him at night. Socializing is fine. Going out exclusively is not. Yoonhwan looked away and narrowed her eyes. How is it that there are still people commenting on how we haven't gotten divorced yet? How come there are still divorce rumors? Bo-sun picked up his cell phone and flipped to that comment and directly deleted it, then sent the guy a message. We're fine. There will be no divorce. Just delete your friends after posting without giving anyone a chance to explain. In the capital, only other people come to beg him Bo-sun's part, not him beg others. Just delete it. He's fearless. You focus on eating. Bo-sun jerked her phone away and slipped it into his pants pocket. Inhwan took small sips of chicken soup. She would have spent very little time looking at her cell phone, and if it wasn't for Bo-sun sending out friend circles, she wouldn't have even looked at her cell phone. Although getting pregnant so quickly was unexpected, her own body, her own baby, Inhwan still cared very, very much. After a half-hour break from meals, you have to go for a walk to eliminate your food. Bo-sun took over Zhang Zhao's work and followed her with a small fan. Inhwan creased slowly. You're so attentive tonight. You have something up your sleeve. Ha? What do I figure? Don't you know, Missy? I don't know. Inhwan smiled sweetly and lightly. Thin Seeker came up to her ear and whispered. Hearing this, Inhwan punched him. Rascal. Missy, please remember the way you're hitting me right now. I'll hit you back tonight. Thin Seeker smiled cheaply and wickedly. Spank you on your little ass. Inhwan turned and walked back. Don't want to take a walk. If it doesn't break up, I'll make sure you get enough exercise tonight, wife. Inhwan turned around and gave him a blank look. Nasty. Bo-sun accepted it as it was. He was shameless and nasty. He craved his wife's body. He was simply a big sex fiend. The two of them enter the hall one after the other, and Bo-sun puts down the things in his hand and directly picks up Inhwan with one hand. Inhwan was startled and shocked as she met his manic eyes. You, wife, the night is short. Have fun in time. Bo-sun's pace up the stairs was steady and fast, and if he hadn't overslept on the night of his wedding night, he probably would have been in the same raging excitement he was in now. Inhwan knew he was in a hurry. Having waited for so long, it was not easy for both of them to be physically ready for conjugal life. She was excited and a little scared. Be gentle and watch your posture. Only once. Bo-sun quickly agreed. Don't worry. I've done the strategy in advance. Inhwan was skeptical of Bo-sun's words. Missy, can you have a little more faith in me? How much? Inhwan asked. Thin Seeker laid her down on the bed, picked up the keyboard he'd removed earlier in the study, and set it on the floor. It was too late for Inhwan to stop it. Thin Seeker knelt on the keyboard, holding her ankles, and lowered his head to place a kiss on the instep of each of her feet. Wife's feet smell good, 10,000 times better than mine. Thin Seeker, you don't like cleanliness. I haven't washed it yet. Inhwan is so angry she wants to hit him, but he was kneeling on the keyboard, holding her feet, all of it, and a flash of dismay actually rose up inside him. That's odd. Fin Seeker lowered his head for a few more kisses. Unwashed smells good too. No. Want it? Fin Search insisted, kissing his way down the back of his foot to her leg. In Huan was kissed all over her body, her hands tightly tugging at the sheets, and a delicate humming spilled out from the corners of her mouth. Unconsciously, Fin Seeker leaned down to meet her eyes. Don't you dare. Fin Seeker's eyes traced her red lips and wanted to kiss them, but was rejected by his wife. Bo Sun picked her up. I've knelt down. Doesn't my wife trust me just a little bit more? Well, then how about I give you a bath? Aha. Wife, you are so good tonight. Fin Seeker's eyebrows flew up in excitement. You're full of crap, In Huan whispered sheepishly. The frosted glass door of the bathroom closed. The light inside was bright. The pattering of water sounded, and listening closely you could hear the intertwined gasps of men and women. From the bathroom to the king-size bed, In Huan was exhausted. The next day, she managed to get up late. When she woke up, Bo Sun was excited to hug and stick with her, burying himself into her chest like a big repair dog. Honey, are you uncomfortable? Okay. In Huan regretted it when she finished speaking. Shouldn't we say yes at this point? Otherwise this guy might still be dragging her into exercise tonight. That's not good. In Huan added as an afterthought. My back is a little sore. Bo Sun couldn't leave this beautiful spring light of his wife, but he was more worried about In Huan's body. Bo Sun then diligently began to give her a massage. This time he had seriously learned to ensure that better than the last massage. In Huan lay back and got comfortable. Chapter 84. Missy is in charge of playing. Mr. Bo is in charge of bringing up the baby. After 10 minutes of massaging, In Huan sat up lazily. Comfortable? Fin Seeker moved over. Not bad. Barely. In Huan touched her belly. Why does it feel like I just slept for one night, and this belly has gotten a lot bigger again? In Huan touched the left, touched the right, pinched the flesh around her waist, and her showy eyebrows instantly furrowed. Is this the power of two babies? Bigger than others who are only carrying one baby. Bo Sun even kissed and hugged and touched her little tummy last night. In Huan is too demanding of herself. He doesn't think he's gained much meat. Just a little bit of weight. Just a little bit. It's all your fault. In Huan turned her hands to rubbing Bo Sun's hair. Bo Sun's head was lowered and buried in her chest. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I made Missy pregnant with two little pups. Our good baby. It's hard to say if it's well behaved or not. Let's see if it's inherited from my character or yours. If they're all as wavy and as you are. Hey. In Huan felt like she'd break down. What's wrong with my character? How nice. A boy should be bold. What is your misunderstanding of the atmosphere? In Huan wrapped her arms around his neck. Stop it. Carry me to wash up. Okay. Bo Sun wanted to stay home with In Huan again today, but was driven to work by his wife. Bo Sun worked a few days in a row, and on Friday, he pushed off his social engagements and went home early. What's the situation? Who can tell him? Why are you here again? Bo Sun's entire body was bad when he saw Shursua. This little green tea. What are you excited about? I went abroad to play for a few days and bought 2 bags for Huan to give her as a gift. It just so happens. It can go with the emerald diamond necklace that you gave to Big President Bo. Timothy showed off the bags he bought for In Huan. Other than that, you've been quite generous to Huan. Recognizing you. In Huan slowly twisted her head. Sister, a necklace can be recognized. Although that necklace is indeed very, very expensive and rare. Need your approval? What I need is a couple's world. Tomorrow Mid-Autumn Festival. You don't go home to reunite with your family. You run to my house. Bo Sun sits strongly on In Huan's side. You like bags. I'll buy them for you. You buy it from your husband. She buys it as a gift from her best friend. The meaning is different. In Huan touched his face. What are you jealous of? It was so rare to hear the word husband from In Huan's mouth. Was it only natural for her to say husband when she introduced him to others? Mr. Bo, a man has to be generous. You can't be so petty. Just because you guys are married doesn't mean In Huan has to stick with you every day without her own socialization and freedom. Shu vibrantly educates Bo Sun. If she wasn't pregnant right now, a few days ago Huan would have left the country with me. In Huan nodded slightly in agreement. She will indeed be there. There's no lack of generosity. There's no need to lock her to me. She's pregnant right now. I'm not worried. When the baby is born next year, my wife can go play wherever she wants. Bo Sun wraps his arms around In Huan and presses to her ear. I'll take the baby. You go out and play. Really? In Huan didn't believe it. You still have that kind of realization? You misunderstand me too much. I believe you. Mr. Bo, next year I'll go out with Huan, and you'll be responsible for bringing up the baby. Shursua smiles and picks up her bag. Then I'm going home. I won't bother you little couple. Otherwise Bo Sun would have to blitz her to death with his eyes again. After Shufu left, Inhwan started lecturing her own husband. You shouldn't be so opinionated about Sherfu. I don't have a problem with that. Meh. Thin Seeker came up to her ear and blew. Who? Are you young or not childish? Inhwan slapped Bosun's arm. Go to my house tomorrow for the festival. Aha. Thin Seeker began to play deep. Call him childish, mature and high-strung to show Inhwan. Bosun's high and cold posture was maintained until he went to bed at night, and that high and cold energy disappeared without a trace when he was sticking to his wife. Their last conjugal life was a few days ago, and Bosun was eager to, but took into account Inhwan's body. It's mainly based on Inhwan's ideas. The next day, they slept in until they woke up naturally, ate breakfast, and went back to the In family. In the past, when the old man was still alive, also went home every year to get together. This year the old man has been buried deep in the yellow earth. Bosun's parents also chose to reunite with their own son this year, and together they all chose to gather at Yin's house. The In family's servants were busy early in the morning. In addition to them today, there are also people from the Hua family. Inhwan was annoyed at the sight of Huahan and Ling Yu, but the two people on the opposite side of the room rushed up to say hello. How are you feeling now, Huan? You look so thin. You don't look pregnant at all. Unlike me, when I was pregnant with Little End, I gained weight fast. The skirt Inhwan wore today was a high-waisted style with folds around the waist, able to cover her small stomach well, not to mention the fact that she was only more than 3 months pregnant, and didn't look particularly pregnant. Her whole person still looks very slender and tall. Pavilion, just no makeup, eyebrows look more and more gentle. Huan, sister-in-law will accompany you for a chat. I'm experienced about waiting for labor and childcare. Ling Yu looked at her with a smile. Look at how fat Xiao Duan is physically now. What can be eaten and what can't be eaten? I remember it all. No, our family hired a nutritionist. I believe she is more professional than you. Inhwan politely refused. That bear of a kid. Hua Duan. Meh. In the future, if her child dares to be like Hua Duan, his ass will be open to him. Okay, Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. Inhwan and Bosun go to meet the elders, and the four of them are actually playing badminton at home, and they're even all wearing couple sweatshirts, one black and one white. Baby, you're here. Yin's mother put down her racket. How's that feel? Well, Mom, I've gained weight. Inhwan hugged her mom, aggrieved. Thin Seeker stood by. What should he say or do? Oh, high and cold. Mom. Thin Seeker watched his own mother walk over to him. Bo's mother gave a without much expression, but became enthusiastic when she reached Inhwan. My precious daughter-in-law, she's getting prettier and prettier. Did Bosun take good care of you? Yes. Bosun's tense expression relaxed slightly. So was there any bullying? Inhwan pretended to hesitate and glanced at Bosun. Well, there are also. Thin Seeker was hit with a badminton racket by his own mother. Thin Seeker? Mom, how old is he? How can he hit him in front of his wife? Doesn't he want to lose face? How can you bully Huan? She's your wife, carrying your child. You're a big man. Can't you spoil your wife properly? Do you still need me to teach you? Bo's mother is furious and still wants to fight. But still, thinking of Bosun's face, he restrained himself. Bosun met Inhwan's smiling face. Wife, have I bullied you in the past few days? Chapter 85, cute as a button. Well, what kind of bullying? Don't you know if he's there or not? Inhwan grunted softly. There you go. You're bad. Bosun collapses. Fine. Inhwan, you said it. I'll do it tonight. Before Thin Seeker could finish, his mom's badminton racket hit again. Inhwan snickered from the sidelines. Thin Seeker stared straight at her. Slightly. A delicate young lady is pregnant, but she's still so mean. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to bully her tonight. No bullying Huan. It's fine to fool around before marriage, but not now. Bo's mother has no problem teaching Bosun. Before, it was also this brat who said in front of them that he would not marry Inhwan in this life, and even if it was not his parents' order, he only wanted to marry her. Now that you're married, don't you cherish it? Mom, take a close look. Your daughter-in-law was raised with a rosy and glossy complexion. So pretty, so beautiful. It doesn't look like she's been bullied. Look, the one being bullied is your son. Bosun is embarrassed to say that he's kneeling on the keyboard, but the movement after kneeling at the keyboard is extraordinarily soothing and satisfying. Okay, don't explain it to me. What matters is what Huan thinks. She's deliberately teasing you guys. Thin Seeker is spoiled and helpless. What can he do? Only to go home at night and make my wife cry with kisses. He's miserable, now being bullied by his wife. Later on, his wife and kids will bully him together. He had a smile under his eyes as he thought in his head how miserable he could be. Inhwan is led away by Bosun. In front of the pretty moonflower cluster, Bosun stops and slowly moves closer to Inhwan. Inhwan's head tilted back. Do what? Tell me honestly, Did you want it? Want what? In Hwan took a step back, and in the next second, he wrapped his arms back around him, his body pressed against his. In Hwan glanced around and found no one before whacking him on the shoulder. Bo Sun. Bo Sun pressed against her forehead. Does little Hwan want me to bully you? Change the way I bully you. Hooligans. In Hwan immediately denied it. Not really. Thinking about it in the middle of the day. Not going home tonight. In Hwan's intention was to put an end to Bo Sun's messy thoughts, but it turned out that Bo Sun got even more excited when he heard it. So excited to sleep in the room and bed my wife used to sleep in tonight. Well, my house is quite a lot. You can also sleep in the guest room, yo. I have no problem with it. In Hwan gently pushed him. Nay, Bo Sun is like a statue. He can't be pushed. I have. The baby in my belly has it too. How can mom and dad sleep in separate beds? The kids are already used to having to listen to dad's voice before bed. Bo Sun speaks to In Hwan's little belly every night. What with the separate rooms and separate beds? Not in this lifetime. The kids won't have a problem with it. They don't know how well they sleep without you. The poopy, chanting in their ears. In Hwan touched her baby belly, a gentle smile spreading in her eyes. Her baby. Thin Seeker's heart raged inside as he watched, moving over to kiss her cheek. Click. The two of them looked sideways in unison. Bo's mother took the phone and frankly admitted, the phone forgot to mute. Stolen. In Hwan believed that her beautiful mother-in-law's photo-taking skills were more than 100 times better than Thin Seek's. Sent to the group. In a group? Yoon Hwan elbowed his arm and gestured for his cell phone to come out and look at it. After they got married, the In family and the Bo family built a group, and just after her mother-in-law sent out the photos, In Hwan saw her own mother's rainbow farts, frantically praising her daughter for being so beautiful and her son-in-law for being so handsome, and so well-matched. Bo Sun stared at the photo and fumed. Why did mom's casual photos look so good, but the photos he took so seriously didn't look good? It's so hard to get a blurry shot of Yoon Hwan's face so often. Sometimes the whole person is blurry. He's a Thin Seeker. I can't believe I can't take a picture. I can't believe such a beautiful wife is not photographed well. It was his dereliction of duty. Bo Sun is still staring at the photo and In Hwan has already left with her mother-in-law. By the time he reacted, both of them had already entered the villa. Not long after In Hwan sat down to rest, Bo Sun came up to her ear. Wife, taking pictures? What's the point of taking pictures? Need my wife to come and practice her photo skills with me. I'll take more pictures of you later. Using her to practice her photo skills in order to take pictures of her later? Ugly refusal. In Hwan whispered. You're so beautiful. I forbid you to call yourself ugly. I said your photo shoot was too ugly and politely declined. In Hwan doesn't want to be a female ghost in Bo Sun's cell phone. It's ugly. What crappy technology. Doesn't match her face value. You rejected me. Thin Seeker wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned his head down on her shoulder. How can you turn him down? It's not facetious. Is it weird to reject you? Doesn't she reject him all the time? How can he make demands with his photo skills? How do you have the nerve to pout at me with so many people around? In Hwan pushed his arm. Sit still. In the past he would have been embarrassed to be in that position, but now that they're a couple, it's normal for him to do whatever he wants. But when it comes to parents, it should be a different stance. So Bo Sun sits up straight and wraps In Hwan into his arms, letting her lean against him. In Hwan, do we have to sit like this? Can't they sit by themselves? The dads came back from the game and smiled with relief to see the young couple so close. I should get an Oscar for playing along with you. After a hot and soft lunch, In Hwan returned to her room to rest. The room that Yoon Hwan grew up in is filled with Yoon Hwan's scent everywhere. After Bo Sun watched In Hwan fall asleep, he went around the room, looking east and west, trying to find a little trace of himself. No, I can't believe there aren't any. Gave her so many gifts since I was a kid. He then has lots and lots of stuff about Yoon Hwan. In Hwan, however, did not. Thin Seek doesn't believe it. He just had to find something related to him in Yoon Hwan's room. High school graduation picture. Same school counts as something related to him. Ha! Thin Seeker continued to rummage, and he really found it. A picture of the two of them as kids, in the pool in the summer. He swam in it while In Hwan put on a flamingo swimming ring, her big eyes foggy and aggrieved, pouting her lips as if she was about to cry. At that time little Hwan didn't seem to know how to swim, and he, as he was, swam around her, showing off how good he was. Turns out he's been enjoying being in front of Yoon Hoon since he was a kid. No wonder she didn't like him. Bo Sun returns to the bed. In Hwan sleeps with her little face slightly red, obedient and soft, cute as hell. Bo Sun couldn't help but take out his cell phone to take pictures, snapping a few at In Hwan before admiring his skills. Isn't that a good shot? So clear. Thin Search is satisfied. The phone put far away. Into In Hwan warm comforter, hugging his wife. Happy sleep. Chapter 86. Hwan in the hospital. After In Hwan woke up from her nap, she was the only one left in the room. She had slept with a drowsy head for what seemed like a long time. In-hwan touched her belly. Baby, did you guys sleep well? And your dad is nowhere to be found. In-hwan got out of bed and washed her face before she slowly went out. Once outside, a remote-control toy car on the ground swooshes past, followed by a speedy figure running over and crashing into In-hwan. Ouch! Hwa Duan fell to the ground, the remote control falling from his hand. Oh, ah-ha! He wailed and wailed. In-hwan's face turned pale, her body leaning against the wall in a cold sweat. She has a stomach ache. The men downstairs heard the commotion and rushed up. Thin Seeker took 3 steps and rushed up the stairs. He saw the wailing bear child on the floor, leaning against the wall, and the white-faced In-hwan. Bosun crosses over Lin Yu and dashes to In-hwan, picking her up and heading down. Drive. Go to the hospital. The downstairs was a mess. In-hwan leans into Bosun's arms. The pain coming from her stomach scares her. She tugged on Thin Seeker's shirt tightly. Oh, Bosun carries her to the car. Yin's father drives himself, and Yin's mother sits in the passenger seat. It's okay, we're going to the hospital right now. Baby. In-hwan's cheek was buried in his chest. The pain from earlier had eased quite a bit by now, but she still felt scared and panicked. You have to go to the hospital to get checked and examined for peace of mind. The In family's parents in front of them didn't dare to speak. Yin's mother looked back at her baby daughter, her heart aching with urgency. They had just arrived at the hospital and the EMTs, who had been prepared in advance, were already waiting. Bosun placed her on the hospital bed. He held the guardrail tightly. Everything is about your body. Don't you worry. It doesn't matter if the kid doesn't have one. In-hwan is what matters. In-hwan didn't have the strength to dislike him. Of course she was important, but that didn't mean their child wasn't. Who told him to run off and get ligated so impulsively? In-hwan was sent to the emergency room and started doing all kinds of tests. Luckily there was no bleeding and no placenta drop, so this accident turned out okay. The 4 men who heard the results breathed a sigh of relief. But still, In-hwan is told to stay in the hospital room for more observation to avoid any accidents. Alas, In-hwan changed her hospital gown and lay on the bed. Mid-Autumn Festival. She was actually lying in the hospital room. Bosun sat next to her holding her hand, his gaze slightly sunken, his expression grave. In-hwan looks closely and realizes that Bosun's eyes are actually red. In-hwan opened her mouth to comfort. The doctor said that the children are fine. She's in shock. Why is he condescending? Thin Seeker is blaming himself. He should have stayed by In-hwan's side the whole time. He shouldn't have woken up early and left the room himself. Even if you leave the room, you should remove safety hazards. I can't believe I didn't watch the bear and let her get hit by it. What kind of man do you think I am? It's you I care about. Bosun kissed her delicate little hand. In-hwan asked him back. What kind of man are you? You don't care about the baby in your belly. Is this how you become a father? Honey, I didn't mean that. Thin Seeker gave her a couple of boops on the back of her hand. I didn't protect you. What's it got to do with you? It's all that little brat's fault. In-hwan rubbed her small belly. Bear child. Do you think he did it on purpose? The kids don't understand. The 2 elders do. Will Lin Yeye and Hwa-han target the baby in her belly? Bosun's face changed then. I'll go back and ask. In-hwan slowly drew back her hand. Will they tell you the truth if you ask? You go back, you leave me alone in the hospital, ah? Bosun went to grab her little hand again. Not leaving you in the hospital. Staying with you. That's more like it. If it's a fox, it'll show its face. Surprisingly, it might as well be a play. In-hwan immediately called her mother and they went back at the moment to pack the things she needed for her hospitalization. Mom, just go back and tell me I'm in bad shape and it's dangerous. In-mother at this moment also face heavy. Before has been panicked, now calm down to think about. Although it is said to be a bear child hit, but it is not impossible other possibilities. She understood what In-hwan meant. They returned home and Bosun's parents had already left. They had long known about In-hwan's situation from Bosun. Auntie, is my sister okay? Hwa-han rushed up with a worried look, asking questions anxiously. They'd been going to the hospital for 3 hours. It's dark. In-mother acting up, sad eyes downcast, eyes slightly red, can't speak feeling, leaning toward her husband's body beside her. Yin's father calmed her down. Just don't ask. Mind your son. Huan Shi. Honey, you rest first. Yoon's father carried Yoon's mother up the stairs. Lin Yeye looked a few more times and walked over to Hwa-han. What does this mean? Is it flowing or not? Hwa-han covered her mouth. Know where this is? How dare you say it so directly? My sister is auspicious. She'll be fine. Hwa-han sinks his face and gives her a wink. Lin Yeye nodded in understanding. Go back and talk about it. The two were just about to leave when Yin's father's voice sounded from behind. Ho-han. Hwa-han's feet lurched. Auntie, I'm really sorry. Xiao Duan is too young to know better. He was reckless and bumped into his sister. Is she alright? We were just about to go to the hospital to see my sister. She doesn't want to see you guys for the next 2 days. Hua Han, control your son, Ainli grimaced. From today onwards, you and your family don't have to come to my house either. You're not welcome in the Ain family. Hua Han was anxious. Auntie, what do you mean by this? What happened today was purely an accident. Huan, she's still young. The baby will come again. Ainli clenched his fists, restrained the urge to punch someone, and shouted angrily, get out. Hua Han didn't dare to go forward. His aunt's aura was stern and his eyes contained anger. It seemed that the child in Ain Huan's stomach was really in a bad way. Hua Han pulled his wife into the car and left. My son was still huffing and puffing in the car. It can't really be gone. Lin Yu placed her son's head on her lap and gently patted his body. Even if it's still there, it's probably dangerous. Hua Han drives. Miscarriage hurts the body. Maybe we won't be able to get pregnant in the future. Then won't the Ain family be ours in the future? Lin Ye looked down at her son. That's not necessarily true. It's still a good idea to go to the hospital and quietly ask around. Hospital. Bosun feeds Ain Huan dinner. Some soup. Some meat. Just a little bit. Ain Huan smacked tired. Don't want it? Bosun helplessly puts down his chopsticks. With such a bad appetite. Do you want to eat something sour? Ain Huan lazily leaned against the bed. Some fruit is fine. Bosun picked up the fruit again and peeled the skin of the grapes and fed it to her mouth. You have to eat more. Wife. What? Are you trying to feed me fat? Chapter 87. Goodnight kisses. Bosun forked a piece of apple. No. Eating sensibly and eating some fruit is nutritious. How dare he? My wife is so in love with beauty. Pregnant with 2 little pups, and has a daily nutritionist who keeps a daily eye on her weight and the baby's development. Ain Huan ate and drank enough before Bosun solved his own problem of food and drink. Tonight is a hospital stay. Wife, this bed still sleeps too. Bosun took a quick shower, changed into the clothes brought by the maid, and got into bed to hug his wife. Hiss. What's wrong? Fin Seeker stiffened his body, not daring to move. Don't you know how much that arm weighs? Don't rest on my waist. Ain Huan's voice was soft while she went to push his heavy arm. Wife is in shock today. Her stomach hurts like hell. Why is his hand so cheap? Bosun lifted his hand to move it away, but in a flash it landed on Ain Huan's body again. But this time it fell in a different spot. Her hip. Ain Huan, Just don't put your hands on her, so you don't know where to put them, right? Honey, would you like a good night kiss? Not in the mood. Ain Huan was close to carving the word politely on her body. Okay. Fin Seeker lost himself against the back of Ain Huan's neck, rubbing it quietly and gently. Good night, wife. The next day, Bosun woke up early, washed up and then went to sit on the edge of the bed in a well-behaved manner. He waited for the housemaid to bring breakfast before waking Ain Huan up. Well, Ain Huan was dazed and confused, her whole body sleeping softly with little strength. Does little Huan have a wake-up call? Come and spread towards him. He can take it. But Ain Huan didn't take it out on him. She just wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her small face into his shoulder. Carry me to wash up. Bosun easily picked her up, but moved very carefully. When he entered the restroom, Bosun was still holding her. Baby had no shoes on and didn't want to put her down. Ain Huan stared at the mirror. What kind of pose is this? Carrying a baby? She slowly washed her face, brushed her teeth, and tried to use the restroom yet. Ain Huan looked over at Bosun, her long eyelashes fluttering. She didn't even open her mouth before Bosun placed her on the toilet, but he was not honest and didn't leave after putting her down. Turn around. Oh. Fin Seeker turned away reluctantly. The wife has looked everywhere on her body, and still doesn't mean it. Get out. I'm all turned around. Fin Seeker said as he slowly made his way out the door. 2 minutes later, Fin Seeker opened the door. Ready? Ain Huan looked at him, and even heard the sound of flushing water. So it must be good. Don't you move. I'll hold you. She's not that weak, but she's not wearing shoes. Forget it. Just let Fin Seek offer a courtesy. Fin Seeker held her with one arm and tried to wash her hands. I'm not wasted enough to wash myself. Fin Search can't help, but it's aggravating. Returning to her bedside, setting up the small tabletop and taking out her breakfast, Ain Huan sipped her milk as Bosun looked at her blearily. What are you looking at? Did she not wash her face? No, she's gorgeous, Ain Huan whispered. You eat. Can I get full if you watch? Wanted you to eat first. Bosun, don't give me this. Ain Huan puts down the milk and eats the xiaolong bao. Which set? Fin Seeker didn't understand. The young couple slowed down for breakfast, and before breakfast was finished, they had an unexpected visitor. Huan. At the doorway, Hua Han and Lin Ye walked in carrying baskets of flowers and fruits. Ain Huan was nauseated at the sight of their faces. She hadn't had pregnancy sickness in a long time and suddenly she wanted to throw up again. Especially that fawning, ugly face. The blood rushed to my head last night when I was on video with mom and dad and heard their descriptions, not to mention seeing it now with my own eyes. Bosun's sullen face. Should have arranged 2 bodyguards at the door. VIP ward is anyone can just come in? I'm sorry. Tuan was too naughty. We've come to apologize to you in his place. Whoever did wrong apologizes. In Hwan leaned against the bed. Is this sincerity not there? He's a little kid and doesn't understand. 5 or 6 years old and you don't even know how to apologize. Cousin, is the son you raised retarded? In Hwan sneered. Right, is he retarded? Doesn't even know how to apologize? Or did you as elders purposely let him go to the second floor to play and purposely let him punch my wife? Bosun stands up with cold hostility under his eyes. He stood at the end of the bed, preventing them from moving on. Bosun stuck one hand in his pocket. Both of you, my wife needs to recuperate, and if she wants to apologize, she'll wait until after she's discharged from the hospital, so please return. Hwahan's face was a shade of green and white. Listening to his brain buzzing, he had just been called out for his son being retarded, and now he was driving them away. Bosun, let's talk properly. It's normal for a few-year-old to be a bit naughty. You guys are still his relatives. You can't talk about him like this. Hwahan doesn't feel good in her heart. He is a child. Are you all children? If you can't hold him responsible, then it's a dereliction of duty on your part as parents. Since cousin sister-in-law bears the burden of caring for the child at home, knowing that Hwan is resting upstairs, she still takes him upstairs to play. Could it be that? Bosun's eyes are cold and ghostly. Cousin sister-in-law, you're doing this on purpose? Bosun is worthy of being a young master who is always high up in the world, holding wealth and power in his hands, and just a light look makes her afraid and terrified. Lin Yu panicked and pulled her husband's hand. No, it's not. The little kid had to go up there. I didn't stop him. I really didn't mean it. What they are doing now is for the children's future and they can't wimp out. But her expression really can't be considered calm. Bosun coldly giggled. I'll put this account on your heads. If my child has any accidents, then your children don't want to live well either. Got it? Lin Yeye and Hwahan were both shocked, dropping their baskets of flowers and fruits and leaving in a panic, saying that they understood as they went. When Bosun closes the door, he sends a message to Zhou Fu, asking him to send someone to guard In Hwan's hospital room. Wow. Worthy of being young Master Bo, so dominant. In Hwan slowly eats her after-dinner fruit. Bosun is still blaming himself in his heart right now, and although In Hwan and the kids are fine for now, this accident shouldn't have happened in the first place. You're still in the mood to flirt with me. Then what else? I'll cry for you? I'm a pregnant woman. I can't get emotional. In Hwan touched her belly. Babies, do you like such a domineering father? Love it. Thin Seeker replied. They sure do. No one doesn't like an awesome dad like me. Not always. Some people like a gentle dad. Gentle? Gentle. Is she alluding to someone? Thin Search returned to the bedside. No, my child would have to like me, including the child's mother. What's wrong with him? Suddenly coming so close to say that kind of thing. In Hwan laughed softly. Who said I like you? Self-centered. Chapter 88. Men who work are the most attractive. Yeah, did I make a fool of myself? Little Hwan didn't like me? Bosun clears the table while looking at her. Are you sure you don't? You can't even sleep without me holding you. Thin Seeker, you're making up rumors. When have I ever been unable to sleep without you holding me? In Hwan touches the small of her back and reminds herself to be calm. It's not worth getting angry over such a small thing. You'll always have that time. I didn't. I'm a good sleeper. And if I don't sleep well in the future, it'll be because I'm pregnant, my belly is big, and I'm being tossed around because of your baby, not because of you. And it's not half about you. Thin Seeker listened to her put in a harsh word. Am I that unimportant? Right. Don't you make a flag. It will fall. Bosun was just waiting for her to fall asleep and ask for his company. But with this twins, In Hwan's belly will indeed become very big in the future, and her belly will become loose after giving birth. And then the beauty-loving Miss In will be angry. That anger has to be taken to his head. How can we make her suffer less? In Hwan didn't believe it. She wouldn't be able to sleep without Thin Seeker. It's more like he can't sleep without her. In Hwan's body can't take a walk now, so she can only lie in bed. She ate and went to sleep, and when she woke up, she saw Bosun sitting on the sofa next to her, with her laptop on the coffee table, wearing a Bluetooth headset, as if she was working. I hadn't seen him working before, but now I did. It was in a hospital room, but that look was pretty serious. Well, kind of handsome. It's true that men at work are very, very attractive. Thin Seeker noticed her gaze, removed his headphones, and walked toward her. Why do you start laughing when you look at me? Don't laugh. Once you smile, you don't have that reserved and ascetic high-cold bully general temperament. Well, he wasn't supposed to be a high-maintenance persona. Honey, you're awake. Bosun helped her up. Lunch will be here soon. In Hwan lazily raised her eyes to look at him. Eat and sleep. Wake up and eat again. Eat and sleep again. I've become a pig. Then wife, you're also the prettiest, cutest, pinkest little piggy. Bosun pinches her nose. Pinch the piggy nose. In Hwan coldly eyed. Bosun pulled out his hand resentfully. We're family. You're my wife. You're a pig. So what am I? It seems his wife had anticipated this and drew him a big pig's head on his wedding night. In-hwan pushed his restless hand away. You're a dog. Pigs and dogs are all in the same family. Thin seeker In-hwan sighed. For the first time, I felt that Bo-sun, this kind of character, disliked him without any pain, and his fist hit the cotton. Bo-sun has just been asking if there is any way to make In-hwan's pregnancy easier, but pregnancy is something that is supposed to vary from person to person, based on body type. So far she's doing okay, a little bit of pregnancy sickness, not too bad, just the further along she gets her belly will get bigger and she'll have trouble moving around. He also consulted. I heard a lot of twins born prematurely. Premature birth can be, as long as the birth, live in any holding tank he can afford to live. But preterm labor is usually the result of a medical condition in the pregnant woman, so it's better not to have it. In-hwan saw him frowning. What are you thinking about? No. Bo-sun comes back to his senses. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? I'll give you a pinch. Then squeeze your legs. Bo-sun lifted the white quilt and stroked his hands on In-hwan's calves, pinching and squeezing them from the calves to the thighs. In-hwan, what's he doing? How can you pinch like that? In-hwan slapped him on the shoulder. Where are you pinching? Bo-sun hands again from In-hwan's thigh pinch back to the calf. This time slowly pinch the calf, pinch the left leg, pinch the right leg, and then want to pinch the thigh. When the door came to the voice. It's the housemaid bringing lunch. He couldn't pinch his thighs anymore. He pulled back the covers. It was okay. He could keep pinching tonight. Serve your wife dinner first. In-hwan especially doesn't like things that are too greasy these days, and the food that is sent to her home is matched by a nutritionist, and it's also very light. Whatever In-hwan eats, Bo-sun follows her. It always feels bland. Bo-sun follows In-hwan and eats like this for a few days, and he feels like he's lost weight. On the day she was discharged from the hospital, In-hwan leaned on Bo-sun. Let's go out for hot pot. Bo-sun's eyes lit up for a moment. Is that okay? Will you be spoken to? Can I eat? Yes. Why not? It's okay. I want to eat. In-hwan's last 3 words were the point. In-hwan is afraid that Bo-sun won't agree and takes his arm at once. Well, the babies in my belly want to eat. They want something spicy and salty. Eat? We'll eat outside before we go back. The two of them came home smelling like hot pot after eating out. The family's nutritionist had received word that they weren't coming back for dinner tonight, and smelling them, she didn't dare say anything to whoever made these two their patrons, only dared to say, better watch out. The baby's fine. We're eating slightly spicy tonight. In-hwan pulls Bo-sun quickly upstairs. Thin Seeker looked at her with downcast eyes. Slightly spicy? Hwan is really good at lying. Back in the bedroom, In-hwan lay down on the bed. It's still comfortable to sleep in the bed at home, but the bed in the hospital is just average. Thin Seeker leaned over, held both of her hands and kissed them. Spicy, hot pot flavor. In-hwan opened her eyes. I didn't let you kiss me. I still resent you. Bo-sun explained. I don't mind you. I didn't say I mind. Spicy is fine. My wife is spicy. In-hwan's body before she was pregnant was so curvy and luscious in the front and back. Who wouldn't say it was hot when they saw it? Don't kiss. In-hwan inclined her head. Haven't rinsed my mouth yet. The spicy kiss experience was not good at all. Thin Seeker carried her to the bathroom for the second time since he had helped his wife once before. But In-hwan has just been discharged from the hospital, and Bo-sun can only hold back even if he has some thoughts in that area. Returning to bed from the bathroom, In-hwan cowered under the covers, her small face scarlet. Thin Seeker was actually in front of her and was mortified. How could he be like that? Bo-sun hugged her from behind, his thin lips kissing on her shoulder. Wife, there's something I've never said. What? I'm going on a business trip in a couple days. Not out of the country. Just a 2-hour flight. Bo-sun can't bear to part with In-hwan. Saying this was actually to ask In-hwan if she wanted to go with him. Go ahead. It's not like I'm going to stop you from working. In-hwan touched her belly, which was a little bigger again today than yesterday. True to form, these twins are double the power of this growing meat. You stop it. Not if I stop you? In-hwan asked rhetorically. Consider it. Go. I don't want to be the woman who delays a man's work. And I don't know how comfortable my baby and I are living without you around to read to us. In-hwan can't wait for Bo-sun to go on a business trip. Otherwise, every day she's right next to her to be kissed, smooched, cuddled, fed, and snuggled in bed. Don't mention how annoying it is. Bo-sun was sad. You won't even miss me? Chapter 89. Mr. Bo is on a business trip. Hwan misses him. No way. In-hwan answered with a firm voice. After that, he fell asleep, leaving Thin Seeker alone in the dark. The wife actually didn't want him. He was a real failure as a husband. It's been a couple months of marriage and she's 3 months pregnant. In-hwan doesn't have any feelings for him? But if you have some feelings, you wouldn't miss him, would you? Bo-sun is furious and clenches his teeth secretly. He would rather believe that In Hwan is being tough-talking than that she won't miss him. He's so nice, the wife will surely miss him. Don't want to now because he's around. The day Bo-sun was going on a business trip. The driver was waiting at the door early. Bo-sun presses against In Hwan and touches her slightly raised pregnant belly. Daddy is going on a business trip for a few days, so be good in mommy's tummy and don't mess with her. Daddy will be back soon. In Hwan even heard crying. Not so much, right? Bo-sun, you're a big man. Why are you crying? Bo-sun pressed against her face and rubbed it. Wife, you have to be good too. You talk a lot. In Hwan pushed his face away. Go on. The driver has been waiting for you for an hour. He won't make the plane. It's all small stuff. There's a special plane for those who can't make it to the plane. Wife and kids are a big deal. He's about to leave. Yoon Hwan is still watching TV and actually doesn't look at him. Excessive. Bo-sun cupped her jaw and wrenched her face. And with just one glance, he was deeply enthralled by her, mesmerized by her beautiful eyes, and lowered his head to kiss her lips. At the very least, he deserves a kiss goodbye. A long, ambiguous kiss goodbye full of thoughts and reluctance. Little Hwan, you must miss me. Be sure to think of me, okay? Bo-sun reluctantly let go of her lips and kissed her heavily again with intent. I really want to carry you away. I'm not going to accompany you on a business trip. You think so? In Hwan Microsoft in her heart and stared at him with watery eyes. Hurry up. I'll go. Don't kick me out. I'm not kicking you out. You dawdled until dark and didn't even walk out the front door. In Hwan laughs. Mr. Bo, should I ask a few burly men to come and carry you to the car? Don't bother. I have legs and will walk. Thin Seeker finished and booped her in the face a few more times. In Hwan raises her hand to hit him, and Bo-sun manages to dodge it with a quick rise, taking big steps out the door. It looked like his back was dashing to the extreme, but in reality, he was forcing himself not to turn around to look at In Hwan, nor did he want her to see his vulnerable side. What's the big deal for a grown man, going on a business trip and being separated from his wife for a few days? Before they were married, they sometimes didn't see each other for a month. Sure enough, people are greedy, now living a life of days and nights with her, of love and affection. Only a few days apart hurt as much as wanting to pull the ribs out of his body. Before Bo-sun gets into the car, he also tells the servants in the house to take good care of In Hwan. After Bo-sun leaves, In Hwan sits on the sofa in a daze, with the TV playing in front of her and no interest. Yugo and Zhang Xiao accompanied her on her walk, seeing her own young lady touching her little tummy and staring out at the flowers. Zhang Xiao, miss, did you miss auntie? No, In Hwan immediately denied. What do I want him to do? He's only been gone for an hour. Maybe it's just getting on the plane now. Bo-sun doesn't know anything about the world. Don't you need to report to your family before getting on the plane? Yugwa also poked fun at her. Well, miss, you didn't miss auntie. It's the baby in your belly that misses its father. They don't want to. In Hwan turned around to go back. Not to shop. Go back to listen to the music of the fetus. At lunchtime, Bo-sun had been chanting beside him before, and it was quite uncomfortable to be alone. In Hwan didn't have much of an appetite and went back to her room for a lunch break after eating. She picked up her phone, only to realize that Thin Seeker had sent her quite a few messages. Thin dog, wife, miss you. Thin dog, honey, I'm at the airport. Thin dog, honey, why are you ignoring me? What are you doing? Thin doggy, I'm on a plane. In Hwan, pick up the phone. Thin dog, if it wasn't for Joe Fu pulling me back, I would have gotten off the plane and gone back to you. Thin dog, I'm getting off the plane. What are you doing? Thin doggy, have you eaten yet? Still not replying to the message. Please, play with your cell phone for a while. Have you forgotten that you have a husband who went on a business trip? Thin doggy, after she got pregnant, she didn't carry her cell phone around much and often kept it in her bedroom. In Hwan saw a series of messages on his cell phone and slowly typed a reply. Just finished eating. Ready to rest. All is well. Do not miss. Focus on work. Almost instantly Thin Seeker's call came. She picked up the phone. Hello, Yoon Hwan. You still know how to reply to my messages. As soon as I left, you let yourself go and have fun. Right. Forgetting that you have a traveling husband. Right. How many messages have I sent you? How many phone calls have I made? And you're just now. Bo-sun listened to the beeping sound from his cell phone. What's going on? Bad signal? On the other side of the phone, In Hwan listens to Bo-sun's broken thoughts and hangs up on him directly. Gave him the face and had the nerve to be mean to him. The phone rang again and In Hwan just stared at the screen, hanging up twice before she slowly slid her fingers across the screen, turned on the amplified sound, and placed it on the bed. Why did it just cut off? Thin Search's puzzled voice came from the phone. I can't believe it didn't occur to him that she hung up on purpose. Is he that naive? Accidentally bumped into it. In Hwan lied without changing her face. Are you okay? Bo-sun's tone instantly turns worried and concerned. Baby, Hwan, it's fine. I'm fine and ready to sleep. Yoon-hwan lies down on the bed. Hanging up. Bo-sun pinched the cell phone. Could not afford to give up his wife's warm and soft voice, and even more so, he did not want to disturb In-hwan's rest, and instructed a few sentences. In-hwan listened impatiently and hung up the phone. Thin seeker? When did the home signal get so bad? Strange. In-hwan slept for 2 hours, woke up for a walk, read a book, and it was dinner time again. Surprisingly, there was sausage for dinner today. This sausage seems to be the last time the Thin searched to Germany on business. Asked her what she wanted as a gift. She said sausage. The result is that the guy really bought a lot of sausage back. Bo-sun should be socializing at this moment. In-hwan's earlobes start to flush when she realizes she's thinking about Bo-sun. What to think of him for? How comfortable she is on her own. Don't want to not want to. After taking a shower at night, Zhang Xiao gives her a blow-dry, but she has the image in her head of Bo-sun blow-drying her hair. And after that, he puts hair care oil on her, puts too much on, and the next day her hair is so oily. In-hwan, In-hwan, Bo-sun is so doggy, just separated for 10 hours. What do you want to do with him? Do you want him to come back for sticky hugs and kisses, and be guilty of rambling next to a while? Better go to bed early tonight. Don't think. An hour later, Yoon-hwan stared at the ceiling. She can't sleep. Chapter 90, Hwan went to see Mr. Bo. Unable to sleep, In-hwan put on sleep-aiding music, and after lying down for half an hour she still couldn't sleep. Had she really gotten used to the feeling of lying in Bo-sun's arms? It's not that bad, is it? She's always been a good sleeper. It must be because I sleep so much during the day that I can't sleep at night. In-hwan turned on the light, leaned on the bed and played with his cell phone. What a small game. Brush the circle of friends, listen to music, catch up with the drama, or cannot sleep. Even finally open the domestic and foreign shopping sites and have a spending spree. A Thin seeking message suddenly popped up on the screen of his cell phone. Thin dog, wife, asleep? In-hwan returned a no, followed by a video call from Bo-sun. In-hwan answered it, and on the video, Bo-sun's face appeared in front of her, and after only a dozen hours of not seeing her, she wanted to pinch that face on the opposite side of the phone. Drinking? A little bit. Not much. Thin seeker's cheeks were slightly red, but his eyes were so mesmerized that he wanted to dive his head into the cell phone screen. That would catch her out of it. I can't sleep with my wife in my arms tonight. Not happy. Wife, I miss you so much I want to hold you in my arms and sleep. Thin seeker flopped down on the bed. What about you? I didn't think about you. I'm ready to go to sleep. In-hwan's mouth turned up. You go to sleep too. I haven't showered yet. Wifey wants to watch me shower. In-hwan, what's he talking about? The phone moved, at first to Thin seeker's face. Then the phone went into the bathroom and Thin seeker found a spot to set it down. Bo-sun, do you want to be shameless? What's your fetish? Who wants to see you take a shower? In-hwan cried and laughed. I'm not looking. Bo-sun then unbuttons in front of her. Wife, nasty, shameless, what is it? I don't have that interest. You don't take off. Hey, take it off. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Pants. You. In-hwan covers her eyes and sighs. Bo-sun's personality follows whoever he is. Check out hubby's fit and lean body to help you sleep. I'm afraid you'll be too hot to sleep. Won't you? In-hwan was still too embarrassed to open her eyes. Go to bed early if you've had too much to drink. Good night. In-hwan hung up the video. Bo-sun sent her a good night emoticon, but did not call the video again. She won't answer if you call again. In-hwan turned off the lights and lay on the bed. The light of the cell phone screen was on in the quiet and dark bedroom. In-hwan glanced at the tickets, then paid, putting down her phone and drifting off to sleep. The next day, Yoon-hwan wakes up and sees her cell phone and realizes what she did last night. How she passionately ordered the airfare. I can't believe I told Yugo. Miss, are you awake? Come in. In-hwan sat down on the edge of the bed lifelessly. Yugo walked into the room. Miss, Zhang Xiao has already packed her bags. You have breakfast and will go to the airport. In-hwan touched her belly. I cannot go? You regret it? But I've already told Zhou Fu this morning to get the room number, and asked him to leave Mr. Bo's room card at the front desk, and promised to surprise Mr. Bo, so let's go. Yugo walks up to her. Let's go. Mr. Bo will surely die of happiness. In-hwan frowned slightly. It was true that he couldn't make any decisions in the middle of the night. His brain was hot and impulsive. Who cares if he's happy or not? I want to go out to take a break and just see him in the meantime. In-hwan propped up Yugo's arm to get up. You're not allowed to talk nonsense. Yugo smiled and nodded. No nonsense. Miss is just pregnant and wants to go out to take a break. It has nothing to do with Auntie. Yeah, that's it. The plane landed just after noon. Zhou Fu contacted the driver to pick them up. Getting into the car, In-hwan looked out the window at the unfamiliar street scene and felt incredulous. How did that happen? Inexplicably, it came here from home. I said I didn't want him, but I bought a plane ticket to come over. It's even still a morning flight. Bo-sun must be socializing at noon. When they arrived at the hotel, In-hwan got the room card Jofu had left behind and opened another room for Yugwa, then went into the hotel to rest. In-hwan enters Bo-sun's room, where this guy was last night, holding his cell phone, going into the bathroom, and surprisingly trying to get her to watch him shower. Hooligans. After putting down my suitcase and sitting for a few minutes, the doorbell rang. In-hwan goes to open the door. Yugwa comes in carrying lunch. Miss, eat first, have a good rest after that. Jofu said that Mr. Bo and the boss of the company across the street went to play golf. I don't know when they'll be back. It's not like I'm waiting for him. We'll take a 2-hour break and then go out for a stroll. Yugwa nodded. I'll listen to Miss. It's not going to be just fine. Strolling out to the golf course, is it? Miss, you're a tough talker. It turned out that In-hwan really did go shopping in the afternoon, swiping her card to buy and sending her back to the hotel. Yugwa followed suit and was inexplicably given so much more. In-hwan stood in front of a men's clothing store and ghosted in. Yugwa's eyes instantly lit up. Miss, you're finished. You fell in love. Usually see thin seek his shirt, suit, tie. Have not seen thin seek tie knot. Gifts should be different. In-hwan buys Bo-sun a suit, and instead of letting the store send it back to the hotel, this one is carried by Yugwa, and they go back to the hotel together. After leaving the elevator and turning a corner, In-hwan looked at the man and woman in front of him who were side by side in the constellation, and that bit of longing disappeared without a trace. Ha, yeah, thin seek, you're pretty fancy. Outwardly hating him for letting him watch him bathe and backstabbing other beautiful women. Why don't you get up there and let someone else slap you twice? Yugwa followed In-hwan's side. What's the situation? Why is Mr. Bo walking with a woman? You're not going into the room, are you? OMG. Mr. Bo, you're finished. You're dead. In-hwan really wanted to turn around and leave, but her pride and self-respect wouldn't allow her to bow down. Even if you are cheated on and cuckolded, you have to say it to your face, and then leave with a high degree of pride. Flinging a divorce agreement to Bo-sun. Love whoever. The two in front of them stopped at the door of the room, and the woman took a step towards Bo-sun. Bo-sun steps back, and his afterglow catches a glimpse of In-hwan coming down the hallway. His dark eyes, which had just been dark and sullen, instantly lit up, and he took a big step over to him. Wife. Aha. Bo-sun is as excited as a dog inside. Excited and pleasurable, and picks In-hwan up in a hug. Why are you here? Did you miss me? How is his wife so nice to suddenly show up and give him such a big surprise? In-hwan, however, was cold. Put me down. You're pregnant. You should be more careful. Bo-sun carefully puts her down and holds her hand as he walks to the door of the room. Introducing, this is my wife, In-hwan, Mr. Yu's daughter-in-law, Yui. Chapter 91, the wife is here. Happy, MS. In, good evening. Yui extends his hand to In-hwan. In-hwan looked at the outstretched hand, gently held a little fingertip, and quickly withdrew it. She said lightly, you guys went golfing together this afternoon. My husband is a good golfer, isn't he? Any holes in one? I'm not playing well at all without my wife. Bo-sun is in a beautiful mood right now and doesn't want to waste time with pleasantries. He just wants to go back to his room and hug his wife. Is that so? In-hwan spoke softly. Could it be that it was because someone had hooked your soul that caused you to misplay? Always thinking about the wife. Bo-sun can't wait to open the door. MS. You, see you at the dinner. Bo-sun leads In-hwan inside, and Yugwa follows, putting the suit in her hand and closing the door. She stared at the back of Yui, who opened the door across the street, and made a small fist gesture. Just with you, you still want to seduce our aunt. Think beautiful. Yui suddenly turned his head. Yugwa fists could not be retrieved in time, silently unfolded, and raised his left hand to repeat the action just now, pretending to dance, humming away. La, 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 la. Yui was bewildered for a split second, then whirled into the room, and across the room. In-hwan shakes off Bo-sun's hand and sits down with a cold face. Why are you giving him the cold shoulder when you've come to surprise him? Bo-sun comes closer to In-hwan and reaches out to encircle her waist, saying that you don't want me on your lips. You ended up quietly running here, and Jofu actually didn't reveal half a word. This is too much of a surprise. Bo-sun wrenched In-hwan's face. Give me a kiss first. In-hwan mercilessly covered his lips. No kiss. I think it's fine if I don't come. You're having fun with the other beauties. When was I happy? In-hwan, In-hwan, you're not being reasonable. I'm happy because you're here. I'm happy because you're here. Was I happy before? In-hwan coldly eyed. Although I can't see your face, I think from your back, you're just happy and excited. Thin Seeker is going to be furious. The partner's daughter. If he doesn't greet her with a smile, does he have a bitter face? So is this partnership still going to work? Thin Seeker held her white wrist and pressed it against his neck. I didn't. You're looking at it wrong. And there you have it. Although it is important to pamper the pregnant woman, and it is important that the pregnant woman is in a good mood, but Thin Seek is not stupid. It's never a good idea to be blind about right. Right. I have. Wouldn't that be a divorce decree thrown in your face in a minute? I didn't. Bosun still insisted on his idea. I was just responding to a social call. Even if I laughed, it was a fake laugh. I'm genuinely laughing now because my wife is coming for me. Die of excitement. Happy as hell. What does that mean? In Huan. Is a hard mouth and a soft heart. In the heart love him, love cannot be extricated. But as a result, the mouth still dislike him. How long would it be before she, this loving and unaware, would open her heart and say I love you to him? He waited. I'm not here for you. I'm here to play and shop. In Huan drew her hand out. Don't flatter yourself. Bosun followed her line of sight before realizing how many shopping bags were in the living room. Buy. Honey can buy whatever she wants. Wife. Bosun continued to move closer to her. Since he had come to him, it was impossible to say no without a kiss and a hug, wasn't it? But Inhuan is still angry. Bosun lowers his eyes. His white tender hand propped up on his chest. Baby, aren't you going to the dinner party? Go shower and change. A kiss first. No kiss for you. You don't deserve it. Inhuan came to him with excitement. Even bought him clothes. This dog of a man, letting her see him talking to other women side by side as soon as she arrived, and want to wear the clothes she bought. Nice try. Wear it for the dog, not even for him. Still want to kiss her. Dream on. Bosun grabbed the back of Inhuan's hand and booped and kissed it a few times, then raised his eyebrows in triumph. Can't kiss the mouth and still can't kiss the hand? You got my hands dirty. Inhuan pulled a tissue and wiped the back of his hand. Not dirty. Thin Seeker happily went to take a shower. He saw Inhuan's suitcase by the bed, and instantly had unlimited motivation to work or whatever. His heart was filled to the brim. He loves Inhuan. He is willing to unconditionally spoil her, accompany her and spoil her, but he also hopes that Inhuan will respond to this love of his. The fact that Inhuan came to him today was a response to him. Bosun quickly shuffles out as Inhuan stands in the middle of a large pile of shopping bags and stares. Honey, what are you looking for? Skirt. Inhuan picks up one. It's not. Then another. Still not. What kind? I'll find it for you. Thin Seeker leaned over, bulging his arm muscle lines to rummage through the shopping bags. Thin search at the moment on the body only surrounded by a white bath towel. The upper half of the body is so naked in front of her. Last night has been unable to sleep, and he opened the video, and saw this pair of beautiful lines. Robust body posture. Almost. She degenerated to the point where she really watched Bosun's shower video to fall asleep. You go change. Thin Seeker looked around. All women's. All yours. None of mine. No. Why would I buy it for you? Look for the whatchamacallit. UE will buy it for you. Inhuan pushed him away. Get out of the way. Out of the way. He then asked casually. Inside, there was a vague expectation, but no indifference. After all, his wife had come to him. What more did he want? I'm afraid you're not comfortable bending over. I don't have a big belly right now. Inhuan rubbed her belly. Just that one. Bring it out. She has to wear high-waisted ones to cover her stomach. Bosun takes out the long white lace-trimmed dress and holds Inhuan's slender arm. I'll accompany you to change. I'm not at a point where I can't live on my own. Inhuan's mouth was disgusted, but in reality, her arms were so strong that her body weight was pressed on his body. The two of them had just stepped out of the shopping bag spread all over the floor when Bosun picked her up. Into the bedroom. On the bed, the dress falling beside it. Missy, why are you so bad? Just pour. Why are you pulling my towel? It's not like I won't show you. Why are you still quietly making it bad? Inhuan was speechless to the core. Did she rip off his bath towel? No, she didn't pull. The towel fell off when I put her down on the bed. Luckily, Bosun was still wearing pants inside the bath towel, or she would have grown pinpricks. Inhuan's small face was scarlet. Who wants to pull your bath towel? I'm pregnant now. I'm not interested even if you have a good body. That's disappointing. Behave yourself. It's time for us to change and go down. When are they going to get out when Thin Seek is dawdling like this? The point is she felt hungry. Not for some dinner party, but to fill the stomach. Isn't it hungry? Bosun touched her slightly convex pregnant belly, as if it had only been separated for a day and had gotten bigger again. Babies, have you been good while daddy's been away? Has mommy been good? You guys whisper to me if mommy misses daddy. Bosun speaks to her pregnant belly, finishing with the corners of her mouth slightly hooked as she looks at Inhuan. Do you want me? Chapter 92, Leading the Knot for Mr. Bo. Fin Seeker is too talkative. So much at once. In-hwan didn't even know which one to answer. But think of him as a person who would never answer such a question. Having said that he misses him, the guy absolutely floats. Just a little hungry. In-hwan stroked his hair. So can you get out of the way? They change their clothes and get out. Fin Search kissed her small pregnant belly through her clothes. Do you need your husband to help you change? No need. Fin Seeker lost it for a moment and turned to go change. He stood right next to the bed, exposing his back to In-hwan. As a result, In-hwan undressed and changed her clothes, not even looking at him. After changing her clothes, In-hwan replenished her lipstick and still felt it wasn't enough. She opened her suitcase again and put on her earrings and necklace and the wedding band that sparkled on her ring finger. The ring is too big and sparkly. She doesn't normally wear it. Dressed up, In-hwan took his arm. Let's go. Fin Seeker couldn't move from her face. His little green plum, his little pregnant wife, the tip of his heart, so beautiful. Walking to the door, Bo-sun looked at the shopping bag placed. How come there is still here? And it doesn't look like women's clothing. This sign. Go away. What are you looking at? In-hwan didn't want him to realize it was for him. Bo-sun leaned over. Hwan, this looks like a suit. You bought it for me. No, picked up by the roadside trash can. In-hwan cold face. This Yugwa trash can pickup should be thrown into the trash can. Why put it here? Bo-sun picked up the shopping bag. Inside was a whole set. Shirt, suit pants, and a bow tie. Good for you, Yoon-hwan. That mouth of hers is so soft to kiss. How come the words come out so hard? Would it kill you to say you bought it for him and cajoled him? Wife, wait for me. Bo-sun gives her a kiss on the lips. I'm going to change into the clothes you bought me for my wife and go. In-hwan, men are such a pain in the ass. In-hwan lazily leaned back as Bo-sun quickly stripped off the clothes on her body and then put on the clothes she had just bought. He took 3 or 2 steps to her, already wearing his suit jacket, his white shirt unbuttoned. In-hwan naturally raised her hand and after helping him with a button, her entire body froze. What the hell? It's amazing how natural she is. Fin Seeker had helped without even saying he wanted her help. Bo-sun's eyes are filled with In-hwan's pretty and warm little face. His wife has behaved herself today, though an hour ago it was angry. In-hwan hated to smack her own hand right now. Why are you buttoning him up? Doesn't Bo-sun have any hands? Okay. Bo-sun ties his shirt into his pants and hands In-hwan the bow tie in his hand again. I haven't worn this before. How could you not have worn it? That's all I remember you wearing. Fin Seeker lowered his head. My wife put it on me. Hold back. It's not easy to get angry for the sake of the baby in your belly. In-hwan put a bow tie on him. You used to wear a bow tie, wear a tuxedo, and perform on the piano in elementary school, on June 1st Children's Day. Is that so? Missy still remembers things from that long ago. I'm sure you've been impressed with me since you were a child. Bo-sun touches his bow tie. So, have you been in love with me since that time? It was only on purpose that he was given this set of clothes. You dream. In-hwan turned around and opened the door to go out. Although I didn't appreciate it properly, Bo-sun wearing a bow tie is still very handsome. Bo-sun held her hand. Who let us 2 childhood sweethearts? Who let you as a child wearing a tutu said you want to marry me as a wife? I think about it, not very normal. On the contrary, when she was a child, she said, Brother Seeker, I will marry you in the future. How could he possibly help when he ended up sending love letters to someone else at puberty and asking for his help? That one of mine was childish. In-hwan didn't know what she was thinking at that time. It's probably because Bo-sun, despite his harsh personality, does have a high face value and has displayed handsomeness since he was a child. As a girl, of course, like pretty, beautiful, handsome. At that time she did not even understand what the meaning of marriage. Right, only know that marriage is 2 people can be together. Her childishness was his ideal in life. He was lucky to have held her hand and would hold it for the rest of his life. When the 2 of them enter the dinner, Bo-sun arranges for her to sit down on the couch and then goes to get food for In-hwan. The dinner seems to have nothing to do with Bo-sun as he concentrates on taking care of In-hwan and filling her stomach. There you are. Yui came over with the champagne. I thought you guys didn't come. My wife is hungry. So let's eat first. Mrs. Bo is so beautiful. Yui brings a glass of red wine and places it in front of In-hwan. As the host, I'll toast you. Sorry, I don't drink. In-hwan politely declined. Can't you see the juice next to her? And let her drink. Why doesn't Mrs. give face? Is she misunderstanding something? Yui slightly bends down. I can explain. In the afternoon, Mr. Bo and we just played golf together. Whether you guys are playing golf, bowling, or beating each other up, I don't have a problem with it. Men, work socializing, I can understand. In-hwan smiled warmly and lightly. Fin Seek, what the hell is a mutual assault? MS. You, my wife, she's pregnant now, so feel free to do as you please tonight and leave us alone. Bo-sun pushes the glass of wine over. We won't drink the wine. Pregnant? No wonder it seems to have a different kind of gentleness. Congratulations to the two of you. You just got married not long ago and you have a little baby so soon. So happy. Yui finished, picked up the champagne and drank it. As he left, Yui looked meaningfully at Bo-sun twice. You go and socialize. In-hwan elbows Bo-sun. I'm full. You're full. I'm not. Yeah, so, you stay. I'm tired from shopping today. I'm going back to rest. In-hwan patted his shoulder. Hubby, cheer up. Make more money. You still have a wife who spends money like water and 2 babies in your belly to support. Bo-sun didn't feel that In-hwan spent money like water. And even if she did, he could afford to support her. Bo-sun held her hand. I'll accompany you back. What are you accompanying? You have not seen a single person from the cooperative tonight. I see several people want to say hello, but in the way of me being here, they have not come over. In-hwan was very helpless against the thin seeker who was sticking over. I'm just going back to my room. It's not like I'm going back to the capital. Bo-sun really doesn't want to give up. Let Yugwa come down to pick you up so I can let you go. Okay. In-hwan didn't have her cell phone with her either, so Bo-sun sent a message to Yugwa. After sending the message, Bo-sun wrapped her in an embrace. I'll be back soon after a social call. Yugwa comes to the banquet to pick up In-hwan before Bo-sun picks up his wineglass and walks towards the partner. Mr. Yu. Chapter 93, Mr. Bo only wants to be with his wife. Bo-sun's heart is attached to his pregnant little petite wife. And even if he's only been separated for a few minutes, his heart has already flown back to the hotel room. I wonder what Hwan is doing. So, 20 minutes after In-hwan left, Bo-sun politely said goodbye. He's going back to be with his wife. His wife is having such a hard time with her pregnancy. He should be there. The sound of high heels came from behind him, and Bo-sun didn't care. The figure joined him in the elevator. Yui turned her head sideways, her gaze unabashedly sizing up Bo-sun. She has seen many handsome men and slept with many, and she has seen men of Bo-sun's type, but the first one is reserved and handsome as him. Thin search of this man, whether it is the body appearance, or temperament posture, at first glance is the kind of very desire. Very will-do man. Madam is pregnant. It's been inconvenient lately, hasn't it? Yui reaches out towards Bo-sun's shoulder. Bo-sun sidestepped and dodged, his gaze in his eyes instantly becoming cold and ghostly. Miss Yu, please respect yourself. Don't be so excited. I don't need you to be responsible. It's just for fun. Yui only wants to spend a night with Bo-sun. 2 nights isn't out of the question if they're right for each other. Bo-sun sneers. MS. You, do I look like that kind of irresponsible wannabe? My wife is pregnant and you're asking me to accompany you? Are you nuts? All my life I've only liked In-hwan and only wanted to stay with her. And I'm sick of riding in the same elevator as you right now. Bo-sun is furious to the extreme, not realizing that this Yui actually has that kind of mindset. Why are you so excited? I have said that I don't need you to be responsible for it. I'm just enjoying it. Could it be that in your life? Mr. Bo, you've only slept with one woman. Her, too, and it's not a loss? Yui was not intimidated, but instead became more and more attracted. Thin Seeker is so sexy and manly like this. Very challenging. Soon after they got married, Yoon-hwan got pregnant. Sure enough, it's Stron, isn't it? My room is right across from yours, so if you figure it out, you're welcome to knock on the door anytime. Yui smiled flirtatiously and took the lead out of the elevator. Thin Seeker clenched his fists. Sick. Bo-sun returns to his room and In-hwan is in the bathroom taking a shower. Trying to change hotels. An obscure woman lives across the street. The woman who had bad intentions towards him. The woman who lusted after his body. Bo-sun stands at the bathroom door, scratching his heart. Wife, honey, you have to do it for me and declare your ownership. I am yours. You can't be missed by other women. The sound of water in the bathroom stops, and In-hwan wears a nude pink nightgown and opens the door, where Bo-sun stands across from her with a ghostly gaze and a bit of resentment. What's going on here? In-hwan raises her hand and touches Bo-sun's face. Back so soon. You're done socializing. Wife. Bo-sun aggressively hugs In-hwan. Wife, talk. What's going on? What's going on? He can't say. Can't let my wife worry. Missed you so much. I came back. Thin Seeker lowered his head and buried it in the crook of her neck. Freshly showered wife smells good. The wife still smells the same as she did at home, and she came out to him with all the shower gels in the house. Not bad for a petite young lady who can't get used to the stuff in outside hotels. Honey, should we change hotels? Isn't this the best hotel? What else to change? Thin Seeker. What happened? In-hwan doesn't believe that Bo-sun would bring up the idea of changing hotels for no reason. Wife, are those the only words you can say anymore? In-hwan was held tightly by him, his burning breath still falling on her shoulders and neck, and he smelled slightly of alcohol, but his tone and state of mind felt out of place. She then left for half an hour. Bo-sun, are you being bullied? Who is it? Dare to bully him? In-hwan pats Bo-sun's back. take a bath and sleep if you're not feeling well. In Hwan's voice is so gentle that Bosun indulges in his wife's tenderness. Wife, wait for me, let's sleep together. He, just wants to sleep with his wife. In Hwan replied softly, aha. Bosun lets go of In Hwan and goes to the bathroom, which still has some water mist, and the smell of shower gel, the smell of his wife. He took a quick shower and headed out with a towel around him. In the room, In Hwan leaned against the bed, and a melodious and pleasant piano music came from the small and cute white Bluetooth speaker. This is Yoon Hwan's bedtime birth control. In Hwan said that he, as a father, was grumpy and not elegant at all, and worried that his child's personality would be like his in the future. So he began to cultivate an artistic temperament from his mother's womb. He can play the piano. He's obviously very artistic too. As soon as Bosun gets into bed, In Hwan smells him. You used my body wash. Bosun wraps her into his arms. Wife's body wash. It smells so good. Not really for you. Where does it not fit? It doesn't fit anywhere. It's not like the two of them have the same skin type. And doesn't he think it's strange for Bosun, a big man, to use such a fragrant body wash? Never mind. It was Bosun's antics just now that had her more hung up than the shower gel. It's so weird that Yoon Hwan is sticking to him. The towel needs to be ripped off, right? Who sleeps in a bath towel? In Hwan reaches out to tug, and while Bosun doesn't say a word on his face, his body lifts his hips in a very cooperative manner. In Hwan pulled the towel and threw it out. I thought you weren't wearing it inside. Finseeker's thin lips pressed against her forehead. Baby, if you like me not wearing it, you can take it off for me. I don't have. There was soothing music playing in the room. What a topic they were talking about. Finseeker nuzzled against her cheek, holding her hand toward him. The location where In Hwan's palm fell made her not dare to move at all, and the words she wanted to question were choked in her throat. What a thing to call it. She came all the way here and had to be bullied by Bosun. He tenderly kissed In Hwan's side face. Wife, we haven't been in the same room for a long time. Well, is tonight okay? I promised to be gentle. He did it last time. Yoon Hwan will agree, right? In Hwan's waist was softened by the kiss. Did you come back from the banquet in such a hurry just to come and bully me? No, it's to come and accompany my wife. Bosun flattens her. How can I leave my wife alone in the room when she came to me? In Hwan wrapped her arms around his neck. Just a little sleepless without him to sleep with last night. Without this hot, rolling body to cradle and testosterone to surround. The gaze in front of him grew hotter and deeper, and his heart beat like a drum, thumping. She could have woken up last night without coming to him even if she had booked a plane ticket in her foggy mind. But she hadn't. In Hwan no longer wanted to admit that she was missing him at the moment, and it didn't seem like it would even work to just come over. It's over. She actually developed feelings for Bosun. Finseeker sent a light sip to her softly scented lips. Although In Hwan doesn't say it, Bosun will make up his own mind. It's when you miss him, when you can't sleep well without him with you, that you come to him. He murmured hoarsely. Missy, want one? Chapter 94. Missy is crying. It was raining outside the window and warm inside. On such an early morning, lying with the woman he loves, Bosun, who has always been an early riser, is not willing to get up. Yoon Hwan was a good boy last night. It's dainty and soft and cute. At this moment, In Hwan had not yet woken up. Her red lips pursed slightly. Some ambiguous images from last night appeared in Bosun's mind, and he couldn't help but move over and kiss her on the lips a few times. Well, In Hwan's eyelashes fluttered lightly. Her small hands grabbed and wrapped around his waist, her entire body lazily arching into his arms. How cute! Bosun tenderly wraps his arms around her slender back. It's raining outside. Sleep a little longer. Well, In Hwan also heard the rain, and it seemed to be quite heavy. Then it's a day to go nowhere but to stay in the hotel. In Hwan said softly, but I'm hungry. Squint a bit and have the hotel attendant bring in breakfast. Bosun lowered his voice as if a louder voice would scare her. Originally, In Hwan had planned to go home today. I can't get rid of my lazy ass when it rains. I can't get rid of it in this lifetime. In Hwan was in a daze when she suddenly heard Bosun's laughter. She had been unconscious, but Finseeker's voice sobered her up considerably. What are you laughing at? Suddenly, I remembered when you were in elementary school. It was pouring rain and you didn't want to go to school. Crying and fussing. Bosun stroked her soft hair. Yes? How can that be? I love studying so much. In Hwan denies it. Bosun, don't slander me, okay? In the future, we have to educate the children's. Those bad behaviors and habits can't let them know. Otherwise how can we establish our majesty as parents? So, there's no crying in my life because it's raining and I have to go to class. Remember? In Hwan's skin is fair and delicate. The nightgown halter slips down to the shoulders, neck, collarbone. To the chest of the skin are deep and shallow hickeys. This kind of petite, soft and boneless appearance said fierce words. In fact, half a bit of deterrence is not. Bo-sun has boundless favor in his eyes. Missy, I remember. You've been a good learner since you were a child. In-hwan touched her slightly convex belly and warmly taught the fetus. Babies, mommy and daddy both love learning. Yes, mom is right. Mom is the biggest in our family. Listen to mom. Bo-sun's large palm covers In-hwan's white palm, echoing her words. In-hwan gave him a look. Don't they say you can't look at anything when you're pregnant? How is it that after she got pregnant, Bo-sun, who used to look at her in a bad light, became more and more agreeable to her? He was naked, and the hickeys on those shoulders, on his collarbone, were from her last night. A little bit of excitement, a little bit of astringency, a little bit of lust, and his eyes were so hooked and tangled they could have been stretched. It looked better, but In-hwan was too embarrassed to keep looking. She pulled on the slipping straps and got up and out of bed. Finsearch stared blearily as she went into the restroom and called the hotel service. In-hwan shuffled around and then pulled back the curtains, standing on a high hotel floor looking down. Heavy rain pattered down. It was too foggy to see outside, and the glass was wet. It's perfect weather for lounging on the couch, snacking on fruit, and having someone to keep her company, talk to, and wait on her would be perfect. In-hwan looks at Bo-sun who walks out. Why are you still wearing last night's clothes? Bo-sun had a white shirt over his body. You bought it to wear for one more day. It's not like I haven't gotten you a gift before. Yes? Bo-sun let out a light laugh. Yes, oh, Missy can give gifts. At the beginning of the year on my birthday, Missy gave me 10 pairs of red panties. Isn't red the color of the year? Did I send it wrong? The corners of In-hwan's mouth rose slightly as she gazed straight at him. You didn't wear it? At least since she and Bo-sun had been married for the past few months. In-hwan had not seen Bo-sun wear red underwear. Bo-sun strides up to her. So, does it match my temperament? No wear. It's fine. I'm not sad or upset at all. And from now on you won't be able to get a birthday present from me. You don't deserve it. In-hwan crossed over to him. Didn't want to bother with him. Bo-sun thick shamelessly pasted over. Baby, you're obviously angry, sad and upset. When can you be consistent with your heart and mouth? In-hwan sat down on the couch and raised the pillow and slammed it at him. What's there to be sad about? I don't use all the gifts you gave me. Some of them are just sitting in the utility room at home collecting dust. Each other. In-hwan touched her belly, but her heart was not too happy. Babies, your dads are so over the top. No more birthdays for him, okay? He doesn't deserve it. Bo-sun squats in front of In-hwan. I'll wear it, honey, I'll wear it when I get back. We're going to live a lifetime. You don't give me a birthday present. Then how lost I should be every year on my birthday. What does your loss have to do with me? In-hwan lowered her eyes, a disdainful expression in her eyes. Of course I do. You're my wife. So, it's okay to throw away a birthday present from your wife? Didn't throw it. Bo-sun put his hands on her legs. Baby, I didn't throw it. I didn't throw any of the gifts you gave me, including the birthday cards you wrote crookedly when you were a kid. How could you throw away the gifts you gave me this year? He couldn't afford to part with it. Even if he didn't wear it, he kept it well. He is really, I've never worn red panties. I don't care at all. It doesn't matter if you throw it away or wear it. In-hwan pushes his hand. Don't get next to me. I couldn't get enough of him last night. I had to cuddle and kiss before bed, and I said I liked to stick it to him. Now a thigh hitch through a skirt is too much. He should have just lied to Missy. How can you not wear a gift from Missy? Right next to the wife. Bo-sun held her white and tender wrist. No pushing me away. Why aren't you allowed? Why are you not allowed? In-hwan's eyes were red. Sad. How can she be sad and upset because of Bo-sun this? It was particularly hard to get a sore chest. Soon the eyes were hazy with water and could not see Thin Seeker's face. Bo-sun panicked, and In-hwan, who had always been good and arrogant in front of him, actually silently wept and began to cry. He braced his body and hugged her. Don't cry. In-hwan, don't cry. I was wrong. I'll wear it when I get home. I'll wear what my wife gave me every day, okay? Don't cry. Baby, baby. In-hwan hates Bo-sun and hates herself now. Unable to speak, she wept silently. Thin Seeker wiped her and wiped her again, unable to finish wiping the tears. My little ancestor, don't cry. Bo-sun takes a handkerchief and gently coaxes. Tell me, what will I do to make you happier? Chapter 95. Don't move. In-hwan shook her head slightly. She just wasn't feeling well inside. Want to cry? Is the pregnancy uncomfortable? Bo-sun's other hand touches her slightly convex little pregnant belly. Is it uncomfortable here? You're making me uncomfortable. In-hwan scolded him with a sobbing voice. Bastard. Fine. I'm an asshole. I'm bad. I actually didn't wear the birthday gift from my wife. Bo-sun rubs her little tummy. Little belly is hungry, making our family's big miss cry with hunger. This hotel doesn't work. The food delivery is too slow. Bo-sun had just finished speaking when the doorbell rang. Thin Seeker got up and went to the door. The waitress pushed in the food cart, set down her breakfast without looking away and quickly left. In-hwan picked up the milk and took a small sip, her shoulders shrugged, still not over her grief. Bosun sat on her side, watching her cheeks redden, aggravated and pitiful. Hey, I should have known to lie to Missy. It's not like he hasn't lied to her before. Don't get next to me. In-hwan annoyed him. Bosun silently sat down on the sofa on the right side. Last night they were so affectionate. You and me, lingering. The result is now this mess. The two of them ate breakfast in silence, and In-hwan couldn't let herself go hungry for the sake of the baby in her belly. Thin Seeker can't eat. In-hwan finished her breakfast, wiped her mouth and went back to her bedroom, closing the door with a bang. Bosun goes to open the door and finds that In-hwan has actually unlocked it. Locked out by the wife. Thingy hates it. How is it that you're not at home now, but out at a hotel? At home he can immediately wear the gift from his wife and show sincerity. She will not be so sad. In-hwan, open the door. I'm going in to keep you company. Oni-chan. Thin Seeker stood in the doorway and knocked. In-hwan lies on the bed, not wanting to bother with Bosun. Thin Seeker helplessly searched the internet. What to do if you are shut out by your wife? The first answer is that you don't want this kind of wife. A hard luck wife he'll have for the rest of his life. The second response was to send a red envelope to his wife to apologize. This one can be had. He has a lot of money. Thinhan gave In-hwan a red packet. In-hwan didn't look at his cell phone, which was even still on silent. Red envelopes are not accepted and phone calls are not answered. Thin Seeker started to worry about her. If you don't open the door, I'll break in. He banged on the door a couple times. When he heard footsteps inside, Thin Seeker behaved himself and didn't move. The door opened and In-hwan collapsed. No one is allowed in. It takes a thick skin to chase a wife. Thin Seeker didn't even listen and went straight in. In-hwan sits at the end of the bed, and Bosun squats in front of her, holding her small white hand. Pretty wife, I'll wear it when I get back. I'll wear the red panties my wife gave me every day, okay? Who cares? You can wear it if you want. Throw it away if you don't want to. In-hwan twisted her wrist. Go back and throw it in the trash. And throw you in the trash too. Throw it inside the non-recyclable. No, you're hazardous waste. How am I harmful trash? Bosun had a smile under his eyes and looked at her with a gentle gaze. You got me pregnant with a baby. Pregnancy will make me fat. My belly saggy. Stretch marks. Spots on my face. Great big noxious garbage. In-hwan crumbles inside. I don't want to get ugly. Bosun straightened his body and hugged her. My baby won't become ugly. After I give birth to the baby, I'll accompany you to exercise every day. Accompany you to eat fat-reducing meals. I'll eat whatever you eat, and my husband will accompany you. Okay? Missy has always been the most beautiful. Bo seeks to kiss her little face. Do not be angry. Okay? Angry more to grow wrinkles. In-hwan slapped over. Her little face exasperated. Will you talk? I just can't talk. That's why I made you angry. If I could talk, you wouldn't be angry. Bosun rubs lightly next to her cheek. Are you tired? I'll rest with you for a while? If she sleeps after eating, what kind of fat will she get? No sleep. In-hwan pushed Bosun's face away. Harmful trash. Stay away from me. Thin Seeker stared at her. Missy, would you really be happy if I stayed away from you? In-hwan is the most deceitful. She can never stay away when she is told to stay away. Can't listen to her. In-hwan is caught up in thought. If Bosun really ignores her, she won't be happy, and will probably be even more angry. A girl's mind is really quite complicated. Boo! Yoon-hwan was kissed on the cheek. I didn't let you. You also did not let me not kiss ah. Thin Seeker cheaply smiles badly. Okay, really don't be angry. It's not good for your body. You can take it out on me. Bosun collapsed toward the bed. I'm already lying down. Wife, come and hit me. Masochist, I guess. Who's going to hit him? In-hwan stood beside him and stomped her little feet into his back a few times. Bosun closed his eyes as his wife massaged him again. Use some force. In-hwan forked her legs and sat on top of him, her hands just pounding into his back. Keep going. Whacking is good. Left. A few shoulder whacks too. In-hwan leaned over and grabbed his ear. You're still coming on, aren't you? What do you take her for? He had this broad, strong back that still hurt the back of her hand from the blow. Thin Search held her waist, turned sideways, and took her in his arms. Baby, did you call me or the baby in your belly? In-hwan asked softly. You're my baby. They're little babies. Bosun gently soothes her back. Sleep a little longer. The rain outside didn't abate, and it pattered on and on. Perfect for sleeping. I was a bit tired after just messing around with him so much. In-hwan closes her eyes, surrounded by Bosun's scent, and it's actually so natural to be in his arms right now. Yoon-hwan, you're finished. It's over. Getting emotional. In-hwan's white arm rested on his waist. Softly, don't move. Okay, don't move. Thin Seeker was willing to be a human cushion for her. She sleeps how she's comfortable. He sleeps. Her belly is small now, and when it gets bigger later, she'll have to rely on it even more when she has trouble moving around. Inhwan sleeps in a daze until 11 o'clock and wakes up with a pair of dazed eyes crying out for hunger. Eat in your room. Inhwan sat on the bed and shook her head. No exercise in the room all day. Go eat downstairs in the dining room and walk around a bit. Take a walk before and after dinner and consider it your exercise for the day. Thin Search naturally had no problem with it. The two of them, plus Jofu and Yuguo, went downstairs to the restaurant. Miss, you look good today. Did you sleep exceptionally well last night? Yuguo stares at Inhwan with starry eyes. Sure enough, having auntie with you is different. The quality of sleep rubs off on you. The fact that I sleep well has nothing to do with him. It's because it's raining. Inhwan flips through the menu, not even looking at Bo-sun. Bo-sun suddenly raised the menu in front of her, blocking the line of sight of the two people across from her, and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. Missy, isn't it because of me? Chapter 96, Missy is angry. Beating people up. No. Inhwan's ears are slightly red. Bo-sun is too bad. If you deliberately block it like that, people will think the wrong way. Okay. Thin Seeker's tone was lost. Inhwan ordered her food and picked up her cell phone to talk to her mom. Thin Seeker just sat next to her and stared at her. Hello, mind if I have an extra one? Inhwan raises her eyes and sees Yui standing at Bo-sun's side, and although it's fall outside and raining heavily, the air conditioning in the hotel is on and the temperature is suitable. But Yui was wearing a black DV halter dress, sexy and revealing. She had a look in her eyes that Inhwan didn't like much. Mind, Bo-sun grimaces. MS. You, there are other seats here, so don't bother us. Yui was quite disappointed that she didn't actually wait for Bo-sun last night. She glanced meaningfully at Inhwan, but instead, this Mrs. Bo looked well. Yui is not afraid of Bo-sun's cold face. Instead she smiles and asks, Mr. Bo, how have you considered my proposal last night? Inhwan realizes something is wrong. What did this Yui say to Bo-sun after she left? Thin Seeker was acting out of character when he came back to his room last night. Looks like that offer was pretty killer. Inhwan has a smile at the end of her eyes. Since Bo-sun hasn't replied to you, it means that he hasn't thought about it yet. Why don't MS? You tell us about your proposal and let me give him an idea. Yui had long heard that Bo-sun and Inhwan were deadly rivals in the capital, suddenly marrying because of a marriage by parental order. And even if they had a child, it didn't mean that they had feelings for each other. Did they have an open marriage? More playful than her? MS. I already made my refusal very clear last night. If you do this again, I will have to carefully consider my cooperation with yous. The bottom of Bo-sun's eyes are cold. With people like you, Yu's business, can it be reliable? It's fine if Mr. Bo doesn't want to. There's no need to threaten me with the big matter of cooperation. Yui leaves with a sullen face. After she left, Inhwan but cold face. She crooked her finger. Bo-sun stuck over. Wife, say it. It's nothing, just pretend you don't know. Bo-sun didn't want her to be bothered by these troublesome things. He can handle it. She's on the verge of writing on my head, and you're asking me to pretend I don't know? Inhwan sneers. Bo-sun, is there something personal between you and her? Injustice. Wife, absolutely not. I swear. Bo-sun wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. You trust me. Unbelievable. On the opposite side, Jofu and Yuguo looked at them blearily, with a gossipy light in their eyes. Cover your ears, all of you. The two of them helplessly covered their ears. Mr. Bo was really too petty. What happened last night is so curious. Bo-sun lowered his voice and came up to Inhwan's ear to whisper. Yunhwan heard this and her pretty little face started to get nauseous after the confusion. Pissed off. What it means, she's a woman too. Is that how she seduces other people's husbands? Hasn't she thought about how disgusting it will be when she gets pregnant later and someone else seduces her husband like that? No wonder after Bo-sun returned to his room last night, he was sticky and greasy, looking like he had been wronged. Inhwan was furious. Why don't you go find her? Inhwan, do you have a conscience when you say that? Who was I on last night? Bo-sun presses against her ear. Ha, I only want you. What kind of man do you think I am? Inhwan stares at Bo-sun's face, which is too beguiling. I've only been pregnant for how long now before someone seduces you? So won't all my future pregnancies be delivered when I get bigger? People are so morally bankrupt these days. 2. Inhwan touched her pregnant belly and the baby couldn't even calm her down. She hasn't suffered this kind of aggravation. I won't do anything to wrong you. Bo-sun soothes her small pregnant belly. You trust me. You don't know how to do it. You can't resist someone else's deliberate seduction. Inhwan pointed at his face. It's all because of this face of yours. You should be crossed out. Wife, you're so cruel. If I become ugly, others don't seduce me and you don't want me. It's better not to cross it off. Bo-sun is bitter in his heart. What does it have to do with him? He's innocent. 2. In Hwan was so angry that she didn't even eat properly. Across the room, Yu-Guo notices In Hwan's eyes. Someone has made Miss angry. It's time to take it out on Miss. After eating, In Hwan walked towards Yui. Thin Seeker followed, though he didn't know what In Hwan was going to do. Yui is a local. Do not go home to live, deliberately live in a hotel, but also live in the opposite side of Bo-sun, indicating that she has been a long time to boast and intentions of misbehavior. Men are addicted to women and women are addicted to men, and she doesn't have half an opinion about it, but not on her husband. Thin Seeker is hers. From top to bottom, the strands of hair that fell were hers. In Hwan's gaze fell faintly on Yui's face. Miss Yu, my husband, his face is good, his body is good, but he's not a male publicist. He only belongs to me alone. If you're really horny, I can introduce you to a few that specialize in that line of work, and there's a type of everything for you to pick from. But to lay hands on someone else's husband, it's pretty immoral, right? There were a few other girls at Yui's table, presumably her friends. Yui's face collapsed, and just as she wanted to retort, she heard In Hwan say, you guys should also be vigilant. Yo, maybe this MS. You is quietly contacting your boyfriends behind your backs, ready to send you a green hat. Yui stood up. Miss In, do you have some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Ha? Then let's go and adjust the surveillance? Last night's surveillance hotel shouldn't have deleted it so quickly. In Hwan coldly confronted her, her gaze not the least bit fearful, but the dislike under her eyes was extraordinarily obvious. Yui glanced at Bo-sun, but realized that his gaze had been on In Hwan's face. This time it seems to have kicked the can down the road and messed with the wrong people. It can't be helped. It's hard not to be moved by a man as good as Bo-sun. Mr. Bo, your wife is a pregnant woman. That kind of thing you also say to her. You are not afraid that she will be angry with her body. Miscarriage is not good for the body. Snap. Before Yui could finish speaking, In Hwan slapped her across the face. Although In Hwan was known as the arrogant young lady by others in the capital, she had also moved against Bo-sun alone. This time, it really couldn't be helped. Bo-sun immediately holds In Hwan's small hand. Does it hurt? Miss, let me do this kind of rough work like beating people. Yu-Guo had long been unable to hold back and slapped Yui again. Yui's cheeks flushed with pain and she gasped. Bo-sun, what? You still want me to hit you with my hands? Bo-sun's fingers tenderly hold In Hwan's hand. I don't hit women. My wife can, but if you dare to hit her, I don't have principles. People came and went in the restaurant, and there were people I knew at the same table. She did not have the upper hand, and this breath Yui could only swallow. Yui rubbed her face. Let's just say I was wrong. Bo-sun holds In Hwan's hand and leaves. Miss Yu, please tell your father for me that I need to reconsider the cooperation. After all, it's hard for me to feel at ease with yous having an heir like you. In the meantime, Chapter 97, A Happy Life of Fertilization. Back in the hotel room, In Hwan sits on Bo-sun's lap, her white, slender fingers pointing at his face, pushing it a little to the left to look at his side, then pushing it a little to the right to look at his right side, and finally cupping his jaw to look at his proper face. TCH, attracting butterflies. Bo-sun hugged her waist and laughed. Missy, can you blame me for this? Yui had bad intentions towards me. It's all her fault. I'm innocent. Missy is mighty and dominant today. Not only did she swear her sovereignty, but she also taught her a lesson. I feel safe with my wife by my side. My wife is fantastic. After finishing a rainbow fart, Thin Seeker made his way to her face. In Hwan slightly tilted her head to avoid his kiss. You're not half wrong? Am I wrong about looking too handsome and having too good a body? Bo-sun raises a handsome eyebrow. My face and body are used to attract Hwan. Attracting others is not what I desire. Thin Seeker is really narcissistic and really good at praising himself. Okay, she admits it. The face, indeed, is handsome. The body, too, is truly great. Physical strength, and very good indeed. In Hwan pinched Bo-sun's arm. Although it was hidden in the white shirt, the muscle lines inside could still be pinched out, crunching with strength. Bo-sun was satisfied with In Hwan's reaction. He hadn't exercised this body for nothing. Being able to attract his wife's attention and pick her up with one hand. Slutty cat. Thin Seeker? A moment later, Bo-sun laughs lightly. Missy is right to scold. It's not normal for a wife to be so beautiful and not be in love. You. In Hwan punched him in the chest with her small hand. Smash my heart and be responsible for me. How else can I be responsible when I'm married to you? In Hwan whacked again. How else can I be responsible when I'm pregnant with a child? Right, oh, Missy is already mine. Thin Seeker pressed her body into his arms and hugged her. Why is he so greedy? Day by day, they are now very, very happy. He wanted them to spend the rest of their lives together. In Hwan leaned into his arms and mumbled in a small voice. You're mine too. What? Thin Seeker didn't hear her. Her voice was too low. What did you say, Missy? Nothing. Inhwan didn't want to repeat it. If you don't hear it, you don't hear it. He's deaf. Missy, I want to know what you said. Huan, honey, you say it. You speak louder. You just made too little noise. Inhwan pressed her finger to his lips. Stop it. Be quiet. Bosun opens his mouth and contains her fingers, scaring Inhwan into withdrawing her hand. What's going on? Aren't your fingers dirty? There's bacteria. Thin Seeker eyed her, his voice lowered. What did you just say? Inhwan snickered. I won't tell you. You didn't hear it yourself. Bitterness of heart. Missy is so bad. Thin Seeker felt like he was missing out on important information. If you don't say it, I'll just brainstorm it myself. Bosun feigned contemplation. Did Missy just say that you love me? You can't live without me in this life. Inhwan, you do brainstorm. Did I guess right? Bosun's eyebrows are excited and pleased, and Inhwan shakes her head slightly. Not right, yo. What's that? Thin Seeker tried to continue brainstorming. Inhwan twisted her waist. Fetal education. Don't mention it, and don't make up your mind. Later, Bosun pesters Inhwan for a long time, trying to ask her what she's talking about, but Inhwan won't even tell him. If she didn't say anything, Thin Seeker thought so according to his own brain. Huan must have been too embarrassed to confess to him twice. That's why she was shy to say anything. It's okay. He's a man. He's going to be generous and leave her alone. The next day, when they went out from the hotel, they saw Mr. Yu and Yui waiting at the door. As soon as Yui saw them, she stepped forward and apologized. I'm sorry, Mrs. Bo, I was wrong yesterday. Mr. Bo, please consider the matter of cooperation carefully. Don't delay the progress of the project because of me. I am only an insignificant position in use. Inhwan looked at her coldly. In the end, it was only because she had moved the company's interests that she was willing to lower her head and apologize. After Yui apologized, Chief Yu started apologizing again for poor discipline. Yui usually play even so, never thought that even hit the attention to the body of Bo-sun. Mr. Yu was also furious last night and hit Yui, the young, powerful, overbearing president who turns his hand to the clouds and turns his hand to the rain stood at the front door of the hotel, holding his beloved little pregnant wife, his cold black eyes glowing with a ghostly light. Mr. Yu, I will reconsider the matter of cooperation. We still have to go to the airport to catch our flight, so we won't talk much. Thin Seeker didn't want to talk half as much. The talk of consideration is just a reprieve. As soon as he returned to the capital, he let his assistant take care of the follow-up. People who wanted to work with the Thin World Group were stepping over the threshold, and it was just one Yu, giving them face to personally come over, and as a result, it makes both him and Huan unpleasant. The character is not good, and the subsequent cooperation will not be smooth. Jofu came over and blocked in front of Mr. Yu. After they got into the car and left, they could still see Mr. Yu educating his daughter in front of others in the rearview mirror. Serves you right. It's okay to play, but not just anyone can play. Inhwan faintly swept her eyes at Thin Seek. Playing with her husband is even more impossible. Inhwan had already withdrawn her eyes when Bosun looked at her. It didn't matter. He would keep staring at his big lady. After returning home, Inhwan began to live a healthy, sensible life of nurturing her fetus again. Bosun often comes late and leaves early to go home with Inhwan. Evening parties are basically a no-go. Nothing is more important than spending time with your wife. Men who are married and dote on their wives are more popular and trustworthy in this circle. Winter arrives and Inhwan's belly, pregnant with twins, grows quite large. She lies on the bed, and Bosun sits on the edge of the bed, warmly rubbing essential oils on her. The baby's little tummy is round and white, and there are no stretch marks yet, but Inhwan is afraid. It's still possible for someone else to be pregnant with one and not grow. She's pregnant with two and it's unlikely that she won't grow. Bosun's palm fell on her stomach and the baby inside moved. They're going to fight in my stomach. Inhwan nervously touched her pregnant belly. Behave yourselves, don't fight. You guys don't move too hard. Mommy will hurt. Bosun comes close to the pregnant belly. Heartache mama, or when you guys come out, daddy will beat you up. Do threats like that work? Beat them? The two little kids in my tummy were a lot quieter. It works. It's amazing. So many days, not a wasted fetus. They can distinguish between mom and dad's voices. You rub it for me seriously. If you don't rub it properly, I'll let someone else rub it for me. Inhwan's stomach was big and she herself couldn't see if there were any stretch marks growing underneath her stomach. Baby, I'm serious every night. Bosun won't let go of this opportunity to be intimate with his wife. Who else would she want to touch her wife's belly but him? I'm the only one allowed to touch it. Chapter 98, Missy, the face controller. Inhwan leaned back lazily. If you touch it now, someone will steal it from you next year, and not only will they want to touch my stomach. Bosun thought for a moment about what it would look like if the two little babies surrounded Inhwan and he stood next to them and couldn't even stick his nose in. Why is he so strong? Why did you let Yoon-hoon have 2 babies in one pregnancy so soon? Why does he always get hurt? Bo-sun presses against In-hwan's pregnant belly. Baby, mommy is daddy's. You guys can actually drink milk powder, right? Milk powder is enough. In-hwan slapped him on the head. Bo-sun aggravated. Wife, did I say something wrong? Ask yourself, are you right? Yoon-hwan asked him back. Standing up for him is definitely the right thing to do. Standing up for being a dad seems wrong. Bo-sun carefully pulled her nightgown down. 2 children. I'm afraid you don't have enough breast milk. The question of breast milk is indeed based on individual health conditions. It's also not necessarily true that big boobs mean lots of milk. In-hwan was shy. It's still relatively early to think about that. Let's talk about it later. Thin Seeker got into bed and wrapped his arms around her sideways. I hope they're well behaved. I'll save you the trouble if you behave. What can a newborn baby understand? In her opinion, only Bo-sun would be unintelligent. Just don't pester her all day from now on. Me, honey, where am I not good? Bo-sun lightly rubs the back of her neck. I'm the most well-behaved. So far Thin Seek is doing pretty well. He responded to all sorts of questions during the pregnancy with ease and without impatience. Not bad for a pass. It will even play the piano for birth control. And after a few times of playing a technique that has been neglected for a long time, you become proficient at it. The baby in my tummy also loves to hear daddy play the piano. I accompany my wife every day. I eat the same as you, and I still repress my desire. Bo-sun said, starting to aggravate. He didn't dare mess around. In-hwan is now alone with 3 heartbeats. He only dared to kiss and cuddle In-hwan. Not more intimate and overly aggressive actions. You can stop eating the same as me if you're not satisfied. I'm not asking you to have to eat the same as me. Bo-sun, I'm not that dictatorial and authoritarian. In-hwan pats the back of his hand helplessly. Let the kitchen make you something else starting tomorrow. Bo-sun's thin lips pressed against her shoulder and whispered, no, you have to eat the same in order to empathize. And when you give birth to the baby, I'll accompany you to eat the food. At that point, it doesn't matter what the kids eat. They drank formula and ate awful supplements. And he and his wife went to eat food from all over the world. In-hwan was helpless. You're not pregnant. What empathy? He touched himself. She really didn't mind him eating and drinking. She can eat it too, just not too heavy on the oil and salt. Bo-sun touched her pregnant belly through her nightgown. Then if I eat a beer belly and hold it up, you mustn't dislike it to death. You dare. You're not allowed to. Thin Seeker, that's ugly. I knew your face control. Bo-sun gently bit her shoulder. Don't worry. I'll keep my figure very good even in old age. That's hard to say. In-hwan whispered. A bet? Here we go again. Trying to trick her again. She's pregnant. Not stupid. Sleep. Bo-sun rubs her pregnant belly. Good night. They got married. And that marriage license was the bet In-hwan had made with him for the rest of his life. He wouldn't let her lose the bet. The next day, In-hwan had a whim to visit a mom and pop store. Though I always want to buy things when I don't know if it's a boy or a girl inside my belly yet. After In-hwan's pregnancy, there was much less entertainment, and shopping was one of the few hobbies that remained. Bo-sun unreservedly accompanied In-hwan to go shopping. Originally he was going to just have someone else deliver it to her door for her to pick. In-hwan was reluctant. Inside the mom and pop store, In-hwan looked at all the tiny and cute clothes and loved them so much. Why are they so small? This skirt is only about a dozen centimeters. The baby is tiny too, and so are the clothes. Thin Seeker stood at her side. Like it? Buy them all. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. In-hwan subconsciously touched her pregnant belly. What do you like? Anything. A dragon and phoenix child is better. Once and for all, a son and daughter, and then never again. In-hwan hugged the small clothes. Oh, you wouldn't have been able to give birth either. Bo-sun pressed to her ear and lowered his voice. Missy, letting you get pregnant once is enough. Do you want to get pregnant a second time? It was so painful for her to conceive this one time. Petulant, uncomfortable here and there, looking at everything. You have to worry about gaining weight, stretch marks, loose skin in the future, and breastfeeding. Don't want to. In-hwan is really reluctant. That's why she hopes the baby in her belly is a dragon in phoenix. They went to look at other baby items, and the bottles were so cute. And the kids' toys were all cute and cuddly. Strollers, they're twins. They actually have attached strollers. One person walking 2 kids at the same time? They don't need a stroller like that in their house. And maternity items. Pregnant women's supplies at home at the moment especially much. Thin searched to her to buy a lot, including the bed cushion. A large bed put cushions. She is leaning up. Thin search still want to stick to her. Really annoying. Tummy tuck pants. It's something she'll look like she'll need later. And I wonder how loose her tight belly will be later. In-hwan suddenly lost her mood for shopping and held onto Bo-sun's arm. Go home. After getting into the car, In-hwan doesn't lean against Bo-sun anymore and looks sideways out the window. Bo-sun holds her white wrist. Baby, do you want to eat out before you go home? No. Yoon-hoon is going to try to avoid having photos of herself pregnant with a big belly taken by others. She's going to quietly have a baby and then wow everyone. Next year be beautiful and be a hot mom. These, Bo-soon. This stinky man will not understand. Baby, should we take pregnant belly pictures? No shooting. It wasn't that In-hwan didn't love the baby in her belly, but she loved herself more. Pregnant belly photo. What's it for? Show your kids what you look like in your mom's tummy later? The way it stretched out mom's belly? Showing off your motherly greatness that way? Even if you don't. Teach from an early age that mama had a hard time getting pregnant. Baby, so what do you want to do? You're so annoying. Shut up. In-hwan covered his mouth. I don't want to do anything right now. I just want you to be quiet. Bo-sun is afraid that she is depressed, so he spends more time with her and talks to her more. It turned out that In-hwan didn't want to hear it at all. He's too hard. When they got home, the housemaids took the purchases upstairs to the nursery that had been prepared. In-hwan stood in the adorably warmly decorated nursery. A few months ago, she had been dashing around with Shersu, playing wherever she wanted to, only to end up now actually pregnant with 2 little pups and a mother-to-be. Fate. Bo-sun gently encircled her from behind. What does the baby want to eat tonight? Eat you. Really? Thin Seeker laughed, clinging to the side of her face. Are you sure? Chapter 99, The Human Being. False. Bo-sun's eyes dimmed. I didn't hear the latter part, only the earlier part. The body of a pregnant woman is more sensitive after pregnancy, and Bo-sun cuddles and kisses her every night. It's not that she doesn't want to, it's just that with a big belly, it's not very convenient. I'm pregnant and you're still being a hooligan. In-hwan turned around and gently crossed his waist, lazily hugging him. You're bad. Nah, how reserved I am. In-hwan was skeptical. Him? Does it have anything to do with reserve? That night, In-hwan took a shower first. Then when Thin Seeker came out in his red underwear, she just couldn't help but laugh. Thin Seeker, you've had enough. Will you wear black? Black looks good. Back from the field. Literally 10 pairs of red panties to change. He is not annoyed. She is annoyed. Aesthetic fatigue. She feels ugly. You bought it, and now you're saying it doesn't look good? Bo-sun walks over to the bed. Does it look good or not? It's not pretty. Then I'll take it off. In-hwan. Shame on you. Thin Seeker, that's what you wanted from the beginning, isn't it? Don't. Wear it for now. In-hwan anxiously held down his hand. Cut my nails first. They're getting long. Originally, In-hwan let Jing Xiao cut and trim her nails, but after marrying Bo-sun found this out and was reluctant. In his words, his wife, this is a job he can do. He doesn't need anyone else. At first In-hwan was skeptical, but then Bo-sun cut her once without hurting her and cut her pretty well, so she let him. Bo-sun took a nail clipper and sat on the edge of the bed, placing her small white feet on his lap. In-hwan now looks at the red underwear on Bo-sun with particular displeasure and deliberately steps on it with her foot. Bo-sun's eyes were sultry with a bit of gradually enlarged lust. Missy, take it easy. In-hwan stomped again. I'll throw out all your red panties tomorrow. You gave the gift yourself. At first you were angry when I didn't wear it. Now you're still angry when I do. Bo-sun touches her protruding pregnant belly. Kids, mom is temperamental, so you mustn't mess with her in the future. In-hwan, it's called what's called fetus education. Thin Seeker is looking for death. Bo-sun looked down at her little feet. How come Missy is so grown up and her little feet are so cute? Don't you clip. Bo-sun, you don't talk in that tone. In-hwan's ears were especially strange as she listened to the tingling in her heart. What the hell is a small-footed foot? Clip what? Thin Search carefully clipped her toenails. Nail clippers clip your nails. Does Thin Search really not understand? He faked it. Every time the fetus is taught, you purposely keep your voice down, talk to the baby softly, and pretend to be a gentle father. After cutting the toenails, Bo-sun also gave her legs a massage. The soft calf flesh held in the palm. So comfortable. Bo-sun squeezes and pinches, his cheeks close together, his jaw resting on her knee, looking at In-hwan from the bottom up. Wife, it tickles. Where does it itch? Knees. What else? In-hwan moved his feet. Seeing your red panties made me lose my desire. Thin Seek. She didn't say so earlier. Gotta get off. Throw it in the trash tomorrow. She can't be mad about throwing it in the trash. Bo-sun takes off his pants, gets on the bed, and holds her in his arms, kissing her passionately. Baby. The next day, Bo-sun didn't throw it in the trash either, but just collected it. After all, it was a gift from my wife. In-hwan lies on the bed lazily, not wanting to move, finally not seeing that blinding red on Bo-sun's body. It's good, much smoother. When he turns 36, send a red sock. In-hwan thought about how Bo-sun would look in red socks accompanied by black leather shoes. Pass. This gift won't work either. Red tie, white shirt, black suit, red tie. What an ugly match. But a black shirt and red tie seems okay, right? Far out, far out. Maybe when Thin Seek is 36. In-hwan touched her bulging pregnant belly, and it was best to be happy as a family. Bo-sun returned to the bedroom with breakfast and In-hwan glanced at the time. Are you late again? No, I'm on vacation. What kind of vacation are you taking? In-hwan sipped her milk. Paternity leave. In-hwan. It turns out that the fictional overbearing president who grants himself maternity leave is real. Is it really okay for Thin Seek not to go to the company? I'll go to the company to handle any important projects. Don't worry. Bo-sun accompanies her as she dines. But right now, our Hwan baby is the most important. Started talking to her in that childish tone again. He also said he didn't know what a clip sound was. You're the boss. You call the shots. In-hwan couldn't help but laugh. It's true that you still have to be an only child and don't have to worry about inheritance. But if you have a younger brother or older brother, how dare you? Why don't you dare? Our family is definitely in harmony. If you have 2 sons and the 2 of them dare to cheat and compete with each other over the family property, I'll clean them up. In-hwan touched her pregnant belly. Oh, Bo-sun, what are you babbling about? You've been heard. Don't fight in her stomach. Well, Bo-sun panicked, touching her stomach. You guys be quiet, don't mess with Mama. Mama will eat breakfast again. If you don't eat breakfast you won't have any nutrition. Fetal movements are getting stronger now. In-hwan's eyes were heavy as she looked at him. It's all your fault. It's good to be pregnant with 1. You made me pregnant with 2. Before that there was talk of 7 or 8. Thin Seeker pressed against her pregnant belly. I'm ligated. There's no 7 or 8. We just have these 2. He tapped gently. Behave yourselves, the 2 little babies who live inside. In-hwan was amused by his words. Live inside? He mustn't be too humorous. The fetal movement stopped, and Yoon laughed her ass off. Bo-sun comes close to her small face, and the corners of In-hwan's mouth slowly converge as she meets his 4 eyes. What? Not allowed to laugh? Allowed. Bo-sun's high nose touches her and gently rubs against her. Wife's smile is so beautiful. Yoon-hwan grew up beautiful and has been complimented by others since she was a child. But those feelings before didn't feel the same as Thin Seeker's near-at-hand compliments at this moment. I can't believe my heart is racing because of such a compliment from him. In-hwan pushed his shoulder away. Breakfast. Bo-sun sat down and saw In-hwan ruffling her long hair and blocking her ears. Why block her ears? Wife's ears just seemed red. When did In-hwan become so shy? Blush when you get close? Last night too. The whole thing was pink and delicate. And those pretty eyes were amorous and watery and seductive. Love it. His wife is a real piece of work. Chapter 100, Hwan-hwan's accident. Winter snow fell outside the window. In-hwan and Bo-sun are dining in the restaurant, and as they eat, they suddenly feel a pain in their abdomen. It's not the pain of fetal movement. She braced herself against the edge of the table, her face pale. Bo-sun, my stomach hurts. Next to her, Bo-sun puts down his chopsticks and picks her up. Drive. Go to the hospital. Well, it hurts. Ah, what's going on? In-hwan touches her stomach, her body staggering as Bo-sun carries her to the car. On the way, In-hwan fainted from the pain. Bo-sun was panicked, nervous, and staring at her in fear. Wife, what the hell is going on? Why is she suddenly like this? Drive faster. Thin Seeker snapped. Drivers hate that the road is their own. Bo-sun carries In-hwan to the hospital, where the emergency doctor examines her and sends her directly to the operating room. Bo-sun stood at the door of the operating room, his entire body completely disheveled. He was by In-hwan's side every day, and they were definitely healthy and raising a baby, so how could there be an accident? Yoon-hoon must not be okay. Nothing can happen. The child can be left alone. The wife can't. Thin Seeker paced nervously outside the operating room, not knowing what was going on inside. How's the lady? Zheng Xiao hurriedly followed up and looked at the surgery in front of her. Oh, Missy, you must be good. Thin Search sounded annoyed and frowned. Shut up. Young Shin shrugged his shoulders and weakly closed his mouth. The aunt must be more worried than she is. It's his kids and his wife in the hospital room. Young Shin was so sad that he momentarily forgot the purpose of coming here. Auntie, the nutritionist in the house looked out of sorts. So Yugo grabbed her and she was just about to get in her car and leave. Tortured at home now. The family's nutritionist, Bo-sun, who was hired at a high price and is only responsible for In-hwan's 3 meals a day and doesn't need her to do anything else, is actually harming In-hwan and the baby? Bo-sun exudes a cold and hostile chill. Call the police. Yeah. Call the police to call the police. Zheng Xiao took out his cell phone and called the police. Did the food on the table move? Bo-sun asked with a cold face. No, nothing has moved. Bo-sun also called Zhou Fu and asked him to arrange for someone to come over. He can't leave In-hwan. He's staying here to make sure In-hwan is okay. Zheng Xiao felt as if she wasn't really needed here, and it was even more torturous to stay here and watch Bo-sun's dark and gloomy face. Auntie, should we tell Master and Madam? She asked carefully. Not yet. It'll worry them. Let's look at Inhwan first. Okay. Zheng Xiao quietly left. Bosun waited 3 hours in front of the operating room before the red light at the door turned green. His nervous heart was in his throat as he watched the pushed open door with bated breath. First out was the doctor. How's my wife? Luckily, it was brought in just in time, and both the mom and the fetus are fine, but they need to stay in the hospital for observation. The doctor moves to the side and the hospital bed is rolled out. Bosun pushes the hospital bed and looks at the unconscious Inhwan with gentle eyes. Baby. He would never let anyone who bullied her go. His wife is the only one he can bully, and he can't even afford to bully her when she's pregnant. Inhwan felt like she'd had a long sleep, so long that the baby was born in her stomach. When she was conscious, her hands were weak and she subconsciously touched her stomach, which she had previously resented for growing too big for her belly. Now touching the curve of a bulge in my stomach, but it's a different kind of reassurance. The belly is still holding up and the baby is fine. And she's fine. Inhwan slowly opened her eyes, and Bosun, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, immediately put down his cell phone and came over to her. How does it feel? What's wrong? Definitely not feeling well anywhere. Bosun tenderly touches her cheek. Wife. Inhwan's long eyelashes fluttered and blinked a few times. The bottom of her eyes were warm and soft, very soft and fragile, like a delicate crystal doll. Beautiful and fragile. No crying, Inhwan softly whispered. Bosun collected the crystallized tears in his eyes and lowered his head to rub her cheek. You're finally awake. Thin Seeker kissed her cheek and helped her up to drink water. Inhwan bites into her straw and touches her pregnant belly with her right hand. Are they okay? Our baby, blessed with a great life, is all fine. Bosun's mouth says it's fine, but his eyes are red, and his voice is tinged with tears. She went through that kind of pain and actually just woke up and had to comfort Bosun. If it's okay, why do you look like you have a dead wife? Inhwan didn't want to drink the water and pushed the glass away. Thin Seeker casually lowered the covers and came back up to the side of her face. Even though you're fine, I still feel a pang of fear right now. Just in case, I was out of my depth and didn't notice. Bosun lowers his head in front of her and Inhwan rubs his hair. Say, what's the situation? It's that nutritionist who was bribed. Bosun held her white and tender wrist and kissed the back of her hand with one kiss. The police took her in for an investigation and the results aren't out yet. Even though the results were not out yet, Inhwan had already guessed who it probably was. Who else could it be but the one in Hoenn? After having his baby boy purposely bump into her before, when he didn't have a miscarriage that time, he actually came down hard on her this time. He was really ruthless. What makes him think that if she doesn't have offspring and can't give birth to a child, the Yoon family's property will have to go to his son in the future? Does that little match in Horton? Inhwan rubbed her chest and closed her eyes in anger. Don't think about that for a moment. Eat first. Thin Seeker pulled over the small tabletop. Inhwan, however, doesn't have much of an appetite, and Bosun feeds her some kanji to temporarily pad her stomach. Inhwan lies on her side on the bed, and Bosun just sits on the edge of the bed and touches her face, holding her hand for a while. Inhwan was too weak and fell asleep again in no time. Thin seeking to go outside to pick up the phone. That nutritionist explained that the police went to the Hua family to arrest people. Hua Han was arrested and Lin Yu panicked. Then she tried to beg the family for understanding, and it turned out that Jun Hwan's parents knew about it as well. Soon, both parents came to the ward to see Inhwan. Inhwan leaned against the bed drowsily. I'm fine, Mom, Dad, in-laws, don't worry. Yin's mother was on the verge of tears as she saw her pale face, and touched her heartily. Daughter, don't worry, we will never forgive. They will definitely be punished. Right, get you the best lawyer for attempted murder. Get a few more years in jail. Yin's father chimed in. It's an abomination to meet this when your baby girl's pregnancy is already painful. Hua Han his prison stay is set. After both parents left, Bosun sat on the edge of the bed to feed her again. Inhwan has to eat even if she doesn't have an appetite, and the two babies in her stomach are waiting to absorb the nutrients. Inhwan took a small sip of porridge. Scum! Wait for next year. I'll go to prison to visit. Chapter 101, Inhwan, I love you. Bosun deeply felt that none of that kind of scum deserved to have Inhwan visit the prison. It's disgusting to look at it more than once. It's a shame that they're still relatives, and it's a shame that the Yin family usually treats them well. I didn't realize it was a white wolf, greedy and nasty to the core. Hurt his wife and the baby in his belly. Inhwan needed careful conditioning this time, and she stayed in the ward for a month before returning home. My stomach was noticeably bigger when I got home. It's a cold winter in the capital and a sunny summer in Australia. Timothy lay on the beach and had a video with her. Baby, let me see your little pregnant belly. Inhwan touched her stomach. Not a small pregnant belly. It's big. No, Inhwan said to maintain her beauty. I don't want the look of being pregnant with a big belly to be proclaimed, and neither do good girlfriends. Inhwan warmly and tenderly touched her pregnant belly. Seeing you will not want to have a child. How can I be the only one to suffer this kind of pain? Everyone suffers together. Little Huan, you have a lot of heart. I didn't want to have kids in the first place. The cell phone screen suddenly shook, and Shursua sidled her head. What are you aggravated about? It's not like I said I'm going to give you a baby. Stop it, brat. Baby, you get well. I'm going to clean up after people. Timothy hung up the video. Huan was envious to death. If it were any other year, she would have been in Australia for a little while at this time. Winter in the capital is too cold and foggy. Still, the environment and air in the house is very fresh and natural. Huahan is also arrested in prison and hears that her uncle wants to visit her, which is unanimously rejected by her mother and Bo-sun. Thin Seeker didn't want her to see that family. Mom is haunted by this incident. Usually did not help her mother's family. The Hua family failed in this generation even if, but also did this kind of thing to her. The crime is unforgivable. She's the jewel of the Yin family, the golden young lady who collects all the favor. Right now she is still the Bo family's youngest grandmother, and the child in her womb is not only the Yin family's offspring, but also the Bo family's grandson. Not to mention that Thin Seeker is tied up. It's still unknown if that surgery can be reopened in case it doesn't work. Bo-sun is dead. Damn it. As if sensing the changes in Mama, the two little babies in the belly also moved. Inhuan leaned lazily. Hey, move it. This was the time to be closest to them, and when the baby was born, she would only be responsible for breastfeeding. She would not care about anything else. She's going to be busy getting back in shape. In the late stages of pregnancy, Inhuan stayed at home and didn't want to go anywhere except for the maternity checkups. The belly is so big that it's especially annoying to sleep only on my side. Bo-sun massages her calves and looks at her stomach. Come out quickly. On that, at least, they agreed. Both want the baby in their tummies to come out quickly. Inhuan didn't even want to look in the mirror right now. Her belly was too big. Even though her belly was white and tender, it was too big. There are two babies in there. Daddy wants to see you guys so bad. Inhuan touched her pregnant belly. Come out and play with Daddy. Daddy is accompanying the play? Bo-sun rubbed her calves. Mommy is in charge of looking beautiful. Yoon-hoon just doesn't even take many pictures of her pregnancy. Have the baby quietly and then show up beautifully to wow your family and friends and amaze them all. Inhuan softened her voice. I'll give birth to the baby and you'll take care of the baby. It's fair, is very fair. But he didn't want to take the baby. He just wants to be with his wife. Why do something yourself when you can pay someone to take care of your kids? Inhuan went to the hospital a few days before her due date, and the two babies in her tummy didn't seem to give up on tossing their mom, and started having seizures on the second day of her stay in the hospital. Inhuan went into the delivery room. Bo-sun and the elders of both families were waiting outside. Thanks to Bo-sun's daily care and accompanying her to exercise, Inhuan has good physical strength, and the labor went very smoothly, and 2 hours after entering the delivery room, the baby's cries were heard. Thin Seeker wept with joy. His green plum gave him little babies, a labor of love for them. 2 nurses came out holding children. Congratulations, a young master, and a young millennial. The youngest is the older brother. Yo, Bo-sun didn't even have a chance to get on board. His mom hugged one and Inhuan's mom hugged the other. Bo-sun looked left and right. The 2 children were red and wailing. They didn't look too good. Not as good looking as him and Yoon-hwan. They carry the child to the checkup, and Bo-sun stands at the door waiting for In-hwan. It took half an hour for In-hwan to come out. Her small face was flushed from the exertion, and her hair was a little disheveled as her previously sweaty body was wiped clean. Bo-sun holds her hand and lowers his head to kiss her cheek. Wife, you've worked hard. In-hwan was too tired to speak and gave a faint hum. She did have a hard time. The second child is born to whoever wants it. The fact that she was willing to be born this one time was very, very great. Back in the hospital room, In-hwan looked at the decorated room and looked up to rub Bo-sun's head. Have you held our child yet? No. Yoon-hwan gave his hair a tug. When she let go, a few strands of hair fell from In-hwan's hand. Thin Seeker pressed against her helplessly and dotingly, explaining that the mommies carried it away. You're a dad, don't you want a hug? I'll have plenty of opportunities to hug later. Thin Seeker wanted to hug her first. In-hwan's entire body lay limply on the bed, not wanting to support her body. She also needs to be well conditioned after giving birth. She's a body, suddenly feeling much weaker, tired and hungry. After lying down for a while to regain her strength, Bo-sun helped her up. She didn't want to sit. It hurt. She stood by the bed as Thin Seeker fed her. The chest is heavy. In-hwan bumped it through her shirt. Isn't it time to nurse? Baby, you eat first. In-hwan shook her head slightly. I'm full. Thin Seek, you just ate that little bit, and you're full? Yoon-hwan went to the restroom when she was full. Bo-sun stood at the door of the restroom after quickly fixing his own warmth outside, listening to In-hwan's uncomfortable humming inside, his heart seizing up in pain. I've heard that it hurts to pee after labor. Does it hurt that much? Crying in pain? It took a while before In Hwan came out. She tilted her head up. Her small hands clasped his waist, her eyes dense, long eyelashes hung with crystalline teardrops, looking weak and pitiful. Silky pain straight to his heart. Bo-sun tenderly soothed her back. He couldn't empathize. It was after all her who gave birth to the child. It was her body that was hurt. The babies were born safely, and that kind of pain will not be suffered by In Hwan a second time in her life. Wifey worked hard. Thank you. Bo-sun lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Thank you. And, he paused slightly and lifted her jaw. His deep black eyes locked with hers. In Hwan, I love you. Chapter 102, Naming the Dragon and Phoenix Baby. I love you. In Hwan had heard Bo-sun confess like this many times, most of them choosing times when she was less awake and confused. Today, however, was particularly sobering. His gaze was torrid, his fingers cupping her jaw as if he had to have an answer. Looking forward to her response. She just had a baby today. In Hwan pressed against his chest. Well, a circle of flesh on his stomach. He says he loves her and she says a ring of flesh? Finn Seeker's fingers moved down and pinched through his shirt. Even your flesh likes it. You're not going to like it. How could he like it if she didn't like it herself? Irritation. Trying to lose weight on the first day of the month. Bo-sun picked her up and placed her on the bed. She subconsciously tried to pull the covers and was held down by Bo-sun's hand. His other bony finger lifted her blouse and looked at her belly, which was still flabby from them holding it open, even though the two little babies had come out of it. He kissed it slowly. He likes it. Everything about In Hwan he loved. Prideful little tantrums, love of beauty. As the little babe who conceived them grows a little flesh. Soft, but she doesn't like it. Those little bits of flesh will come off. A kiss before you lose it. In Hwan is helpless to the core. And Thin Hun's way of proving he likes it is to kiss. Just like before when the mouth breather said her feet smelled and kissed her like crazy again to prove she liked it. She couldn't help but drop her hands on his hair, the back of his neck, and finally his broad spine. Oh, ugly as hell. Stop kissing. It tickles. Cute little belly. Missy's body is not allowed to stay these little meat for long. Before leaving your body, I kiss. Finn Search gave a few more heavy smooches. There were footsteps and voices talking from outside. Finn Seeker pulled her clothes back on and pulled the covers over her body. Two moms came in with their babies in their arms and asked In Hwan to nurse. In Hwan was being shy, her small face slightly red. She slowly sat up and leaned against the bed. I've seen two kids in labor before, and they were ugly. Looking at it now too. Let him hug. Bo-sun hasn't even hugged yet. How do I feed you while I'm holding you? Finn Search took the baby from his mom's arms. How does it work? Just letting you hold it first. In Hwan then took the other child from her own mother. In Hwan, whose privacy both moms respected greatly, quietly retreated. It's so embarrassing when Yoon Hwan lifts his shirt and the kid can't yet. There was another pair of burning eyes across the room. Hiss. Ouch. The little baby sucked hard. And In Hwan cringed. Does it hurt? Does it hurt a lot? It's okay if you don't feed them. I'll make them milk powder. Bo-sun said as he was about to put down the child in his arms. No, don't go to. Past. The little guy barfed it up. Bo-sun picked up the little baby in his arms. Greedy. Greedy. Baby Aya also greedy. When mama feed me Bo-sun said, speaking, lifting the little tyke's clothes to look. Honey, you're feeding a daughter. Baby, eat more. In Hwan smiled. Sister save some for brother. Brother hasn't tasted mama's milk yet. Brother greedy cries. The little baby's mouth was held back as if she was actually going to cry. A few minutes later, the two swapped kids. Before, I fed with the left side. Now I feed with the right side. Bo-sun hugged his baby girl who was covered in milky milk. Little cutie, do you want to take daddy's surname or mama's surname? Take my last name. In Hwan stared at the little toddler. This one, with your last name. A girl's last name still sounds better as Yoon. In Hwan's voice was soft and warm. My daughter is called In Yu, the Yu of pleasure. The little princess should also be happy all her life. Okay, the daughter takes your last name. The son takes my surname. Let's see, what's his name? Bo-sun gently pats his daughter. Bo Hong, Hong of eternity. His love for In Hwan. In this life, until death, until eternity. Little Hong. In Hwan pinched the little toddler's face. One pinch and you spit up. Spit on In Hwan's body. In Hwan looks at Bo-sun handily. Bo-sun put down his daughter and went back to hug his son. In Hwan goes to change her clothes. Bo-sun holds his son and coaxes. What's wrong with you? The day you meet your mom, you spit on her. Be careful she won't feed you in the future. The little toddler didn't understand anything, spitting out milk with his eyes closed and his little mouth slightly open. And try to spit on daddy. You little brat. Wean you early in the future. In Hwan changed her clothes and couldn't help the corners of her mouth from rising as she listened to Bo-sun's words threatening her son. She laid down on the bed and rested. And Bo-sun was still coaxing the child. She woke up from a nap to find Bo-sun changing the baby's diaper. Before, I said I'd let my sister-in-law do it, but in reality I was quietly learning and quietly watching videos on my phone. Now it comes in handy. It's a pretty cozy picture. Last year she definitely didn't expect to see Bosun being so gentle and being a baby daddy. Bosik changed the diaper, but the child still cried. Hungry? Mommy's sleeping. Drink the formula. Shoo, keep it down. I'm awake. Inhuan whispered. Carry it over here. My daughter is wearing pink and my son is wearing white. Fin Seeker picked up his daughter. Daughter eats first. Son, wait a little longer. When you are an older brother, you have to cultivate a sense of responsibility in him from a young age. The baby is now a newborn and only drinks for a few minutes at a time and feeds both kids in 10 minutes. The two little ones slept in their cribs, little hands next to each other, pink and adorable. She gave birth to Ye. The culprits who made her belly so big were so cute looking. Forgive them. Inhuan stood next to the crib, reaching out to touch the two little ones. Fleshy. When she was pregnant with them she suffered and almost miscarried. Now that they are safe and sound, she can't tell you how excited she is. Inhuan hugged Bosun sideways. Fin Seeker was flattered. For the second time today, his wife offered to hug him. She was pregnant with a big belly and he was the one who carried her. It's been a long time since we've had a face-to-face hug like this now. Baby. Fin Seeker called down to her. Milkman. What did you call me? A new baby daddy. Inhuan looked up. Take good care of your pair of children. Say it like you're leaving me. What do you mean? He takes good care of it? Bosun. What do you mean? As promised, I'll be responsible for the birth and you'll be responsible for the follow-up. Inhuan pinches his waist. So envious. Fin searched this waist, still so lean and strong, no flab at all. When she was pregnant, her figure was two extremes compared to Bosun's. She just loved to press herself against Fin Seeker's abs and hold his arms. I'm responsible, not only for their follow-up, but also for the rest of your life. Bosun lowers his head and kisses her red lips. Children and grandchildren will always be blessed. He and Inhuan enjoy the rest of their lives. Lighter. How come a kiss is so heavy? It was as if it was going to suck her in. Chapter 103, the baby grows cuter and cuter. Is it heavy? Heavier than kids suckling? Inhuan doubted her ears. What did she hear? I'm sure it's a real couple. These words can also be said. Inhuan was shy and didn't want to talk to him. Bosun was bewildered. Why was he suddenly angry? Is it true that the kiss is too heavy? Fin Search looked at her lips, red and beautiful, not swollen. Honey, I'll be lighter next time. Fin Seeker wouldn't let her go and kissed her again tenderly. Next time is now. Mom and Dad are standing next to the crib kissing, and the two little ones are holding hands as they sleep in it, making for a very cozy picture. Inhuan was discharged home after 3 days in the hospital with no problems for her or the baby. Go home and have a sit down. Can't do this, can't do that. Just not being able to wash her hair and take a shower made it especially hard for her. You have to wear a hat in the middle of summer. Can't even leave the house. Inhuan was dying of pain. I want to wash my hair. I want to take a shower. I'm so dirty. Inhuan lay on the bed and grunted his displeasure. Bosun held his crying daughter and looked at his wife on the bed, with a soundly sleeping son inside the crib. He couldn't wait to turn into Neza and grow 3 heads and 6 arms. Wash it after a week. Fin Search had asked before. Inhuan is recovering well. She can wash her hair after a week. Just keep her warm and don't let her catch a cold. Little Yaya, you're only a few days old. Carefree. Eating and sleeping. Sleeping and eating. Pulling while sleeping. What are you crying for? Inhuan stared at her milky baby girl. Don't cry, baby. Your mom and dad, grandparents are super rich and give you so many things. You won't have to worry about food and clothes for the rest of your life. And in the future, even if you have to suffer, you'll probably only be able to suffer from love. That's it. Is there anything else that would not please our little princess? Bosun sat down with his baby girl in his arms. The little princess is probably hungry and needs mommy to feed grandma. Inhuan sat up. We just ate 2 hours ago, right? Well, eat less. You can't blame me for eating less. I have food left over. It's her who doesn't eat. Inhuan picked up her daughter and lifted her clothes. The little princess smelled mama and opened her mouth and barfed. So happy. Fin Seeker looked closer. Inhuan would have pushed him away if she wasn't holding her daughter with both hands. Is he getting too close? What's there to see? Don't look. Inhuan reminded gently. Look how well she's eating. Inhuan has a feeling that Bosun is going to say something that will make her blush. You're not allowed to say it again. Bosun's thin lips are lightly hooked, his eyes hot with desire. Envy her. You stop it. These two unfilial ones, eating so much, they don't know to leave some for their old father. Inhuan. She knew it. She knew that Bosun was not right in the head. My daughter is full. The son woke up again. Inhuan started feeding her son again. She tilted her head lifelessly. When was this day going to end? Help. Luckily, Fin Seeker is legated. She won't be having a second child. Don't have to go through this again. After feeding the siblings, Bo-sun came back to her. Wife milky milky milky. In-hwan subconsciously blocked her chest and pushed his head hard. No, it's gone. The two of them really aren't filial to me. Bo-sun holds her white wrist and kisses it a few times. That doesn't taste good. It's not as good as powdered milk. In-hwan really doesn't know what Bo-sun's hobby is. How can you still rob with your own children? How dare you call them ungrateful? It's him, the dad, who's the worst. What you can't get is the best. And I think it's very tasty. It's broken. In-hwan still blocked her chest. If you only have one, you might still have a chance. I'm going to milk 2 babies. Put away those little thoughts of yours. Bo-sun looked haughty. It's my fault for being too fierce and hitting 2 at once. Yes, you're too fierce. So what? In-hwan cupped his jaw. Now bringing up 2 babies is what you should bear. There's no way around it. Both kids have been born. It'll have to carry. These 2 little kids are still petulant, and they still don't like the 2 monthly sisters-in-law. They still like him. What about work? Take a couple of kids with you? I'm not just bringing up 2 babies. I'm taking care of you. You don't have to take care of me if you don't want to. I brought maids with me when I got married. There are people to take care of me. In-hwan tried to break free from his embrace. Bo-sun hugged her waist and wouldn't let go. I do. He was more willing and enjoyed taking care of her than the 2 little tykes. Bo-sun locks eyes with her. Missy, I'm willing. Take care of you. Indulge you. Play with you. Wash your hair. Blow dry your hair. Coax you to be happy. Let you knead and squish. Do whatever you want. You're my husband. These are the things you're supposed to do. Before we got married, didn't I spoil you? Bo-sun smiles evilly. I remember that I also spoiled you quite a bit before. Yes? In-hwan asked rhetorically. You spoiled me before marriage? Have I not favored you? Besides you, who dares to move on my head? Who dares to pull hairs on my head? Only you, Miss In. That's because no one else dares. She dared. Why would she dare? Because Bo-sun is generous and won't bother with her. Bo-sun treated her very differently from how he treated other women, both before marriage and in his previous adolescence. In their circle, there are quite a few people they grew up with and have close friends, but the way she and Thin Seeker got along was a special case among her friends. Thin Seeker is so bad, deliberately tarnishing her reputation in the capital circle, turning her from a gentle young lady into a prideful young lady, just to monopolize her? Why is he so childish? In-hwan wrapped her arms around Bo-sun's waist. I dare. I'm bold. You dare to clean me up? Don't dare clean you up. Just make you happy. It's just that her body isn't working right now, and he's going to have to keep putting up with it. He got pregnant shortly after the wedding and he had been abstinent for most of the year. And to continue abstinence, say it like you're not happy. In-hwan whispered. Happy. Happy as can be. When In-hwan was on her monthly cycle, except for the first few days, she was very self-disciplined for the rest of the time and exercised appropriately. She wouldn't allow that extra ring of fat around her waist. 30 days later, In-hwan pinched the soft flesh around her waist. Losing weight hadn't been successful yet. She still needed to work hard. No way. Full moon wines and all that can't be celebrated. There's no way she's going to come out looking pretty. Wait a little longer. Give them 100 days. When the 100 days are up, she'll be gorgeous as a beautiful hot mom. In-hwan stood in the nursery and teased the dragon and phoenix children. It's worthy of being born to me. You guys, you're getting cuter and cuter. It was really ugly when it was first born. Now that is really cute. Adorable. No wonder Bo-sun took pictures every day and showed them off to his friends. Though that photoshopping skill of his remains a word of caution. Chapter 104, assigning a place for the dragon and phoenix child to go. Both little babies giggled and grinned at her. Milky, their little faces white and tender. Not a single tooth in their mouths. You guys are so cute. It's worth all the pain mom suffered before. But trying to make her suffer like that a second time is impossible. You guys are full moon. Please teach me more in the future too. Be happy and healthy. Don't make mommy angry. But you can make daddy angry. Daddy man. Not afraid of wrinkles. Bo-sun was infuriated and laughed at In-hwan's words. What was that about? What do you mean I'm not afraid of getting wrinkles? Shoo, keep your voice down. In-hwan reminded softly. Is this how In-hwan teaches the kids when he's not around? No wonder the pair of dragon and phoenix babies always messed with him. Turns out my mom taught me. It's a good sign in disguise that they're a good boy. Very obedient to mom. Bo-sun hugs In-hwan from behind. There's good news. What? Hwa-han was sentenced to 10 years. Lin Yaya too. And that nutritionist 3. This case has finally been settled from the time she was pregnant until now when she gave birth to Yu and Hung Hung. Serves you right. In-hwan looked at her pair of children. Shouldn't we be talking about this in front of them? But both little babies kept their eyes open and could only be put to sleep before they left. Last year In-hwan thought about visiting the prison, but now she has no such thoughts. I don't want to see that man's ugly face. And during the time he was in jail I heard that he even wrote a letter asking for forgiveness. I think it was the lawyer's idea. It's just that Thin Seeker didn't let her see those letters. She didn't want to see it either. Bo-sun holds In Hwan's hand. It's all in the past. If he comes out in the future and still dares to be a demon, I'll never let him go. Well, next time he is up by a killer. Bo-sun suddenly held her in his arms. Missy, do you know what you're saying? Although she was a high and mighty young lady, it was still not okay when human life was involved. I've read too many novels. I'm just saying for fun. I don't know where to look. In Hwan hugged his waist. Calm down. Can't fade. Could it be that you know? Thin Seeker pressed against her pale forehead. You have someone you want to assassinate? No. Then there's no need to know. Bo-sun doesn't want In Hwan to get her hands on anything bloody. She just needs to be happy. In Hwan's heart beats abruptly as Bo-sun doesn't answer her words positively. What does that mean? It means that Thin Seeker knows. Jesus. It's better to be nice to Bo-sun in the future. What if he gets mad and finds someone to assassinate her? She was a rich young lady in this life and hadn't enjoyed life enough to die young. Thin Seeker. They wrapped their arms around each other's waists and pressed their foreheads together, their breaths intertwining. In Hwan's soft voice coming out, and Bo-sun let out What is she trying to say? Suddenly calling him that. Not as harsh a scolding voice as before. It made Bo-sun's heart throb, even vaguely hyperactive. Confession? Well. His big phantom-limbed tail was ready to wag. Yet he heard In Hwan say, Are you ready to go to work? I don't know what I'm talking about. Sure enough, he was overthinking it. This vacation of yours is a bit long. In Hwan poked his bulging chest. Big president. To earn milk powder money. Joke. How can I have less money for formula? I have enough money for them to eat formula for the rest of their lives. No, 10, 100, I guess. Then I have to work too. I'll lose some more weight. And after they're weaned, I'll have to go back and continue working too. In Hwan hadn't spoken to her father yet, but that was her goal. She doesn't want to be 23 and at home with a baby. Line. Honey, you can do whatever you want. Bo-sun is thinking about the fact that they both work, and if they're both busy, won't they see less of each other in the future? If you add in bringing up a baby, there's even less world for two. Sure enough, those two little guys were a stumbling block to his happiness with his wife. Got to send them away. Honey, since you're going to work after you're weaned, give them away after you're weaned. The young couple stood upstairs hugging and discussing the sending off of their pair of children. In Hwan is shocked, but this is very much like something Bo-sun could do. Send it where? Mom and Dad's house. My mom and dad are retired and happen to be bored. Bo-sun had actually spoken to mom and dad a long time ago. They're happy too. My parents would love to have grandchildren. Too. Baby, 2 kids for us. 1 for each family. Bo-sun started to get excited just thinking about that image. And then we have a life for 2. It's so cool. Just have to stay up for a few more months. Stay up until the babies are weaned. Then will it not be emotionally close to us in the future? In Hwan was still a bit reluctant to give up. Why yes, we can visit them sometime. The bond between them as a couple is more important than the bond with their children. Yoon Hwan hasn't even said she loves him yet. He doesn't care about anything else. I'll think about it. Think about it. There are still a few months to think it over. I think it's a great idea. It gives the elders something to do. And it also gives us space. We young people, we have to get our careers going. We don't have that much time to bring up our babies, Bo-sun said with vigor. Yoon Hwan almost got the better of him. Bo-sun was filled with the world of 2. And the cries were deafening as the baby who had just fallen asleep inside the nursery woke up. The couple went into the nursery in unison. One to hold and one to coax. One cries, the other cries. Kids don't know how long they're going to cry. And they're sure to cry even more when they're weaned later. In Hwan felt that Bo-sun had a point. Mom and dad just happen to want to bring up their grandchildren. And they just don't really want to. That night, In Hwan agrees to Bo-sun's proposal. As for how to distribute it, In Hwan's parents naturally brought their granddaughter who took their last name. Little yeah. Thin Seek's mom and dad take Thin Hung. One family has experience in parenting and one family has experience in parenting. Just fine. After 3 months of exercising at home, In Hwan stood in front of the mirror and looked left and right. Very happy with her current figure. The flab around her waist disappeared. And because of breastfeeding, her figure was better and more luscious than it had been before she got pregnant. Bo-sun finished his shower and lazily looked at In Hwan not far away, a fire running up in his lower abdomen. In Hwan felt the burning sight and glanced sideways with a faint look. Bo-sun strides behind her and hugs In Hwan's waist. Wife, aha, is it possible to pamper and spoil me tonight? Thin Seeker whispered with his thin lips pressed against her white shoulder. I've been abstaining from sex for 6 or 7 months. Good grief. An itch came from In Hwan's shoulder. Where are the kids? All asleep. I'll have my sister-in-law keep an eye on it. And no one is allowed to disturb us tonight. Bo-sun looks into the mirror. Wife, see my lustful eyes? You have that look in your eyes every night. Is tonight any different? In Hwan laughed softly. Chapter 105 Boys Can't Be Spoiled. More so tonight. Thin Seeker kissed her on the shoulder, his wife's scent of shower gel intertwined with that of creamy milk. Every night, holding such a soft and lovely little petite wife to sleep, but also to take into account her body cannot move lightly. Thin Seeker felt like such a good man. It's especially tolerable for the sake of your wife's health. Actually, In-hwan wanted to. Bo-sun has such a good figure. Every night if she didn't have to breastfeed and exercise during the day to shape up and lose weight, plus she had just given birth not long before and hadn't recovered yet, she would have long been seduced by Bo-sun's male sex. Sitting on his mermaid line, touching his abs, kissing his smiling lips, listening to his husky, hard breaths. Granted, In-hwan's voice was soft. When Bo-sun's hand releases, In-hwan turns to kiss him. In the wide and bright check room, in the mirror, after a sweet kiss, In-hwan was carried into the bedroom and fell into the soft queen-sized bed. The next day, In-hwan looked so tired as she sat on the bed to breastfeed. So tired. Served the big one last night, and had to serve the little one as soon as I woke up. This one drank. There is another waiting, and waiting anxiously, in the arms of the thin Search crying. After feeding her daughter, she held her son and continued to feed him. My son barfed for 3 or 4 minutes and then started crying. What's wrong, baby? Baby, what are you crying about? Hiss. It hurts. Stop sucking. In-hwan puts down her clothes and glares resentfully at Bo-sun, who was putting her daughter to bed next to her. Last night was too much. It's fine. Let him drink milk powder. Bo-sun holds his daughter and goes out to ask his sister-in-law to prepare powdered milk for little Hong Hang. Little Hong Hong had only eaten a little bit and was not full. At this moment he was aggravated and looked at her pitifully, his big black and clear eyes glistening with tears. Baby, you look like this. It makes mommy so sad. It's your father's fault. Pull on him later and teach him a lesson. Yoon-hoon gives baby a bad idea. The bottle came. The two children had been breastfed by In-hwan before, and the first time they drank a bottle, the little one was reluctant, but could not resist the hunger, but opened his mouth and barfed. I'm sorry, son. Bo-sun sat on the edge of the bed, but you have to get used to this kind of thing. In the future, you and your sister will definitely be drinking formula more often, and it's very tiring and hard for mom, such a big beautiful woman, to get up at night to feed you guys your nighttime milk. So in order to make it easier for mommy, in the future you'll be drinking formula at night, okay? As for the rising and overflowing milk, leave it to him to fix it. It's perfect. Little Hong Hong sipped his bottle while dropping teardrops. Bo-sun wiped one finger over the tears at the corner of his son's eyes. Man up. No crying. 3 months of manhood? Thin Seek, don't be outrageous. Little Hong Hong ate his milk and burped his way into Bo-sun's arms. Just got into his arms less than 5 minutes ago and pooped. In-hwan snickered as she rocked her daughter's cradle. 3 months actually understood her. Sure enough, he pooped on daddy. Bo-sun carried his son out and handed him over to his sister-in-law. Let him cry. Just have someone to coax. Boys can't be spoiled. In a few days, it will be the 100th day anniversary of the birth of Ye and Hung Hung children. The Bo family is going to have a big celebration. Early in the morning, after feeding them, the 2 little babies were taken away. In-hwan changed into a gradient purple bright diamond long dress. The skin-friendly and close-fitting design showed off her waist and hip exquisite curves to the fullest, with a convex front and curved back, and her figure was restored to perfection. That was the effect she wanted. She hadn't shown her face for almost close to a year, and the capital's #1 woman still had to maintain her body in tip-top shape even after giving birth to a pair of children. Bo-sun walked in a suit holding a bouquet of roses and a black gift box. Without waiting for In-hwan to respond, she pressed over and gave her a kiss on the cheek. That's beautiful. Bo-sun, you just fancy my beauty, don't you? In-hwan tugs on his tie to keep him from escaping, her pretty eyes locking with his. That's right. I just fell for Miss Yin's beauty. Addicted to it. I can't help myself. Bo-sun makes a move to kiss her again. In-hwan released her hand in time. What kind of gift? Take it apart. In-hwan unwrapped the black silk. Today is the baby's holiday. What kind of gift are you giving me? You're the one who gave birth to them, so of course they're going to give you a gift. Those 2 little brats at people who are giving gifts. Bo-sun only cares about In-hwan's feelings. She is so beauty-loving, so afraid of fat, so afraid of the pain of the golden lady. In order to give birth to 2 children for him, out of shape, blossomed and fat, loose belly, stayed at home for a few months. Get up early and go to bed at night to work hard breast milk. Too tired. He couldn't wait to wean the kids. He's heartbroken. In-hwan opened the black box, which contained a gorgeous and beautiful set of purple diamond necklaces and earrings. Even though In-hwan had a lot of gifts since she was a child, there was no denying that this set of jewelry was exquisitely beautiful and the cutting technique was too good. Hundreds of millions at least? Don't be too generous. Thin Seeker. Looks like we're kinda in sync. It just matches my dress today. In-hwan smiled. I'll wear it. Where? It was given to you to wear. In Hwan wears the earrings herself, and Bo Sun helps her with the necklace. Bo Sun carefully ruffles In Hwan's hair to the front, carefully drills the clasp of the necklace, puts it on with all caution, and then ruffles In Hwan's hair back. He hugged In Hwan's waist from behind and squeezed it. All those cute little flabs from before had been lost, and now In Hwan's waist was just as soft and thin as it was before she gave birth, and she even had a waistline. A girl's love of beauty was something he had underestimated before. Yoonhoon has been working really hard these past 3 months to get back in shape. Wife, you've worked hard. The mirror imprints the two in an intimate embrace at the moment. In Hwan admires the necklace around her neck and tenderly supports the back of Bo Sun's hand. Hold on for a few more months. It'll be easier for me after weaning. We'll be easy. Thin Seeker grinned wickedly. We'll hoof it and send them away then. Aren't we not very competent? In Hwan was a bit worried. Why yes, we're career parents. They'll be happier when we make money and leave them with a huge family fortune. It's not like they're not given fatherly and maternal love. Mom and dad aren't around, but they have grandparents and grandparents with them. They can be picked up after they go to school. Bo Sun proposes. Send them back to their grandparents' house again after vacation. Shouldn't it be family time when you're on vacation? On vacation that's our time as a couple. In Hwan, he was full of 2 people. Why don't you lay off all the servants in the house? What about just the 2 of them? We can go out and stay in a hotel, In Hwan softly whispered. Experience something different. It's boring to be at home every day. Wife, you're so good at this. I'll accompany you wherever you want to go. Even we can go abroad for the weekend. Bo Sun vaguely began to get excited. Once he gets through the breastfeeding months, his future will be full of anticipation and bursting with happiness. Don't get excited in a hurry. It's not time yet. In Hwan turned around and took his arm. Come on, it's time for us to make our grand entrance. Chapter 106, The 100-Day Banquet for the Dragon and Phoenix Babies. An adorable photo of a pair of dragon and phoenix babies was shown in the dinner hall. The Bo family's parents hugged Bo Hang and the In family's parents hugged In Yu, and they couldn't stop showing off and being arrogant in their eyes. 2 little kids dressed in red with gold locks, gold bracelets, gold anklets, and the main attraction is baby Dakin's son. Yoon Hwan looked at the 2 parents like that and felt that the 2 would roll up later when they separated and gave them their children. It was easier for her and Thin Seeker. That's nice. There are still benefits to having 2. Whoa, little Hwan, you've recovered your figure too well. Did you really have those 2 cute little babies? There are no pregnancy belly pictures. In Hwan was holding the juice. Her beautiful eyes contained a light and faint smile. How can that kind of photo be circulated? Then aren't the 8 or 9 months I spent at home for nothing? Shursua pinches In Hwan's waist. You're so thin. You've recovered so well. Bo Sun will go crazy with love. Before she lost weight, Thin Seeker was crazy in love too. Whether it was when she was pregnant, or when she gave birth to a ring of flesh around her belly, or now, Bo Sun couldn't wait to kiss her all over. The guy was super creepy. She lost weight. He slept with his arm around her at night and said goodbye to the circle of soft flesh around her waist, saying you'll lose it tomorrow, with a final kiss goodbye. In Hwan wonders if Bo Sun has spent too much time at home and has mental problems. That's sick. Wow, my Miss Yoon, that waist to hip ratio of yours, seriously? It's so perky. In Nyamyeol also curiously came over. Honestly, whether you gave birth to it yourself or not, there's no way not to be suspicious. And Yoon Hwan stays home after she shows her pregnancy, and she's not even allowed to see her when she and Tokiwa say they're going to see her. Not a single pregnant belly photo is posted. It's so secretive it's insane. Of course it was conceived by this young lady herself. In Hwan had worked hard on her fitness for 3 months to get this kind of reaction from them tonight. MS. Yoon grew up beautiful. After giving birth to the baby is also one of the brightest baby moms in the capital. In Hwan explained. It's not that they didn't let you guys see each other when I was pregnant. They were extra cautious when I almost had an accident. They also knew about Hwahan. This big diamond. From your family's Mr. Bo. Well, I had such a hard time getting pregnant and giving birth. This is just a small gift. In Hwan also had the money to buy it, but the hubby gave it a different meaning. Beautiful you. Tokiwa touched In Hwan's arm and went back to touch her waist, going up and down on In Hwan. Not far away, Bo Sun answered the call, saw the image, and took a big step over. Tokiwa, are your hands cheap? His wife, how she moves her hands. If this wasn't a public place, wouldn't she still have to touch In Hwan's long legs? TSK, Bo Sun, you're just jealous you. Why so petty? Shursua grabs In Hwan's hand. Come on, baby touch back. Yoon Hwan was led to touch Tokiwa's waist. The 2 girlfriends are having a great time. Suddenly, there came a huffy voice. Tokisu. Tokiwa's body shuddered, and he slowly turned his head sideways. In Hwan then saw a man wearing a black shirt, with an inch hair, and a strong 1'9" man walking over with a dark face. There's no escape. The little wolfhound is awfully clingy. What are you being mean about? Timothy blandly let go of In Hwan. I didn't mean you. Gu Shu bowed his head. She's the one who went too far. She doesn't just mess with men. She messes with women. And in front of someone else's husband. You just dashed. Timothy looked at him with a pathetic look on his face and wanted to kick it twice. Usually this brat is not like this. Fierce as hell. Possessive and especially jealous. I don't know where he got such a strong possessive streak at such a young age. Wu Shu. No introductions? In Hwan takes Bo Sun's arm in case the man beside her gets even more jealous. Thin Seeker's arm clamped down, not wanting her hand to leave. Gu Shu. Sure Shu brings a glass of wine to Gu Shu. Bo Sun. In Hwan. In Meow Meow. Hello guys. Gu Shu raised his glass with bravado. Please keep an eye on her for me in the future. Timothy slowly twisted his head. What was this brat talking about? Staring at her? Gosh, we might need to talk. Yeah. Gu Shu drank it all in one go and put down the glass. Shu arrogantly stepped on her high heels and walked outside the hall. Gu Shu caught up with her in stride and started to grab Shu's hand, but was pushed away. Gu Shu moves towards Shu again, and In Hwan is looking at it with great interest when Bo Sun's handsome and extraordinary face blocks her view, and her narrow Rue foam eyes narrow up. See what? Watch the show. Poof. Is that brat surnamed Gu the only one who's jealous and I'm not? Bo Sun is also jealous in his heart right now. Seeing this, In Meow Meow turned around and left. Luckily she wasn't in love. It's horrible. You, don't be jealous. I'm accompanying you now. In Hwan moved in front of him. You're quite handsome tonight. Handsome to you? Aha. In Hwan wrapped her arm around him. Let's have a drink. Already married, with children, and still want to drink a cup of wine. In Hwan, you don't know how to be too provocative. Bo Sun sipped his wine, his eyes deep. But when could In Hwan say she loved him? I don't think Flossy might make it back tonight. Did you see that brother? His shirt is all taut and his muscles are crunching. I guess he could punch Flossy into the wall and gouge him. On the outside, he looks like a fierce little wolfhound, but in reality, he's a jealous maniac. It's kinda contrasting. Bo Sun had just been coaxed by her, and when he heard her talking about Gu Shu's figure, his whole body was bad. Don't I have muscles? Don't you like my muscles? You don't like my muscles after seeing someone else's? In Hwan you like the new and hate the old. Even if you like his muscles, they don't belong to you. A friend's husband is not to be cheated. Don't forget you're a woman with a family. Bo Sun looked at her coldly in a conspiratorial manner. Pissed off. How can Yoon Hoon brag about other smelly men's muscles? All this time about liking his muscles, his abs, are they a thing of the past? Finished? In Hwan asked him calmly. How can she be so calm? Bo Sun's chest heaved with anger. No, take your time then. I'm off. In Hwan had just turned around when Bo Sun hugged her from behind. He seized pain in his heart, gasped with difficulty, and spoke in a low voice. Missy, if you like a body like his, I can practice. I don't like it. I like your muscles like that. Not too much. Not too little, just right. Bo Sun wrenched over her body, and the two of them looked at each other. Really? In fact, he wanted Yoon Hwan to say she loved him more, but he preferred to let In Hwan initiate the conversation. What a good figure you have. You have everything without exaggerating. Your height and legs are long, and your abs and mermaid line are beautiful. In Hwan gently patted his chest. Good boy. No practicing exaggerated muscles like that. Chapter 107, In Hwan, I kind of like you. Bo Sun stared at her bright eyes. The hand that landed on her chest was warm and soft, as if it carried a magical power. The warmth invaded her heart like a silk, and the restlessness inside was easily soothed. She liked him just as muscular as he was, which amounted to just liking him. The two of them looked at each other intensely, but the siblings, who were being carried around and shown off, started to cry. In Hwan was like an enemy. That's not a very breastfeeding friendly evening gown she's wearing tonight. She had purposely expressed her breast milk before getting dressed, and she didn't have that much breast milk for a while. Inside the lounge, In Hwan and Bo Sun look at the two little cuties drinking milk bottles. So well behaved. Both will drink a bottle. Thin Seeker even wanted to send them away early. I just don't know if the wife wants it. Especially since she's breastfeeding now and probably not too willing. Yeah is also cute. And so is Hong Hong. The two adorable little ones had just cried. Their eyes were slightly red, and they were more than adorable. They were pathetic and tickled. Go! In Hwan still wants to hug her little baby, but she is suddenly pulled away by Bo Sun. What's the rush? We're hosting the dinner tonight. We can't all leave. The hall has to be occupied. Thin Seeker explained. Reasonable. Instead, In Hwan is led out of the dinner hall by Bo Sun to the outside terrace. At night, the sky rises with brilliant and beautiful fireworks. Fireworks exploded in the sky, displaying the number 100, the word U in orange, and the word Hong in blue. After the children's names, the word joy appears. Unlike the children's separate names, Their names are linked and intimate. Red hearts appeared around the name again, wrapping their name. Tonight's fireworks were customized by Bo-sun and took 3 months to make. Yoon-hwan likes to watch fireworks, so he gives her fireworks. She likes jewelry. Give her jewelry. Give her clothes if you like nice clothes. If you like designer bags, get her a bag. Like him, everything about him belonged to her. He carried her to the restroom when she was pregnant with a pregnant belly, and he could do the same in the future. As long as In-hwan needed him, he could drop everything and run to her anytime. Bo-sun's deep black Roy foam eyes gazed at In-hwan's delicate side face. Was he the only one running for the hills in their relationship? In-hwan, are you in love with me? Will you run toward me? For the rest of his life, he doesn't want to fall in love with In-hwan. He just wants to love each other until his white head. In-hwan had long since noticed Bo-sun's 10,000 hot gaze, and the rolling line of sight made her shyly embarrassed to turn her head sideways. It wasn't until the fireworks were finished that In-hwan turned around. Bo-sun breathed heavily and stood straight in place, not knowing what he was thinking. In-hwan took 2 steps and saw that he wasn't following and went back to him. Let's go. In-hwan took the initiative to hold his hand. Let's go get something to eat as well. Bo-sun's eyes contain a smile. The moment his wife came back, he felt a halo of light around In-hwan, just like an angel with a pair of beautiful wings. What a defeat for her. Ever since I was a kid, I've lost to her alone. Instead, he eats it up and enjoys it. In-hwan ate something and dragged Bo-sun to the center to dance. As a young lady and a reserved young master in the capital circle, ballroom dancing is something you have to learn from a young age. It had been 2 or 3 years since the last time they had danced together. In-hwan and Bo-sun go to the center, and under the crystal lights, the two of them face each other in an embrace. In-hwan wrapping his arm around her waist to follow the music as they dance and wander. Thin search eyes like a torch. The wife of this waist floor up to dance is really good. The body posture is elegant and perfect. Beautiful like a princess. This is the In-hwan that belongs to him alone. Look at our Mr. Bo. Those eyes are almost falling on Miss In. Before marriage they hated each other to death. But after marriage they are so sticky. Sito stood next to him, whiskey in hand, half joking, but with some vague envy in his heart. It's called having a lover. Ruthless people look on coldly. Who says it isn't? That time before the wedding when they couldn't see each other without a fight and a hair pulling, only to get pregnant only a month or 2 after the wedding. Worthy of being our Mr. Thin, really good. That's true. Winning 2 at a time, that's not something you can normally do. In Nyamyo listened silently. Did this have anything to do with Bo-sun being strong? It clearly just so happens that Hwan had 2 eggs naturally that month to naturally conceive a dragon and phoenix child. After the dance, In-hwan's eyes tailed up, her beautiful eyes reflecting the light, her eyes reflecting Bo-sun's handsome face. Bo-sun. Thin Seeker ignored the stares of everyone around him and attached his ear to her mouth, ready to listen. That soft, nice voice whispered in his ear. She said, I seem to like you a little bit. After saying that, In-hwan left without him. Bo-sun was so excited and euphoric that he froze, standing in place for a long time. Yoon-hwan said she liked him. It wasn't something he'd brainstormed, or hallucinated, or dreamed. It's true. What's the fret? Your wife is gone. Asterisk. Did In-hwan just say she wanted to talk to you about divorce? Sito came over with a good look on his face. Thin Seeker took a glass of wine from the waiter and cleaned it. She said she liked me. Thin Search deliberately ignored a bit of those 2 words. Originally watching the drama, Sito inexplicably ate dog food. He was redundant to ask this mouth. After Bo-sun reacted, he excitedly went to find In-hwan. When he found In-hwan, she was holding the crying Bo-hong and coaxing gently. 1 minute she's confessing her love in his ear. The next she's running out to bring up her baby. Bo-sun walked to her side. Baby, were you just shy? I heard everything you said. In-hwan is indeed shy. She didn't even expect Bo-sun to freeze directly in place as a cutie after hearing it. She was so happy to hear it. She came to coax the child at her leisure. Hong stopped crying and looked at In-hwan with dark eyes, stretching out his little hand to try to grab In-hwan's face. Bo-sun's quick eyes and hands blocked his son to the little clutches. A finger sent to his son to play. Will daddy play with you? Will grandma and grandpa play with you? Do you like your grandparents? Is it okay to grow up around your grandparents from now on? In-hwan, you are going to be a father. Admirable admiration. Little Hong tries to take Bo-sun's finger into his mouth, and In-hwan coughs slightly. Bo-sun immediately pulled out his finger. You can't eat it. Fingers have bacteria. Now the most afraid of small children sick. Before the fever, In-hwan personally care. Heartbroken 2 or 3 days did not sleep well. The child whimpered his displeasure. What's all the crying about? Your sister didn't even cry. Boys should be generous. Bo-sun educated him. Just as I finished speaking, I heard little Yeye's cries. Thin Seeker leaned over and picked up his daughter. Both husband and wife cuddled and coaxed their children. In-hwan softly, it's all your fault. It's even if you got married early at a young age. Actually also early to become a mom and dad. At this time if we both don't have children, how happy we are playing. Chapter 108, Stimulation. Wife. It's already born. Can't stuff it back. Bosun pats his daughter. Barely accept them, bear with them a little longer. If you don't want to put up with it, I think it's fine to put them on formula. He had no comment. It was even very euphoric. Inhwan gave him a blank look. She and Bosun were really still too young to have that sense of responsibility as parents. It was late when I got home. After her bath, Inhwan went to the nursery to breastfeed. She said she didn't like the idea of having a baby so early, but she still loved the two little cuties. They are two Mrs. Cute. Inhwan fed her son and then her daughter. Two kids still have the benefit of being balanced with one person eating on one side. Everyone was satisfied, except Thin Seeker. Thin Seeker came in late from his shower. Honey, they're all asleep. Why don't you come to the bedroom and sleep with me? Thin Seeker lowered his voice for fear of waking the children. Yoonhwan had just confessed to him today, and hadn't had a chance to properly respond to her confession all the time he'd been with the kids. That's why he's extraordinarily excited right now. Shoo! Bosun sits on Inhwan's side and wraps his arm around her waist. What's so pretty about them sleeping? Lovely. The corners of Inhwan's mouth turned up. Don't you think so? It is quite cute. Thin Seeker rested his jaw on her shoulder. You're even cuter. With Bosun's head pressed on her shoulder, Inhwan had a pair of sleeping, adorable children in front of her. Her grandfather, who loved her, died, but the world is full of more people who love her, and people she loves. For example, the formerly unloved Thin Seeker, who is now a favorite, and their one son and daughter. Hold me, Inhwan whispered. I don't want to go. Thin Seeker picked her up and quietly left the nursery, sending the nursemaid in to keep watch. The master bedroom is right next door. Bosun, however, walked extremely slowly with her in his arms, the mixture of their differently flavored shower gel scents invading the tips of their hearts like silk. It seems like Bosun can still hear Inhwan's gently surging, soft and sweet confession. Missy, say what you said at night again for me, okay? What words? I said so much at night. Which sentence? Inhwan deliberately pretended not to know. Thin Seeker hinted at the very obvious. Just that one. The one you whispered in my ear at the end of our dance. The one where you left after that. Inhwan smiled and looked at his scarlet ears. What did I say? Forgot. Inhwan, you're so bad. Women aren't bad. Men aren't good. Who else do you need to love? Isn't it enough that I love you? Bosun put her on the bed. His warm palm pressed against her cheek. Don't be so greedy. One lover is enough. Your lover is me. Bosun couldn't help his eyes from misting up, and had a feeling of keeping the clouds open and seeing the moon. His palm got hotter and hotter, and Inhwan stroked the back of his hand. Bosun, when I said that I kind of fell in love with you, I was lying to you. Bosun stared at her in a daze. From the beautiful eyes, to the small nose, the slightly red lips, the white neck, the sexy shoulder and neckline, the hot gaze returned to her lips. Inhwan, how could she be like that? Thin Seeker kissed her straight on the lips, not allowed to say such cruel words to him. He loves her so much and she loves him. Don't hurt each other. Inhwan was kissed crispy. Her small hand pounded his back. That sentence just now was to tease you. What was said at the dinner party was true. Thin Seeker's so hard. Her mouth went numb. Inhwan was in tears. Bastard. Who let you kiss so much? Bosun's mind is a mess. Quickly organizing and digesting Inhwan's words. Inhwan, I'm really going to be mad at you. Bosun lowered his head and buried it into her chest. You don't know how happy I was when I heard you say you like me at night. I have more fireworks blooming in my heart than are set off at night. She had just wilted and said she was lying to him. And the feeling of getting it and then having it slip out of his hands was too much of a fall for him to bear. You make my heart rise and fall. Bosun felt aggrieved like a child now. It needs to be pampered by Inhwan. Isn't it exciting? Inhwan tenderly stroked his hair. Bosun inhaled her fragrant soft breath deeply. Too exciting. It's too exciting. I can't do it anymore. What's not working? The heart is failing. Bosun looks up. It's definitely not that. You know best if I'm good in that area. Yoonhwan laughed softly. I want to be clearer tonight. Thin Seeker immediately began to move. After a long time, Inhwan is so soft that she leans against Bosun's arms and drifts off to sleep. She thought about checking on the kids again, but from inside the monitor it looked like the two cuties were sleeping soundly and didn't need her to. Hwan. Bosun kissed her white shoulder. Still not sleepy? What are you thinking about? Wondering why I like you? It's not like there's any shame in liking me. I'm actually quite good. Thin Seeker's lips landed on her shoulder and rolled. You'll find out. It's only like that if you've already discovered it. Are you stupid? Bosun, go to sleep. Good night. Inhwan paused for a moment, then spoke again softly. Husband. Bosun gets excited again at the name and excitedly goes to harass Inhwan. Inhwan sat face */omega*. Still coming? are you going to sleep tonight or not? If I had known, I would not have confessed or called my husband. The next day, Bo-sun was glowing, his spirits soaring, and he was in a great mood. In-hwan slept until noon before coming downstairs, during which time she just fed the kids. Finn Seeker finally went to the office. She can't go. It's not very convenient to breastfeed, and the little ones have to eat every 2 or 3 hours. In-hwan wanted to keep exercising, but she had already over-exercised last night and was up to her eyeballs in exercise. After dinner, she naps with the kids. The 2 little cuties lay beside her, sleeping in the Finn sought place. Finn Seeker saw 2 cuties in his place when he called the video. Not cute? They're asleep. Keep your voice down. Yoon-hwan said softly. Honey, I want to see you. Bo-sun had seen enough of a pair of children. Don't want to see it. Want to see her. In-hwan turned the camera on herself, only to realize that the pajamas were loose at this angle, revealing ambiguity. She tugged at her pajamas and pulled the thin quilt over her again. Finn Seeker couldn't wait to reach into the screen and lift the covers off of her. I left all the marks on you, and you actually won't let me see them. In-hwan smiled faintly. People are shy. Shy? Who was that forward last night? In-hwan thought of certain unsolicited images. Shoo, don't say it. Shush him again. But so cute. Finn Seeker set the phone up. You go to sleep. Don't hang up the video. I'll watch you guys work. Chapter 109. Work is work. Can you concentrate watching them? Go home and read it slowly. And work hard. In-hwan said warmly. Bo-sun reluctantly hung up the video. Working for a few hours so he could go home and hug his wife. And tonight belonged to him. He was going to take all the spots. When Ye and Hanghong reached 8 months old, it was decided that it was time to wean them. Lately they've been getting bigger appetites and there's not enough breast milk for both kids. In that case, Finn Seeker gave the order and decided to wean. And weaning is easy. Sooner or later, the grandparents will have to bring up the child. So on the day they decided to wean, In-hwan and Bo-sun first sent their son to the nearest grandparents' home. Bo's mother is holding her grandson. Bo's father is holding 2 big suitcases prepared by Bo-sun. Inside are the milk powder, diapers, change of clothes, toys and so on that Hong will need to use. We have all these ready. Mother Bo hugged her good grandson. Say goodbye to mom and dad. Poop. Bobby A. ABA. Bo-sun holds In-hwan's hand, unperturbed even as he listens to his son call out to him. Also blah 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 all day at home and eating little handfuls. Weaning. At least 3 days. Please. Bo-sun pulls the reluctant In-hwan and leaves. I have to go to my in-laws' house after I get in the car. And I have a daughter to send out. In-hwan hugged her adorable daughter and was still quite sad that she suddenly had to part. I have to see them every 2 hours during the day at home. The cute little munchkin didn't know she was going to be separated from her mom yet. Her big, dark eyes staring straight at her and giggling at her. In-hwan then teases her while Bo-sun wraps his arms around In-hwan's waist. It's nice to finally have an excuse to send these 2 light bulbs away. World of 2. He even made a point of finishing his work early. 3 days. Stay with your wife. In order to have a weaning failure, he was ready to take In-hwan out of the country for these 3 days. Early in the morning, Yin's father and mother were eagerly waiting. In-hwan got out of the car with her daughter in her arms, and Yin's mother happily took her precious granddaughter. Go on. Go have fun. Go off to a world of 2. Don't keep you guys. Yin's mother turned around with her granddaughter in her arms and left. In-hwan, may I ask if she is out of favor? Mom, am I still your favorite daughter? In-hwan asked. In-mother turned around with her granddaughter in her arms. Of course you're mom's favorite daughter. I'm holding my daughter's daughter. Don't you want to have a world of 2? How she knows. That look in her son-in-law's eyes. She understood. In-hwan was shy for a split second. I'll leave it to you guys then. Call me anytime if you have any problems. Go. In-hwan was pulled into the car by Bo-sun. Once in the car, he was held down in his arms and kissed passionately. They kissed every day except when Finn Seeker was away on business. Why is he in such a hurry? Not even caring about the driver in front of you. Concentrate. In-hwan glared at him petulantly, then whirled her body limply on top of his, her jaw resting on his broad shoulders. I can't rest assured. The babies were small at this time and probably didn't understand that she, as a mom, was the one who wasn't used to being separated from her babies. Could you suffer from separation anxiety? No, they're still young. You're even less so. You have me with you. I won't give you too many chances to think about them. Bo-sun's warm palm presses against her back. I've booked a plane ticket. Let's go to Hokkaido for a few days. Ha, I didn't take anything. Baby, I have all your things ready. Bo-sun smiles badly. Now go straight to the airport. Bo-sun had arranged it all, and she didn't have a problem with it. Bringing up a baby had consumed so much of her youth that she really should take a break to relax and unwind. But when they arrived in Hokkaido, they spent 2 days in the hotel alone. Besides eating and sleeping, it's just a variation of exercise. On the 3rd day, In-hwan didn't want to stay in the hotel anyhow. going out skiing. On the way to the ski resort, In Hwan was busy and kept calling the elders of the two families to check on Yu and Hum Hang. The two little ones were still very uncomfortable for the first 2 days, crying all kinds of things and sleeping when they got tired of crying. It's a habit now, but In Hwan has no way to go back tomorrow. Once you go back to spending time with them, you still can't help but breastfeed your babies. The culprit of all this is Bo Soon. It would have been a natural reflux when you stopped breastfeeding. Thinking of this, In Hwan's pretty eyes looked askance at Bo Soon again. Bo Soon doesn't know why In Hwan is suddenly looking at him with that kind of look, and holds her on his lap in a face-to-face position. Blame me. Blame me. This isn't bringing you out today. Let's play for a few more days. What about your company? The company has something on the line that can be fixed, and nothing is more important than spending time with your wife. Indeed, it was accompanied. They haven't been separated for 48 hours out of going to the restroom. If it had been 2 years ago, In Hwan would have been annoyed. After a long period of pregnancy and breastfeeding, accustomed to Bo Soon's company, now when he is not there instead of getting used to it. Tonight, not just tonight, no touching my boobs for 3 days from now. Why shouldn't he be allowed to touch his own wife? You can touch me anywhere. Why don't you let me touch your body? Bo Soon was aggrieved. Have you forgotten what we're out here for? Do you still want to wean the babies? Yoon Hwan huffed and punched him on the shoulder with her small hand. What does it matter to me if they break theirs? I don't break them. In Hwan was petulant and angry at what she heard. Why is this man so shameless? Is he going to be ashamed of himself? How old he is? Staring at Bo Soon's increasingly aggrieved handsome face, In Hwan cries and laughs, truly defeated. But she didn't want to continue that with him in the future. It's been 8 months. It's time for you to have enough fun. Thin seeker. Oh, though he hadn't had enough fun yet, and his wife said that if he'd had enough, he'd had enough. Miserable. I should have known I would have weaned the kids later. I've heard that you can breastfeed up to 2 years old. After a few minutes of silence in the car, Bo Soon came up to In Hwan's ear and whispered, if you really can't break it off, you can also not break it off and breastfeed until you're 2 years old? In Hwan slapped her across the face. You wish. Don't think she doesn't know what bad ideas Bo Soon has in mind. Okay, you won't be able to eat it later. He got his tubes tied and won't be able to conceive a second child in the future. Hey, it's kinda disappointing when you think about it, but he'd had it and didn't expect much. Hokkaido has beautiful scenery and is a ski resort. The two of them had been playing all day when it started to snow on an otherwise clear day. They stayed at the estate on the hill. In Hwan sat in front of the fireplace in his room, which was warmed with wine. When she broke it down, she hadn't had a drink in a long time, even though it wasn't cold in the room. In Hwan wanted to warm up with a hot drink. Thin Seeker came back from outside, put down his dinner and made his way over to her. A big fireplace right up against her. In Hwan thinks she's overthinking things. As long as Bo Soon is around, there's no way she'll be cold. Bo Soon buried himself in the hollow of her shoulder. Honey, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat dinner first, or me first? Chapter 110, Reunion. Of course. In Hwan paused deliberately. Thin Seeker waited nervously for her to answer. Eat? Who has the energy to be eaten by him when he's been skiing all afternoon? Is his energy unlimited? The wine is warm. In Hwan got up and was grabbed by Bo Soon. If he wanted to do it, In Hwan naturally wouldn't stop him. It's a good thing you don't have a maid out with you. You have to do everything yourself, so it's easy to do everything when you have a lot of money and the ability to pay for it. Yoon Hwan drank some of the hot spice and it didn't take long for her cheeks to blush slightly with alcohol. She was a good drinker, but after not drinking for over a year, her drinking has actually gotten worse. Bo Soon couldn't help but pinch her little cheeks. His wife's drunken appearance was simply too cute, wanting to bully her, ravage her, make her cry, make her intoxicated and mesmerized, and madly call her husband. Good boy. In Hwan tilted her head, milky sweet and good-natured, holding her wine glass out. More. So greedy. Bo Soon slowly poured her wine. Baby, no more drinking in the future, except in front of me. Yoon Hwan is so cute when she's drunk. Thin Seeker doesn't want anyone to see it. In Hwan took a small sip of her drink. You too. If you dare to come home drunk from now on, you'll sleep in the bathtub. Thin Seeker is happy as hell. The wife controls him. Okay. One day later, Bo Soon came home drunk, and In Hwan asked the maid to put him in the bathtub to sleep for the night. And the next day Bo Soon was in pain all over his body, and was especially aggravated to move towards In Hwan's side. In Hwan gave him a blank stare. As promised. If you drink too much, you have to sleep in the bathtub. Let's see if he dares to do it again. Bo Soon wanted to go to hold In Hwan was disliked. Busy non-stop to go to the shower. Never dare to drink too much to go home. Yoon Hwan is serious. She's not just saying that. Time back to the present. In Hwan is drunk and leaning in Bo Soon's arms, and a movie is playing on the projection screen in the room. Let's just stay in the room and don't go anywhere. In Hwan hugged his waist. Stormy Mountain Resort Murder. secret room murder, snowy night murder. Bo-sun gently stroked her hair. Don't worry, it won't happen. How does he know it won't? What if? In-hwan thinks he's had too much to drink tonight. The movie in front of him couldn't be watched anymore, so he started to move against Bo-sun, squeezing his shoulders, feeling his abs, touching his thighs through his pajama pants, living like a female sex fiend. Bo-sun was lying lazily, with a look of letting her ravage him. The corners of his mouth contained a faint smile, and the bottom of his eyes were full of doting. It was snowy outside, warm inside, and lovingly entwined in the sound of the movie. It's been a week since Bo-sun and In-hwan returned home. Yu and Hung were sent home. It had only been a week since they'd seen each other, and the two little ones had looked at them with those big, blank eyes at first. In-hwan picked her daughter up. It's Mama, don't you recognize Mama? Little Yu asked about the smell of Mama's body, aggrieved, pouting and crying. Wow, as if to say where Mama went. Thought her mother did not want her. Next to him, little Hung heard his sister crying and followed suit. For a moment the hall was filled with the bursting cries of two small children. In-hwan knew it was coming. It took the couple a long time to coax a pair of children to stop crying, and then the couple switched hugs. Just as her son arrived in In-hwan's arms, his little hands grabbed at her chest, lifting her clothes anxiously, his face reddening. This brat is worthy of being Bo-sun's son. That's genetics in place. No more. Baby, you've been weaned. You've been drinking milk powder. You've been eating supplements. Why do you still want to lift mommy's clothes? In-hwan was helpless. No, there's no more milk to feed him. In-hwan didn't let Bo-sun touch her breasts for the latter days of her vacation abroad, and is still in the stage of trace overflow, so she can't be stimulated or it will continue to flow. This is not a time to be hasty. She won't even let Bo-sun touch it, and she definitely won't let her son touch it either. This brat. Bo-sun also laughed at this action of his son. Bo-sun couldn't wait to hug his son again, and even cupped one to step on one and said, "Still, the daughter is well behaved and cute." Little Hung seems to understand Bo-sun's words, babbling to show his dissatisfaction, his little hands and arms pounding on Bo-sun's chest, but the force he exerted on Bo-sun's body was just an itch. You're a boy. You can't do that to a girl. You know? Men and women are different. You can only do that to your future wife. Bo-sun began to educate his son. Wouldn't it be too early to start the church? In-hwan hugged her cute daughter. The little baby fell asleep in her arms. It's true that my daughter is still a bit cuter. My son feels more like Bo-sun, and he will definitely be a mischievous master in the future. In-hwan's head felt big just thinking about it. No matter what. Anyway, there are Thin Search in. She is a good person. Thin Search is a bad person. Strict father, mother, discipline to beat the child's work or Thin Search. Soon it was New Year's Eve, and the two families spent it together, and the festivities were hot and heavy, and the two little ones could crawl, in their red dresses, toward their moms and dads. Go to grandparents. Bo-sun waved the toy toward his dad. Hung, go to grandpa. Don't spend your days trying to cling to his wife. Little Hang's big dripping eyes looked to her grandparents, then twisted her head to look at her mom, and finally sat down where she was. And little Ye's goal had been to crawl towards In-hwan with great determination. Seeing that his sister had already been picked up by his mom, little Hung only crawled towards his mom again in a hurry. Bo-sun sighed. Children at this age really do stick to their moms more. In-hwan carries more and naturally prefers to spend time with her, the kinship that belongs to them. After the new year, In-hwan prepares to go to work for her own company. Unlike the last time she went to the shopping mall under her name, this time she is going directly to the head office as a manager, because her dad wants to stay home with his granddaughter now. But it was In-hwan's father who took her to her first day at work. He hired an acting president, who was highly paid back from Rice, and was very capable. Today is the official introduction to In-hwan. After all, the company will be In-hwan's from now on. In-hwan followed her father into the conference room, where someone was already waiting in the bright and spacious office. How to describe this image of seeing again the man who had once made her horny after a 7-year absence? 7 years ago, that youthful and sunny, white and clean, warm as the spring breeze of the boy grew into a mature business elite look, tailored high-fashion suits, shiny black shoes, big back hairstyles that show off the forehead. Lu Sintan had thought about this possibility before he saw In-hwan again. Back then, that aristocratic school, the students who could get in were either rich or rich. At least a very few top students got in on merit. He was one of them, and In-hwan is the deserved school beauty, the golden girl who has a limousine to take her to school every day. At that time, I only heard that her family was very rich, and she grew up playing with pearls as glass marbles, and a casual dress was a year's income for his whole family. She's the pride and joy of heaven, and he was just an average student with good grades. This is my precious daughter In-hwan. Yin's father opened his mouth to introduce. This is Lu Sintan. Xiao Lu will be the acting president in the future. You learn more from him. If you don't understand anything, if you can't decide, you can ask him. Of course you can also come to ask Dad. Chapter 111, Love Letters. Inhwan silently listened to her father's teachings. How come the more she listened, the more she felt as if she was the president and Lu Sintan was the manager? How come company decisions are made by the president, not the manager, right? After they met, management came and introduced the two in the conference room. When Yoon's father is done with his work, he is anxious to go home and bring his grandchildren. Yoon Hwan sat in his office, his mind still a little foggy on how it could be such a coincidence. Lu Sintan is actually the acting president that Dad hired. The question now is, does Lu Sintan know what happened back then? Has Thin Seeker ever been caught doing anything bad? Yoon Hwan hadn't felt this overwhelmed in a long time. How was she going to face Lu Sintan? Do you want to make it clear what happened before? Could he be out for revenge? How about she goes home to bring up the baby and Dad comes back to work? Inhwan fumed inside the office for a long time until Lu Sintan knocked on the door. Come in, polite and courteous. Lu Sintan walked into her office and took a shallow look around. It was also her first day on the job, and the office didn't have many personal belongings yet. A simple, fresh and elegant office with a light scent in the air. Join us for lunch? Lu Sintan offered an invitation. Good. Inhwan readily agreed to the appointment. The food cooked in our family cafeteria is especially good, but I don't know if your tastes have changed since you've been abroad for a long time. In fact, she didn't know what flavors Lu Sintan used to have. Don't know much about him. As time passes, the youthful excitement of the first time has disappeared. But, Bo Soon, that cheapskate, surely remembers Lu Sintan. I don't pick. The two went out together, and in the elevator, Lu Sintan noticed the diamond ring on her ring finger. She's married? So early? Lu Sintan pressed on. Ms. Een, at the risk of asking, are you married? Well, we've been married for almost 2 years now, and my baby is 10 months old. Inhwan fell back on her answer. What about you? After all these years, have you fallen in love? A confidant? No. He's fighting and struggling in a foreign country, and there are a lot of people who are attracted to him, but he's not interested. I missed her then, and it's too late to come back now. Still missing out. In the cafeteria's box, the two had just sat down when Inhwan's cell phone rang. It's Thin Seeker's wife. Boo. Inhwan looks at Bosun, who is pouting his lips and making kissing gestures on the screen. There's someone on the opposite side, so take it easy. Who? Thin Seeker also wants to eat with his wife, but he has a noon appointment. I'll go back and talk to you tonight. Inhwan did not want to mention it in front of Lu Sintan. Okay, Thin Seeker lost his eyes. It's his wife's first day on the job and he has to be good and not let her get annoyed. Hanging up on Thin Seeker's video and coming back to the home video, little Yaya sat on In mother's lap, her two cute little hands clapping their ba. Ma. Baby, mama is here. Inhwan was warm and soft. Has baby eaten grandma yet? Just gave it to her. Inmu replied. Little Yaya's little hands started to touch the cell phone screen again, as if she thought Inhwan was in the cell phone, and that she could touch her mother just by reaching out. As a result, I couldn't touch it and cried with anxiety. The kids start to make a mess and the picture changes. Inhwan hung up the video. Lu Sintan just sat there quietly, husband and child, and her life was now as good and happy as ever. Inhwan took a look at the food and it was served. Let's eat first. We'll talk about it after we eat. It's okay if we don't. Lu Sintan shouldn't know that she had written him a love letter back then, right? So it doesn't need to be awkward. Just think of him as a regular alumnus. When Bosun returns home, Inhwan is upstairs playing with the twins. The two little ones are now ready to walk every now and then, crawling around, sometimes holding onto the fence to stand up and waddle around. Inhwan looked alarmed and rushed over to let them climb. Walking was not recommended at this time. It's better to leave later. Poop. The two little ones saw Bosun come in and called him ABA. Do you want to miss daddy? Thin Seeker enthusiastically leaned over to hug them, one with his left hand and one with his right. Suffered. No hands to hold my wife. Bosun turns his back to Inhwan. Come on, climb up. I'll carry you. Don't. He coaxes kids. She's not that boring. Come up. I'll hold you three on my body by myself. Thin Seeker wanted to show off his strength. Inhwan, helpless to the core, climbs onto Bosun's back. He was on his feet in a flash, and Inhwan wrapped her arms around his neck. Her vision rose and she looked at her daughter with a smile. Daddy's so strong, isn't he? Mama, I have 3 babies. Thin Seeker died of happiness. Inhwan is the oldest baby, and there are 2 little ones. Inhwan jumped down. You play with them. What about you? I rest. Tired from work today? First day on the job doesn't mean she has to be given a job, does it? Thin Search, holding a pair of children, followed her 2 steps and thought better of it. The kids are noisy and definitely annoying. Thin Seeker coaxed for an hour before going out. So tired, he needs a massage from his wife. but Thin Search soon realizes that In Hwan has a heart tonight. The meal was distracted and there were several quiet glances at him. Come on, you might as well just give me a death sentence for anything. He thought back carefully to see if he had done something wrong today. I don't think so. He was very good today. In Hwan whispered. I saw Lu Sintan today. What? Thin Seeker got up. He moved right up to In Hwan. Yun Hwan knew this guy remembered when she saw him react so excitedly. That's the one. The man you asked me to help give love letters to? Bosun hadn't paid attention to Lu Sentan's news for 2 or 3 years. Just sent him out of the country to keep an eye on it. But then it turned out that he adapted quite well to life there. His studies and grades were good, and he found a job there. So the surveillance was dropped. I didn't expect to come back and meet his wife. Bosun hugs In Hwan. Where did you meet? What did you say to him? The company. My dad said he's going to bring up his granddaughter in the future. So he got an acting president for the company. In Hwan locked eyes with him. He and I will be working together from now on. No. Why not? In Hwan smiles faintly. Bosun, do you still have the nerve to bring up the matter of the love letter when you promised to do it properly? Only to turn around and throw it in the trash. You think I didn't know about those things back then? Thin Seeker got weak, swallowed apprehensively, and asked uneasily, which things? I should know all about what you do. Bosun's eyes sank a few points, including sending Lu Sintan out of the country? Chapter 112, Mr. Bo goes to find Hwan Hwan. Without a fight? In Hwan met his narrow Rueifeng eyes, her fingertips lightly tapping his cheeks. Bosun, it doesn't matter if I know or not. Lu Sintan is in the past tense for me, but does Lu Sintan know? That's the point. She wasn't the type of woman to go back and forth, and now that she was married to him and already had 2 children, she naturally had no thoughts about other men. She was just worried about Bosun, the jealous woman. In the past, she was able to get Lu Sintan directly out of the country because of a love letter, and now that she is going to work with Lu Sintan, Bosun still doesn't know what kind of trouble she will get into. Talk to him in advance. Don't want to get into any misunderstandings with him. Don't want Thin Seeker to mess up either. Since Dad chose Lu Sintan, he must have been in contact for a long time and was very sure of his ability to do the job. When it comes to the family business, it's not a child's play. Thin Seek was thinking about the emotional entanglement. Wife, you really don't like him anymore. Do you confess to me that you like me? Yun Hwan can't like 2 men at the same time. Can only like him. Yes, I only like you. I don't like him. He and I are just ordinary co-workers. In Hwan replied calmly. So you can rest assured. Don't worry about what to worry about. Don't worry about it. What if old feelings rekindled? Bosun suddenly wanted to get drunk so badly. But no. Problems arise to be solved, not procrastinated and left unattended. I believe you. But Bosun knew before that Lu Sintan was also interested in In Hwan. She was very glad back then that she turned around and threw that love letter away and didn't give it to Lu Sintan. Otherwise they both love each other. And then long ago they fell in love. And what's wrong with him? He's bad. But what's wrong with him? Man is not for himself. You didn't know until today that Dad asked him to become acting president of the company? In Hwan tilted her head. What do you mean? Would I have mentioned it to you today if I hadn't realized it today? Then I would have mentioned it to you a long time ago. What do you think the purpose of me talking to you is? So don't around. If I do have a little something with him, can you stop it? How come he couldn't stop it? What's to stop him? He stopped it. His father is a son. Wife, since you know all about what happened back then, whether you stopped me or not shows that your feelings for him back then weren't exactly deep, was it? Bosun refuses to answer her question and asks to throw questions back at her. The two of them face each other at the dining table, Bosun wrapping his arm around her waist, his gaze like a torch, his deep brows not wanting to miss a single change in In Hwan's expression. If it wasn't deep, why did Yun Hwan not want to talk to him much after what happened like that? So it's still deep? How much did In Hwan really like Lu Sintan back then? The restaurant was brightly lit, and Bosun couldn't hide the gloom in his eyes. He's really worried about that little crush she had in her youth that didn't end. So cute. In Hwan straightened his collar. Bosun, have you liked me since that time? That's why they threw her love letters and pinched her peach blossoms, to now marrying her. Well, Thin Seeker admitted sullenly. He just loved her at that point. Then why don't you confess? Yun Hwan smiled lightly. Would you fall in love with me if I confessed at that time? Bosun grabbed her wrist and kissed the back of her hand with one kiss. It didn't matter before. Now In Hwan is his wife. What white moonlight and vermilion moles are all a thing of the past. He is present tense as well as future tense. No. Bosun got agitated. Then you still confessed to Lu Sintan dash. I didn't like you at that time. Why would I fall in love with you? In Hwan leaned forward slightly, exhaling her breath like orchids as she approached his handsome face. Don't you have any idea in your heart? He's been wilting since he was a kid, and he's been around me. Who would like a boy like that? Of course he knew. That's why he didn't confess. and don't want her to have an early adolescent relationship either. You like it now. Thin Search's heart was immensely satisfied. It's good to like it now. Bo-sun kissed the back of her hand. Missy, you can't change your mind. That's not necessarily true, depending on how you behave. In-hwan drew her hand out. How is he going to behave? Is it good enough to keep her out of bed tomorrow? Yoon-hwan knew he was thinking the wrong way as soon as he looked at him. In-hwan took a precaution in advance. I mean, you don't make small moves behind the scenes. Surprisingly, my father chose him. He must have already investigated. Dad surely doesn't know that you used to write good love letters to Lucentan. So what are you going to tell my dad about this? I'll allow you not to be too childish. You're 26 years old. In-hwan cried and laughed. This is between us. No need to tell him. Thin Seek commiserates. Doesn't it matter what he's feeling? The two of them were still chatting when Ye and Hanghong woke up, and the couple accompanied the children to eat their complimentary food. The next day, In-hwan had trouble getting out of bed. Dog Thin Seek. Was he on dope last night? In-hwan was late for work the next day, but the executives at that level all knew In-hwan's identity as the group's daughter, and no one dared to say anything even if she didn't come. Not only was Thin Seeker crazy last night, he even left strawberry marks on the obvious part of her neck. Luckily, it's only March, so I can wear it with a turtleneck. In-hwan just came to the company and has never worked before, although she has read a lot of books and often goes to Bo-sun's office, so she can still read. In-hwan was in the office for less than an hour before it was noon. In-hwan propped her jaw in a daze when the office door was suddenly pushed open. Who is it? Come in without knocking. In-hwan looked sideways. What did she see? Suited and booted Bo-sun walked in with roses in his hand, holding the flowers in his left hand, the ring on his ring finger unusually visible. What's he doing? Suddenly coming to the office without even saying so in advance. I'm not being a demon. I came to have lunch with you. Bo-sun intentionally leaves her office door open and places the flowers on her desk. Wife, let's go. In-hwan looked at him lazily. You're dressed up a bit handsome today, and you even got your hair styled. What? To compete with him? In terms of face value, I've never lost. Bo-sun just wants Lucentan to meet. In-hwan's husband is he. Bo-sun. In-hwan is already owned. Don't covet. You're so confident. In-hwan got up. Go out to eat. Going out to eat? But I heard that you and Lucentan ate at the company's cafeteria yesterday. Bo-sun doesn't fight unprepared battles. I haven't eaten at the cafeteria here yet. I'll go taste the flavors. Bo-sun leans over. Baby, is your back still sore? If you don't want to move, I don't mind carrying you down. Chapter 113, Enemies. Although it was her own family's company, In-hwan couldn't ignore her image. Bo-sun's desire to hug her was nothing more than a declaration of sovereignty and a demonstration of their love for each other. The last time I confessed to Bo-sun was last year, and I casually mentioned it last night, and at that time Bo-sun obviously didn't put it on his mind, and was full of her and Lucentan's previous past. Honestly, there's not much past between them. There is very little socializing. It's just that everyone around her was youthful and ignorant at the time, and she was encouraged to confess. In the end, there was no confession. I don't know where Bo-sun got so angry. He also got rid of Lucentan. In-hwan and Bo-sun both walk out of the office and meet Lucentan and his assistant at the elevator. Bo-sun immediately took In-hwan's hand. Introducing, my husband Bo-sun, the new president, Mr. Lucentan Lu. In-hwan falls back on her introduction. Is Mr. Lu going to dinner? Right. Together then. In-hwan leads Bo-sun into the elevator. The four of them stand in the elevator, with Bo-sun and In-hwan standing behind Lucentan and his assistant. In-hwan is doing this on purpose. Bo-sun came here on purpose. How can he make a trip for nothing? In order to be able to work well in the future, let them eat at the same table, and make it clear what grudges they had in the past. And if Lucentan feels that he minds, he cannot stay to work in the company. The assistant was very sensible and did not follow them into the cafeteria box. The staff meal was ready by this time, and the chef was waiting to see if any executives had come to order. Bo-sun sat down next to In-hwan, still feeling that the distance wasn't enough, and moved his stool. Bo-sun took the menu. Honey, which dish is good? The chef is good. It's all quite tasty. You can order whatever you want. In-hwan sipped her juice. Mr. Lu too. The three of us shouldn't be able to eat much. Mr. Lu put down the menu. You guys just order. Bo-sun ordered a few random dishes and was upset. In-hwan used to be the kind of gentle, considerate man like Lucentan who thinks of others. I didn't realize that after 7 or 8 years, Lucentan was still of this nature. He's also very considerate of his wife. How considerate of his wife? Thoughtfulness is bursting at the seams. Do you remember my husband? Mr. Lu, you guys used to be on one floor. In-hwan slowly began to catch up, a light smile on the end of her eyes. Lucentan said, remember, Mr. Bo used to be a man of the people. No one doesn't know that the Bo family's youngest master is handsome and reserved, and wherever he goes, he will inevitably cause a large number of fangirls to scream in succession. You too. Yoon Hwan added fuel to the fire. I don't count. Lucentan used to be just a good-looking guy with good grades. In that aristocratic school, people with good grades were a dime a dozen, and those with good looks were even more numerous. And even those people didn't need to study that hard to have everything prepared by their families in the future. He's different. He needs to be on his own. The gentle and considerate senior on the surface is actually sensitive at heart. Compared to me, you don't count. Bo-sun leans lazily, placing Yoon Hwan's hand in his lap and playing with it. Yes, Mr. Bo has been starstruck since he was a child. And like MS. Ian, you are a good match. Lucentan went home and checked online yesterday after he knew that Yoon Hwan got married. The news of her marriage to Bo-sun. The news that they were blessed with a pair of dragon and phoenix babies. The marriage of the two families. A match made in heaven. He could only look at it from a distance before, and now he could do the same. Of course, we're perfect for each other. We're childhood sweethearts. Our two families are family friends. Our parents have watched each other grow up. Our elders are satisfied. And we're in love with each other. And we're incredibly in love with each other. Bo-sun couldn't wait to print on his face that we are super invincibly in love with each other. Yoon Hwan had said he liked him a little bit, and he took the liberty of turning a little bit into many points. Yoon Hwan didn't retort and let Bo-sun speak. After serving the food, Bo-sun took care of her in every way again, just like when she was pregnant. Yoon Hwan also didn't stop Bo-sun from being attentive. Since he wanted to, let him do it. Even Lucentan looked speechless, picking the thorns of the fresh fish to Yoon Hwan's lips, staring at Yoon Hwan with intense affection. And when he saw her finish eating, he went over to give her a kiss. Lucentan is full of dog food. After the meal, Yoon Hwan goes to the restroom, and she deliberately leaves them in the space. Guess there's a bit of an issue between them that needs to be resolved. The smile on Bo-sun's face instantly converges, and his deep black eyes look across at Lucentan. Long time no see. It was quite a long time. Lucentan locked eyes with him, his right hand touching the glass on the table. It was filled with plain water, and he didn't like to drink alcohol or beverages. With so many companies in the country, why did you choose here? Bo-sun didn't want to beat around the bush with him and asked directly. I'm just an ordinary laborer, where the treatment is good and the development prospects are good. I'll go work wherever I can. Do you think there's a problem, Mr. Bo? Lucentan asked rhetorically. The bottom of Bo-sun's eyes became cold and hostile for a few minutes, and his voice became low. You are already the acting president. What more development prospects do you want? Do you want to be the son-in-law of Ian Lee Group, and later on become the official president, and be the hero of the whole group? He didn't even know this was Yoon Hwan's house until he met her. Although the surname Ian is relatively rare, it is not unheard of in reality. He did like Yoon Hwan once, and maybe he still does, but he came back late. She's married, Mr. Bo. You don't need to worry about those issues. I'm only responsible for doing my job, and I won't covet anything else that isn't mine, including people. Lucentan rises. He still had a warm brow. In fact, I should say thank you. If it wasn't for your financial support, I might not have had the opportunity to go abroad, and I wouldn't have been able to achieve what I have now. Lucentan's reaction, in turn, caused Bo-sun to choke. It turned out that Lucentan actually knew about what happened back then. Yoon Hwan knew it too. Yoon Hwan told him? Finn Seeker's heart soured. You're right. You're childhood sweethearts. The two families have been friends for generations, and with your family background and status, you're all the best match. Lucentan walked in front of him and stretched out his hand. I bless you guys. Get along well in the future. Just for her sake. Bo-sun is a master who won't suffer, except when it comes to Yoon Hwan. It was just that Lucentan wasn't sure why Bo-sun was targeting him. How did Bo-sun know that he had a crush on Yoon Hwan? There were so many people who used to like Yoon Hwan. Why did Bo-sun have to send him away? Was he a threat in Finn Seeker's eyes? What could he do to get into the eyes of Miss Ian, to make Bo-seek mind so much? And even after 7 or 8 years, he still harbored hostility towards him. Bo-sun narrowed his eyes. The hand in front of him was white. He was indeed a good man. Although sent Lucentan out of the country, but never treated him poorly. Living expenses, tuition are given a large sum of money. Bo-sun got up and shook his hand in an imposing manner. Hwan hasn't worked before. She's always been a pampered young lady. Don't be too hard on her at work. Add a friend. She can contact me at any time if there's anything going on. Chapter 114, Missy. Love me more. Yoon Hwan stands in the corridor as the door to the box opens and Bo-sun and Lucentan come out one after the other. It looks harmonious. There was no fight. That's good. Bo-sun took Yoon Hwan's hand and went ahead. It's midday and the sun is shining, but I'm starting to get sleepy after dinner. Yoon Hwan had just returned to the office, sat on Bo-sun's lap, and began to watch Yu and Hung Hung. Yaya and Hung Hung are both at their grandparents' house today, And the siblings are crawling around on a soft mat with furry dolls to lean on when they get tired of crawling. Children who can't talk yet babble and aba, which is especially adorable. Yaya's big face took over the screen. Mama, 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 where's mama working? Isn't it time for the baby to sleep? In Hwan remembers that when they were little they just slept and slept, and now that they can crawl, they are spending more and more time awake. She'll be even more energetic when she can run later on. Luckily, she doesn't have to take care of the baby every day. I might be getting sleepy. You guys squint for a while too. Bo's mother picked up Yaya and then hung up the phone. In Hwan's cell phone was placed on the coffee table by Bo Sun, who pinched In Hwan's jaw and stared at her with a deadly gaze. What are you looking at? Is it written on her face? How was your chat with Lu Tan? In Hwan pushed his hand away. He's not willing to jump ship or leave the company. Bo Sun's jaw falls on her shoulder. He doesn't care about what happened back then, and even thanks me? Otherwise he wouldn't have had the chance to leave the country. After all, how did he know it was me who messed up? Missy, did you tell him? Nope. In Hwan denied. Maybe someone else let it slip. Since Lu Tan doesn't care, forget it. I don't love him now. Right. Missy only loves me now. Bo Sun lightly rubs his cheek and moves towards her ear. Missy, love me more, okay? In the beginning, In Hwan didn't love him and even hated him, so he felt that a little liking was enough. Having already had that little bit of liking last year, he was getting greedy for more. He wants In Hwan to love him very, very much. How much do you love yours? In Hwan's voice was soft, rubbing his wrist bone. Bo Sun is really good looking. His wrist bones are so sexy. In Hwan's movements are gentle and soft, and Bo Sun just stares at her pretty little hands touching his wrists, then wandering over the backs of his hands, caressing his knuckles. Bo Sun, your fingers are so long. Aha. In Hwan covered her hand up. Both of them had white skin, but their skin tones were different. Bo Sun is cold white. In Hwan is white with a soft pink, like a Lanza gemstone. Beautiful. The tip of his heart really looks good everywhere. Beautiful. A wife like that, he wouldn't let go to anyone. Neither can Lu Tan. Bo Sun's breathing grew heavier on her shoulder and In Hwan's sleepiness set in. I need a lunch break. I'll keep you company. In Hwan didn't refuse. It was impossible to ask him not to accompany him, so he might as well let him. In Hwan's office was even larger than Lu Tan's office, and the lounge besides the office area was large and spacious, containing a restroom, bathroom and even a check room with a large vanity. Yin's father is known for doting on his daughter, and In Hwan comes to work for the company in the best working environment. On the comfortable Simmons bed, Bo Sun wraps his arms around In Hwan but doesn't feel half asleep. When In Hwan wakes up, she still needs to talk to her. And don't tell Lu Tan about the love letter, lest he think too much. It's a secret he'll take to his coffin. Let Lu Tan never know for the rest of his life that they had been in love. Such a lovely young lady. Even if you marry her, there are people who covet her and you have to keep a close eye on her. In Hwan wakes up in a daze and looks at Bo Sun fuming next to her. No, it seems to be fuming. Worried about what? Didn't we talk about it? Could it be a lie to her? In Hwan tugged at his cuffs. Aren't you going to the office yet? Thin Seeker pulled her up. In Hwan fell into his arms as if she had no bones and wrapped her arms around his lean waist. Does Lu Tan know about the love letters? Other than the one you asked me to send and I threw it straight into the trash. Did you write him any other love letters? These questions are important to Bo Sun. He doesn't know, does he? I just wrote that one. In Hwan was still a little bit absent, not awake. Honey, can you grant me a favor? Well, In Hwan said, confused. Don't tell him. Bo Sun rubbed her hair. Don't say anything about the love letter. You're my wife now. You're all in the past. There's no need to talk about it. Hide it in your heart. Rot in your heart. Well, still a shallow grunt. Bo Sun doubts if she's listening or not and lifts her face. Hwan, remember. I know. Unless I drink too much, I won't talk nonsense. I don't want to give myself more trouble, and I don't want to talk to him. And he didn't make it. There's no need to. In Hwan blinked her beautiful long eyelashes. Her eyes cleared up a lot. Don't worry. No drinking too much. You promised me you wouldn't get drunk unless it was in front of me. Bo Sun heard the perfunctory meaning, but In Hwan was too well behaved to say anything serious. After Bo Sun leaves, In Hwan sits down at her desk with the roses he sent her. What if my husband is insecure? Love letters. Why don't you write a love letter to Bo Sun? Hiss. It's so mushy. She can't write either. It's so embarrassing. In Hwan still opened the drawer, took out the beautiful fountain pen that had been there, and after writing the word Bo Sun, she dropped the pen without words. What kind of person writes love letters nowadays? If you don't believe everything you say, can you believe it if you write a love letter? In Hwan threw away the piece of paper with only Thin Seeker's name on it. The marriage is done. The baby is born. If you didn't like him, would you have let him get away with that last night? Thin Seek big bastard, can't even figure this one out. since she was able to put a bit of a crush on him out there. That means there have been many points of crush. Otherwise, that little liking wouldn't have been enough to get her to open her mouth and confess. Just like what Tokiwa said. It's not that she didn't like Bo-sun in the past, but it's just that she loved and didn't know it. She had fallen in love with Bo-sun long ago without realizing it, and even she didn't realize when it started. It's not like she can cook for him like the heroine inside the drama. She won't. Growing up with 10 fingers, having her cook is tantamount to blowing up the kitchen. It's time to go out for two again. If Bo-sun didn't have a date this weekend, they could have gone to a world of two. Like and love to say it, so that he will put his heart in the stomach in the future. Do not think about it. A separation of 7 or 8 years, and back then did not confess successfully. Not enough to let him hang. Well, that's settled. She'll set it up. Bo-sun, just wait for me to spoil you, my lady. Chapter 115, the grand finale. Yoon Hwan's romantic confession plan is not ready for the weekend. Postponed. Get ready to talk. Bo-sun was obviously very bothered by Lu Sentin's sudden appearance and being in the same company, though outwardly pretending to be lighthearted. In reality, he cannot let go. He was most worried that In Hwan and Lu Sentin would go out socializing together, drink too much, and then talk nonsense and tell Lu Sentin about the love letter back then. Weekends are rare family time. The young couple are at home with their 2 children. The little ones ate and slept and woke up and started crawling around. Finn Seeker sat on the couch and hugged him on his lap as he tried to stand. Poopy. Bo-sun pinched Yu's little cheeks. Your father. I'm having an emotional crisis. Baby, your mama likes gentlemen. Am I not gentle? Your daddy? No, she should be made to change her mind and like my type. What's wrong with me? I'm so good to her. I'm still her husband. She has to like me. Bo-sun holds Yu on his lap. Little cutie. It's good that you can talk. Saying good things about dad in front of mom every day. All other men are just passing through. Little Hong hung on the floor, drooled and crawled towards them. Bo-sun looks down at his son. You too. Can't speak. Can't even help dad. Little Hong raised his head and looked at him with big black eyes, as if to say, wife, you chase after it yourself. No talent, poop. Let's go see mommy. Bo-sun picks up little Hong, one in each hand, and spends more time with In Hwan, so that the 3 of them, father and son, can't escape from her world. Yoon Hwan is having her nails done at home and it's been a long time, an hour, and it's still not ready. Yoon Hwan saw them come in and didn't cry. How come she came to her with a hug? Thin CQ. When the 2 little ones saw In Hwan, they babbled and asked for a hug, but In Hwan couldn't hug them at this time, so the 2 little ones started to cry and cry again. Bo-sun had the feeling that he would have to be scolded for not being able to coax a child, and walked out with them in his arms. In Hwan, the manicure, works slowly and she can't go out to hold the baby. It was another hour before In Hwan went out. The 2 little ones are holding the bottle, with tear stains still hanging from the corners of their eyes, and Bo-sun is sitting next to them, while the oversized one is disheveled and lowered, aggrieved as if it had been abandoned. Where was the air of reserve and arrogance before? Hey, windbag, what's up? In Hwan stood in front of him and rubbed his hair. Schoolboy. Bo-sun used to enjoy In Hwan's head touching, but now she was flirting with him with her old words, and he couldn't help but wonder if she was thinking about Lu Sentin. Baby, don't look so pathetic. Didn't I just let you carry the baby for 3 hours? In Hwan was just about to leave when Bo-sun wrapped his arms around her waist and held her tight, his head pressed against the small of her back. What's wrong? Our youngest? Why is he suddenly cloudy and depressed? Get a psychiatrist to look at it. Bo-sun is depressed. So many people. How come it's Lu Sentin who goes to work for the In family? The father-in-law shouldn't know, or he couldn't have invited Lu Sentin. Should he go talk to his father-in-law? He can pay for breaking the contract. Bo-sun intimately pressed against In Hwan, wantonly inhaling her self-contained aroma, wanting to incorporate her into his blood and bones and never be separated. The 2 little toddlers next to him drank their milk, and with a thud, the bottles fell to the ground. The 2 of them were shocked. Bo-sun let go of In Hwan and went to pick up the bottle and coax the baby. In Hwan watches silently. Although Bo-sun wants to live in a 2-person world on a daily basis and wants to send his pair of children back to their grandparents' home and grandparents' home, he actually super loves Yu and Hong Han. Bo-sun finishes his work and realizes that In Hwan is no longer there. He lost it for a split second and walked out of the nursery. Bo-sun pulled In Hwan over. Missy, how old are you? Young or not? In Hwan pressed her small face against his chest. You weren't scared by me. He's thinking about things. In Hwan was actually at the door. Such a childish game. I should have known. I should have played along with her. He can also turn out to be a very gentle man. Baby. Thin Seeker murmured, calling her. Thin Seeker, does the new manicure look good? In Hwan raised his hand to show him. A silver and pink manicure with small and delicate silver butterfly wings attached to it. Good looking. Right, I think it's pretty too. I want to take a picture. Inhwan's eyes tail hooked up in a shallow smile. How to take a picture to look good. 2. Inhwan pressed her left hand on his shirt. You have to touch my husband's abs to get a good shot. Fireworks rising inside Bosun. To shoot like that? Inhwan, you're good at seducing me. All the way back to the bedroom hooked and entangled. Fin-seek unzipped shirt, half satchel at the shoulder, lazily leaning on the sofa. Cold white skin can still vaguely see shallow hickeys. Inhwan sat on his lap, holding her cell phone, her warm and soft fingers wandering around his neck. My husband's body. It's perfect as a photo backdrop. If his wife likes it, he can get naked. Although his photo-taking skills are poor, but when the background plate of his wife's photos he can. He is so handsome. Background plate. Directly pull up his wife's photos to a level. Bosun. Wife. Call him husband too and listen to him. Always calling him by his first name like that makes him feel like he doesn't love him enough. Inhwan threw away her cell phone and abruptly came closer to him. March's bright spring day, shining in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Fin-seek's cold white skin was gilded with a faint layer of soft light. He just leaned in, letting her bully and ravage his look. He a man. Eyelashes thick and slender. This pair of eyes is also exceptionally seductive. The aggrieved time watery, arrogant time cold hostile, chilling. Fin-seeker is actually a particularly lovey-dovey man. Perhaps she was so shy from her look that her ears were actually red. He smoothly wrapped his arms around Inhwan's waist. Baby, I don't have anything with Lu Santan. If you get angry and jealous over him again, I'll really go and catch up with him. Inhwan looked at his changing expression. No go. Fin-seek is in a hurry. No. Inhwan smiled. Okay, if hubby says no, then no. So I say you're not allowed to still think about him. Are you okay? Neither can. Don't you give an inch. Inhwan touched his face. It's all misbehaved. I don't like you if you're misbehaved. I like misbehaved. Where am I misbehaving? Bosun was furious. What kind of me can't you have? I'm your husband. I'm versatile. I can do anything. You don't need to change. That's all. Just don't get blindly jealous. And no flipping me off. Flipping you off. Bosun's tone was just slightly heavier. And as soon as he heard his wife say that, he aggravated again. No. His voice weakened a few notches. And he was a different person than he had just been. Don't dare. I dare you. No, really don't dare to. Bosun wrapped her slender body in his arms. I believe you. Even if Lu Santan was a white moonlight, it was still expired. They are openly married, state legal husband and wife, with an adorable set of children and a relationship that isn't exactly deep but is trying to get deeper. Inhwan leaned against his chest. As long as you don't make it, we'll live the rest of our lives. You're making it. Bosun, you know me. Understand. Missy abandoned him in a minute. He's miserable. 1 week later. On Friday afternoon, Bosun receives a message from Inhwan, saying that she has a social engagement tonight and asking him to pick up Hong Hong and Yu. It just so happens that Hong Hong and Yu are separated today. At the end of the day on Friday, the streets were congested. After picking up my son, Hong Hong, I went to pick up Yu. As soon as the two little ones got in the car, they sat down and babbled baby talk and had a great time. Fin-seeker was sullen, and they were happy. His wife, socializing. Did you go with Lu Santan to socialize tonight? It's time to make a call and ask. When Bosun calls Inhwan's assistant, Yu Gua, Inhwan is beside him. They are busy setting up at home at the moment. Where did you socialize? Did she drink? Inhwan stood in front of the mirror in a beautiful dress, listening to Bosun's voice, her finger on her lips. No, didn't drink. Yu Gua smiled. Don't worry auntie, Miss has her measure. Have you received little Miss and young master? Catch. Miss said since you received someone, go home. Yugo started to get nervous. She heard the sound of a car speeding by. It means that Fin-seeker is on his way. Miss, we should go down. Yugo hung up the phone, and one side of her head was beautifully surprised by Inhwan. With such a beautiful wife, it's normal for Bosun to be insecure. Who made their young lady a millionaire since she was a child? If it weren't for that broken-mouthed Bosun who went around corrupting Inhwan's reputation, saying that she was arrogant, had a big temper, and that marrying her would be acting as an ancestor. The people chasing after the young lady would be lined up from here to the Aegean Sea. Inhwan elegantly carried the hem of her skirt downstairs, giving Bosun a romantic, for the first time in her life. I hope he doesn't know better. The car pulls into the villa. What's in the yard? What's with the word pleasure and the big iron one in the middle of the grass? The car just stopped. Yu Gua and Zhang Xiao hurried over, one holding a child. Mrs. waiting for Yu. Bosun's brain is down. Isn't Inhwan socializing? He had just seen not only Yu Gua, but Inhwan waiting for him. How could he, a man, still see the surprise that Inhwan had set up for him? You can still see their pictures hanging in the yard at home. They were childhood sweethearts, knew each other since they were kids and family friends, and there were a lot of pictures of them together. Him sitting on the couch at 2 years old, with the adults teasing him and letting him hold his sister. Tiny Huan Huan was in his arms and he didn't dare move. The 4-year-old is holding 2-year-old In Huan, who is carrying white butterfly wings on her back and a glow stick in her hand, and the two of them are trotting on their backs. So cute. Mostly because his wife is cute. There are also photos of them in elementary school, wearing red scarves, and little In Huan is the heel, following his brother everywhere he goes, with a mouthful of searching for his brother. It changed when he went to middle school, and Yun Huan didn't like to play with him anymore. He didn't like to play with girls at that time either. He liked to play basketball, soccer, tennis, horseback riding, swimming, etc. with boys every day. Then they went to high school together, and Yun Huan became the school beauty as soon as she entered the school. He was a senior in high school at the time, and Yun Huan was a freshman. The school building was not in the same building. Senior year was intense, and their chances of seeing each other were few and far between. Thin Search actually saw a picture of him standing in the corridor of the lesson building. The halo of the sunset light shines on his body. The breeze blows his hair. The picture is quiet and beautiful. At first glance, it is a girl to shoot. This can't be Huan Huan's sneak peek, can it? How many people did she have crushes on at that point in her life? There's more than one. There are quite a few pictures of him from high school. There were even a few that In Huan had drawn love designs on them. The yard lights up. Lots and lots of love. Besides the word joy, there is the word you and the word constant. They are a family. Bo-sun hadn't seen In Huan yet and had already reddened his eyes. What is this baby doing? He didn't even romance the baby. The music starts and In Huan walks out from behind the love roses in a red dress. It was supposed to be a super romantic scene, with Thin Seeker standing there, greeting her, but he cried. Yun Huan took a step towards him in her high heels. My dear husband. Thin Search tears cannot hold back can be too embarrassing. A tear fell down Bo-sun's cheek as In Huan stood in front of him. In Huan reached out and wiped the drop of tear. That moved you to cry? Huan Huan. Bo-sun doesn't know that In Huan suddenly pulls this stunt, which is even more grand than his birthday. For his previous birthday, it was just the two families having dinner together, cutting the cake, making a wish, and her giving a tie. Although you haven't mentioned Lu Senton's name during this period of time, as long as you come to pick me up at night when you're not socializing, can I not know what's on your mind? In Huan hugged his waist, her bright, beautiful eyes locked with his. The two of them stare at each other under the moonlight. Bo-sun's heartbeat accelerates, thumping, and if the surroundings were quieter, without Yu and Hung Heng's cries, he could even hear his own heartbeat. In Huan's eyes are smiling, her red lips slightly open, and she says warmly and softly, Bo-sun, I love you. Thin Seeker froze. Stupid? Where's my lady's confession? You're not responding, so I'll find someone else. In Huan let go of his waist and turned to leave. Bo-sun clasped her waist with his left hand, cupped her jaw with his right hand, and lowered his head to kiss her. Romantic fireworks rise at this moment and explode into the shape of a love heart in the sky. After a sweet kiss, Thin Seeker pressed against her little face. I love you too, baby, I love you so much. So long, long ago. I know, In Huan whispered. Maybe, I liked you before too. Otherwise, why didn't I bully anyone else but you? Love for each other, talking about them before they confessed their feelings. Honey, I want to hear it again. The feeling of shocked joy filled his entire chest tonight from loss to emotion to now. I love you. In Huan gently and softly says to him. Bo-sun, I say I love you. You love me and only me. Bo-sun's heart beat wildly in his chest. Not only did he wait for Yun Hoon's confession, but it was romantic and surprising. Yu and Hung Hung were crying next to each other and the two couldn't keep cuddling. Even if Yun Huan dresses up tonight, she still has to go and hold the baby. Bo-sun holds her and prepares to follow. In Huan smiles sweetly. I'll go coax the kids. Don't be in a hurry. I wrote you a love letter, yo. Look for it. Bo-sun looked at the large setup scene in front of him, and the entire paradise. Good news. Yun Huan wrote him a love letter. Bad news. Love letters are on their own. Confessing and screwing him like this. You're worthy of it, Yun Huan. Bo-sun stood in place and watched as In Huan hugged Yu, who was crying more fiercely, and gently patted her little face, coming close to Hong Hong, speaking warmly and softly. It's his childhood sweetheart, the one he loved as a young boy, and it's the one he'll spend the rest of his life with. Every day for the rest of their lives, they'll be as happy as they are today. It's up to him to prepare them for future romances and surprises. Let's not talk about it. Let's go look for love letters. Concluded. Chapter 116 Extra Worship. On the day of her grandfather's sacrifice, In Huan and Bo-sun take Yu Hong Hong to pay their respects. The picture of Grandpa on the cemetery is a little white from the weather. 2 adults and 2 children stood in front of the cemetery. Mom and Dad had been here early in the morning, and white chrysanthemum _flowers had been placed in front of the headstone. Baby, this is Grandfather. In Huan squatted down and held Yea's little hand. Send flowers to Grandfather. The two little kids who were still walking crookedly trembled as they put the flowers down, their big, dark eyes looking at the picture in front of them. Yada yada yada. Inhwan's eyes reddened slightly as she gently introduced, Grandpa, this is me and Bosun's dragon and phoenix child, called In Yu and Bo Hong, brother and sister. They're not quite able to speak this year. They'll just poop. Mama. Yu and Hung Hung could see that she was in a bad mood, so they moved towards her, their tiny bodies going to kiss her on the cheek. In heaven's spirit, Grandpa would be relieved to see her so happy now. Grandpa, I miss you so much. Inhwan can't control her tears. She cries every time she thinks of her grandfather. When Inhwan cried, Yu and Hung Hung, not knowing what was going on, followed suit. Whoa whoa whoa. Wailing. Thin Seeker was torn about whether he wanted to cry or not, to follow the crowd a bit, but he didn't. Bosun squatted down to wipe the tears of the two children. You guys, don't lean towards Mama. You're making Mama's clothes wet from crying. Come around Poopy. Next to Poopy, Poop wiped your tears. Bosun took a tissue and gently wiped the tears of the two little ones. What a cry. Bosun hugged Hung Hung. They can cry so well. Are they like you? Inhwan's teary eyes and big wet eyes stared at him. Bosun, who do you think can cry? Me. I can cry. Thin Search wouldn't dare talk about her. As a child Inhwan would cry. But Missy is a fairy even when she's in tears. Grandpa, I'll see you again on the Mid-Yuan festival. Inhwan got up reluctantly. Bosun held one in his left hand and one in his right, and the two little ones wiped their tearful eyes on his shoulders, moistening his white shirt. Okay, baby, no more crying. Good girl, don't cry. Smile with mommy. Inhwan stood by and teased them, the couple working well together. The two cuties looked at Inhwan and giggled, squeezing out smiles. Sure enough, your mom's little cotton coat. You know how to make mama happy. Inhwan smiled. Let's go home. Come and meet Grandpa. Tell him they're happy. On the way back to the car, the tired and crying child sat obediently and coquettishly in the child's seat. Bosun drives and Inhwan sits in the passenger seat. Wife. Bosun raises an eyebrow at Inhwan. Although he didn't say anything, Inhwan could already tell what he meant. Again, I want to send them to their grandparents' house, or grandparents' house, and then they go off to be alone. Today was appropriate for going to the grandparents' house because her parents are grieving. Inhwan nodded slightly. Yes, send them over there and then she and Thin Seeker go out to eat and drink. Babies eat those supplements now. And hey, she really doesn't like them. Bosun will be the babies sent to the Thin family. Grandparents warmly embraced the two grandchildren granddaughter. Inhwan and Bosun get off and also pretend a little bit reluctant to part. And so on the children eating snacks. Bosun pulled Inhwan on the way out. By the time Yu and Hung Hung reacted, they had already gotten in the car and left. New age couples with babies are just so much more capricious. Chapter 117 Extra Wedding Anniversary. When his wedding anniversary with Inhwan was still a month away, Bosun started to prepare. First, while traveling abroad on business, he went to an auction house and auctioned off a large diamond ring worth $200 million as a gift. Then there are all sorts of other preparations. What to eat, what to do, where to stay. The most important thing was not to let Yeye and Hung Hung disturb them. The two little cuties are now walking and saying simple words. Daddy, Mama, don't, kiss. Whenever Inhwan and he came home, the two little cuties loved to chase after them. So in order for their anniversary to be a happy one, they couldn't let two little cuties come home. He had told his mom and dad ahead of time, and Bo's father and mother were very understanding. Let them youngsters go to Memorial Day. Thin Seeker even thought about a 2-day wedding anniversary. July 7th is the anniversary on the marriage license and July 8th is the wedding anniversary. 2 days. Early in the morning of July 7th, Inhwan is woken up by Bosun's kiss. Thin Seeker pressed her cheek affectionately. Happy anniversary, wife. It's the 2nd anniversary. Time flies, and it's amazing that they've been married for 2 years now. I got pregnant when I got married and the baby is a year and a few months old. Tongue in cheek. Just 2 words? Bosun wrapped his arms around her waist. You're also too perfunctory. How can you treat her dear husband like that? At least say happy anniversary to him. Inhwan's long curly eyelashes lightly trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. Aren't 2 words enough? Don't ask for too much. Then I'm asking a lot. Drop the kids off at my parents' house today and we'll have 2 days off for our anniversary. I didn't take a vacation, Inhwan said softly. She's still awake, so sleepy. Blame it on Thin Seeker. Had to drag her to exercise last night. What? You didn't take a vacation? Thin Search remembered reminding her yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that. Inhwan actually didn't take it to heart. He's so sad. You're the group's daughter. You're the Yin family's first lady. In the future the whole group is your baby. We don't need to take a vacation. Just skip work. I'm sure father-in-law is happy for you to take a vacation for your wedding anniversary. Bosun is close to taking his cell phone and calling his father-in-law right now. but I have an important meeting today. Yoon Hwan sat up as she rubbed her long hair. It's not easy to be a career woman. She's only been working for 3 months and she feels so tired. Bo-sun sank his face. Then we'll go over the wedding anniversary when you're done with the meeting. Baby, I'll be with you. I'll stay with you all day today, okay? We'll be there in a couple days. 2 days. In-hwan lowered her head. She wouldn't have spent it all in bed, would she? Her back will run away from home. No way. Bo-sun can't read In-hwan's expression. Baby, you won't refuse me to accompany you to the company, right? You're not going to stop him from going to the office just because Lucien Tan is there, are you? Aren't you going to stay with Ye and Hung Hung? If she could, she still wished Bo-sun didn't go to the company. The man is too flashy. Every time he went to the office he hugged the roses and then had to come out of her office to put his arm around her waist and even to kiss her in the hallway. Every time he came with a declaration of sovereignty. He even quietly inquired about what type of girl Lucien Tan liked and wanted to introduce him to someone. What's even more surprising is that Lucien Tan actually went on a blind date. I don't know how the two are developing now. Bo-sun was worried about Lucien Tan's lifelong affairs. Like an old father, In-hwan cried and laughed at this. Our wedding anniversary is our holiday, not accompanying them. Bo-sun sticks to In-hwan's side again. Sooner or later, little kids have to grow up and don't want to get hitched to us during puberty. We're the ones who are going to spend the rest of our lives together. Ever since writing a love letter to someone, Bo-sun's love words were coming out of his mouth. He's gone to further his education. I think. Good. Downstairs a family of 4 together with breakfast. Yu and Hung Hung sitting in the children's dining chair obediently and coquettishly holding their own little spoon. Eating and leaking. Fleshy little face in good and cute. In-hwan is full. She walked over to her son and daughter. Mama went to work. Baby eats slowly yo. Bo-sun looks blearily at In-hwan's back as his wife says for him to meet her at the office after dropping off his pair of children. It's the fault of these 2 little kids who don't eat properly. Obviously you can feed them. The wife said she wanted them to eat on their own and exercise their independence. What independence for a 1-year-old kid? An hour later, Bo-sun sends Ye and Hung Hung to the Bo family's old mansion. Today and tomorrow are very important days for mommy and daddy. So what about it? You guys have to be good by your grandparents' side, okay? The children stared at him with milky eyes, seeming to understand. Mom and dad, it's all yours. Bo-sun flew into the car and left while the 2 little babies were still crying. They only reacted when Bo-sun was gone. Bo's father and mother coaxed him into the house with one in their arms. When Bo-sun arrives at the company, In-hwan hasn't come out yet. He walks into In-hwan's office. It's nice. There are wedding photos of the 2 of them hanging on the wall of the office. He purposely picked them out. They are not revealing and are very aesthetically pleasing images. The picture frame on her desk held a picture of their family of 4, a constant reminder to In-hwan and anyone else who walked into her office. In-hwan is a woman with a family and children. Don't hit on her. Break a leg if you hit on her. In-hwan ended the meeting and looked at the time. At this hour Bo-sun should have already come to the company. Guess we'll see him when we get out. Walking out of the conference room, not seeing the upright figure, In-hwan was still a bit surprised. In the past, he would have stood outside waiting, holding her hand as soon as she came out. High-strung, Thin Seeker actually grew up and stopped showing off. Why did In-hwan feel a little lost? Still seems to like the way he shows off. In-hwan pushes open the office door, and when the door opens, Bo-sun stands in front of him holding flowers. Happy 2nd anniversary, wife. In-hwan's little bit of loss instantly dissipated. Wow, happy anniversary Mr. Yoon. Mr. Yoon is still working today on his anniversary. Hurry up and go to the anniversary. You can take a vacation today. Lucien Tan's eyes tailed with a smile. Tomorrow too. In-hwan pushed Bo-sun inside and closed the door. Bo-sun is still holding the flowers, and In-hwan stands slightly on her tiptoes, hugging him and sending him a fragrant kiss. Bo-sun was so confused by the kiss that was sent up of his own accord that he was separated and still reminiscing about the sweet touch. Where to play? In-hwan hugged the flower with a small card on it. Thin Search wrote, "You are the first encounter and the rest of your life." 8 words, though, and they kinda poke at you. I like it. In-hwan took the card. Nice writing. At least it has more words than the love letter you gave me. She gave a love letter with only 6 words. She wrote, Thin Seek. I'm heartbroken, but that day Thin Seek pleasure for a long time. Sleep to look at a glance. Open your eyes to look at a glance. In a row for several days. Are going crazy. And now also placed in the office. At any time to see. The roses were placed in the office and the couple left the office together. Hand in hand. Lunch was a romantic French meal that wrapped up the entire restaurant and featured a piano performance. After dinner, head straight to the beach. There was a yacht parked on the beach. And on the yacht it said, Joy, In-hwan and In-yu. No more Bo-sun and Bo-hong anything? Baby. A gift on your 2nd anniversary. Like it or not, Bo-sun was glowing. A yacht? More than yo. There are a lot of treasures inside the yacht. You asked me to look for love letters last time. I'm asking you to look for treasures this time. I've got lots and lots of gifts for you, hidden in lots of places. Baby, we've got 2 days and 1 night. Some fun. Bosun held her hand and went up. It's only your 2nd wedding anniversary and you're giving away so much. Bo-sik, are you rolling yourself? After this year, what are you going to do next year? After boarding the yacht, In-hwan went to her room and changed into a pair of comfortable shoes, tying up her hair with vigor. Together, I found the treasure. You have to help me get it. Wife, I prepared a gift for you, and you still want to make me. I'm a proper tool man. Bo-sun had already stood up as he spoke. If you don't want to go, forget it. Willing, how could you not be willing? Thin Seeker leaned close to her. I'm afraid I can't help the drama. Then you hold it in. In-hwan pointed to his mouth. Get a tape for your mouth. That's not going to work. My mouth is going to be used to play kissy face with you. Bo-sun had prepared a card ahead of time and was very content with the anniversary gift he had prepared for In-hwan and this entertaining little surprise. The cruise ship has set sail. The sky is blue outside. The water is blue. The chef is preparing the dinner. The pianist is playing the piano. And there is even a photographer scheduled to snap a picture. No girl can say no to a scavenger hunt, especially when those scavenger hunts come out with things she loves. In-hwan was the first to find a black box on the piano stand. She opened it, and inside was an octave box, while the figures on it were her and Bo-sun, and the sound recorded in it was the sound of the piano she had played earlier. The second gift she found was a set of diamond necklaces, a necklace she had seen in a magazine once, in a private buyer's collection, not for sale. How did Thin Search convince anyone to sell? Thin Seeker could tell by looking at her that she liked it. To be able to make his wife happy, it was not in vain that he had wasted half a year's worth of words to make that collector bear the pain, and of course gave a large sum of money. In-hwan had been treasure hunting for 3 hours, and had everything from jewelry, to clothes, bags and shoes, and even a little card that Bo-sun had left for her. Those cards each say, #joy, I love you more than yesterday, #, we love each other is the most romantic thing, #, my life is splendid because of you, #, thank you wife for giving birth to my children, hard work wife, reward your jewelry, yo #, the day you said you loved me, I stared at your face all night in excitement, #, oh my love, every morning I wake up wanting to see your smiling face, #, take my hand and we'll be together till we die, #, happy anniversary, your honor, #, wife, can you offer to give me a kiss every day, #, wife, I love you so much, I love you so much, #, much better, In-hwan cried indisputably. Compared to all the gifts Bo-sun had given her, she had only ordered a car for Bo-sun, and that merchant hadn't made it yet, so she couldn't deliver it today. It was also a surprise to receive a baby gift a few months later. If the baby is happy today, I'm happy. Bo-sun leans down to meet her eyes. So, Missy, are you crying tears of joy now? Sort of. Thin Seeker, don't you work properly and use your mind on these? With a company as big as his, and as many talents as he has, the planning program comes out of the people below him, and he's responsible for executing it. He thought of all those little cards and wrote them himself, and he picked out all the gifts. There was absolutely no perfunctory In-hwan. Is it wrong to use my mind on my wife? Bo-sun wipes her tears, warmly and softly. Missy is bright and delicate when she smiles, and pathetic when she cries, making people want to bully her. Couldn't resist trying to sabotage her. In-hwan climbed onto his neck. Ooh, let you bully me tonight. One night? You have that much energy? Wife, you don't underestimate your man. Fear, my scavenger hunt isn't over yet. No, it wasn't like In-hwan couldn't get up tomorrow. Madarat. They have the rest of their lives ahead of them and there are many more things they can do together, but each day they have to be happy. Bo-sun, the surprise you prepared was fun and thoughtful. I loved it. In-hwan's eyes are watery and dreamy, shining brightly. You're the one who liked it the most. At this moment, Bo-sun felt that doing anything was worth it. His Missy, please love me for the rest of my life. If there is a reincarnation, please love me in your next life too. Chapter 118, Shu 1. The room was dimly lit, and Timothy opened his eyes, warm at her side. The man wrapped his arms around her waist and clamped his legs around her, keeping her firmly confined. Moving slightly, the man immediately opened his eyes. Like night, the obsidian gaze was dark and deep, staring at her like a wolf. Where is sister going? Last night was Sito's grandfather's birthday banquet, and she had merely hooked up with a well-built brother on the spot to spend a night together, not realizing that it was the first time for this little wolf cub. Could have tossed her off. Timothy remembers this guy telling her to be responsible for him. In a daze, perhaps hallucinating. It's all adults. What responsibility? He had a good time last night too. Restroom. Can you move? Gushu's thin lips landed on her shoulder. I'll carry you. Young, physical wolf pups are even clingy. All Timothy wanted to do now was run. After entering the restroom, Gushu went out. He stood in the doorway, his blood boiling at the thought of Tokiwa's flavorful appearance last night. For the first time, he was attracted to a woman, or a woman 3 years older than him. Wheat-colored skin was covered with hickeys, scratches she'd left behind. Timothy opened the door and came out, and he immediately went up and picked her up. Timothy fell into the soft king-sized bed. What was he going to do? A whole night of madness wasn't enough. Still want to bully her? Timothy squeezed his shoulder. I'm hungry. I used up too much energy last night. What do you want to eat? Gushu lay on her side, his lean and sturdy arm pulling her. Sister is so small one. So good. He loves it so much. She buys her whatever she wants to eat. He was so energetic that he wasn't afraid to go far, but he was afraid to starve her. Suo lazily ordered. I want to eat Anfulu's crab roast soup dumplings, seafood wontons, and red date soy milk. Anfulu is not too far from the hotel, but Anfulu is particularly famous and you need to queue up in the morning to buy breakfast. Okay, I'll go get it. Gushu booped her on the cheek. Sister, wait for me. Gushu got out of bed and quickly dressed. The scratches on his lean back were blocked by a black body shirt, and after changing his clothes Gushu came up to her again and kissed her. Dark eyes brightened as they stared at her. There's a line there. Sis, take a nap. Kush ran out. Timothy heard the door close and braced himself to get up. Hiss. That little bastard. Son of a. Toss her to her death. Isn't her waist a waist? A trail of him all over the place. Is he a dog? Timothy put on his clothes and walked away lightly. Gushu lined up to buy breakfast, and after buying it passed by a flower store that had just opened, went in and bought a bouquet of flowers, and excitedly ran back to the hotel. Gushu excitedly opened the door and had a bad feeling when he saw that the shoes scattered in the doorway were gone. He put down his breakfast and flowers and rushed into the bedroom. The large white bed was in disarray, but there was no sign of Tokiwa. Tokiwa! Gushu sank his face. Why is she like this? What the hell does the image of them lovingly entwined last night mean? Is he just a tool man? For loneliness? Can she run? When Timothy got home he went to bed and slept until tea time. So many and missed calls on a silent cell phone. This unfamiliar number can't be Gushu, can it? Where did he get the number? Timothy's befuddled cell phone rang again, and she hesitated for half a second before tapping the green to connect. Tokiwa, it's me. Sure enough, it's Gushu. The time-flap cell phone is forced to turn off. Scary. It's so scary. What's that asshole doing? Gushu stood at the gate of the Sure family villa, holding his cell phone tightly. Okay, Tokiwa, I can't believe you hung up. He had just gotten Tokiwa's address from the Tokiwa elders. You wait. Timothy ordered takeout and opened the door without thinking when he heard the doorbell. At the doorway, however, stood the tall figure of Gushu. She was about to close the door when Gushu grabbed her waist and pushed her inside, slamming the door. What brings you here? Gushu, you let go of me. Shu didn't expect Gushu to come to her door. How did you know where I live? I went to your house and my aunt told me. Gushu hugged her tightly. Why did you leave in the morning? Are you avoiding me? If you know, why do you still come? Timothy's waist was flooded with pain. Gently, how did you toss my waist last night? Have you forgotten? And so hard, trying to break his back? Gushu gently let go, his eyes angry and aggrieved. You forgot about me when I didn't come. Timothy turned and walked away. Forget it. Was it not long ago that you were happy last night? She sat on the sofa, picked up the wine on the coffee table, and before she could bring it to her mouth, Gushu took it away. Timothy's beautiful eyes were shocked. Does he know what he's doing? Even if you boarded the room, you even robbed him of his drink. Timothy was not pleased. You want to drink inside the refrigerator. That's what I've been drinking. What's the wine you've drunk? There are more places on you that I kissed last night. Gushu drained the rest of the wine. His tall form crouched in front of Tokiwa, searching for her for hours, and indeed indignant at first. But seeing her in this freshly awakened state made her heart soften. Gushu was aggrieved and wanted to cry. Sister is too bad. Last night she said she would be responsible for me. Today she left right away while I was gone. We are all adults. Last night that was not coaxing you. Timothy had the feeling that he had flipped his car. Gushu doesn't look like the kind of man who can't let go. Although 3 years younger than her, he was 5'9" and 170 pounds, and she was just over 90. Fit, energetic, and all tendon. She touched this type for the first time last night. Have you been like this before, sister? Lifting up your pants and disowning people? Gushu dropped his hands to the side of her legs. Sister is still beautiful and badass. Right, me? I'm not a good person. Last night, even if I gave you the experience, you've had a good time. I've had a good time. That's it. Suwa exerted her scum girl temperament. Gushu, go away. Don't pester me. Gushu didn't move like a mountain. Was I not good enough last night? That's why Tokiwa didn't want him. Shirsu tenderly stroked Gushu's hair. He looked tall and strong-looking, wheat-colored skin, or practicing boxing, but his hair was soft. It's quite comfortable to touch. You're still young, and you're doing pretty well. But I'm a person, is belong to the type of timely fun, do not want to fall in love. I have no way to be responsible for you. The time flotsam slagged plainly. She'd made it clear last night at the beginning, and said but words later to coax him. Otherwise this guy really puts her to death. You don't know me yet. It's normal that you don't want to be in a relationship with me, but you don't even give me that chance. Sister, you are so cruel. Gushu's upper body moved in front of her. Wu Shu, don't hide from me, okay? Floss? Who gave him permission to call him that? Gushu, we've only known each other for less than 24 hours. Don't tell me that you fell in love with me after we slept together last night? Timothy's heart was beating beep beep beep. Done. She kicked the bucket. Chapter 119 Extra Shirsu x Gushu 2. Gushu was attracted to her when he saw her. He simply couldn't resist her active seduction last night. He was addicted to her beauty. He was also moved, even more heartfelt after last night. Just want to be with her. You just covet my beauty, covet my deep love. It's the same with other people. Timothy stroked his jaw. Good boy. Go experience more. What do you take me for? I'm not that kind of playboy. I'm yours and I only want to be with you from now on. Gushu identified her. You don't even know me. Do you know what I am? Just say such big words. Timothy had heard too much love talk. Immunized. She's long been immune to all poisons. You don't know me either. What makes you reject me so decisively? What makes you think we're just not right? Gushu didn't want to give up. For the first time, he was heartbroken. First time I've ever been distracted by a woman. Sis. At this moment, Shirsua just wanted to shrink back into her shell. If she had known that Gushu was such a sticky one, she shouldn't have messed with him last night. Gushu, you're not a child anymore. I'm an adult, so I can be responsible for my sister. No, she hopes he's not in charge. This Gushu looks so lean and sturdy, with the look of a brown man. But, surprisingly, it's an innocent man. If she didn't let go tonight, Gushu wouldn't leave. Just in time for takeout. Eat first, we'll talk while we eat. Gushu happily went to open the door to get the takeout. He also said it was not good to eat takeout and that he was a good cook and could cook for her. Timothy scanned his sturdy arms. Well, he was a good candidate for the upside-down spoon. That muscle line was barreling. Tokiwa, you can't be colorful anymore. It's not good to be stuck. When Shifu withdrew his gaze, Gushu seemed to know what his capital was that attracted Shifu. He's well built and has good stamina. Not a big, clean-cut handsome guy in the traditional sense of the word. No cold white skin, but a hunky, brown type of guy nonetheless. Sister, I'll stay and take care of you tonight. Don't. Shirsua's refusal was too quick, and Gushu's complexion dimmed with the naked eye. I mean, I need to get some rest tonight. Don't you have any idea what you were like last night? Timothy squeezed his burgeoning muscles. That's strong. Kudos to him. Exaggerate hard. Mighty Kwa. I won't disturb you. Gushu obediently rubbed his face against her arm. Really don't bother. I'll sleep in the guest room. Gushu, there's no such thing as you chasing a girl like this. You need to have a sense of space and freedom, even if we're in love. We can't stick together every day, especially if you're still a man. Shirsu drew back her hand. Pack up and go back. Gushu cleared the dining table. I'll come to you tomorrow and bring you breakfast from Anfu house tomorrow. Sister, go to bed early. Come back tomorrow? He's not really stuck on her, is he? In fact, it's not like this kind of person. Shifu hadn't seen it before, and it would be good to air it out for a few days. When Gushu left before he did, Shirsu panicked. She ran off to stay at a hotel. Gushu was a deadbeat and had to find her. The Gu family is also a powerful family in the capital. Somewhat powerful. So Shirsu was blocked by Gushu in the hotel corridor. Timothy swallowed a little, as the tall figure in front of him approached with an imposing presence. Gosh, sister, that mouth of yours is too good at deceiving people. I trusted you. You blacked out my number and switched places to live. It's really outrageous. Gushu pressed her against the wall and held her hands above her head as he did so. Timothy nervously pressed his back against the wall. We're not right for each other. You obviously tried. We're perfect for each other. No, it doesn't fit. Shirsuo broke down. Gushu, this is too big of a size difference between us, and a big difference in skin color as well. Those aren't the problems. The problem is that you're running. You don't want to be responsible for me. What kind of man chases after a woman to take responsibility? It's not like he's losing out. Shirsuo was helpless to the extreme and just wanted to curse. Her body was carried by Gushu. Sister, I'll take you back to see if we're suitable or not. Little bastard. It's not like that. You don't know what I mean. Gushu, you don't. Gushu was on fire at the moment and didn't listen to her at all. Took her room card and opened the door. and once inside, pinned her against the wall and went wild. A few hours later, Tokiwa was lying on the bed in a lifeless, hollowed-out state. Gushu favored her and pressed against her forehead, asking over and over again, "Sister, are we suitable? Roll dash. Suit yourself. Crazy. She doesn't have a crazy man like that. Sister, is it really inappropriate?" Timothy didn't even have the strength to hammer someone. "Don't you work? Don't you go boxing? Are you a man? You surround a woman every day." "I'm a man. My sister's man." Gushu wrapped his arms around her small waist, contentedly admiring that Shirsu's body was covered in traces left by himself. "You're not allowed to go to another man from now on. I'm enough." He's kinda confident, although he does have that capital. But who is he to care about her? Just don't listen. Don't listen. Don't listen. Timothy closed his eyes tiredly, his voice soft and soft. "Get out of my. Roll the time waster and go find someone else." "That won't work." He doesn't roll. "Just next to my sister. Hugging her. Keeping her." Gushu is not only strong and well built, lying next to the warm pile, his arm is even more heavy pressure on her waist. "You don't know how to take care of a girl at all. Do you get thirsty when you exercise that long? Will be hungry? You just accompany me to lie on the bed. Just like you. You still want to fall in love with me?" Timothy sneered coldly. Kush has never been in love or been conditioned, but he's mobile, listens, and lifts. As soon as he said that, Timothy got dressed and out of bed, first pouring water for her to drink, then having the hotel bring her lunch, and even very considerately carrying her out and trying to feed her. It was rejected by Tokiwa. Gushu oversized one and sat next to Shirsu. "You just said that I didn't take care of you, and now that I want to take care of it, you won't let me. It's not like I'm paralyzed. I don't need you to feed me yet." Shirsu felt that this guy Gushu had no sense of proportion at all. Taking care is one thing. That's not taking care of everything. "Do you have to hold the handle when you go to the restroom?" Timothy raised his eyelids. "Girls are so fickle. I'll let you realize that a woman's heart is a needle at the bottom of the sea earlier. Your character doesn't suit me. Really, we two don't have the right character." Gushu looked at her, her cheeks flushed, wearing a black halter nightgown, exposing white and smooth skin, and those skin had large hickeys strewn and intertwined, which he had just left behind. They had just exchanged words to the bone, and now she was actually saying something that's solid. "Doesn't his heart hurt? Don't look at me like this. I have a good personality." Gushu had always felt that he was a gentleman, a tiger at heart, a rose at heart. On the outside, he looks mean, but he's actually very well behaved. "I have a bad personality, so it doesn't fit." Gushu stared at her. Sister is still really greasy, only the best behaved in bed. Chapter 120 Extra Shirsu x Gushu. 3. You have a bad personality. I have a good personality. We complement each other. Kush attacked too hard. Shirsu really didn't know what Gushu really liked about her, though she's good looking with an okay body. There are too many pretty girls, not surprisingly. So Gush is the fledgling complex at work, because she was his first woman. Timothy dined slowly. "What's so great about your personality?" Didn't see it. When he doesn't see her, he goes around asking people for news about her, even going to her house. And today he blocked her in a hotel hallway and held her down and manipulated her on the bed. He's clearly a bad brother. Whether I have a good personality or not, you'll know if you have more contact. Gushu just felt that Shirsu didn't want to give him that chance. Sister treats him the same as she does those other dewy-eyed men. He doesn't want to. He's going to be the only man for Tokiwa. Shirsu's eyes flowed, faintly swept him a glance, her voice soft after just over-exercising, with a lazy trailing tone. "Gushu, you're very ambitious." Gushu had a moment of scalp numbness. Shirsu didn't want him, but she exuded her charm at all times, letting him indulge. Unable to extricate himself, Gushu's wheat-colored handsome face fiercely came closer to her, his dark, clear eyes gazing at her side. "Right, I'm very ambitious. Just want my sister to be mine alone in the future." "On what grounds? Outside the flowery world. I haven't had enough fun yet." "Gushu." Shirsua's waist tightened, and she was violently carried by Gushu onto his lap. How is this dog man so physically fit? After all that exercise just now, one hand now had her switching positions. Male strength and breath prevailed. Gushu's muscular taut arms imprisoned her soft waist. "Wushu, I think you've had enough fun. It's time to settle down." "By what do you think?" Timothy's white fingers poked his well-developed muscles. "By your muscles? By your fists? Can you punch me against the wall? I don't hit women, much less you." Gushu's eyelashes fluttered lightly. "Shirsu, you have a misunderstanding of me." "What kind of misunderstanding can there be?" Timothy sat down the sling. "Look what you did to me. There are marks everywhere. What's the difference between that and doing it?" Gushu pulled her sling up. "Be gentle next time." "Next time? Who allowed there to be a next time? Flotsam eats first. How do you eat sitting on your lap? Don't mind me if you use me as a stool." Gushu gently pressed against her shoulder. Timothy really didn't care about him anymore. Fill your stomach and you want to go to bed to catch up on your sleep. But she looked at the messy bed and was rendered unable to sleep. Shifu turned his head to go to another room, shutting Gushu out. Gushu finished his meal, then had the hotel staff come in and change the sheets and covers. It was only then that he went to open the door, and Tokiwa was lying on her side, her hair spread out, her white hand resting on her chest, and one of her feet exposed. Liking was just inexplicable, and he thought Tokiwa was good in every way, just doesn't want to be responsible for him and likes to play. Timothy sleeps soundly at first, and then the dream changes, and there are huge monsters invading her country, and she, as a princess, leads an army to fight the monsters, only to be captured by the monsters, who make her a bride. But she was just an ordinary human girl, while the big monster on the opposite side was huge, more than 4 meters tall, with a strange look, showing its teeth and coming on aggressively. Tokiwa woke up with a start. When she woke up, she saw Gushu's face, his arm falling around her waist, encircling her petite body in his arms, surrounded by his testosterone scent. No wonder he had nightmares like that. It turned out that he was hugged too tightly by Gushu. Gosh, Gushu's eyes didn't even open and his mouth went to her cheek. Wushu, you get up. Timothy pushed him. Heavy hands, don't press on me. Gushu instantly raised his arm. Timothy laughed. As far as Gushu's tough guy type appearance was concerned, with that panicked look, it was funny how it looked. Why aren't you leaving yet? Go with you. Gushu got up and rubbed his messy hair. You don't want to stay in a hotel. Who am I staying in a hotel because of? Me. What can he, Gushu, do? I can't believe she's letting her hide from him and not even stay at home. Gushu lowered his head towards her. Wushu, I don't call my sister under the year, and my mind is a bit wild. Gushu's heart is really wild. Aha. Back. Timothy got out of bed and dressed with his back to him. Gushu had to send her home. Tokiwa didn't have a chance to refuse. Back at the house, Gush didn't go in, as much as he wanted to, but Timothy said he wanted privacy. 2 hours later, Timothy was sitting in the bar's booth. Yoon Hwan is married and pregnant. It's impossible to come out and play now. What about In Nyamya? A little sister of pure love. Anyone who accosts them turns red and refuses. Fluttershy. You don't rest well at home, but you still come out to drink. In Nyamyo sipped her juice. You are in good spirits. You less flirt with me, I'm enjoying myself. Tired but happy. Timothy leaned lazily, taking small sips of wine. There were a lot of people who came to hit on him tonight, but Timothy wasn't in that mood. She just wanted to get out for a drink and relax. Floss, I'm going home. My mom called. In Nyamyo pointed at the screen. What about you? In Nyamyo was a super good girl in the eyes of her parents. Mommy's baby girl. She has to come home when mommy calls. By Timothy raised his glass. I'll be back when I'm done. Go back early. Drink less. In Nyamya took her bag and left. After she left, the man who had been staying in the shadows watching Tokiwa stepped forward. Ms. Toki. Timothy hadn't had much to drink tonight, and as soon as the man in front of him leaned in close, Timothy frowned. Her slender jade hand pushed away the man's chest. Jiang Yu, just talk, don't come so close. We used to be much closer than this. Jiang Yu clinked glasses with her. Are you free tonight? Timothy rolled his eyes. Not available. You asked someone out? Jiang Yu had already watched her turn down a lot of people who came to talk to her tonight. Who the hell did you have an appointment with that you were so late and kept a beautiful woman waiting? He's late, so don't wait. Jiang Yu sipped her wine, the implication obvious. Timothy instantly lost interest in drinking. She put down her glass and got up. In the dimly lit bar, surrounded by the heat, the two men looked at each other with very different meanings in their eyes. Shirsu sneered. Jiang Yu, I guess, performed average. She doesn't want to waste time. Besides, she's had enough for today. Timothy leisurely picked up his bag and left. Jiang Yu chased after her and grabbed her wrist, her eyes dark and heavy. Shirsu, what did you say? He can't? Let go of me. Timothy stared, twisting his wrist in displeasure. Jiang Yu, be a gentleman. Jiang Yu asked back, what if I don't? Chapter 121 Extra Shirsu x Gushu 4. He doesn't? Sick. Timothy kicked over. Asterisk. Gave him face. Jiang Yu stopped in front of her. Shirsu, you really aren't gentle at all. No need to be gentle with you. Shirsua is now incomparably regretting that she looked away at first and actually had a dewy-eyed affair with this stinky man, who was vegetable and fun-loving. She didn't want to play with Jiang Yu. Timothy crossed over to him and walked away. Jiang Yu has not been angry since he was a child, but only when Sesha let him hit the wall 3 times and could not bear it. Gushu and a few friends had just come out of the boxing ring, and were discussing where to go for a late-night snack in a while, when they saw a man and a woman pulling and tugging and entangled in front of the bar across the road, and the man was even slapped by the woman, followed by the woman being held down on the car door. Gushu rushed through the crowd of traffic and knocked the evil man to the ground in 3 or 2 blows. Both of Jiang Yu's wrists were dislocated and he fell to the ground, wailing. The light in the doorway of the bar was disorienting and he looked at the tall man in front of him in a daze. Do you know who I am? Gu Shu protected Shu behind him. I don't care who you are, but I'm her man. If you touch her, removing both of your arms will be light. Gu Shu was wearing black shorts and undershirt, two muscular arm lines bulging, tall and big. Just now that shot, Jiang Yu had no resistance. It was evident that this man was a ruthless character. Your woman? Tokiwa, you've had enough fun. Looking for a haven, huh? None of your business. Timothy turned away with a cold look in his eyes. Gu Shu followed her with bated breath. It's tempting to ask if that man was her passerby too, but he didn't want to hear the answer out of her mouth. Obviously sent her home. She cried out that she was tired and ended up running out at night to drink. Was it that he hadn't behaved well enough this morning and his sister wanted to abandon him? Gu Shu hung his head in mourning as his cell phone kept ringing. It was probably those friends who asked him how he was doing now. He didn't have the heart for it. The present situation was not clear to himself. He's all hot and bothered and he's overflowing with love for her. But she doesn't like him. The breeze was blowing, and Fu didn't drink too much, so she didn't walk crookedly, elegantly and lightly. Gu Shu escorted her all the way to the entrance of the neighborhood. Timothy turned around. Thank you for just now. I should have done it. Gush didn't know what else they had done before they were in front of the bar. It doesn't look good. Tokiwa should be coveted by many. Gu Shu doesn't like those people. Gu Shu hung his hair with a wounded look and followed her step by step. There are some things that weren't handled properly. Su had already made it clear to Jiang Yu, but that asshole Jiang Yu, tonight was humiliating. She was supposed to be a sprightly and well-traveled figure in front of Gu Shu. I can take care of that for you. You're handling it for me. Do you know who he is? You hurt him. Timothy held his forehead. Whoever he is, he didn't do the right thing. Gu Shu lowered his head. Is sister worried about me? Who's worried about you? I'm too worried about myself. Timothy stepped back. When the man got close, the scent that came from him made her too confused and would always bring back images of the madness with him at the hotel this morning. Go back to sleep. Timothy left in a hurry. Good night, sister. Gu Shu stood in place. And when Shu's back disappeared, Gu Shu didn't leave. He just called his friends and said he wasn't going to the potluck. Tokiwa is dishonest. And now that he's gone back, he might have to come out again. Gu Shu brought more than an hour at the door to make sure that Shu should not come out again before leaving. The next day, as soon as Shu went out, she saw Gu Shu. Sister, breakfast. Timothy stared at the bag of Anfu Lu in his hand. You, sister, I haven't eaten yet. Eat together. Gu Shu walked inside, closing the door behind him in the process. Timothy had no choice but to go back. Gu Shu set up breakfast. Sister, is it okay if I move in? You're sick. The chopsticks that Timothy had just picked up were put down. Don't you have a home? I don't have a puppy. Puppy? Seems good. Gu Shu moved over and licked the back of her hand, his dark eyes staring at her. It was clear that he was a hardened type of man, with a rigid and handsome face, but he was showing a good-natured look. What do you do? Be your sister's lapdog and get used to it in advance. Timothy was speechless. Was that what the licking of a dog meant? Sis, I'm talking about moving next door to you. If sis wants me to live with you, it's not impossible. The young wolfhound's gaze was straight and hot, and his body moved closer. The room was clearly air-conditioned, but it felt like a powerful heat. Timothy couldn't stand that. After a hurried breakfast, they parted ways with Gu Shu. She thought Gu Shu was just talking for fun, but it turned out that she really saw him when she went back at night. She lives in a neighborhood with two homes on one staircase and a double-door elevator, one on this side and one on the opposite side. However, there are also two doors that can be crossed between the two homes. Coming from the hallway, Kush came with moving gifts and invited her to dinner. What the hell? If she goes across the street tonight, she'll be a moving present for Gush. Little wolf cub, even if his ambition is obvious, he actually puts it into action. I'm on a diet and I don't want to eat tonight. Sister, I can make you a fat loss meal. Gu Shu lowered her eyebrows. Sister isn't fat at all. She's even a bit thin. He couldn't think of anywhere else that Tokiwa needed to lose weight. Can't he understand a girl's rejection? Did she not make it clear enough? This clinginess of Gu Shu was more powerful than any other man before him. She can't stand it. Timothy opened the door and entered. Happy moving? I'm trying to rest. Kush was shut out. The next day, Tokiwa deliberately waited until noon to go out. It's good that I didn't meet Gush, but she's afraid to go home. Tokiwa went to Yun Huan's house to borrow a room, hiding for a few days. Gu Shu would naturally understand when the time came. Timothy stayed at Yun Huan's house every day and ate dog food. Bo-sun throws her face at her every day when she comes home from work. She's not afraid of Bo-sun. It's just that it's not a solution to keep getting bored with Yun Huan like this every day. That dog Gu Shu might find it, so she bought a plane ticket and left the country. Gu Shu was a good man. She didn't want to hurt him. She really has no intention of settling down right now. She, a scum girl, was not worthy of a dedicated man like Gushu. It's just that when blonde men abroad hit on her, Tokiwa suddenly lost interest. When the man was ready to kiss over, Shirsu's mind flashed through Gushu's face, and the injured expression, even indignantly questioning why she had gone to someone else. Scared out of her wits, Tokiwa refused all accosting while abroad. She returns home and delivers the gift to Yoon Hwan before going home. But I didn't expect to see a squatting man in front of my house. Chapter 122, Extra Shirsu x Gushu, 5. Gosh, counting. Half a month had passed since the two had last met. She thought Gushu had moved back home a long time ago and had forgotten about her. What's with this asshole of a brother? Squatting in front of her house? Gushu slowly raised his head, his eyes red, the whites of his eyes covered with red blood. His originally dull complexion brightened at the sight of her. Is he hallucinating again? Gushu reached out and grabbed Tokiwa's ankle with one hand. Soft, warm and solid. It's not a hallucination. Let go. Gushu instantly stood up. Sister. Tokiwa suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. How could it be that after only half a month of absence, this guy's voice had changed? Gushu doesn't look normal. His face is so red. Timothy stood on his tiptoes to feel his forehead. You have a fever. Sister, did you go on a business trip? Gushu pulled her white wrist, not caring that he was sick. All he knew was that his sister hadn't been home for half a month and that she had blackballed him. He hasn't liked girls and can't chase them. He just wanted to spend more time with her, bring her breakfast in the morning, and keep her safe if he lived next door, in the same neighborhood. But he didn't know that pushing too hard would make a girl run away, especially a woman like Tokiwa. Gushu had lived this half-month more bitterly than he had in the first half of his life. Even boxing, which is usually a favorite, was beaten up by someone else because he was distracted. Gushu lowered his head and moved closer to Shirsu. After half a month, he finally smelled Tokiwa's scent again, clear and peachy. Sister. Before Shirsuwa could think of a way to say it, Gushu gave her a good excuse. Timothy then opened the door without explanation. Gushu blearily followed her inside. His tall body sat on the couch, constrained like a child coming in for the first time. His broad hands resting on his lap. The look didn't match his appearance at all. Timothy poured a glass of water and got him fever-reducing pills. Take it. Gushu took the medicine obediently. Sister will be responsible for him now that she's taken him home, right? Tokiwa's 2 suitcases were still casually placed on the side. She sat on the single sofa next to her with her arms wrapped around her chest, cold and indifferent. What should she do with Gushu? As soon as I came back, I was sick to her and was too embarrassed to put a hard word in. Gushu's reddened eyes met Shirsuo's gaze and his body moved in her direction. My sister went on a business trip and justifiably didn't want to be disturbed. Gushu kept making excuses for Shirsu in his mind, just not willing to believe that Shirsu was ignoring him. He had just thoughtfully touched his forehead and given him antipyretics, but he felt as if that medicine had no effect, and he felt his body getting hotter. Sis, Shirsuo slapped him on the head. What are you thinking about? If you are sick, hurry home and sleep. Can't sleep? Take a sleeping pill if you can't sleep. No, Gushu had really been losing sleep lately. He thought of some kind of possibility. Sister usually takes sleeping pills? That stuff is not good. You take less of it, sis, if you can't sleep. Timothy laughed. Gushu's words ended abruptly. Timothy suddenly came closer to him. His fingers gently ruffled his cheek. Can't sleep so I go to you? Do exercises with you? Fall asleep when you're tired? Gushu wanted to say that he didn't mean that, but he couldn't say it to Shirsu. If it's what his sister wants, he can. It was only when he got closer that Tokiwa saw some red marks on his collar. The excitement instantly went cold. There are people who appear to be innocent batch, but in reality, you can go. Timothy got up. I just got back. I'm tired and need to rest. Good. Gushu lowered his head in disappointment. It seemed that he couldn't stay overnight tonight. He actually sleeps on the couch all right. Wanted to sleep somewhere that smelled like my sister. Not wanting to stay in the same space as Gushu, Shirsu turned around and left. Gushu stared at the pillow she had leaned on and ghostly picked it up, borrowing it for the night and returning it tomorrow when he brought breakfast to his sister. Gushu left the room with a pillow in his arms. Returning to the opposite home, Gushu took off his jacket. Black undershirt could not block the traces of the beaten on his body, but his face was smiling, and he prettily hugged the pillow of the sometimes fluffy breath and carefully placed it on his own bed. How to look at it and like it. I'll finally get a good night's sleep tonight. Gushu slept heavily, but still woke up at 6 in the morning. He ran to Anford House for breakfast, then was good enough to wait until 8 o'clock before ringing the doorbell. Shirsu didn't have the good sense to yell inside. Bother! Gushu, you better not have anything. Breakfast. No, Timothy didn't even open the door. Gushu didn't know what he had done wrong. He hung his breakfast on the door. Breakfast is on the door. Sis, I'll go first. If his sister didn't want to see him, he could hide. After Gushu left he didn't know if Shirsu had gotten up for breakfast. In the evening, Gu Shu, who was deeply favored by fate, didn't have to wait long in front of Shu's house before he waited for her. But Tokiwa was drunk. Shu walked out of the elevator and saw Gu Shu in a daze. Why are you still here? Waiting for my sister. Sister does not come back. You can go to find another sister. Or sister. The bottom of the eyes of the time flushed with drunkenness. Gu Shu, our adults, can afford to put down. I can't let go. Gu Shu reached out to help her. Timothy's hand flinched and he took 2 steps back. What are you pretending? Pretentious you. Shu scared twice. Gu Shu, it's not necessary. It's really not necessary. Good riddance. What did I do wrong? Gu Shu didn't understand. He really doesn't get it. This woman, Tokiwa, is so inscrutable. Although she was drunk, her eyes were cold. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just that I don't want to be in a relationship with you, much less be responsible for you. Gu Xian held her in his arms. Tokiwa couldn't break free. Let go of me. Gu Shu then didn't let go, his jaw resting against her shoulder. Does sister even dislike my body? Tokusatsu was a favorite before. Sister, do you want to? I can satisfy my sister. Gu Shu nibbled on her shoulder through the thin skirt. Sister, don't want me? Where did I go wrong? How are you cruel to me? Could it be that in her eyes, there was no semblance of difference between herself and Jianyu? Gu Shu, they are all out to play. If you like it, you will be together. If you don't like it, you will be separated. I don't like you now, do you? New love is not enough. You want old love? Su tried to break his hand, but Gu Shu, the man, had the upper hand in both size and physical strength, and she simply couldn't break free. In a split second, Tokiwa was rolled over by the man behind her, and the two of them faced each other. Gu Shu's eyes flushed red as he pinched her jaw and questioned, where did I get a new love? And when did you become my old love? Chapter 123 Extra Su x Gu Shu, end. Gu Shu didn't even wait for Shu to reply. I only have you. There would be no point in lying to me. I wouldn't care. Gu Shu gasped heavily. Furious, he pressed to Tokiwa's forehead. His chest puffed with air, but his voice was suppressed. His throat was sore with a few points of aggravation. I didn't lie. Only you. Only like you. Ha, Gu Shu. When you lie can you not get so many marks on yourself first? Suo pushed him. The man is as strong as a wall and can't be pushed. Where are the marks on me? Gu Shu was about to take off his clothes and show them to Suo right away. He didn't. Other than being with her, the last half of the month has been spent in the ring, except for looking for her. Suo just stood there, seeing Gu Shu take off his jacket, revealing his toned body and arm lines. What's with all the injuries? A bruise? Timothy's heart tightened. Don't take it off. There's surveillance. Do you want to get naked at the door? How can I get my sister to examine me if I don't get naked? Timothy opened the door. Gu Shu picked up his jacket and went inside. Timothy was a little embarrassed. What was her reaction just now? Jealous? Really? She didn't care who Gu Shu was with. She hadn't settled on the idea of a relationship with him. Just don't like being lied to. Now seeing that brat all bruised and remembering that he had a fever last night, even if that body is tall and strong, it's still fragile when it's sick, not even if it's made of iron. What's wrong with you? As soon as Tokiwa turned around, Gush almost pressed up against her. He took a step back. It's okay sis. I practice boxing and get hit. It's okay. It's okay. Tokiwa thought it was that asshole Jianyu. Thinking about it, how could Jianyu, with that physical strength, beat Gu Shu? Unless Jianyu asks for help. Tokiwa hadn't been hurt that badly since she was a child, nor had she seen anyone else hurt that badly. It hurt her to look at it. Across the room, Gu Shu wondered if he had read her thoughts and took off his only undershirt in front of her. Sister. Gu Shu grabbed her hand and landed on his abs. Because my sister has been ignoring me lately. No news. I was distracted. That's why I lost. In the future I'll definitely win. Not get hurt, and not let my sister worry. Who said I was worried about you? Timothy couldn't withdraw his hand, so he palmed it and enjoyed it. It had been a long time since she had been intimate with a man. The man he'd once fought to the death was right in front of him, touching his wall-to-wall abs and swallowing greedily. I want my sister to worry about me. Gu Shu let her hand to wander over her abs. Sister, can I take a bath in your bathroom tonight? Just a bath? Sister want to come along? I still have a wound on my back. Sister help me. This brat. I haven't seen you in half a month. You're getting better at flirting. You're all hurt. Can you do it? Suo had just finished speaking when Gu Shu picked her up. Finished? She's going to regret asking that tomorrow. Fire leaped up under Gu Shu's eyes. Sister will know in a moment. Help! The early morning sunlight shone through the curtains, illuminating the room slightly. Suo woke up before Gu Shu. For the first time Gu Shu didn't put his arm around her waist and actually listen to what he said last time. Gu Shu sleeps deeply. Close look eyelashes are so long. Thick eyebrows. Big eyes. High nose. Quite handsome. If it wasn't handsome, she wouldn't have actively messed with him. Gushu's already bruised and purple body had more hickeys last night. Timothy looked shocked, blaming him for pushing too hard. Fluttershy. Gushu took her into his arms and kissed her on the cheek. No leaving. You're so bossy. Last night, she wasn't allowed to move around. She wasn't allowed to escape. She wasn't allowed to go even. It's morning and you're not letting her go? Timothy laughed. Yeah, oh, you're the one who should go. This is my house. My bed. Mine. Gushu, are you having a fever again? Look at whose house this is. When Shifu tried to touch his forehead, Gushu suddenly opened his eyes. He solemnly kissed her at the wrist. You're mine. Timothy couldn't stand it. Gosh, this guy. Stinky brother. Brother doesn't stink. Gushu hugged her and kept rubbing her cheeks. Timothy. What the hell? Slugger spilling the beans? But she would actually submit to Gushu's contrarian pouting. Gushu's head was buried in the nest of her shoulder, and he murmured hoarsely, Sister, do you have a dog? Not raising. Again, sis, do you have a dog? The kind that will warm the bed. Gushu's lips pressed against her white shoulders. It will also cook, clean, and have good physical strength. Sister, reconsider. All right, then I'll think about it. Timothy said warmly and softly. Can I think about it for a little longer? Yes, my sister wants to pull me off the blacklist. Aha. Gushu immediately went to get Shirsu's cell phone and watched as Shirsu pulled him off the blacklist and then changed a note to him. Goo puppy. Gushu met her eye to eye. So, sister is raising me, right? If you perform better, I will raise you. If you don't perform well, I won't raise you. Shirsu stroked his hair. Gushu, don't get yourself all hurt in the future. I listen to everything my sister says, but it's only fair that his words are listened to by his sister as well. Kush moved from across the street to Timothy's house. Timothy is living with someone for the first time and is uncomfortable at first. It's not just that there's suddenly someone else in the house. It's that you overindulge every night. But Gushu is indeed a good family man. Washing, cooking and sweeping the floor, going up to the hall and down to the kitchen. It's just too easy to get jealous. Puppies need coaxing. In Huan and Bosun's baby is 100 days old. She had only gotten a little closer to In Huan and this stinky brother got jealous and pulled her away from the party. In the sparsely populated room, Shirshu sat on Gushu's lap. They had been together for a long time, and it was the first time that Shirsu had seen Gushu wearing a suit. Suits of his stature were necessarily customized and fit well, with a different kind of handsomeness. It looked like that if you ignored the anger on his face. Tokiwa, what's wrong? Timothy tugged at his tie. You're jealous. Didn't you bring me in here just to let your sister coax you? How would you like to be coaxed? You're asking her a rhetorical question? Shirshu touched his broad shoulders. My little shush is the most handsome. I love little shush the most. Gu Shur was still sullen. Gu Shu, if I hadn't thought about being with you all the time, I wouldn't have introduced you to them. Timothy got serious. Don't be ungrateful. Then you and Mrs. Bo. Gu Shu reddened. Inside he was actually wailing with excitement. Timothy identified with him. What's wrong with a good sister sticker? You're jealous of all the girls. I see that young Master Bo is also jealous. Gushu wanted to make it clear that he wasn't the only man who would be jealous. Other men get jealous. Can't figure out you men. Timothy cocked his head. You don't need to understand other men. Just understand me. Gushu moved in front of her. I'm good at understanding. Yeah, goo puppies are good to know. When you're angry, a kind word, a kiss, a hug, a cuddle will make you happy for a long time. Shirshu smiled and locked eyes with Gushu, her voice warm and soft. Gushu, will you marry me next year? Gushu was confused. Was this a marriage proposal? Yes. His eyes reddened with excitement. I do. Tokiwa hugged him, so warm in his arms. Even though Goo Puppy loves to be jealous, she can't help falling in love with him. If you like it, you can stay together. There's no need to think so much. Love is all about enjoying the moment. Chapter 124. Yeye and Hanghang are 5 years old and in first grade. Inhuan picked up the two kids and went home for dinner together. Baby, you and Bo Sun have been together for so many years. Isn't it time to think about having a second child? Inhuan just sat down, holding a cup of water in her hand that she hadn't yet drank. Slightly stunned, she straightened up and twisted her head to look at her dear mother. Mom, you haven't brought enough grandchildren yet. You can continue to bring them. I'm not giving birth to them. Even if she wanted to have a baby, there's nothing she could do about it. Fin Seeker has been ligated, but this matter of Bo Sun's ligature was still a little secret between them, and no one else knew about it. Fin Seeker still wants to save face. I don't want it. My current job is just getting on track, and Bo Sun and I made a pact a long time ago not to have a second child. Mom, In Huan smiled. You wouldn't be patriarchal and really still want a grandchild with our last name, would you? Let's change Bo Heng's last name. She doesn't give birth anyway. No. How could mom have that kind of thought? If you don't want to have a baby, You don't have a baby, mom is just asking, and is also worried. If both side of the family will ask you to have a second baby, mother sits on her side. Yes? Why are you asking me to have a second child? They only have one son, and they're asking Bosun to have two sons? There's already one more daughter. It's already overdone. Hwan wonders if she's been rushed. Even if there is, that's a problem that Thin Seeker should deal with. She settles her parents. Thin Seeker settles his. Pleasure to work with. Okay, you guys just discuss it. Mom, when Bosun comes later, don't mention it to him. Hwan is really afraid that certain people will hear this and then fight even harder. Her little waist couldn't take it. Bosun came to pick them up after socializing. Dad. Little Yaya ran to him and Bosun picked her up with a kiss. Daddy's little princess. Good evening. Good evening, Daddy. Little Yaya milked and booped him. Bo Hang's little friend is much more composed, and his dad doesn't hug him like that, saying he's a boy. A few people got into the car and Inhwan leaned back lazily. Bosun played with her pretty little white hand. Missy, why aren't you happy tonight? Go back and talk to you. What's the one thing you can't say in a car? Thin Seeker grabbed her hand and booped and kissed it a couple times. Back at home, Bosun and Inhwan went back to the bedroom. Inhwan was circled in his arms. Not having a good night? No. Inhwan, can you fool me? Bosun squeezes her waist. Say, what did you meet? What can't you tell him? Something he can't fix? I was just wondering, did your parents push us to have a second child? Inhwan thought that since her mom had said this, there was a good chance that they had pushed. No births, 2 is enough. Ignore them. Bosun pressed and rubbed her back. You know me. He's tied the knot. So it really rushed you? You didn't even tell me before. Inhwan pushed his head. Thin seeking you. It's not like it's a big deal. Thin Seeker was vain. He can say whatever he wants to his mom and dad, and reject whatever excuse they come up with, as long as they leave little Huan alone. Scold him all you want. It's just that the ligature thing hasn't really been mentioned. The young couple were hyped up. Aren't 2 little kids enough? It's all your fault for making a big deal about having 7 or 8 babies in the first place. Inhwan snorted lightly. It's not like I'm a birthing machine. No one treats you as a birthing machine. I was young and impetuous at that time and spoke out of turn. Baby, don't take it to heart. Bosun picks her up in a crossbody hug. In the future, if they push again, just say we're working on it. No, I work hard every night. Bosun smiles evilly. If your wife doesn't think it's enough, you can work a little harder tonight. Right, that's good. Telling elders they tried so hard and then not getting pregnant again. Was it her problem or Bosun's? As long as you are not afraid of the ligature thing to be known by them, you feel free to answer. Like this. Inhwan smiled lightly. I am indifferent. Thin Seeker hesitated. He agonized for a moment and pressed himself against Inhwan's small face. It's better to tell them we don't want to have a baby. Inhwan smiled. I have good news for you. What? Lucen Tan is getting married. The corners of Bosun's mouth instantly rose. I'll definitely give him a big red packet. There's better news. What? Thin Seeker couldn't calm down. Must try hard tonight. Well, his work contract expired and he left the company next month after he got married. Inhwan hooked Bosun's neck. Although the relationship between her and Lucen Tan was a very simple co-worker relationship, Thin Seek had always minded it. He's satisfied now. Bosun buried into the nape of her neck, rubbing and sticking like crazy. So much joy. Wife, let's take a bath together to celebrate. What kind of celebration is this? Thin Seek, you don't go too far. Concluded.